when an ordinary young man from Earth traverses into the parallel universe of the Pokémon world. He discovers to his astonishment that the trainers here are utterly oblivious to the prowess of Magikarp evolving into Gyarados, even deriding the clumsy fish as the ugliest of all Pokémon. Megastones are dismissed as mere trifles, and photographs of Cynthia at the beach circulate wildly across the internet, yet he harbors but one concern. In my eyes, there exists only Pokémon. Chapter 1. Transcendence. Rebirth. Name: Chunyu. Occupation: Pokémon Trainer Novice. Age: 20. Title: None. Items: Alliance Sportswear Common, 3 ordinary Pokeballs, 1 inferior healing potion, 3 inferior Pokémon food. Skills: Berry Expert Level 1 Passive. Berries: 3 Oran Berries. Valuable items: 1 Beginner's Gift Box. Pokémon: Teddiursa Common. Money: 100 Alliance Coins. Chunyu scrutinized his interface for the 3rd time, ultimately resigning himself to the reality of his situation. He had crossed into a parallel dimension. Moreover, the owner of this body also bore the name Chunyu. After absorbing a plethora of information, a complex expression flickered across Chunyu's face. His mind still echoed with the events that transpired merely a minute prior. A diminutive green Pokémon was besieged by the Sword Dance Guild, the Illusion Flame Guild, the Johto Pokémon League, Team Rocket, and the 5 great families of the Johto League. In a climactic moment, they all unleashed their powerful Pokémon, accompanied by brilliant flashes of light. Following a dazzling green glow emitted by the petite Pokémon, Chunyu found himself transported from the year 2303 back to 2300. On January 1st, 2300, the World Alliance unveiled a virtual game, Pokémon Online, after 5 years of meticulous development. The backdrop was inspired by the beloved Pokémon franchise from Earth. Chunyu pondered why this parallel universe was familiar with Pokémon, yet the answer eluded him. However, according to the memories of Chunyu, he learned that 6 months after the public release of Pokémon Online, an irreversible cataclysm would transpire. As the first ever virtual reality game created by the World Federation, it would undoubtedly sweep across the globe like a tempest. Having confirmed his interface, Chunyu was certain that the diminutive Pokémon in question was none other than Celebi, the legendary creature endowed with the power to traverse time and space. From Chunyu's recollections, it became evident that in this parallel universe, the populace possessed scant knowledge of Pokémon, merely captivated by their charming appearances and the allure of the foremost holographic virtual game. The intricate details and lore were of secondary importance. However, in the eyes of Chunyu, these items are invaluable resources. Once an ordinary university student on Earth, he would often spend his free time in his dormitory indulging in anime, never missing an episode of Pokémon from the original series to the current Sun and Moon. His understanding of Pokémon surpasses that of the majority in this parallel universe. Upon entering the game pod, each player binds to a unique identity ID that cannot be altered or transferred, ensuring a lifetime of individuality with a single account. Chunyu clenched his fists, acutely aware that Pokémon OL would serve as a pivotal turning point in his destiny. In his previous life on Earth, he remained inconspicuous, but in this parallel realm world of Pokémon glimpsed a future brimming with boundless possibilities. He was determined to return to the game. Reflecting on the current situation, Chunyu noted that the game had only been live for 10 minutes. This meant, just like before, that the item and that Pokémon should still be present. Moreover, many players were still in a state of bewilderment. Even if someone stumbled upon it, he was confident he could seize the opportunity. Without hesitation, Chunyu reached for the Pokeball at his waist. With a flash of white light, a small bear Pokémon with a yellow crescent on its forehead materialized before him. Name: Cupchew. Modifiable potential: white gender, female level, 5 preferences: honey and sweets. Mischievousness, carries. Inferior honey ability, quick feet. Nature: stubborn. Skill set: scratch and leer. Affection: 70. Comprehensive battle power: 55 for reference only. Pokémon OL differs from the Pokémon games on Earth, omitting physical attack, physical defense, special defense, and speed, while introducing a new attribute: comprehensive battle power. In Pokémon OL, the initial Pokémon is randomly assigned. Each player receives a Pokémon with white potential, while those fortunate or with special circumstances may be assigned a Pokémon with green potential. These initial Pokémon are primarily common and abundant, akin to stray dogs on the street. However, some players may indeed begin with one of the 3 starter Pokémon. This occurrence is relatively rare within the broader context of the CD Alliance and Pokémon OL. Cupchew is a normal-type Pokémon, and true to its common designation, it is prevalent within the Johto League. Nonetheless, Chenyu holds no disdain for his Pokémon, even if it possesses white potential. After all, it is his very first Pokémon. Furthermore, armed with knowledge from another dimension regarding Pokémon, Chenyu is resolute in nurturing this Cubchoo. With its stubborn nature and quick feed ability, it could become a formidable asset if properly trained. Several strategies for Cubchoo's skill set have already begun to formulate in Chenyu's mind. Returning to the game, Chenyu recalled that he had yet to open the novice gift box, and without further thought, he promptly clicked to unveil it. Congratulations to player Chenyu for receiving Pokédex Johto region, 200 Alliance coins, and 3 evolution stones. This was consistent with what he remembered from previous experiences. The evolution stone is an item that can be held by Pokémon, preventing them from evolving. For players unfamiliar with Pokémon, the evolution stone might seem trivial. After all, isn't the essence of nurturing Pokémon to enhance their strength, elevate their levels, and achieve higher evolutionary stages? However, Chenyu, hailing from Earth, understood that some Pokémon, upon reaching the requisite level, could evolve in ways that might compromise certain inherent skills or attributes. The evolution stone serves as a safeguard against such unintended consequences and is truly a boon for players or Pokémon with specific requirements. Having secured the items from a novice gift box, Chenyu took a moment to ponder his current location. He was likely in a forest near Cherry Grove City. He remembered that as a novice, players are assigned to various wilderness areas adjacent to towns, and in his previous life, he had spawned in the depths of the Cherry Grove Forest. It struck him as somewhat amusing. He possessed the initial skill, Berry Master. Furthermore, the novice village was Cherry Grove, so how had he ended up as a low-ranking member of Team Rocket in his past life? Chenyu shook his head slightly and, accompanied by his bear cub, ventured deeper into the forest. Common Pokémon in Cherry Grove Forest include Pidgey, Rattata, Spearow, Caterpie, and Weedle. As for these Pokémon, Chenyu had no immediate plans. He had always favored the elite path. He believed in quality over quantity when it came to Pokémon. Moreover, Chenyu knew that a good trainer would never neglect their Pokémon. With 3 years of memories, he was well-versed in many strategies and insights. His first step would be to seek out rare items near the novice village of Cherry Grove. Cherry Grove was also Chenyu's starting town, a place he could consider the origin of his journey. Chapter 2. The Injured Pidgey. Bear Cub, dodge quickly, then you scratch. Chenyu commanded as his bear cub rolled aside, successfully evading the oncoming Rattata's charge. Steadying itself, it charged at the Rattata on the grass with full force. Bang! After being caught by the bear cub, the Rattata tumbled and collided with a nearby sapling, its eyes now resembling the patterns on a frog's belly. That makes the 6th wild Rattata, Chenyu murmured to himself. From his spawn point to the present location, he had encountered 6 Rattata. He began to suspect he had stumbled upon a Rattata den. The bear cub also leveled up to level 6 after taking down its 4th Rattata. Aside from an increase of 11 in overall battle strength, nothing else had changed. The tree. Chenyu cast his gaze upon the small tree that little Rada had collided with, its branches adorned with several black fruits, his eyes instantly sparkling with excitement. Indeed, he had not erred in his pursuit. Gradually, memories resurfaced of a nearly forgotten post he had encountered on the Pokémon OL City forum. An anonymous user had recounted their experience. On the second day after the game's launch, they inadvertently stumbled upon a tree bearing black fruits, where they encountered a uniquely named Pidgey. This Pidgey was one of Chenyu's objectives for his journey. Within the realm of Pokémon OL, the same creature could not respawn. In other words, if a rare Pokémon was captured in a particular location, it was impossible to find another of its kind in that same area. However, as the Pidgey was yet to be spotted, he shifted his focus to the enticing black fruits. Passive skill, Fruit Expert. Name, Black Round Citrus. Function, appears to be a crafting material. Status, available for harvest. With approximately 3 fruits in hand, a smile graced Chenyu's lips as he cheerfully added them to his backpack. Just as he secured the black round citrus, a mournful cry drew his attention. Suddenly, a Pidgey materialized before him. Its plumage was rather unremarkable. The feathers on its abdomen and the tip of its left wing were white, while its right wing bore a blood-stained wound, indicating a severe injury. The rest of its body was adorned in shades of brown, with a black ring surrounding its eyes. Its beak and talons were a striking purple. 3 tufts of feathers crowned its head, with the 2 outer tufts being white, lending it an air of solemnity. Beside him, his bear companion assumed an aggressive stance, poised to strike at a moment's notice should danger arise. After a brief moment, Chenyu felt a significant weight lift from his heart. He had worried that departing a day early might mean missing the Pidgey, but it appeared his instincts had been correct. Although the right wing was still bleeding, the creature's gaze radiated pride. An injured Pidgey, Chenyu observed, refraining from throwing a Pokeball or commanding his bear to engage. Instead, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. The post had indicated that the Pidgey was on the brink of collapse, devoid of such a proud demeanor. Could the earlier departure have altered its condition? Chenyu pondered calmly. Meanwhile, his bear was seething with indignation. How dare this wounded Pidgey disregard its presence? The defiant glint in its eyes was unmistakable disdain, a clear indication of contempt. Fire ignited within the bear's eyes as it neglected the honey in its paw, seemingly waiting for the right moment, ready to charge. You are gravely injured and require immediate treatment. I have healing supplies, Chenyu suggested after a moment's reflection. Without the skill of detection, it was impossible to discern the status and level of wild Pokémon. However, upon observing the name of the Bobo and the condition of its right wing, anyone could ascertain that it was gravely injured. The pride it displayed was merely a facade in simpler terms. This Bobo was at the end of its strength. Upon hearing Chenyu's words, the Bobo immediately squawked in protest twice. It attempted to flap its wings, but was met with a sudden wave of pain, causing it to lose its balance and tumble from the tree. Danger! Chenyu exclaimed, witnessing the injured Bobo fall from the tree. He felt an inexplicable surge of strength and sprinted towards the creature with all his might. With a leap, he stretched out his hands and caught the Bobo, only to come crashing down onto the ground. Pain! This was the first sensation that Chenyu experienced. The pain perception of the little sprite was a staggering 90%. If it were to perish in the game, the consequences would be dire. Seeing itself grasped by a strange human, the wounded Bobo could hardly remain calm and began to flap its wings frantically. This movement seemed to aggravate its wounds, causing blood to flow more profusely from Chenyu's hands, which, of course, was the Bobo's. If you want to live, then please remain still. I know not the cause of your injury, but I can tell you are not ready to give in. Do you wish for vengeance? First, you must survive, fool. Chenyu had always harbored a deep affection for Pokémon. Now, witnessing a Bobo drenched in blood and on the verge of death, he could no longer maintain his composure. Thus, he nearly shouted this admonition. The Bobo, upon hearing his words, seemed somewhat moved and ceased its struggles in Chenyu's grasp. Its breath began to weaken. Damn! Chenyu cursed inwardly. Quickly, he retrieved a blue orange berry and a subpar healing spray from his backpack. He first applied the inferior healing spray to the Bobo's right wing. The creature trembled but did not emit a sound. Subsequently, he crushed 3 blue orange berries with a stone, mixing them with the low-quality honey and fed the concoction to the Bobo's small beak. Where did the inferior honey come from? The eyes of the bear cub glistened with tears, its face etched with indignation and sorrow. Initially furious with the Bobo, his feelings had now transformed into deep resentment. Bobo, your injuries are far too severe. The low-quality healing spray and blue orange berries are merely a drop in the bucket. There is only one solution. I will take you to the Pokémon Center in Hinoki Town. I must first capture you in a Pokeball. Do not resist. Doing so will only worsen your injuries. Once you recover, you may choose to stay or leave as you wish. Without further hesitation, Chenyu produced a Pokeball and gently tapped it against the Bobo. A flash of red light enveloped the creature, drawing it into the Pokeball. The ball then swayed back and forth in his hand, with the central button pulsating with red light. Do not resist. I have already told you that once you are healed, you may leave at your discretion. If this continues, you will perish. Chenyu urged, worried that if he did not capture the Bobo in the Pokeball, it would not survive the journey to the Pokémon Center in Hinoki Town. Whether it was Chenyu's words that had an effect or the Bobo's pain that led it to abandon its resistance, the Pokeball ceased its swaying, and the central button no longer glimmered with red light. Chenyu stowed away the Pokeball, gently capturing the distressed bear cub within it, before retrieving his Pokédex. Activating its positioning and navigation features, he prepared to depart from the Hinoki forest. Aware that venturing into the wild without a Pokémon could prove perilous, he also recognized that returning with bear cub would significantly slow his pace, and Pidgey could not afford to wait. With a triumphant beep indicating successful positioning, Chenyu sprinted determinately towards Hinoki Town, guided by the navigation system. Chapter 3. The Scoundrel Happy Town is a league town within the Kanto Alliance, a place distinguished by its possession of a league gem. It also serves as a randomly assigned novice village. Emerging from the Happy Forest, Chenyu is covered in wounds. bearing scratches from branches and collisions with wild Rattatas, a true testament to his arduous journey. The scene before him mirrors almost exactly that of his previous life. The main street of Happy Town is bustling with players, each expressing a spectrum of emotions, some elated, others bewildered, and many brimming with confidence. In this world of Pokémon, there are no designated main or side quests. All gameplay relies on the player's own exploration. There are no enforced paths, nor is there any guidance for novices. Most ordinary players perceive Pokémon merely as a pet-raising and battling game. It was not until the second day after the game's launch that the system issued a global announcement, informing players of the functions of the Pokémon Center, gyms, and other establishments. Furthermore, it delineated the requirements and basic objectives for professions such as Pokémon trainers and breeders, providing players with a fundamental sense of direction. At this juncture, the majority of players flounder like headless chickens, at best familiarizing themselves with their Pokémon's affections or wandering aimlessly, ignoring the astonished gazes of other players. Chinyu hurriedly made his way to the Pokémon Center. The center was surprisingly empty, as the game had only just launched, and only a select few players seemed aware of its purpose. Catching a glimpse of a couple of players inquiring at the center, Chinyu made no unnecessary movements and dashed directly to Miss Joy. Miss Joy? Miss Joy? Please save my Pokémon. His desperate plea echoed like thunder among the few players present. What? So, Miss Joy doesn't heal players but rescues Pokémon? One exclaimed, laughter punctuating his disbelief. Huh, I knew that adorable nurse in scrubs must be a doctor. Two others joined the fray, pointing out the obvious, as they began to bicker, seemingly on the verge of physical confrontation. Silence. This is the Pokémon Center, not a gym. If you wish to fight, take it outside, Miss Joy shouted, her gentle demeanor now tinged with irritation. To her, nothing was more paramount than the rescue of Pokémon. Now, please present your credentials, Miss Joy urged Chinyu. Upon hearing her request, Chinyu hastily offered his Pokédex and the Pokéball containing Pidgey. Identity, new trainer from Happy Town name. Chinyu badges, 0 honors. None. Miss Joy typed a few commands on her computer. Upon reviewing Chinyu's information, she promptly returned the Pokédex and, with Pidgey's Pokéball in hand, hurried into the emergency room, leaving Chinyu with a reassuring remark not to worry. As Chinyu observed Joy carrying the Pokéball of the Pidgey into the emergency room, a significant weight lifted from his heart. He then detachedly made his way to a nearby seat, awaiting the outcome. My friend, where did you acquire such information? The Pokémon Center can indeed assist injured Pokémon. Chinyu, preoccupied and disinterested in trivial matters, replied tersely, inference. You fool. Don't think that knowing this makes you remarkable. What is your attitude? Inference. Haha. It appears we share similar methods. This young man is indeed a genius. Yet, this young man was not merely a genius. He was a talent, and you were merely a step behind him. What? Are you looking for a fight? Please maintain silence. Chinyu paid no heed to the group of jesters, his focus solely on the Pidgey. Although the post indicated the Pidgey was unharmed, the memory of its prior injuries gnawed at him, leaving him with a profound sense of discomfort. As several players realized there was no further information to be gleaned and the atmosphere was not conducive to loud chatter, they reluctantly departed. Approximately half an hour later, the emergency room light shifted from red to green. Miss Joy emerged, a bead of perspiration evident on her forehead. The trainer of the Pidgey, please step forward. Miss Joy's tone was devoid of any discernible emotion, appearing rather neutral. Upon seeing her, Chinyu rushed to inquire about the Pidgey's condition, ignoring her call. Miss Joy, how is the Pidgey? His voice brimmed with genuine concern, reflecting his deep care for the creature's safety. Miss Joy, initially oblivious to his question, raised her eyebrows upon hearing it and began to scold him. How could you allow that child to sustain such serious injuries? Do you understand that had you delayed even a moment longer, that child could have faced life-threatening danger? What kind of trainer are you? The barrage of 3 questions left Chinyu momentarily stunned. He understood Miss Joy's concern for the Pokémon, but he felt utterly innocent in this affair. It was the Pidgey that had been injured. He had merely brought it for treatment. Naturally, he dared not voice these thoughts. For the Pokémon were not mere artificial intelligences. They possessed their own thoughts and values, akin to complete beings. I apologize. I should not have allowed it to fight while injured. Chinyu's tone was markedly humble. Miss Joy, who had intended to say more, found herself thwarted, as if confronted by a wall of cotton. Thus, she let the matter rest. However, this scene, along with the operations of the Pokémon Center, was meticulously documented by a player lurking in the corner, who later captured a close-up of Chinyu. If anyone recognized this player, they would surely exclaim, "Ah, it's that tabloid reporter." In the next moment, A new sticky and highlighted post appeared on the Pokémon City forum. A disgraceful trainer from Huapi Town allows a Pokémon to battle while injured, resulting in a life-threatening condition. Note, the correct usage of the Pokémon Center is included, with a speed reminiscent of a whirlwind. The view count of this post skyrocketed to over 1,000 in an instant. I am the first. Goodness, this trainer is simply inhuman. I could never bear to send my adorable Meowth into battle. Truly, a scoundrel among scoundrels. The first floor has been overtaken by dogs. By the way, it seems the first floor is occupied by a gentleman. How was I unaware of this? Nevertheless, that little Pokémon must be quite unfortunate, having been sent to the emergency room. Floors 1, 2, and 3 are filled with simpletons. Where has your focus gone? Did you not notice who the poster is? It's our esteemed table master. It is said that no scandal is beyond his reach. For foolish dogs, are you not paying attention to the proper usage of the Pokémon Center? I digress. Is there a group heading to the Pokémon Center in Yuanju City? At the same time, a young man in Viridian City furrowed his brow slightly. After pondering for a moment, he murmured to himself, Hiba Town? Kanto League? Surely no prominent family would choose that as a novice village, right? A casual player? How intriguing. Young Master Shun, should we look into that player? A fellow player standing beside him inquired respectfully. No need. It may just be a coincidence. Moreover, many will likely be interested in this player. By the way, have you become Professor Oak's assistant? Young Master Shun asked. I have indeed lived up to expectations. The player replied. Haha, that's splendid. Once I acquire that blue potential Charmander, our Shin family will no longer be ruled by my elder brother. Young Master Shin appeared quite pleased, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Congratulations, young master. Chapter 4. A surprise from Pidgey. After receiving a reprimand from Joy, Chinyu found himself with nothing to do and decided to log out of the game. Following the emergency treatment of his Pokémon, he needed to wait 10 minutes to half an hour for the anesthesia to wear off before he could visit in the emergency room. Upon returning to reality, Chinyu realized he had little to occupy his time. With the information gained from his rebirth and transmigration, seeking employment now seemed meaningless, as he was essentially alone. There were, however, certain matters that required attention. After checking his credit point balance, which stood at about 5,000, he had purchased nutrient solutions for his game pod with the entirety of it. In the realm of Pokémon, as long as the supply of nutrient solutions was sufficient, one could remain immersed in the game indefinitely. It could be said that Pokémon was humanity's second world. Approximately 10 minutes later, the delivery robot arrived with the nutrient solutions Chinyu had ordered. The 5,000 credit points had purchased enough for about 6 months. Chinyu gazed at the game pod, and then out the window at the yellow-brown sky. He sighed, thinking, perhaps this will be the last time I see this smog-filled sky, and re-entered the game. The trainer of Pidgey, that child has awakened. Follow me. Miss Joy appeared to be unperturbed by Chunyu's sudden presence, maintaining a calm demeanor, albeit with a hint of reproach in her tone. Chinyu remained silent, quietly following her into the emergency room. Upon seeing his entrance, Bobo attempted to flap its wings in protest, questioning why it had been confined to a Pokeball, but was restrained by bandages, only able to emit a few cries to express its dissatisfaction. Chinyu seemed to discern the little creature's sentiments and refrained from elaborating further, opting instead to release his initial partner, Xiong Baobao. I understand your reluctance to be captured in this manner. This is my starting companion, Xiong Baobao. Once you are healed, how about we have a battle? After all, your prowess has yet to earn the approval of me and my partner, right? Xiong Baobao. Observing Bobo's bandaged state, Xiong Baobao nodded, the fierce glint of vengeance in its eyes considerably diminished. Chinyu appeared to be conversing with Xiong Baobao while simultaneously persuading Bobo. In the end, Bobo seemed to relinquish any intent to resist, accepting the reality of recuperation. At that moment, Chinyu stepped out of the emergency room, eagerly accessing Bobo's interface. Name, Bobo, modifiable, potential, blue gender, female level, 12 likes, insects, phoenix trees, flying, combat held item, unknown feather ability, keen eye nature, reserved skills, raging storm, sandstorm, quick attack, thunderbolt friendship, 5 overall battle power, 396, for reference only, level 12, blue potential, reserved nature. Chinyu's eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized Bobo's attributes. Initially, he had merely hoped for a Bobo with green potential or perhaps a reserved nature, or at the very least, a stubborn one. However, it felt as though he had been struck on the head by a $5 million check. He was aware that any Pokémon with a prefix in its name must possess at least green potential or higher, which is precisely why he had gone to great lengths to capture this Bobo. Yet, he had not anticipated that this Bobo would possess blue potential and a reserved nature, coupled with a commendable level of 12. This was merely the first day since the opening. No wonder that previous post had garnered such interest. It only mentioned Bobo with a prefix and then ceased. Perhaps the author understood the significance of blue potential and chose to withhold further details, Chinyu mused. However, amidst his excitement, a wave of melancholy washed over him. The glaringly low friendship level stood before him, a bold and clear numeral 5 glaring back. It was well known that a Pokémon typically captured through conventional battles would possess a friendship level nearing 50. The minimum friendship required to command a Pokémon was also set at 50. Yet here, Bobo only had 5 points. Such a low level of friendship could lead to potential rebellion or even aggressive behavior. Chinyu sighed and shook his head, resolute in his decision. He would not relinquish this Bobo, a Pokémon of blue potential. Everywhere it goes, it is a coveted treasure. At this moment, Chinyu comprehended the gravity of his mission. He must devise every possible means to tame that elusive creature. However, merely relying on the bear cub, with its level 6 and a comprehensive battle power of 66, would be a fool's errand. Thus, Chinyu urgently needed to enhance the bear cub's overall strength and their synergy. Is that the infamous Scoundrel Brother? It truly is Scoundrel Brother. My idol, the real-life Scoundrel Brother. Is there a team forming to challenge him? Just as Chinyu emerged from the emergency room, he became the center of attention in the bustling Pokémon Center. The gazes directed at him varied. Some were filled with anger, others with admiration, and some with disdain. Furrowing his brow, Chinyu realized he had somehow earned the title of Scoundrel Brother. He recalled that he had yet to interact with the outside world. How had he acquired such a moniker? Logically, no one should be plotting against him. Scoundrel. A staff member of the Pokémon Center announced that there was a battle arena in the back, ready to receive his ire. A bald man, rather than merely pointing at Chinyu from a distance, boldly approached him and issued a challenge for a Pokémon battle. Do you wish to battle my Pokémon? Regardless of how this title of Scoundrel came to be, I am in dire need of experience for my bear cub, and here comes an opportunity. As they say, when sleep beckons, a pillow is provided. A Pokémon battle? Indeed, you wouldn't dare to decline, would you, coward? The bald man observed Chinyu, noticing a flicker of hesitation in his demeanor, and scoffed. The bald man thought to himself, once I teach Scoundrel Brother a lesson, my notoriety will surely eclipse his, and I shall be hailed as a brave soul. Perhaps the big tables will even report on my valiant defeat of Scoundrel Brother. I will undoubtedly make the headlines. Very well, I accept the battle, but there must be a wager. The loser shall provide 100 alliance coins or shards of stone. Chinyu, undeterred, accepted the challenge while finding the bald man and the players behind him, who were berating him, somewhat endearing. Winning the battle was not merely for experience. At this early stage, alliance coins were crucial. The quality and flavor of Pokémon feed directly influenced the intimacy levels of Pokémon, yet their prices often soared. Chinyu contemplated extracting these funds from the bald man and the surrounding players. Not one to be foolish, the bald man, after a brief silence upon hearing Chinyu's proposal, nodded in agreement. Thus, the two sought out a staff member at the Pokémon Center to officiate the match, each depositing 100 alliance coins. They, along with a throng of onlookers, proceeded to the battle arena within the Pokémon Center. Trainer Chinyu faced Trainer Rhydon in an 11 Pokémon duel. The side whose Pokémon lost its ability to battle would be declared the loser. The referee raised a green flag, signaling the commencement of the battle. Scoundrel Brother, prepare to be my stepping stone. Go, Rattata, Rhydon exclaimed, confidently tossing his Pokeball. Watching the purple figure materialize on the battlefield and raising an eyebrow at Chinyu. Little Rattata? Chinyu stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. Although he had anticipated encountering either a common or a lesser sprite, he was taken aback to find himself facing this particular one. In the cypress forest, the bear cub had already taken down 6 Rattatas. Now, in their first battle, he was confronted once more by a Rattata. Was this a sign of ill fate? Furthermore, Chinyu was aware that the 3 starter Pokémon were exclusive to those at the upper echelons of society. They possessed information and resources beyond the imagination of the average person, and in the early stages, they were all striving to acquire the starter Pokémon, making it unlikely for them to roam aimlessly. It was precisely for this reason that Chinyu felt no fear in challenging the bald man, even with his bear cub at a mere level 6. Bear cub, you are the one. A small brown bear stood defiantly against the Rattata. As both Pokémon entered the arena, the battle officially commenced. Chapter 5, Teaming Up for Benefits. Rattata, tackle it. Quick attack. The bald man reacted swiftly, issuing commands the moment the bear cub appeared. Upon hearing the bald man's words, Rattata darted towards the bear cub, muscles taut and ready to unleash its full power upon the bear's round head. The bear cub evaded the attack, demonstrating considerable experience in dealing with Rattata's charge. Rolling to the left to avoid the onslaught. With a swift motion, the bear cub extended its claw towards the approaching Rattata. What seemed to be a simple swipe was infused with strength. Rattata, caught off guard, and without any orders from the bald man to evade, endured the bear cub's strike. In pain, Rattata attempted to distance itself from the bear cub, yet the bald man did not command a retreat. It could only rely on the momentum from the bear cub's attack to maintain a close proximity. Damn, you're just lucky. The bald man, seeing his initial attack fail, sought to have Rattata charge again. However, Chinyu would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. In Pokémon battles, if a trainer fails to issue commands effectively or pauses in their directives, it often leads to a decisive outcome. Bear cub, use scratch again. Almost in perfect synchrony. As the bald man issued his command, Chinyu simultaneously directed the bear cub, just as Rattata prepared to create some distance for another charge. The bear cub's claws came swinging in. Bang! Rattata crashed heavily to the ground, its eyes swirling in daze. The referee at the center of the arena, observing Rattata's condition, raised a red flag and declared the final victory. Rattata was unable to continue. The bear cub triumphed, and thus, the victor was Chinyu, the trainer from Cypress Town. Ding! The bear cub reached level 7. Chinyu received feedback on the bear cub's status, elevating its level further and enhancing his chances against Pidgey. You pathetic loser. How could you defeat my Rattata? Your bear cub was on the brink of collapse. How could it possibly triumph over my fully healthy Rattata? The bald man appeared to be stimulated by something, kneeling on the ground with bloodshot eyes as he spoke to Chinyu. What on earth? How is my little bear gravely injured and on the brink of death? This is utterly nonsensical. Hey, aren't you going to recall your little Rattata and take it to Miss Joy for treatment? Chinyu replied without paying much attention to the bald man. His concern lay more with the well-being of the Pokémon than with the bald man's bewildering remarks, for they were the true treasures deserving of care in this world. Upon hearing Chinyu's words, the bald man retrieved his Rattata into its Pokeball and, as though in a daze, slowly exited the Pokémon Center. Observing the departing figure of the bald man, Chinyu chose not to utter another word. Instead, he surveyed the gathered players and, squinting with a smile, called out, "Are there any players interested in a Pokémon battle? The stakes are 100 league coins or a shard of stone." Yet, there was a hint of mockery in his tone. How arrogant. Is this a blatant provocation? Wow, the scoundrel brother is so cool. And the little bear is adorable. Damn, I can't hold back any longer. I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. That bear must be low on energy. Which of you brothers and sisters will deal with the scoundrel brother? Damn it, coward. By the way, I have something else to attend to, so I'll be leaving. Just to clarify, I'm not afraid of losing. Amidst the rising clamor from the surrounding crowd, Chinyu remained composed, patiently awaiting challengers to approach him for battle. Is this what you mean by a shard of stone? After approximately 3 minutes, a student-dressed player approached, sharing the details of the item in hand. Firestone Shard 1. Chinyu nodded in affirmation after reviewing the item, then inquired, "What is the story behind you calling me scoundrel brother? Can you enlighten me?" "Sure. We'll tell you after our battle." "All right." The student-like player released a Magikarp, his excitement palpable as he anticipated a battle against Chinyu's little bear. Upon seeing the Magikarp, Chinyu paused momentarily, feeling a twinge of envy towards the student. A Magikarp is considered a rare Pokémon. How fortunate it was to serve as an initial Pokémon. This prompted him to scrutinize the player once more. The Magikarp had a somewhat unique situation, yet defeating it posed no challenge. Chinyu understood that each player's initial Pokémon was at level 5, which meant they possessed only 2 or 3 basic skills, all of which were of low power and included moves like Tackle, Growl, or similar attacks. With his extensive knowledge of the Pokémon games and the creatures themselves, he could easily triumph over these lower-level Pokémon. Moreover, he could take advantage of the player's limited understanding of evolution stones to acquire stone shards. After all, they wouldn't grasp the purpose of evolution stones until the following day. Thus, gaining experience for his Pokémon and acquiring evolution stone shards would serve a dual purpose. This was precisely why Chinyu felt inclined to mock the larger circle of players. Although the lava worm initially lacks skills such as charge, it possesses the unique ability at level 5 to weaken an opponent's stamina through its toxic mist, a skill that carries a low probability of inflicting poison and boasts a moderately high accuracy. This proved trivial for Chinyu. Within merely 5 minutes, the lava worm succumbed to 2 swipes from the bear cub and lost its combat capability. You have emerged victorious. You may visit the Pokémon City Forum to check the first post. After a student-like player left this remark, he departed from the Pokémon Center, casting a glance back at Chinyu, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. The Pokémon City Forum, you say? Perhaps I shall explore it later tonight. However, pressing matters await my attention. Are there any challengers remaining? 100 alliance coins or shards of stone? Chinyu donned a smile he deemed radiant as he spoke. Yet, to the surrounding players, this grin lacked any semblance of sunshine, unmistakably radiating an air of I am here. If you dare, come and challenge me. I refuse to believe that a severely injured bear cub can stir any significant upheaval. 100 alliance coins. Observing yet another player stepping forward to challenge him, Chinyu smiled once more and engaged in another Pokémon battle. Time within the realm of Pokémon had evidently transitioned from noon to dusk, and the surrounding players had begun to disperse. Chinyu concluded his 30th battle after defeating the student-like player and declined subsequent battle requests. The onlookers, finding the excitement dissipating, opted to exit the game. As the time in the Pokémon realm synchronizes with that of the real world, many players chose to partake in dinner and other activities, thus leaving the game. Although Chinyu yearned to continue battling, he had other tasks to accomplish and had achieved the desired outcome, prompting him to refuse further challenges. Navigating to the main interface, Chinyu located a settings icon and discovered a blank line within it that allowed for status input. Pausing momentarily, he typed the following message: Virtual Reality Sync, duration 6 months. This feature, outlined in the game's manual, signifies the ability to remain within the game without logging out, relying on nutrient solutions for sustenance. Moreover, one's personal state in reality would remain undisturbed by external factors, with any urgent matters reflecting within the game. After completing this task, Chinyu accessed the Pokémon City forum. The first post that caught his eye read, a scoundrel trainer emerges in Cypress Town, forcing Pokémon to battle injured, leading to critical condition. Note, includes proper usage of the Pokémon Center. Good grief. After reading through it, Chinyu's overwhelming sentiment could be summed up in 2 words. What does it mean to force Pokémon to battle while injured, leading to a critical state? That Pokémon with a mere friendship level of 5, could it possibly be mine? Even if it were, did I compel it to fight while wounded? And where did this sensationalism originate? A grandiose table? Is this not akin to the most ridiculous tabloid in reality? Was he even present at the Pokémon Center? Chinyu found himself utterly bemused. What on earth was happening? How did he inexplicably earn the title of some so-called scoundrel? After perusing this post, Chinyu scrolled further down. Once again, a post emerged that left him feeling embarrassed. Chapter 6. Tallying gains. The scoundrel has once more descended into depravity, compelling the recently revived little sprite to engage in a grueling series of 32 battles. Note, includes screenshots of the scoundrel forcefully urging the sprite to fight. First floor. Goodness. The scoundrel is truly despicable. This utterly redefines my understanding of moral depravity. Historically, the first floor is often filled with foolishness. Did you not notice the crux of the matter? 32 battles. 32. The scoundrel must be paying homage to some singer. Always the fool. Can they not see that the scoundrel achieved consecutive victories? That little sprite must be exceptionally powerful. I looked it up. It is an epic tier sprite. Wow. The scoundrel possesses an epic tier sprite. My own rare sprites suddenly seem less desirable. To the one above, please pass the rare ones to me. I have an abundance. Chinyu also gazed at this post in disbelief, somewhat irked by the moniker of scoundrel. Moving forward, I shall strive to maintain a lower profile. After all, I am privy to numerous prefixes for sprites and cherished items. It could become quite troublesome if I am constantly under scrutiny. Chinyu contemplated that as long as he did not draw attention to himself, players would not dwell on him for too long. The Johto Alliance would undoubtedly see many more remarkable individuals in the future. Returning to the main topic, a total of 32 battles were fought, of which 12 yielded Alliance coins, while the remainder consisted of Evolution Stone fragments. Total gains: Alliance coins, 1200, Firestone fragments, 3, Waterstone fragments, 4, Thunderstone fragments, 2, Leafstone fragments, 3, Moonstone fragments, 7, Sunstone fragments, 1 Sunstone fragment? Can such an item even be obtained from a novice gift box? Chinyu rubbed his eyes to ensure he was not mistaken, and could not help but exclaim. The Sunstone is among the most coveted items. Not only is it rare in regions like the Johto Alliance, but it is also difficult to find in the Kalos region. Thus, at any time and in any place, the Sunstone is a highly sought-after item, even in fragment form. To think it could be obtained from a novice gift box? Moreover, it can be acquired through battling. Truly, beginners are fortunate in their windfalls. Naturally, these items were promptly stowed in Chunyu's backpack, and he casually opened the interface for the bear cub. Name: Bear Cub, modifiable, potential, white gender, female level, 13 preference, honey, sweet treats, mischief held item, inferior honey ability, Quick feet nature, stubborn skills, scratch, stare. Flail affection, 100 overall combat power, 143, for reference only. The consecutive 32 battles had elevated Bear Cub's experience from level 6 to level 13. Flail? This is a skill that Bear Cub will learn at level 13. While its power is not greater than that of Scratch, it will strike randomly up to 25 times. Overall, its power exceeds that of Scratch, provided it lands 3 hits or more. Chinyu smiled knowingly as he reviewed Bear Cub's data. He had already resolved to stay up late tonight, determined to engage in night training with his beloved teddy bear Pokémon, striving to master the art of chaotic grappling. It is essential to note that there is a distinction between Pokémon and fairy creatures. While Pokémon possess stats and skills, fairy creatures lack such attributes. This implies that fairy creatures can utilize skills as long as they have stamina. Furthermore, the proficiency in executing these skills significantly influences their potency and the likelihood of successful application. Chinyu intended to have his teddy bear partake in night training while simultaneously nurturing their synergy. All facilities at the Pokémon Center are available for complementary use. But with a caveat, trainers must be novice trainers of the Johto League. Hence, to enjoy the free amenities of the Johto League Pokémon Center, one must be classified as a novice trainer of the Johto League. Otherwise, fees apply. A novice trainer is defined as one who possesses 2 or fewer league gym badges. Since it was merely the first day of the game's launch, Chinyu was not at all concerned about the expenses at the Pokémon Center. He retrieved a subpar Pokémon feed from his backpack, placed it in a bowl, and set it before his teddy bear. Upon seeing the food, the teddy bear was visibly delighted, disregarding the quality of the feed, and immediately began to munch away, eager to devour it all at once. Looking utterly adorable in the process, Chinyu reached out to gently stroke the teddy bear's round head, and, in a tone that almost resembled a plea, inquired, "Teddy bear, shall we train together after dinner? It may be quite late, you know." Chinyu had already made up his mind. If the teddy bear was unwilling to train, he would not impose his will. After all, the teddy bear had battled throughout the day, and though it had sustained no injuries during the fights, he would never force his fairy creature to partake in activities it did not enjoy. The teddy bear gazed at Chinyu with an inquisitive expression, then glanced back at the Pokémon feed before unexpectedly scooping a handful and offering it to him, as if suggesting that he partake as well. Chinyu was momentarily taken aback by the teddy bear's gesture. Was this child concerned about him going hungry? A wave of emotion washed over him as he accepted the feed from the teddy bear's paw, popping a piece into his mouth. It was somewhat astringent, but not entirely unpalatable. He feigned a look of satisfaction and joy. The teddy bear appeared pleased and continued to enjoy its dinner. To hell with night training. This was the solitary thought that crossed Chinyu's mind as he watched his teddy bear relish its meal. At the Pokémon Center in Azalea Town of the Johto League, a middle-aged man scrutinized the information materials presented by his subordinates, remaining silent for an extended period. Before him stood 5 players, each standing with utmost respect, their faces devoid of expression, patiently awaiting the man's pronouncement. After approximately 3 minutes, the middle-aged man finally spoke in a measured tone. "Xiao Wu, handle this matter." A player capable of achieving 32 consecutive victories with a teddy bear, yet not affiliated with a prominent family, is quite the rarity. It is indeed curious how a player, who seemingly lacks connections to the upper echelons, has acquired information about the Pokémon. The 5th player on the left stepped forward and respectfully announced, "Xiao Wu at your service." With a wave of his hand, the middle-aged man signaled Xiao Wu to depart. Without further ado, Xiao Wu quickly left upon receiving the signal. Meanwhile, in the Johto Alliance's HQ town, an elderly man with white hair addressed a young and strikingly beautiful woman, saying, "My lady, a player from a non-elite faction has been quite active in HQ town today. Thank you for your diligence, Elder Lu," the young woman replied. One player in HQ town hardly warrants family intervention. She gently petted a small Pokémon beside her. The creature was predominantly blue, with its head largely occupied by its mouth and nose. 2 sharp fangs were clearly visible at the tip of its upper jaw, while 3 additional fangs were found on each side of its lower jaw. Its chest bore a yellow pattern that extended to its arms, divided by a central line. It had 5 claws and 3 toes, with red eyes encircled by deep blue or black markings. It was none other than the Croconaw, one of the signature Pokémon of the Johto Alliance. Seeing the young lady's expression and demeanor, the elderly man, who had initially intended to say more, swallowed his words. Countless factions were observing the events surrounding Chunyu's battles with players in HQ town, each holding differing opinions. Nonetheless, Chinyu had undoubtedly entered their line of sight, and the small Pokémon was poised to incite a storm. Chapter 7, World Announcement. The Alliance competitions are officially underway in various regions. Detailed information about the Pokémon has been sent to each trainer's inbox. World announcement. The Alliance competitions are officially underway in various regions. Detailed information about the Pokémon has been sent to each trainer's inbox. World announcement. The Alliance competitions are officially underway in various regions. Detailed information about the Pokémon has been sent to each trainer's inbox. On the second day of the Pokémon server's launch, players across different regions encountered these 3 announcements and promptly checked their mailboxes. Consequently, the Pokémon forums erupted with excitement. Wow! So this is the purpose of the Pokémon Center, gyms, department stores, and game centers. I can't believe I wasted 100 Alliance coins at the game center yesterday. I'm in tears. I just want to know if any of my friends are worse off than I am. Why is my Pokémon so common? Its potential is the lowest tier, white. Stop crying upstairs. Get up. Wait, why am I crying too? Haha, my Pokémon is so ordinary. Apparently, gathering 10 stone fragments allows you to synthesize a complete stone for Pokémon evolution. Is anyone teaming up to challenge the Iwaki City Gym? Let us go. I'm in Rainbow City. Brothers from Iwaki, hold on, I'm in Cheyenne Town. Pokémon Johto Forum. I aspire to become a Pokémon master. The legendary little sprites belong to me, haha. Silly dog. I will acquire shards of the water stone for 100 Alliance coins. First come, first served. To the person above, I offer 101 coins. Will you sell me a shard of stone? Truly amusing. Ah, the little sprites can actually evolve. They are simply adorable. Did that scoundrel brother manage to gather so many stone shards yesterday? Is he a beta tester? Is there a lady above? Fear not. I shall protect you. To the person above, get lost. Who needs your protection? Don't be afraid, dear sister. Your brother is here. I am also a sister. I request a handsome gentleman to lead me to the gym. To the person above, you are a fool. At this very moment, forums across every region are fervently discussing various topics. The most common terms being bandied about include gym, badge, and evolution. Yet, in the Johto forum, the battle involving Chuanyu yesterday seems to have dissipated into obscurity, forgotten by most, and some had not even paid it any heed. In the Huapi Town department store, Chuanyu is purchasing items with his bear cub. He buys 3 super potions, 2 ordinary sweet Pokémon food, 2 awakening potions, and 2 antidotes, totaling 1,400 Alliance coins. Chuanyu reluctantly hands over the 1,400 coins. With an initial amount of 300 plus yesterday's earnings of 1,200. He now finds himself with a mere 100 Alliance coins left. Money truly does not last. This is a universal truth across any world, Chuanyu mused. There was no choice. The awakening potions and antidotes are fundamental items essential for survival in the wilderness. Otherwise, one might encounter grave dangers, even perilously losing their life outdoors. Both trainers and their Pokémon could find themselves in dire straits, thus necessitating Chuanyu's purchase. Trainer, recently our store's antidotes are in short supply. Would you be willing to gather some antidote berries from the Cedar Grove? The department store has issued a quest. Ding. Due to a critical shortage of antidotes at the Huapi Town shop, a quest has been issued to player Chuanyu. Gather 10 antidote berries. Quest reward, 1,000 Alliance coins. 1 Johto Alliance reputation, 10 Huapi Town reputation. I'm sorry. I have many matters to attend to lately, so I cannot assist. My apologies. Without a moment's hesitation, Chuanyu declined the quest. In his previous life, he would have undoubtedly accepted without a second thought. With the Berry Master skill combined with the corresponding task requirements, it would only require a bit of time. But what a joke. Chuanyu clearly remembered how this quest had ensnared countless players in his past life. While there are indeed a few antidote berry trees in the cedar forest, there is also a swarm of bee drills nearby. Players who had accepted this quest in his previous life mostly met with fatal outcomes, and the Pokémon Center was overwhelmed with players seeking aid. They even had to bring in another Nurse Joy from a different location. This antidote berry quest in Huapi Town is notorious for being one of the top 10 most treacherous quests. Chuanyu had no desire to pit his bear cub against dozens, if not hundreds, of bee drills. That would be tantamount to seeking death. This task is better left to those unfortunate souls. Thus, Chuanyu returned to the Pokémon Center in Huapi Town with his bear cub. Miss Joy, how is Bobo recovering? As soon as he arrived at the Pokémon Center, he inquired about Bobo's condition. It fully recovered this morning. Thankfully, it was brought in promptly, so the recovery was relatively swift. Miss Joy maintained a somewhat frosty demeanor towards Chuanyu. Typically, she treated novice trainers in the local league with kindness and patience. Yet her attitude toward Chuanyu held an extra chill. That injury wasn't he inflicted by me, it was self-inflicted. This thought resounded within Chuanyu. Yet he dared not argue with Miss Joy, for it is wise to avoid conflict with medical personnel. Moreover, Miss Joy was acting out of goodwill, despite her lack of knowledge regarding the circumstances. This is Bobo's Pokeball. Please take good care of this child. Chun Yu's expression stiffened. After a brief moment of surrendering his defense, he reluctantly accepted the Pokeball and swiftly distanced himself from Miss Joy. Making his way to the battle arena within the Pokémon Center. The arena was quite empty. Apart from the staff, only Chun Yu was present. He welcomed this outcome, for in his view, the fewer eyes upon him, the better. He had no desire to feel scrutinized with each step he took. Reflecting on Bobo's blue potential stirred excitement within Chun Yu. Although he had previously resolved to allow Bobo to choose its path post-recovery, the prospect of battle ignited his enthusiasm. He understood that a Pokémon willing to engage in combat indicated the possibility of capture. Additionally, the level up of his bear cub further enhanced the likelihood of successfully capturing this Bobo. Come forth, Bobo. Bear cub. Chun Yu tossed out 2 Pokeballs. Upon seeing Chun Yu and the bear cub, the recovered Bobo soared to face the bear cub, its eyes brimming with the spirit of battle. Bear cub, you are my initial partner. Unleash your vigor. Chun Yu encouraged. The fundamental distinction between Pokémon and Pocket Monsters lies in the fact that this is not a turn-based game. In the realm of Pokémon, anything is possible. Akin to the essence of pet Pokémon. Upon sensing Chun Yu's encouragement, the bear cub's morale surged, intensifying its inherent fighting spirit. Chapter 8. Capturing Bobo. Bobo's speed was remarkable. As soon as it entered the fray, it transformed into a streak of white light, charging towards the bear cub. Chun Yu's gaze sharpened. He recognized this as a classic swift attack skill, quick attack. Bear cub, do not evade. Use Leer right where you stand. Upon receiving Chun Yu's command, the bear cub steadfastly fixed its gaze on the incoming white light, refusing to flinch. Bang! As expected, the bear cub's initial move faltered. Receiving a hit from Bobo's quick attack, Bobo appeared largely unaffected, flapping its wings as it hovered midair, poised for its next assault. Chun Yu desperately wished for his bear cub to evade, yet it was utterly incapable of dodging. Without undergoing specialized training, ordinary little sprites could hardly escape the basic attack skills of flying-type sprites. Moreover, the situation was aggravated by the rapid strike of Thunderbolt. Aware of this inevitability, Chun Yu refrained from issuing commands for the bear cub to dodge, opting instead for a strategy that would conserve its stamina. Observing the bear cub withstand a Thunderbolt without collapsing, which seemed to align with its expectations, he prepared for another assault as it transformed into a beam of white light. Charging towards the bear cub once more. Another Thunderbolt? The bear cub mustered its resolve for yet another glare. The outcome was unchanged. The bear cub endured another Thunderbolt, further depleting its energy. Meanwhile, the 2 glares had seemingly little effect on Bobo. The stamina consumed by the 2 Thunderbolts was manageable. The bear cub could still persist. Chun Yu quietly calculated the damage inflicted on Bobo and assessed its condition. Having received 2 glares, Bobo's physical defense should have diminished by 2 levels. Although such defense metrics were not explicitly displayed among little sprites, the effects of the skills were undoubtedly present. In gaming terms, this would be akin to a reduction in armor. Chun Yu sought to weaken Bobo's physical defense through the bear cub's glare, aiming for a decisive blow or significant damage. Bear cub, keep it up. Let's go for another glare. Chun Yu commanded, preempting Bobo's action. The bear cub sprang into action. Bobo, not one to remain idle. Having relished the success of its previous Thunderbolts, repeated the same strategy. It unleashed another Thunderbolt. Bang! Bobo struck again. This time, the bear cub appeared somewhat disheveled. Its right foot unsteady, as if it might topple at any moment. Observing the bear cub's condition, beads of sweat began to form on Chun Yu's forehead. The bear cub's inherent limitations were hindering his strategy. A counterattack was imperative. After 2 Thunderbolts, the bear cub was on the brink of collapse. Estimating the bear cub's stamina, Chun Yu reached this conclusion. The bear cub awaited Bobo's approach. Bobo seemed enamored with the sensation of striking the bear cub with Thunderbolt, almost immediately charging towards it upon receiving Chun Yu's command. This is the moment for you to exchange blows. Bear cub, you scratch. Bang. Uft. As the bear cub was struck by Thunderbolt for the 4th time, it simultaneously landed a scratch on Bobo. Bobo's beak widened in shock, gasping midair, its wings trembling. The bear cub's gaze was peculiar. How could a seemingly ordinary scratch have depleted such a substantial amount of its stamina? How was this possible? At that moment, Bobo's heart brimmed with disbelief. A sprite that had endured 4 Thunderbolts still stood? In contrast, although the scratch had struck Bobo, the bear cub had already suffered 4 Thunderbolts. It was likely holding on by a thread, on the verge of collapse at any moment. Endure, little bear. Do you truly wish to succumb beneath that Pidgey? Your strength surpasses this. Chun Yu felt a chill run down his spine, though he calculated that the bear could withstand at least 2 more attacks. The current strike of lightning seemed more ferocious than ever. A critical hit. To his astonishment, it was indeed a critical hit. Chen Yu mentally assessed the battle. Despite the success of the blood exchange strategy, the little bear was clearly at a significant disadvantage compared to Pidgey. What should he do? After a brief moment, Chen Yu swiftly made a decision. He had no choice but to take a gamble. If he didn't evade, defeat was inevitable, with no retreat possible. The outcome hinged on this one strike from the bear. Little bear, unleash all your might and charge at that Pidgey. With a fierce roar, the bear seemed to bolster its own morale and spirit, charging rapidly towards Pidgey. Surprised by the bear's audacity, Pidgey felt a flicker of irritation. How could it possibly tolerate such affront? It flapped its wings vigorously, summoning a miniature tempest. Raging storm. This is precisely what I awaited. The bear swiftly maneuvered behind Pidge, executing a flurry of scratches. Upon receiving the command, the bear changed direction, darting in from the side, successfully evading Pidgey's devastating attack. Pidgey, witnessing its signature move being evaded, wore a bewildered expression as the bear circled behind. It ceased its wing flapping and turned to confront the bear, only to find not the charging bear, but a pair of glowing white claws. The bear, having circled behind Pidgey, unleashed its scratching skill, landing for consecutive blows. Pidgey's physical defense plummeted by 3 levels. With a resounding thud, Pidgey plummeted from the sky to the ground after enduring the flurry of scratches. Observing the dazed Pidgey and the bear, who was panting heavily, Chen Yu realized that he had emerged victorious in this capture battle. Through his understanding of the skills, estimation of stamina, and a stroke of fortune, he had triumphed. Though he despised the blood exchange tactic, it was the only method available to him at present. Retrieving both Pokémon, Chen Yu felt a wave of elation as he made his way to Nurse Joy. How could you let this child get injured again? And this time, with 2 Pokémon. You, as a trainer, truly. Nurse Joy was taken aback as she noticed Chen Yu returning just 5 minutes after he had left, and now, another Pokémon required treatment. She felt an overwhelming urge to care for these 2 Pokémon herself. How could a novice trainer be so careless with their companions? Moreover, Chen Yu had already been categorized as a ruthless and heartless trainer. I apologize for the inconvenience, Miss Joy. Chen Yu dared not meet Miss Joy's gaze, his eyes wandering restlessly. Regardless of the circumstances, he was indeed in the wrong. His Pidgey had just begun to battle, although there were reasons behind it. Miss Joy only perceived the outcome, and whether she would believe his defense remained uncertain. Consequently, Chen Yu adopted a demeanor of guilt and embarrassment. Please return in 10 minutes to collect your Pokémon. Miss Joy examined the status of the 2 Pokeballs and noted that they were merely lacking in stamina. Her tone softened, losing the previous chill as she resumed her duties. 10 minutes later, under the scrutiny of Miss Joy's complex expression, Chen Yu fled the Pokémon Center with his Pokémon in hand. Phew, Miss Joy from Chai Pai Town is truly formidable. At that moment, this was the sole sentiment occupying Chen Yu's mind. However, setting that thought aside, Chen Yu glanced at Pidgey's affection level and a smile returned to his face. Pidgey's affection had risen from a mere 5 to 57, surpassing the threshold required for battle command. This signified that he had successfully captured a Pidgey of blue potential. In a moment of exhilaration, Chen Yu accessed his interface panel. Name, Chen Yu. Occupation, Pokémon Trainer, Novice. Age, 20. Title, None items. Alliance Sportswear, Common. 2 Standard Pokeballs, 3 Super Potions, 2 Common Pokémon Food, Sweet, 2 Awakening Potions, 2 Antidotes, 3 Firestone Shards, 4 Waterstone Shards, 2 Thunderstone Shards, 3 Leafstone Shards, 1 Everstone Skills, Berry Expert 1, Passive, Berries, 3 Black Apricorns. Valuable items, 1 Stone Shard, Pokédex, Johto Region, Pokémon, Teddiursa, Common. Pidgey, Common, Money, 100 Alliance Coins. Chapter 9. Mr. Steel. After perusing his interface, Chen Yu pondered for a moment and resolved to visit Mr. Steele's abode. If there were any must-visit locations in Chai Pai Town, there were but 3, the Drowsy Well, the Pine Forest, and Mr. Steele's Forge. The Drowsy Well was a site from his previous life that one had to visit in Chai Pai Town. Not only was it guaranteed to encounter various Drowsies, but one could potentially capture them simply by tossing a Pokeball without engaging in battle. Yet, this was not the reason for its fame. The well randomly produced the proof of the king. As for the Pine Forest, it was a trio of words that Chen Yu would never forget in his lifetime. Within the Pine Forest lay a shrine dedicated to the forest god, Shalebi. In his previous life, Chen Yu had followed the Rocket Gang's forces into the Pine Forest, encircling a Shalebi, which ultimately led to his rebirth and traversal. Thus, he could never erase the memory of this location and the Pokémon Shalebi from his mind. Certainly, aside from the Shrine of Shalebi, the Forest of Pines harbors numerous rare and even elusive Pokémon. For instance, one might encounter Paras, Noctowl, and Psyduck among its inhabitants. The final destination is none other than the Forge of Mr. Steel. At this juncture, Mr. Steel's reputation in this realm is known to but a handful. Even esteemed families could scarcely glean much about Mr. Steel on the second day of the game's launch. In a previous life, it was a fortuitous twist of fate when a certain player shared a special Pokeball, thereby unveiling Mr. Steel's existence. By the time the players of the Johto League caught wind of it, Mr. Steel's resources had already been appropriated by the elite and the prominent families. However, as an avid fan of Pokémon, Chinyu, a recluse from Earth, would surely not be unaware of Mr. Steel's stature. Mr. Steel's residence is situated to the northwest of Ilex Forest. After inquiring with a few passersby in Ilex, Chinyu successfully located the abode. From the outside, Mr. Steel's home appears quite unassuming, featuring a modest collection of small wooden cabins and a yard brimming with white round kumquat trees. Knock, knock. May I inquire if Mr. Steel is home? Chinyu stepped into the yard, valiantly suppressing the urge to pluck the kumquat fruits, and rapped gently on the door of Mr. Steel's house. Grandpa, I'll get the door. Before Chinyu could see anyone, a youthful, somewhat childish voice resonated from within the house. Hello there, big brother. This is the Steel residence. My name is Chihiro Steel. How may I assist you? A little girl clad in a blue dress opened the wooden door, her face alight with joy at the arrival of a visitor. Chihiro Steel is the sole granddaughter of Mr. Steel and is cherished deeply by him. Greetings, Chihiro. Might Mr. Steel be at home? I have a matter to discuss with him. Oh, so you've come to see Grandpa. Please, do follow me. Chihiro, though slightly disappointed that Shunyu was seeking her grandfather, led him inside the house. The interior of the wooden cabin felt somewhat warm and was remarkably simple in its decor, featuring merely a wooden table, 3 cushions, and a tea set. Please, have a seat. An elderly gentleman with graying temples sat cross-legged on one of the cushions, sipping an unknown tea. His hands, steady as he held the cup, spoke of strength, and his eyes sparkled with vitality. Were it not for his silvered hair, one might easily mistake Mr. Steel for a man in the prime of life. Upon hearing Mr. Steel's words, Chinyu, eschewing any pretension, chose a cushion and knelt down. A novice trainer, are we? What brings you here? Mr. Steel inquired, setting down his cup with curiosity. Novice trainer Chinyu, at your service, master of Pokeball craftsmanship, Mr. Steel. Oh, I didn't expect that after all these years. There would still be trainers who remember this old relic. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have discovered a master-level artisan. Name, Mr. Steel. Affection, 5 skill, master of Pokeball crafting. Beginner in pottery. Upon hearing Chunyu's words, Mr. Steel exhibited a hint of surprise and chose to remain silent, seemingly awaiting further elaboration from Chinyu. From a young age, I have held a deep admiration for Mr. Steel, with the lifelong aspiration of becoming his disciple and learning to craft Pokeballs from round citrus fruits. After listening to Chinyu, Mr. Steel refrained from speaking, instead lifting the teacup from the table and taking a calm sip of tea. After a prolonged silence, he finally turned his gaze towards Chinyu and spoke slowly. Aside from 3 years ago, when a trainer came to me with a ball for research, you are the second trainer I have encountered in my home. Mr. Steel paused deliberately when mentioning the ball, observing Chunyu's expression, which revealed only reverence. He took another sip of his tea before continuing. However, I do not accept novice trainers as disciples. What must one do to persuade the master to craft a special Pokeball? Chinyu pressed on. Provide the round citrus fruit as material along with compensation, Mr. Steel replied. Upon hearing this, Chinyu retrieved 3 black round citrus fruits from his backpack and placed them on the wooden table. As you can see, master, I am a novice trainer and do not possess many alliance coins. May I assist you in some way to cover the compensation? Chinyu inquired. Mr. Steel chuckled, glancing at the somewhat disheartened Qianhui beside him. Then I shall trouble you to accompany Qianhui to the grove to gather some round citrus fruits. Ding. As player Chinyu proposed to substitute labor for compensation, a task was issued to him. Collect 3 red round citrus fruits, 3 green round citrus fruits, and 3 pink round citrus fruits. Task rewards, 2 special Pokeballs, 10 affection points for Steel Qianhui, and 5 affection points for Mr. Steel. Without hesitation, Chinyu promptly accepted the task. Qianhui, who had been feeling somewhat dejected, brightened at the prospect of gathering round citrus fruits with a trainer, her smile radiating more joy than when she had been at the door earlier. Then off you go to the grove. I shall take a moment to rest. And I entrust Qianhui to you, Mr. Steel declared, effectively dismissing them as he rose and retreated into the inner room. Oh, finally, someone to play with me, big brother. Qianhui will take you to explore all kinds of round citrus fruits. Qianhui exclaimed, having miraculously found a bamboo basket, and she eagerly grasped Qianyu's hand, ready to dash outside. Following Qianyu's lead, Qianyu wore a faint smile, yet his heart surged with tumultuous thoughts. A trainer with a ball from 3 years ago? Qianyu recalled his previous conversation with Mr. Steele, and there were numerous reasons for refraining from further inquiry. On one hand, he was not well acquainted with Mr. Steele and felt it inappropriate to pry into personal matters upon their first meeting. On the other hand, when requesting someone to craft a special Pokeball, it was prudent to keep the focus on the task at hand. Nevertheless, he could not disregard the significance of the word ball, as his familiarity with the realm of Pokémon made its implications all too clear. Only one trainer has come to seek out Mr. Steele with a ball. This implies that Master Yi had indeed made an appearance in the town of Hoopy 3 years ago during the Johto League. Following this line of reasoning, Qianyu arrived at a conclusion that he had never before imagined. If all his deductions were grounded in reality, then it was conceivable that he might actually meet Master Yi. Unbeknownst to him, a bold idea began to germinate within his heart at that very moment. Chapter 10. The Cedar Forest. The Cedar Forest lies to the west of Hoopy Town. At the onset of the game, it is likely that few players venture there, for the Cedar Forest is a level higher than the novice monster hunting grounds. To illustrate, the Hoopy Forest, situated to the east of Hoopy Town, serves as the birthplace for beginners. The wild Pokémon there are generally of a lower level and typically do not engage players or other Pokémon in combat. Journeying to the Cedar Forest was certainly within Qianyu's plans, although his previous life had led to his rebirth in this very spot. It did not deter him from searching for items at the Shalebi Shrine. The location of the Shalebi Shrine within the Cedar Forest remains uncertain. Even in his past life, Team Rocket expended considerable effort to pinpoint its whereabouts. However, there were 2 exceptions, Mr. Steele and the girl, Qianyu, before him. Our first destination is the grove of green round citrus trees. Big brother, you must protect Qianyu, she exclaimed with a cheerful smile, holding a bamboo basket as she skipped along merrily. Pokeballs crafted solely from green round citrus fruits are known as friend balls. Their success rate in capturing ordinary Pokémon is akin to that of the standard red and white Pokeballs. However, once a Pokémon is captured with a friend ball, its affection level skyrockets to 200. Such a staggering number, yet friend balls are not easily obtained. Mr. Steele rarely crafts them for various reasons. Big brother, did you know? Qianyu is quite remarkable. She knows hundreds of berry types and can even make Pokeballs from monochrome round citrus fruits. She chirped. The green round citrus can be used to create friend balls, you know. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have discovered an intermediate artisan. Name, Steele Qianyu. Affection, 10 skill. Pokeball creation, intermediate. Weaving beginner. Oh? Who would have thought that Qianyu was an intermediate artisan? It is no wonder, as she usually accompanies her grandfather to the market or comes to the Cedar Forest to pick round citrus fruits, with little else for entertainment. Spending all day with Mr. Steele, it would indeed be strange if she did not know how to craft Pokeballs. With this thought in mind, Qianyu felt a sense of relief. Yet, in an instant, a daring idea flashed through Qianyu's mind. Qianyu, could you teach me how to make Pokeballs from round citrus fruits? Please. He halted his steps, bowing respectfully to her as he earnestly inquired. No, Qianyu is not good at teaching, she exclaimed, startled by Qianyu's gesture, swiftly waving her hands in refusal. His request caught her completely off guard. Once again met with rejection, he felt no frustration. In order to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Qianyu promptly shifted the conversation to a different topic. Just then, a rustling sound emerged from a nearby thicket. Upon hearing this noise, Qianyu quickly made a judgment. Come out, Pidgey. Be on guard. If any foes appear, unleash a powerful storm. This sound must be that of a bee drill. The numbers must not be substantial, otherwise they would have attacked us by now. What a joke. We barely entered the cedar grove, and already we are threatened by a swarm of bee drills. Big brother, we need to hurry. During this time, bee drills venture out to seek pollen and are not typically near the green citrus trees. Qianyu urged Qianyu, her tone tinged with urgency. Wait a moment, Qianyu, are you saying the green citrus trees are near the bee drills? Qianyu swallowed hard, his voice slightly choked. Qianyu glanced at him, still smiling brightly. Yes, but I've never been stung. My grandfather always lends me his Raichu. Please make sure to bring Raichu back when we return, okay? A chill ran down Qianyu's spine. She had never experienced the piercing sting of a bee drill, especially not the sensation of being pursued by hundreds of them. That would be quite exhilarating. Qianyu seemed to recall something, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Big brother will protect Qianyu, right? She asked, glancing at the seemingly proud Pidgey, her voice betraying a hint of trepidation. Of course, but we should move quickly. Qianyu's tongue trembled slightly. A Pidgey could withstand at most 2 or 3 bee drills. but if a swarm appeared, it would be better to flee. The reason they had not run earlier was that the sound indicated there was likely only a lone bee drill. Chen Yu was over 90% confident that Pidgey could handle a single bee drill, and he could gain valuable battle experience from the encounter. After conversing with Qianhui, he had no choice but to propose they advance by running, a suggestion that Qianhui accepted without hesitation, even surpassing Chen Yu's pace. Approximately 5 minutes later, they arrived at a slightly more open area, revealing 3 small trees laden with green fruits. Big brother, we can only collect 3 at most, which means we can only pick 1 fruit from each tree, Qianhui declared as she walked straight towards the trees, ready to harvest the green citrus. Chen Yu's initial plan to take advantage of this opportunity to gather a few citrus fruits was dashed. Instead of following Qianhui to pick, he remained with Pidgey, keeping watch. Once Qianhui had collected her 3 green citrus fruits, they swiftly departed from the area. Chen Yu had no desire to linger and risk an encounter with hundreds of bee drills. It's been a while since I ran. I'm so happy to be out here with Big Brother, completing Grandpa's task, Qianhui panted, speaking to Chen Yu. Was she truly just an innocent little girl? Uncertain of the reason, Chen Yu found himself feeling a twinge of trepidation upon witnessing Qianhui's smile, as if he had unwittingly become her plaything. Moreover, upon reflection, it appeared that her previous expressions, though adorned with a smile, harbored a hint of cunning that he had failed to notice at first. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Panting, Chen Yu hastened his steps, nearly leaping forward, escaping the scene with an urgency akin to flight. Next, he sought the red round citrus fruit, which could be used to craft level balls. In essence, if the level of a wild Pokémon was lower than that of the battling Pokémon, the likelihood of capture would increase, with a greater disparity yielding an even higher chance. The red round citrus fruit was discovered in a secluded area by a stream in the pine forest. He encountered several green caterpillars and horned beetles, all of which contributed to Bobo's battle experience. He had already completed 2/3 of his task. Big brother. Next, we are headed to a special place, where only pink round citrus fruits can be found. Can you guess where the pink round citrus fruit is? Near the shrine of the forest god. Chen Yu replied almost instinctively, without a moment's thought. Indeed, Big brother is quite impressive to know about the shrine of the forest god. Qianhui beamed, showering him with unabashed praise. However, instead of feeling elated by her commendation, Chen Yu grew increasingly aware that Qianhui might not be as innocent as he had initially presumed. Yet, he dismissed such thoughts and followed in her footsteps. The pink round citrus fruit could be used to create love balls, which had an 8-fold higher success rate for capturing Pokémon that belonged to the same evolutionary line but differed in gender. Each type of special Pokéball served its own purpose and yielded remarkable effects, which was why Chen Yu was determined to visit Mr. Steel as his first stop. Big brother, what do you think a legendary Pokémon should be like? Qianhui asked casually as they walked. Chen Yu was taken aback by her sudden question. However, upon the mention of legendary Pokémon, a shadow flitted through his mind, that of a small creature cloaked in darkness. A sight he had seen once among the Pokémon and found unforgettable. Legendary Pokémon come in various types. Which category are you referring to? Chen Yu countered. Qianhui paused, surprised that Chen Yu would respond with a question of his own. She scrutinized him anew, pondering how this novice trainer not only knew his grandfather was a master Pokéball craftsman, but also recognized the shrine of the forest god, and could articulate that legendary Pokémon were categorized. A chill ran through her, though her smile remained intact. Then what kind of Pokémon do you think the forest god is? Though somewhat extreme and harsh, I have always believed that the forest deity should not manifest before humanity. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yu articulated these thoughts. At the moment when Qianhui posed her question, Chen Yu had already discerned the reason behind the subtle insincerity and slyness in her smile. He recalled his prior understanding on Earth, where he was aware that a Pokéball could capture Shalebi. Within the lore of these creatures, Mr. Steel, upon researching the Pokéball, discovered that it was crafted using a net made from golden and silver feathers, a net capable of ensnaring time and space. Upon deriving this conclusion, Mr. Steel immediately associated it with the forest deity and chose to live in seclusion to protect it. Naturally, Qianhui would share the responsibility of safeguarding the forest deity. If she were to suspect any ulterior motives on my part concerning the forest deity, she would be gravely mistaken. Should Qianhui feel uneasy, she could simply gather pink citrus fruits while I wait nearby. If memory serves, there are no small creatures in the vicinity of the forest deity's shrine that would actively attack humans. Furthermore, there are no bee drills in that area. After speaking, Chen Yu gestured invitingly in a certain direction. What do you mean? Qianhui exclaimed, astonished by how this novice trainer knew the location of the forest deity's shrine. The direction Chinyu indicated was none other than where they had first harvested green citrus fruits. Do you believe me now? Chinyu smiled. He had already sensed something amiss during their previous conversation. In his past life, he had known the location of the forest deity's shrine, which was not only home to green citrus fruits, but also pink ones. There was only one area in the towering forest where green citrus fruits could be found. A place teeming with life where small creatures could experience an unprecedented tranquility. That was indeed the vicinity of the forest deity's shrine. His cooperation with Qianhui throughout their journey stemmed from a desire to ascertain her intentions, as well as a personal journey through the towering forest. After all, it was here that he had been reborn and traversed in his previous life, stirring deep reflections within him. Upon hearing Qianyu's words, Qianhui deflated like a punctured balloon, her previous exuberance fading, her smile gradually solidifying into a more solemn expression. Let us return and present the citrus fruits to grandfather. As for the pink ones, I'll gather those myself. You should also return your Pokémon. I've already sprayed the golden mist as I entered the towering forest. Qianhui spoke with a hint of irritation, her expression complex as she slowly walked ahead of Chinyu. Observing her demeanor, Chinyu felt a pang in his heart, a sense of empathy for her plight. After all, Qianhui was but a child, and the feeling of her mission being compromised was undoubtedly distressing. He could deeply relate to her emotions. Do you understand why I believe the forest deity should avoid contact with humans? Without waiting for Qianhui's response, Chinyu simultaneously released his teddy bear Pokémon. In this world, where the majority are Pokémon trainers, who among them would not yearn to capture legendary creatures? However, beings like the Forest Guardian possess their own sacred missions. Capturing them would disrupt a delicate balance. Should this equilibrium falter, it could reverberate through a forest, an entire region, or even the entire Pokémon ecosystem. I am indeed a trainer, and I desire for my Pokémon to grow powerful. For such strength is a mark of honor, a glory that belongs solely to trainers. Yet, humanity's greed is the original sin. Even I cannot deny my longing for the Forest Guardian to become my Pokémon, but I am acutely aware that I must refrain from such actions. Not everyone adheres to this principle. Thus, it is wiser for the Forest Guardian to minimize contact with humans, even if this notion seems harsh. Is what Big Brother said true? Qihui pondered deeply after listening to Chunyu's discourse, as it echoed sentiments expressed by her grandfather about the insatiable greed of trainers. Chinyu had once again reshaped her perspective. He did not respond to Qihui's question, but instead reached out to gently pet his teddy Ursa and Pidgey. Smiling at her, ding. Due to player Chunyu's remarks influencing Steel Qihui's perspective, her affection for him has increased by 50. Ding. It has been detected that Steel Qihui's affection for the player has reached 60, allowing the option to invite her to travel together. Travel together? Although Chunyu had no companions in his previous life, he had often seen posts showcasing players with travel partners, their videos and images evoking a sense of envy. Such companions not only represented new strength, but would prove even more crucial during significant events 6 months hence. However, that is a tale for another time. I shall not invite her. Chinyu had already contemplated his choice of travel companion, and he deemed Chihui's assistance to be minimal. Furthermore, the likelihood of a successful invitation was exceedingly low, rendering it an unwise use of a valuable partnership opportunity. So, Chihui, shall we keep this our little secret? Will you tell Mr. Steele? Chinyu inquired. Upon hearing this, Chihui's expression transformed from one of melancholy to a bright smile, imbued with a distinct mischievousness. Absolutely. But Big Brother must let Teddy Ursa play with me. The unsuspecting Teddy Ursa, previously embroiled in a quarrel with Pidgey, felt an inexplicable chill when Chihui suddenly requested its company. Its bright eyes slowly turned toward Chunyu, glistening with unshed tears, as if pleading for mercy. Even Pidgey, typically proud, gazed at Teddy Ursa with a mix of sympathy and a hint of schadenfreude. Not a problem. I will have Pidgey accompany you as well. Chunyu replied without hesitation. Chapter 12. The return to Hinoki Forest. In the end, Chunyu never visited the shrine of the forest god, instead choosing to wait nearby for Qianhui to gather the pink round citrus fruits. Even though Qianhui had agreed to let him accompany her, this behavior only reinforced her perception of Chunyu as a unique trainer. She had experienced a similar sentiment 3 years prior, though the details, when it occurred and with whom, eluded her memory. Mr. Iron, here are the round citrus fruits you requested. Chunyu presented the fruits he had gathered from the cypress grove, awaiting the completion of his task. As he handed over the fruits, Qianhui whispered a few words into Mr. Iron's ear. Mr. Iron's expression shifted from initial surprise to calm, culminating in a nod of acknowledgement. Actually, during your absence, I have transformed your black round citrus fruit into a Pokeball. Ding. Congratulations to player Chunyu for completing Mr. Iron's commission, earning rewards. 1 weight ball, 1 speed ball, an increase of 5 in Mr. Iron's favorability, and an increase of 10 in Qianhui's favorability. Mr. Iron, I distinctly recall that I only provided you with black round citrus fruits. Why do I now have a speed ball? Qianyu inquired, perplexed. Consider it a reward. I need to rest now. Indeed, as I age, even a little exertion makes my bones feel like they might crumble, Mr. Iron remarked, stretching his arms before gesturing for Qianyu to leave as he retreated into the inner room. Big brother, would you like to know what Qianhui just discussed with Grandpa? Qianhui approached Qianyu with a spark of curiosity in her eyes after Mr. Iron had entered the room. Will you tell me, Qianhui? Also, could you share your contact information? Qianyu replied. Upon hearing Qianyu's request for her contact details, Qianhui's eyes glistened with tears as she realized his intent. Are you going on a journey, big brother? Qianyu nodded silently, feeling a twinge of sadness. After entering the virtual reality synchronization on the main interface, he had come to perceive this world as a tangible reality. Every expression of Qianhui's was now vividly real to him. She was not just a character, but a living, breathing girl. Then you must promise to keep in touch with Qianhui regularly. She had initially planned to play games with the bear cub later. Qianhui handed her contact information to Qianyu. Ding. Contact details for Mr. Iron's household have been recorded successfully. You can now connect with this contact using any communication device. After receiving the notification of successful recording, Qianyu did not leave immediately. Instead, he retrieved a round, smooth stone from his backpack, emanating a subtle aura of mystery. This is a Everstone. It is the only gift I can offer at this moment. It allows a Pokémon to reach a certain level without evolving. I am giving it to you. Fragments of evolution stones, when accumulated to 10, automatically combine into a complete item. Adding the 3 existing fragments to the 7 previously at the Pokémon Center, Qianyu felt the weight of his journey ahead. It was precisely 10, which instantly fused into a stone of permanence. As for what kind of healing medicine to present as a gift, what a jest. A young girl who treats golden spray as a mere toy, offering healing medicine to others? The price of that golden spray exceeds that of the healing medicine by more than double, and some department stores cannot even procure it. However, Qihui felt somewhat embarrassed, for she had no gift for her elder brother. She felt a twinge of shame at the thought of the intermediate and advanced Pokeballs she had crafted herself, as her grandfather had just given Qianyu 2 special Pokeballs. If Qianyu were aware of Qihui's thoughts at that moment, he would undoubtedly leap up in excitement and declare, "Who says I don't want them? Anyone who says I don't want them, I shall have words with. I will gladly accept as many intermediate or advanced balls as are offered. Even ordinary Pokeballs must be included. Oh, at the Cedar Grove. Didn't Qihui already present a gift to me?" Qianyu chuckled, rising from the cushion and donning his shoes, preparing to depart. Wait a moment, big brother. This is a book my grandfather gave me when I was 5 years old. It holds great sentimental value. I want to give it to you. Qihui called out to Qianyu, pulling from somewhere a somewhat worn book. Ding. Book discovered. Wild Berry Compendium has been automatically saved to important items. Well then, Qihui, do keep in touch, Qianyu said as he reached the door, waving farewell. Be sure to reach out to me. Safe travels. Qihui reluctantly bid farewell to Qianyu, believing that any trainer who would not harm the forest deity was a kind-hearted trainer. Over the years, she had only interacted with 2 trainers. For a little girl, what could possibly rival the bonds of childhood friendship? Qianyu glanced back at Mr. Steele's home, his expression a blend of complexity, yet he chose to leave, slowly making his way towards the Cedar Grove. At this moment, Qianyu's thoughts were straightforward. He aimed to level up Pidgey and Teddiursa, enhancing their skills. After all, in Cedar Town, there was a gym belonging to the Johto League. In this life, Qianyu's aspirations were simple, to journey through various league regions, ideally retracing the steps of his mentor, Professor Oak. In 6 months, his Pokémon would become inseparable companions. The challenge of battling the 8 gyms of the Johto League was his first ambition. A fierce determination ignited in Qianyu's eyes, an indomitable will surging within him. The gym in Cedar Town was an insect-type gym, presided over by a leader named Abai, who utilized 2 insect-type Pokémon. However, Qianyu was currently unaware of the specific types of Pokémon Abai would employ. After all, in his previous life, he had joined Team Rocket, which precluded him from becoming a legitimate league trainer, let alone openly challenging the league gyms. Simultaneously, the Pokémon Forum had become inaccessible following the significant events of the past 6 months. Within that time frame, no players would post any information regarding league gyms. Regardless of the region, Qianyu was acutely aware of the unfolding events and recognized that this 6-month period represented his golden opportunity. Seizing the moment would pave the way for a more exhilarating life ahead, potentially allowing him to challenge the City Alliance and even travel across various regions. At this juncture, The cypress forest was teeming with individuals, as everyone, after receiving the global announcement, had a rudimentary understanding of the game's mechanics. Nurture your Pokémon and engage in battle. Thus far, no one had ventured to challenge the Alliance Gym. It was not for lack of desire, but rather because they could not even enter the gym's main entrance. The reason? The sign at the entrance of the Cypress Gym clearly stated, trainers possessing 2 Pokémon or a league badge may enter. This indicated a requirement for level 22 battles. However, just 2 days into the game's inception, everyone was merely equipped with their starter Pokémon, and some even remained oblivious to the methods of capturing Pokémon. To challenge the gym? That was tantamount to courting disaster. Moreover, the Pokémon's levels were far too low to withstand gym battles. Upon realizing that Pokémon could gain experience through combat, and considering the Cypress Forest was the birthplace for novice trainers, where wild Pokémon were not overly powerful, players flocked to the forest in droves. Why, one might ask, did Chinyu not venture to the Pokémon Center's battle arena to gamble once more? Sometimes, being the center of attention can be quite uncomfortable. Having lived 2 lives, Chinyu understood this principle all too well. Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby. Look, a player has captured a Pokémon. Really? Where? Where? Wow. So impressive. Can you show me how? One player caught Chinyu's eye. He looked remarkably familiar. Isn't that my kindergarten classmate? I know that player. Haha. He's the boyfriend of my neighbor's niece's teacher's daughter. What a beautiful Pokémon. Just as Chinyu prepared to lead his bear cub and Pidgey in search of training targets, a ruckus ensued not far away. Chapter 13. Star player, wait a moment. Isn't that Tian Go? My husband, Tian. Tian Go? No way, it's really him. Who is Tian? Is he the streamer from the global live broadcast? No way. It's truly him. As Chinyu followed the sounds and the crowd, he gradually approached. Discovering a remarkably dashing player at the center of the throng, his bangs dramatically swept aside. So flamboyant. The sight of this so-called Tian Go only evoked that singular impression in Chinyu's mind. His gaze shifted to the 2 Pokémon in the arena. One resembled a bulbous plant with round feet, possessing red bead-like eyes and 5 green leaves sprouting from its head, one leaf bending backward at its tip. It bore some scrapes, and its expression conveyed a hint of pain. A walking grass type. One of the creatures is entirely crimson, save for its abdomen and the lower part of its mouth, which are a soft beige, marked by a straight line down the center of its belly. It possesses a pair of black antennae atop its head and 3 pairs of azure hands, adorned with white gloves that feature a circular design in their center. Its wings are decorated with 5 black dots, distinguishing it from ladybugs, which typically have 6. Its large, expressive eyes lend it an endearing quality. A ladybug? Is there some mistake? The last rare creature I encountered was a magma worm, and now another rare one has appeared. Could it be that in this lifetime, rare creatures have become commonplace? In just a few days, I have already spotted 2 rare beings in Cypress Town, although I remain uncertain of their potential. The odds are indeed exceedingly slim. Thank you, everyone. Thank you all. Upon noticing the crowd recognizing him, Tian smiled, yet he did not retract his initial little creature. The ladybug, nor the walking grass he had just captured. He had intended to maintain a low profile, but the enthusiasm of the crowd was overwhelming. By the way, at 8 o'clock tonight, there will be a global live broadcast where I will share my experiences in capturing creatures. Tian skillfully gauged the atmosphere, his words and expressions reflecting a seasoned charm. Will Brother Tian share how to capture walking grass? Is Brother Tian looking for a new girlfriend? Little sister seeks protection. Brother Tian is magnificent. Brother Tian is awe-inspiring. Chinyu furrowed his brow, contemplating the capture process Tian might have employed, using the ladybug's ultrasonic waves to confuse the walking grass before striking to capture it. While he surmised the general method Tian had utilized, he noted a significant flaw. Neglecting to treat the walking grass was not the mark of a good trainer. Chinyu's keen eyes noticed the minor abrasions on the walking grass. Although not severe, the creature was undoubtedly enduring some pain, with memories from 2 lifetimes. His level of care and concern for these creatures surpassed that of most others. His earlier words to Qian Hui in the cedar forest were not mere theatrics, but a heartfelt expression. Over there, Brother Tian. My personal suggestion is that you should promptly take your walking grass to the Pokémon Center for treatment. At the very least, return it to its Pokeball. Just as Tian reveled in the enthusiastic interaction with his fans, a voice, jarringly out of sync with the surrounding atmosphere, pierced the air. Tian was taken aback. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Even the ladybug and walking grass paused in bewilderment. All eyes turned towards the source of the sound. A player, clad in an unremarkable league tracksuit, stood at the edge, his expression calm, as if he were merely a passerby among countless others. Tion remained silent, and the surrounding players naturally followed suit, waiting for something. Did you not notice the abrasions on the walking grass? The Pokémon Center offers free treatment. And it's only a few steps away, is it not? Chinyu seemed unfazed by the gazes of the surrounding players, his eyes fixed on Tion. His tone laced with inquiry. Who are you? Just an ordinary player. Do you recognize me? Before this moment, I had never heard of your name. And who are you to instruct my little sprite? Tion and Chinyu engaged in a back-and-forth dialogue. Chinyu remained remarkably composed, whereas Tion exhibited a rising agitation, his face flushed with indignation. It was akin to a lofty figure being provoked by a mere mouse. Indeed, who does Tion think he is, a renowned gaming streamer? Is it within your purview as a bystander to interfere in his affairs? That injured Oddish? It was perfectly fine standing there. Truly, one must be blind. Merely a minor abrasion. An abrasion? It could very well be a birthmark of that Oddish. It has nothing to do with my brother Tion. Absolutely. Do you assume my brother Tion is a scoundrel? Hey, why does this fool seem somewhat familiar? Familiar? Why do I feel as though I recognize him? Hey, is this the scoundrel brother? A girl timidly interjected amidst the crowd's vehement criticism of Chinyu. What the hell? Am I truly the scoundrel brother? Uft. Ha. Let me laugh for half an hour. The scoundrel brother is concerned for an injured Oddish. Ha. This is too much. Has the scoundrel brother turned over a new leaf? Ha. Tion felt a bit dazed. How could everyone transform so dramatically from calm to this uproar merely because a girl uttered the name scoundrel brother? Ha. Brother Tion. Go search for scoundrel brother on the Pokémon City forum. Ha. After hearing a player's suggestion, Tion opened the forum and began to browse. After about 5 minutes, he closed the forum, his expression alternating between shades of blue and red. Since rising to fame on the streaming platform, Tion had encountered numerous individuals attempting to leverage his success for their own gain, whether they were fellow streamers or brand advertisers. Yet, never had anyone been so impolite. And now, an unknown player dares to meddle in my affairs, especially while I was in the midst of pretending? Let's not even mention that you, a scoundrel responsible for injuring a Pokémon and placing it in jeopardy, have the audacity to concern yourself with me? Were it not for the multitude of players surrounding us, Tion's clenched fist would surely have made intimate contact with Chinyu's face. I merely suggested that the Oddish you captured is now your Pokémon. How you choose to interact with her is entirely your business, Chinyu stated before preparing to depart. Continuing to dwell on this matter would yield no benefit, and the onlookers seemed eager to resurrect the unfortunate misunderstandings surrounding the scoundrel brother. You bastard! What do you mean by that? Tion glared at Chinyu, infuriated by his demeanor. You toss around suggestions as if playing the saint, ready to blame me for everything, and then you just plan to walk away? It's of no consequence. I offered a suggestion. Whether you accept it is your prerogative. After providing my suggestion, I wish to attend to my own matters. Do you dare to battle me in Pokémon? Tion, filled with rage, felt an overwhelming urge to slap Chinyu across the face. If it weren't for the fear of losing followers or the possibility of a video surfacing, he genuinely believed he might have toppled this so-called scoundrel brother to the ground. No way. Tion Go is set to battle scoundrel brother? If memory serves me right, hasn't scoundrel brother achieved a staggering 32 consecutive victories? What? This fool boasts 32 consecutive wins. The server has only been live for a few days. Hey, let me tell you, the situation is as follows. Damn it. Doesn't that mean he possesses numerous evolution stone fragments? Does scoundrel brother truly have an epic level Pokémon? Absolutely. That bear cub may seem adorably innocent, but in reality, it is ferociously formidable, indeed an epic level Pokémon. As Tion proposed the Pokémon battle, the surrounding players instantly buzzed with discussions. What caught Tion's attention, however, was not merely the possession of an epic Pokémon, but rather the shocking 32 consecutive victories. What a joke. The server has only been live for a few days, and this scoundrel brother has already fought 32 Pokémon battles, and won them all. Tion swallowed hard. He wasn't foolish. He noticed a shift in his gaze towards Chinyu. Upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd and observing Tion's expression, Chinyu paused momentarily before gently uttering, I'm sorry, I must decline. Chapter 14. Night Training. I'm sorry, I must decline. Chinyu stated calmly. What a farce. To engage in another Pokémon battle before such a large audience? He wished to remain low-key and gradually acquire those invaluable resources from his memories. If he became the center of attention, it would likely become exceedingly difficult to maneuver thereafter. This time, he was to battle a prominent streamer? Hence, he did not hesitate to refuse Tion's challenge. Upon hearing Chinyu's rejection of his challenge, Tion's expression turned notably complex. Although it seemed unnecessary to face a player with 32 consecutive victories, the disdainful expression and attitude of this scoundrel brother felt like a personal affront. Tion's heart ached, overwhelmed by a sense of pride crushed and honor trampled. Ha ha, has the scoundrel backed down? Afraid to battle Tian-Gu? Indeed, Tian-Gu now possesses 2 Pokémon. What does it matter if you have an epic-level Pokémon? A scoundrel is still a scoundrel. Tian-Gu, let it go. Don't let a scoundrel get to you. Yes, Tian-Gu, adjust your mindset. You have a live stream tonight. Darling, if scoundrel brother is timid, let him be. Share your experiences tonight. If all else fails, little sister has her contact info. Just you? Dinosaur girl. Dare to say that again. Tian-Gu, am I not allowed to be timid? Wishing you a successful live stream. Chunyu glanced at Tian and, disregarding the various gazes from the surrounding players, strode directly into the cypress forest. As Tian observed the departing figure of Chunyu, a sense of frustration welled within him. He felt an overwhelming urge to pull him back for a spirited Pokémon battle. Yet, he maintained a cheerful facade, engaging with the surrounding fans. The players nearby, witnessing Tian's enthusiasm and generous spirit, once again recognized him as an exceptional streamer and a highly skilled player. Their admiration for Tian deepened, and in that moment, even casual bystanders began to convert into his devoted fans. Why? The game had only been live for a few days, and he had already captured a wild Pokémon through sheer skill. How many players, aside from those in the Johto League, could boast of having a second Pokémon? You mentioned 32 battles? What 32 battles? Before long, Tian's fame spread throughout Huapi town. A nearby paparazzo caught wind of the excitement, leading to a new post on the forum. A star streamer captures a wild Pokémon. First player to capture a Pokémon since the launch. Note, includes a high-definition video of the star streamer's battle. The post rapidly garnered tens of thousands of clicks. The first player in the city to capture a wild Pokémon. A star streamer. Battle footage. When hype, fame, and excitement converge, a wave of enthusiasm inevitably follows. The comments beneath the post were overwhelmingly dominated by fans, their cheers for Tian rising to a crescendo. Yet, everyone fixated on one crucial detail. Tian would share his insights on capturing Pokémon at 8 o'clock tonight. What did this imply? It meant that anyone who tuned in to hear Tian's advice and watched the live stream could potentially become the second player in the entire server to capture a Pokémon. Almost all players who had browsed the post redirected their attention to Tian's stream at 8 o'clock that evening. As for Chinyu, the so-called scoundrel, who would linger their focus on a mere passerby for long. That night, Chinyu, along with Bobo and Bear Baby, gathered around a campfire. Bobo, although our time together has been brief, please trust me. Upon hearing Bobo's call, Chinyu smiled knowingly and pointed to Bear Baby, who was licking the honey from its paws, saying, "You've already lost once. Do you wish to be defeated again?" In response, Bobo vehemently protested, flapping its wings in a bid to convey its unwillingness to accept defeat. "Then let us train tonight. Bobo, your speed is impressive. And with your type advantage over bug Pokémon, you hold the upper hand against Abai. However, your execution of Hurricane is too slow, which is a critical flaw. Bobo, you need to undergo evasive training to enhance your wing dexterity, sense the airflow, and ultimately improve your Hurricane execution speed." Upon hearing of Bobo's training session, Bear Baby ceased licking the honey, casting a mocking glance at Bobo, even letting out a couple of taunting calls. "And you, Bear Baby, cannot remain idle." Suddenly, Bear Baby's paw froze in midair, as if held in place by an unseen force. Bobo exuded joy, her wings fluttering to a delightful melody. "Use the chaotic claw?" Chinyu urged, striving to evoke a sense of familiarity. "Every successful grasp counts. Bobo, you must fly low, evading the chaotic claw skills of the bear cub. Being caught will be painful, but I have prepared ample healing salves. Bobo, can you endure this minor pain?" Yet, upon Chinyu's utterance, not only Bobo but also the bear cub responded, promptly entering a state of combat. Bobo soared at a low altitude, remaining within the bear cub's reach. Whenever the bear cub approached, she would swiftly flap her wings, attempting to sense the currents of air. The bear cub's claws glowed white as they lunged at Bobo, embodying the chaotic claw technique. Thud, thud, thud. All 3 chaotic strikes landed upon Bobo, who winced in pain yet continued to flap her wings. The bear cub's claws lingered, seemingly lost in thought, yet there remained an elusive quality to their connection. The first round concluded, and in this training, the notion of victory or defeat seemed irrelevant. As the second round commenced, following a brief distance between the bear cub and Bobo, visible wounds had begun to mar Bobo's form. Chinyu stood by, his heart a tumult of emotions. With every chaotic claw, he felt an urge to prevent the bear cub from executing more than 3 consecutive strikes. Yet a greater desire emerged for Bobo to evade them. Bang! After an unknown number of rounds, Bobo, exhausted, fell to the ground. Initially, she felt a sharp pain, but soon, her previous injuries began to mend. Simultaneously, as Bobo collapsed, Chunyu rushed to apply a healing salve. Bobo, if it's too strenuous, we can halt the training. Shall we rest and try again tomorrow? Chunyu spoke with a tinge of concern. Observing the wounds upon Bobo, the bear cub appeared to feel a pang of guilt, standing silently by and tilting its head in contemplation. Upon hearing Chunyu's suggestion to cease training, Bobo began to struggle and resist, her excitement palpable. Chunyu gazed into Bobo's eyes, which brimmed with determination and resolve. Moreover, the wounds were gradually fading. Resolutely, he declared, "For as long as you train, I shall accompany you." Upon hearing Chunyu's words, Bobo and the bear cubs swiftly resumed their training, with Bobo still enduring the chaotic claw attacks, occasionally managing to evade a strike or two. The bear cub's playful demeanor transformed into one of utmost seriousness. Perhaps they understood, or perhaps they did not. But Chunyu shared their sentiments. After synchronizing with the virtual reality, he experienced weariness, hunger, cold, and heat within the game. Yet, the little sprites did not rest. And neither did Chunyu. His gaze remained unwaveringly fixed upon the two sprites from beginning to end. Tightly gripping the healing salve, he watched them with a quiet, anxious intensity. Chapter 15, The Dawn of a New Era, Global Livestream, Room 21003. Good evening, everyone. I am Ation. Tonight, I shall share my insights on capturing the elusive walking grass. At precisely 8 o'clock, Ation commenced his global broadcast with an unprecedented online audience of 100,000 viewers. Within just 1 second of starting, the number of viewers skyrocketed to 100,000. It is noteworthy that the previous record for my live stream was merely 120,000, achieved only when revealing my girlfriend's face. Without further ado, I am certain you are all eager to learn how to capture wild little sprites. Ation, fully aware of the audience's intentions, recognized that apart from his loyal fans, the majority were drawn in by the allure of capturing these mystical creatures. As the broadcast progressed, the viewer count continued to surge. 150,000, 200,000, 250,000. Ation felt a surge of excitement, astonished at the rapid rise in popularity due to a virtual game. My initial sprite was a ladybug, a rare specimen indeed. Initially, I believed rarity merely indicated an ordinary sprite, only to later discover that within the initial sprites, there existed both common and abundant types. If you share this experience, please type 2. A flurry of 2s danced across the screen. I continued, noting that the ladybug's level was 5, much like many of you, possessing only one initial skill, tackle. Today, I found myself in the cypress forest, preparing to engage in battle with wild sprites, or perhaps capture them directly. At first, upon encountering a Rattata, I hastily threw a Pokeball, only to have it cruelly deflected. Did any of you experience the same? If so, please type 1. Once more, the screen was flooded with 1s. After some introspection, I pondered whether engaging in battle was a prerequisite for capturing sprites. Much like in many games, is it not true that capturing pets often requires them to be at low health? Thus, I battled the wild sprites I encountered, throwing the ball mid-fight. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the generous contributors who gifted me a starship, and to my beloved wife, who sent 10 interstellar portals. Thank you to all who have showered me with gifts. Ation was elated. A starship costs 100,000 credit points. Such donations were once reserved for birthdays or significant milestones. Today, it was inspired by a simple statement, and I hadn't even finished speaking yet. Despite numerous setbacks, I refused to surrender easily. Unbeknownst to me, my ladybug ascended to level 8. Although I had not captured any sprites, my ladybug learned a new skill, supersonic. This skill, while not inflicting damage, has the ability to confuse opponents. As for how I came to understand the effects of supersonic, I trust that many of you have received something called the Sprite Encyclopedia, correct? After acquiring supersonic, I encountered the walking grass. I hurled a supersonic at it, followed by a tackle from my ladybug, and ultimately succeeded in capturing it. Starships, interstellar portals, planet fragments. Various gifts have flooded the screen, inundating the audience's barrage with messages. 400,000, 600,000, 70,000. The numbers continue to rise. Thus, I surmise that if the wild little spirit's stamina diminishes and they are afflicted with a state of confusion, the success rate of capturing them should significantly increase. Ation proclaimed this with a sense of pride and bravado, casually brushing aside his bangs. The audience seemed to resonate with his charm. As gifts continued to pour in since the moment he began sharing insights, the live broadcast pressed on, Yet Tion diverted his conversation to other matters, never once mentioning the scoundrel brother. Crash. A ceramic cup shattered violently on the floor. Check immediately. Tell Xiao Wu to disregard that scoundrel brother for now and seek out this Tion streamer and gather all information on him. Everything. A middle-aged man smashed an exquisite tea set on the table, his face a mask of fury, as if something precious had been snatched from him. Moments later, he slammed his hand on the table. A third-rate streamer who gained fame through mere appearance and scandal has managed to capture a rare spirit. Lao San, you've done well. Huh. Big brother, I'm working hard to attract players with common or above initial spirits to Huapi Town. It is quite far, isn't it? Oh, are you questioning me? And no, I wouldn't dare. I'll take a slap to the face for that. Tell Xiao Wu to negotiate with this streamer. In the Jado Alliance's Rui Town, a voice inquired, Miss. Do you have any instructions regarding a Tion capturing the walking grass? Rare noted spirits? It's neither too far nor too close from Rui Town. Surely, we are not the only ones from the Lu family keeping an eye on him, right? Indeed, miss. The Black Dragon Society in Yuanzhou City, the Nanling Chuan family, and even the Yin family from Zhongzhou have all dispatched personnel. The Yin family too? They can't seem to resist the thrill. Zhengbo, I must trouble you to make a trip, after all. Rare noted spirits should remain under our control for the next 6 months. Understood, miss. I shall take my leave. After receiving the command from the Lu family's young lady, Zheng Bo departed swiftly. Little alligator, just wait a little longer. In half a year, I can truly ruffle your head, the young lady murmured, stroking little alligator's head as she watched Zheng Bo's retreating figure. In the Quartz Alliance's Xinshin Town. Second young master. The eldest young master has sent word for us to pay attention to the matters concerning the Jado Alliance. Leave. But young master. I said leave. Very well, second young master. Jianu, what of the blue potential Charmander? Has it been secured? Young master Shun. There was an unexpected incident, and it may be delayed by about a month. A month? Very well. I can wait. If, after a month, I fail to encounter that little Charizard, the outcome need not be stated, right? I, Jinnu, would not dare to deceive my young master. You should send someone to the Jado League to investigate. Accompanying Ation's recent live broadcast, the Kanto and Jado Leagues appear calm on the surface, yet beneath, a tempest is gradually brewing, destined to sweep through in the near future. Prominent families and high-ranking officials from the military have all converged into the realm of Pokémon. The following day, on the third day post-launch of Pokémon, the World Federation issued a mandatory decree. The entire online platform is exclusively permitted to operate Pokémon. Surprisingly, there has been no dissent from other gaming companies regarding this order. Everything is proceeding smoothly, devoid of any resistance. This indicates that in the reality, there exists but one game, Pokémon. Pokémon has taken its initial stride towards global online engagement. Chapter 16, Pidgey. Unleash a whirlwind against that Metapod. Pidgey's wings flutter rapidly, and a small tornado gradually forms, ultimately directed towards the nearby Metapod. Metapod is the evolution of Caterpie and possesses negligible offensive power. There has never been any report of a trainer being attacked by a Metapod. Upon evolving from Caterpie to Metapod, all skills are reset, leaving only the ability to harden. In the Cypress Forest, one typically encounters low-level or common Pokémon, with Bug-type Pokémon being particularly abundant. During the day, Shinyu plans to utilize Pidgey's Whirlwind skill to target wild Bug-type Pokémon, thereby enhancing his combat experience, while engaging in night training after sunset. The bear cub will contend with Pokémon of other types, such as Rattata, and similarly partake in nocturnal training. Whenever a solitary Bug-type Pokémon is spotted, Shinyu instructs Pidgey to employ the Whirlwind, often achieving swift victories before continuing the search for further targets. Wild Pokémon differ from those that become players. Perhaps it is the marvel of nature that grants wild Pokémon remarkable self-healing abilities. Common injuries can heal within mere minutes, barring exceptional wounds or circumstances. The 6th Pokémon has been acquired. Shinyu counts the number of wild Pokémon Pidgey has defeated. He hopes to evolve Pidgey promptly and then challenge the Cypress Gym. Only by successfully challenging the Cypress Gym and obtaining the Cypress Badge can he accept a corresponding quest. Shinyu vaguely recalls that in his previous life, a player managed to conquer the Cypress Gym and complete that quest within 6 months, earning a reward that brought them considerable fame for a time. He understands that the sooner he can pass the Cypress Gym, the better. As Cypress Town is renowned for only 3 things: special Pokeballs, the ashes of the Forest Goddess Shrine, and a certain item from the Cypress Gym. The special Pokeball and the Shrine ashes are conflicting items. One must choose between the two. When Shinyu faced this decision, he hesitated not for a moment. He immediately sought out Mr. Steel instead of heading to the cedar grove. This action unequivocally signified Chen Yu's choice. The shrine ashes of the forest deity offered no assistance in the early stages of the game and required an immense amount of effort to study. Chen Yu understood that this item was beyond his grasp, prompting him to abandon it decisively. Very well, Pidgey. Let us forge ahead. After stabilizing his current mindset, Chen Yu glanced at his little Pokémon, preparing to continue his exploration nearby. Suddenly, Pidgey became exceptionally agitated, radiating fervor, its eyes ablaze with anger and dissatisfaction. The gusts generated by its flapping wings bore a hint of gunpowder. Observing Pidgey in such a state, Chen Yu furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing, only to furrow it again. This place felt eerily familiar. Upon deeper reflection, he realized it was near the location where he had previously captured Pidgey, and the black round citrus tree appeared rather desolate. Could merely returning to the site of Pidgey's capture incite such a reaction? Chen Yu dismissed this thought. Pidgey's response was not merely one of excitement, but was intertwined with an inexplicable fury, as if driven by a relentless quest for vengeance. The arch-nemesis. This realization struck Chen Yu. Such erratic behavior and rage in Pokémon typically arise in the presence of their natural enemies. Pidgey's sole adversary was none other than the Spearow. In both the Johto and Kanto regions, one would never witness these two species coexisting peacefully in the forests. They were either battling for territory or competing for forest resources, with Spearow often instigating the conflict. Pidgey, by nature, was more placid. This struggle had endured for many years, seemingly existing since the inception of the Pokémon world. Pidgey did not cease its cries or wing flaps. Rather, it ascended into the sky, spiraling clockwise as if awaiting or summoning something. A sharp avian cry pierced the air, imbued with boundless rage. A brown figure gradually materialized before Chen Yu's eyes, adorned with rough feathers, its beak resembling that of a raptor, short yet hooked. Its abdomen was beige, marked with fine stripes, while its pale pink feet sported 3 claws, and the edges of its wings shimmered in a light pink hue. Its back was black, tapering to its tail, which featured 3 brown feathers. A noticeable scar, akin to a knife mark, marred its left eye. Spearow. Its size was astonishingly double that of a typical Spearow. It seemed to have spotted Pidgey from a great distance, and as it neared, its sharp beak glowed white as it launched a direct assault on Pidgey. Rage Attack, a skill acquired upon reaching a certain level, utilizing its pointed beak to strike the opponent in a relentless flurry of 25 consecutive blows. To everyone's astonishment, Bobo transformed into a brilliant white light and darted towards the Fire Sparrow without receiving any directive from Chen Yu. In a flash, it unleashed a barrage of strikes. Bang! Bobo's speed was astonishing. The entire sequence from the initiation of the attack to striking the Fire Sparrow took less than 5 seconds. As the electric blow hit the Fire Sparrow, a pained expression crossed its face, yet the brilliance of the light at the tip of its beak only intensified. It forcefully retaliated against Bobo, who was attempting to create distance. Thud, 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 thud. 4 successive strikes were landed. After enduring the full brunt of these 4 hits, Bobo let out a cry and immediately distanced itself, soaring sideways. Seeing its attack succeed, the Fire Sparrow could not allow Bobo to escape and pursued it. Although both were flying-type Pokémon, the Fire Sparrow's speed was noticeably slower, ultimately allowing Bobo to widen the gap. Once again, Bobo shimmered with white light, seemingly preparing for another electric dash. Bobo, trust me. Keep your distance and use Hurricane. Chen Yu urgently called out upon witnessing Bobo's actions. Bobo hesitated momentarily in midair, yet did not respond as Chen Yu had hoped. Instead, it transformed into a white light and charged towards the Fire Sparrow. The trainer commanded Hurricane, yet the Pokémon opted for the electric dash. There was no adverse status afflicting the Pokémon. It simply faced a unique adversary. Consequently, the trainer's commands lost their efficacy. Chen Yu realized that this situation signified a crucial truth. The trainer had not earned the Pokémon's trust. With this thought, his fists clenched tighter, silently observing the aerial battle. Bang! Bobo executed the electric dash with remarkable finesse. Its transition from the attack posture to striking the enemy could easily be described as fluid. It struck the advancing Fire Sparrow once more. In contrast, the Fire Sparrow, having made its attack move while Bobo was distancing itself, had preemptively unleashed its white light. With determination, it persevered through the damage inflicted by the electric dash and pecked fiercely at Bobo's back. Peck Attack, a fundamental skill of the Fire Sparrow. Both Pokémon were engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. Chen Yu mused, reflecting on this method of trading stamina, which would inevitably lead to a mutually destructive outcome. But wait, How was the fire sparrow still in such good condition? Chen Yu's eyes narrowed as he quickly identified the issue. After several rounds, Bobo's wings were visibly trembling. While the fire sparrow showed no signs of fatigue, its breath remained steady, and its gaze towards Bobo was filled with mockery. The earlier fury had vanished. A battle-hardened fire sparrow, likely of a significantly higher level disparity. Chen Yu realized that, perhaps in the eyes of this fire sparrow, his Bobo was merely a plaything? Bobo, you cannot lose to that fire sparrow. Please, trust me. Chen Yu called out from below, his tone imbued with sincerity. However, Bobo remained unresponsive. Fixing his gaze on the nearby fiery sparrow, the fury in his eyes undiminished. Although his right wing had healed, the memories of that day's ambush by the fiery sparrow still brought waves of agonizing pain. The fiery sparrow seemed to relish Bobo's intense stare. Choosing not to initiate an attack. Bobo, you promised me. I am your trainer. Please, Bobo. Chen Yu shouted again, his heart brimming with anxiety as he observed Bobo's indifference. 3 seconds passed, then 5, then 10. A smile crept across Chen Yu's face. This was the first time he had ever smiled like this after capturing Bobo, the blue potential Pokémon. Even when he received 2 exceptionally rare special Pokeballs from Steel Man, he had never smiled like this. Bobo let out a simple chirp, and Chen Yu felt that all the derision and cold misunderstandings he had endured over the past days had finally been justified. You dare to toy with my Bobo? Very well. Fiery Sparrow, are you prepared to face the wrath of a trainer? Chen Yu's eyes blazed with the same fury as Bobo as he regarded the fiery sparrow in the distance. Chapter 17, Bobo vs. Fiery Sparrow, Part 2, Bobo. Maintain your distance. Do not attack yet. Upon hearing Chen Yu's command, Bobo did not hesitate and flew in the opposite direction of the fiery sparrow. Trying to escape? Not a chance. The fiery sparrow, misinterpreting Bobo's movement as an attempt to flee, pursued without hesitation. Observing the fiery sparrow's actions, a faint smile graced Chen Yu's lips. They had created a distance of about 5 meters. Not enough. Bobo, keep flying. Do not stop. 6 meters, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is it. Bobo, unleash Hurricane. As soon as the distance between the 2 Pokémon reached approximately 10 meters, Chen Yu issued the command without a moment's hesitation. Bobo, too, did not hesitate, rapidly flapping his wings with a speed that surpassed his previous efforts at the Pokémon Center. A small whirlwind formed, hurtling directly towards the fiery sparrow. Bobo, do not stop. Ascend to the skies. Regardless of whether the whirlwind struck, Bobo soared higher into the air. The fiery sparrow seemed momentarily flustered, perhaps witnessing Bobo's special move for the first time, and halted its pursuit to evade. Caught off guard, its right wing was still grazed by the whirlwind. In pain, the fiery sparrow was consumed by genuine fury, glaring at Bobo as he ascended with a look of hatred. A mere toy dared to inflict pain upon it? Ignoring the pain in its right wing, the fiery sparrow prepared to ascend as well. Bobo, use quick attack on the fiery sparrow below. The fiery sparrow, sensing Bobo was about to employ quick attack in their confrontation, immediately resorted to its old tactics. As soon as he closed the distance, following a blow, he immediately countered with a skill. The fiery sparrow calculated its next move, its sharp beak shimmering with a brilliant light. Would it allow you to retaliate? Chen Yu pondered upon witnessing the fiery sparrow's actions. Bang! A torrent of wind descended from above, striking the fiery sparrow. In an instant, the white light flickered, and the torrent, upon hitting the fiery sparrow, merely swept past without lingering. Bobo, commanded the creature, unleashing a fierce gale upon the fiery sparrow. After the electric flash struck the fiery sparrow, it flapped its wings below, sending another whirlwind hurtling toward its opponent. The fiery sparrow, suspended in midair, had missed its first skill. What had transpired after being struck in close quarters? In a moment of distraction, it failed to notice the approaching whirlwind from below. Bang! The fierce gale hit the fiery sparrow midair, delivering a full force of the skill. Bobo, ascend higher, then unleash a flash of lightning. Bang! Use the fierce gale. As it soared to greater heights, another electric flash illuminated the air. The fierce gale delivered the final blow, a brilliant flash of light, encircling the fiery sparrow, rendering it strikingly luminous against the backdrop of the sky. With a thud, the fiery sparrow fell to the ground, its eyes swirling in defeat, clearly having lost the ability to continue fighting. Chen Yu glanced at the fallen fiery sparrow, harboring no intention of capturing it. Setting aside the fact that Bobo and the fiery sparrow were mismatched, although the fiery sparrow had reached level 20, granting it the potential to evolve into a largemouth bird. Its early explosive power was waning in the later stages. Most importantly, having already captured a blue potential Bobo, Yu had little desire to nurture a flying-type sprite of lesser potential. Cultivating an additional sprite among the myriad was simple, yet nurturing it effectively was an entirely different endeavor. Yu was acutely aware of the advantages and disadvantages. Thus, he would not waste a Pokeball on the Fiery Sparrow. Ding! Bobo leveled up to 14. The intimacy increased by 30. Wait, was there a mistake? That Fiery Sparrow provided an experience equivalent to 1.5 levels? A Fiery Sparrow around level 16? This indicated that in a few days, a rare sprite would likely appear in the Hinoki forest. Yu mused as he observed the fallen Fiery Sparrow. However, none of that mattered as much as the intimacy. The higher the intimacy with a sprite, the greater the synergy between them. Naturally, high intimacy also bore other benefits. Bobo, this battle was executed flawlessly. But remember, I am your trainer. In future battles, you must call upon me. I'll cheer you on. Yu exclaimed, raising his hand toward Bobo. Without hesitation, Bobo extended its wing toward Yu's palm. Yet, as soon as they made contact, Bobo's wing began to tremble, its expression revealing signs of discomfort. Stand still. I shall tend to your wounds. Yu cast a disapproving glare at Bobo before gently applying ointment to its wounds. As for Bobo's training regimen for the night, Yu naturally decided to postpone it. Concerning the question of why a sudden flash of electricity would strike directly at the Fiery Sparrow from above, Yu skillfully utilized Bobo's potential energy and inertia from its descent, inflicting damage upon the Fiery Sparrow while simultaneously creating distance and positioning himself behind it. Any seasoned combatant is well aware that exposing one's back to the enemy is a grave mistake. This principle holds true even for battles involving diminutive sprites. Furthermore, the Fiery Sparrow excels in close-quarters combat, wielding its sharp beak as its primary weapon. By evading its pointed attacks and capitalizing on the Fiery Sparrow's inherent disadvantage, its relatively slow speed, Yu devised a tactical approach for Bobo to engage in battle against the Fiery Sparrow. The outcome of the encounter attested to the effectiveness of this strategy. Indeed, the victory in this skirmish further strengthened the bond between Bobo and Yu. In a global livestream, Room 21003 boasted a mere few thousand viewers. Brother Tion, I will be logging in less frequently from now on. There are countless epic sprites waiting for me to capture, and this will be my final gift-giving session. Darling, the capturing techniques you shared yesterday were immensely helpful. Today, I managed to capture a Rattata. Here's a screenshot. However, I fear I shall seldom attend the live streams henceforth, as the number of sprites online continues to swell, creating a significant amount of pressure for me. Brother Tion, although I have not captured any new sprites, my Mewtwo has learned a new skill, and I wish to engage in sprite battles with other players. The number of viewers in a Tion's livestream fluctuated dramatically, plummeting from over 1 million viewers, an unprecedented record in global live streaming, to a scant few overnight. The phenomenon surrounding these sprites can indeed be deemed both a triumph and a downfall of the game. Most disheartening for a Tion was the realization that many devoted fans had decided to remain within the world of sprites, consequently reducing their participation in the live streams. A Tion remained silent, unable to persuade them to stay. The World Federation had issued a mandatory decree, rendering a single online game the sole focus across the globe. Not even a Tion was immune to the temptation of permanently residing within the realm of sprites. Yet, the abrupt departure from the live streaming platform, coupled with the penalties for breach of contract and the emotional ties cultivated over time, made it exceedingly difficult for a Tion to reach a swift resolution. Everyone will still see me within the realm of sprites. Tomorrow at noon, I shall hold a live capturing tutorial in the Hinoki forest. I can assist everyone in capturing their first sprite. Players in Hinoki Town are welcome to join and learn, or come to catch their first wild sprite. A Tion noted this announcement in the remarks section beneath the room number. A Tion was resolutely determined to capture tomorrow's opportunity. After engaging in casual conversation with his fans, he concluded the live stream, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the next day. Just as he shut down the broadcast, a notification popped up on his computer screen. Someone wished to connect with him via video call. Without hesitation, a Tion accepted the call. Is this a Tion? I am from the Shin family in Kyoto. Chapter 18. The fearsome reputation of the Fiery Sparrow. At noon the following day, a Tion appeared punctually at the entrance of Hinoki Forest, flanked by at least several dozen players. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have been brimming with excitement. However, the previous day, a man claiming to be from the Shun family had reached out to him, divulging what could only be described as confidential information. Upon learning of the impending events set to unfold in 6 months and the World Federation's stance on the little spirits, a Tion had become largely convinced of the man's words. Moreover, it It was crucial to note that very few would dare impersonate a member of the Shin family. They would not approach him without reason, nor would they seek to toy with him idly. Thus, it seemed highly probable that the information was genuine. Since rising to fame, Ation experienced insomnia for the first time. Contemplating the olive branch extended by the Shin family, he pondered the implications throughout the night. After weighing the pros and cons, he found himself in a state of indecision. Brother Tion doesn't he seem to be in great spirits today? Could it be due to the sharp decline in live viewers? Perhaps he hasn't rested well? They wondered. Surely, it won't affect his ability to capture little spirits. Ation adjusted his mindset, temporarily setting aside thoughts of the Shin family, and released his Caterpie, setting off towards Hinoki Forest in search of little spirits to capture. The surrounding players observed as Ation strode directly into the forest, and without hesitation, they followed in his footsteps. Little Rattatas, Caterpies, and other minor spirits occasionally darted in front of the group. Ation appeared quite adept at handling these creatures, swiftly defeating them without even tossing a Pokeball. Instead, he inquired of the accompanying players if anyone wished to capture the wild spirits. Whenever someone expressed interest, Ation would instruct them to throw their balls in pursuit of capture. As the group progressed, more players began to capture wild spirits. Although most of the captures consisted of common creatures like Rattatas and Caterpies, each player's face reflected an indescribable joy. Yet, Ation felt a twinge of frustration. He yearned to encounter a more distinctive spirit, not necessarily a rare one, but at least not something as mundane as a Weedle, Rattata, or Caterpie, which were typically captured by the average player. Brother Tion is truly remarkable, one exclaimed. Indeed, my very first wild spirit was captured thanks to Brother Tion. My husband is incredible in strength, but I wonder if he is looking for a partner in the game. Hey, are you in need of a husband? Another girl chimed in. Do you possess any rare category of sprites? Has Tion not encountered a sprite that captures his fancy? Has he never lost a Pokeball? The cedar forest has been traversed by numerous players, and the journey has been remarkably smooth, devoid of any peril. As Ation pondered whether to retrace his steps, a shrill cry suddenly pierced the air above the crowd. What sprite could that be? Countless players gazed at the sprite captured by Tion Go, their minds brimming with the same question. Upon glimpsing the figure in the sky, Tion's face broke into a beaming smile as he swiftly retrieved his Pokédex. Spearow Common, a typical flying-type sprite. It possesses an exceptionally strong territorial instinct. With a hearty appetite, it consumes a significant amount of food, making it a notable concern for farmers troubled by insect-type sprites. A flying-type sprite, indeed. At this moment, Ation felt that his visit to Cedar Forest was truly worthwhile, regardless of whether Spearow was deemed common. He could assert with absolute certainty that Spearow was not merely a run-of-the-mill sprite captured by ordinary players. In a flash of white light, Beedrill appeared before Ation. Beedrill, use Supersonic on that Spearow. The surrounding players were filled with excitement at the prospect of Ation engaging in battle with the fierce-looking Spearow, especially as Beedrill appeared considerably more docile. Would Ation emerge victorious? This was the collective thought of all players, their eyes fixated on the sky. Beedrill, upon seeing Spearow, inexplicably felt a surge of fear, as if driven by instinct. If Chinyu were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly rush forward to slap Ation and urge him to recall Beedrill at once. What a folly! Beedrill against Spearow? Birds feast on insects, and Spearow especially relishes its insect meals. Wasn't he this akin to walking into death? Indeed, as Spearow soared through the air and noticed the insect-type sprite approaching, it paused momentarily in surprise. Was its next meal arriving uninvited? Without further contemplation, Spearow, its beak gleaming white, dove down towards Beedrill. As Beedrill observed Spearow charging at it, the feeling of terror intensified, cold sweat beginning to bead along its back. Supersonic? Beedrill seemed to forget the command issued by its trainer. Fleeing had become an instinctual response. Is Beedrill attempting to escape? Surely. Beedrill is frightened. Spearow is a bird. And aren't birds known for consuming insects? My goodness, that Spearow truly seems poised to devour Beedrill. Come back, Beedrill. Upon hearing the murmurs of the surrounding players, Ation swiftly recalled Beedrill, glancing at the Spearow in the distance with a tinge of fear. Since his first encounter with wild sprites, Beedrill had always been assured of victory, never having faced a single defeat. Just moments ago, a mere glance was sufficient to extinguish the fighting spirit. Ation also felt a surge of fear. The fierce sparrow was quite massive and bore an imposing visage. An irrational thought of fleeing the Hinoki forest crept into his mind. The fierce sparrow was furious. Food that was almost within reach had suddenly vanished. And it was merely a trainer's Pokémon. Just last night, it had been defeated by a toy and its trainer, and now, another morsel dared to challenge it? A profound rage unfurled within the fierce sparrow, compelling it to charge toward the crowd. The pain. Excruciating pain. Every player struck by the fierce sparrow felt an overwhelming agony. In this virtual realm, with a realism of 99%, the sensation of being attacked felt almost tangible. Run! Someone shouted. The words barely escaping their lips before dozens of players fled in panic. Under the indiscriminate assault of the fierce sparrow, fleeing became the singular concern of all players. As for Tion, capturing a Pokémon, who had the luxury to ponder such matters? 10 minutes later. Where is Tion? No one knew. That fierce sparrow was terrifying. How could such a creature exist in the Hinoki forest? Surely it belonged to the novice village, but would any player be capable of defeating it? Certainly. No player could conquer this fierce sparrow. Even Tion had no choice but to flee. In Hinoki town, who could possibly vanquish this creature? Exactly. If any player were to defeat the fierce sparrow in the future, it would likely be a professional player or a well-coordinated team. Nevertheless, Tion had undeniably faced a setback this time. Who could possibly triumph over that fierce sparrow in a one-on-one encounter? I would livestream it. I would chop it twice. I am determined to capture that fierce sparrow. What a fool. The fierce hunting sparrow emerges in Hinoki Forest. A level Pokémon of the Hinoki Forest. Shortly thereafter, an anonymous player posted this on the Pokémon City forum. The post did not garner the terrifying attention one might expect. It resembled an ordinary post in a large forum, drawing the occasional player to click and engage in discussion. Since escaping, Tion had logged out. He had no face left to confront the throngs of admirers. Moreover, failure was hardly a matter of pride. After a moment's hesitation, he logged off. The lingering pain inflicted by the fierce sparrow remained vivid in his memory. Why had a Pokémon that actively attacked players appeared? Did it harbor a disdain for provocation? However, such a Pokémon could not be easily defeated or captured by an ordinary player. Only the Shin family or other elite players might be able to handle it. Perhaps, Tion pondered the situation regarding the fierce sparrow. Someone is trying to contact you. Please respond promptly. Huh, not from the Shin family. Yet another unfamiliar contact. With a heart full of trepidation, a Tion clicked on the communication interface. Chapter 19. The Pineskin Gym. After battling the fiery sparrow, Chinyu lingered in the Pineskin Forest for an entire day. Only when all his supplies had been completely exhausted did he leisurely emerge from the forest. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld a structure reminiscent of a greenhouse. The glass, arched roof reflected the scorching sunlight, and the architectural style stood out strikingly amidst the simplicity of Pineskin Town. Such an edifice naturally attracted throngs of players. The Pineskin Gym. It was a coveted destination for nearly all players residing in Pineskin Town. The reason was simple. Being the first player to conquer a league gym represented unparalleled glory, along with a significantly elevated prowess and talent. Both ordinary players and professional trainers aspired to triumph here. Eventually, even the scions of noble families or high-ranking factions would seek to prove themselves within these walls. However, for the majority of present players, even entering the gym's doors was a distant dream. Only trainers possessing 2 small creatures or a league badge could gain entry. This was a threshold so low it was almost laughable, yet it deterred most players. Look, another brave soul has entered. How long do you think he can last? I wager 10 seconds before he surrenders. 8 seconds. I can't believe his luck. He actually caught his first small creature. Perhaps he ventured into the Pineskin Forest alongside Tion that day. At least he took the first step. I haven't even caught my first small creature. Breaking news. Breaking news. Tion lasted 2 minutes. Wow. Incredible. I thought I was a real man for lasting 20 seconds until I met Tion. Alas. It seems Tion will have to wait a week for his next challenge. For Chinyu, this marked his inaugural step into the Pineskin Gym. In his previous life, having joined Team Rocket, he missed all the league gym battles. Inside the Pineskin Gym, the foliage was lush, resembling a miniature forest. Even the central battle arena was intertwined with trees. Amidst the greenery, Chinyu's gaze was drawn to a remarkably charming young woman. Although he had never encountered a bai among the small creatures, his knowledge of Pokémon led him to almost conclusively identify the individual before him as a bai, the gym leader of Pineskin Gym. Furthermore, a bai was undeniably male. A bai possessed a somewhat androgynous appearance, with smooth, purple hair styled short, complemented by a green summer outfit that harmonized beautifully with the forest-like ambience of the Pineskin Gym. The insect-type small creatures accompanying him appeared lively, indicating a natural affinity a bai had for insect Pokémon. Welcome to the Pineskin Gym, trainer. After a challenge defeat, you cannot attempt again for 1 week. Shall we proceed to battle? Ding. Congratulations, player. You have discovered the gym leader a bai. Affinity, 5 status. eligible for gym battle upon noticing a challenger entering. Abai glanced at Chunyu and, after articulating the rules of the Hinoki gym, resumed playfully engaging with the bug-type Pokémon beside him. Do your Pokémon require rest? There are so many challengers outside. I can wait or return tomorrow, Chunyu remarked, exhibiting no dissatisfaction with Abai's demeanor. It's my first encounter with such a trainer, no need. My Pokémon are not fatigued at all. They are ready for a gym battle at any moment. Upon hearing Chunyu's words, Abai ceased his playful antics and began to scrutinize him intently. His words reflecting not arrogance, but an unwavering confidence in his Pokémon's capabilities. Moreover, it was true that his Pokémon had not sustained any damage. I have no objections. I am delighted to engage in a gym battle with you, Chunyu declared, producing the Pokeball containing his Teddiursa and smiling at Abai. Ding! Player Chunyu has triggered a gym battle at Hinoki Town. The rules are as follows. 1. Both sides will engage in a battle using 2 Pokémon. During the battle, players may swap Pokémon, but the gym leader cannot. 2. Should a player fail the challenge, they may not challenge the same gym again for 1 week. 3. Players must not disclose any battle-related information from within the gym. Violation of this rule will result in a 1-year ban from participating in the league championship. 4. Recovery items are prohibited during the battle. 5. Players may concede at any time. Supplementary. It has been detected that the challenger is a novice trainer. Thus, the gym will send out Pokémon of equivalent level. Is this the rule for gym battles? The supplementary rules seem to accommodate newcomers. Upon first encountering these regulations, Chunyu felt no particular sentiment. They aligned with his expectations and instead sparked a flicker of excitement. The added provisions enhanced his chances of victory. His inaugural gym battle was finally commencing. Go, Teddiursa! With a flash of white light, Chunyu selected his starter Pokémon, Teddiursa, for the first match. You've raised your Teddiursa splendidly. Its fur shines brightly, exuding an energetic aura. For a novice trainer, you can be considered exceptional, Abai exclaimed, his eyes brightening as Teddiursa made its entrance. Ding! Due to player Chunyu's diligent nurturing of his Pokémon, the gym leader Abai's affinity has increased by 5. Lineball, I entrust this battle to you. Abai's first Pokémon was Lineball. Lineball's head and abdomen were a pale azure, adorned with a white horn atop its head, red teeth, and 3 pairs of legs, each featuring hues of yellow and deep teal. Its abdomen sported 2 deep teal spots along with a crescent-shaped mark of the same color. In terms of attributes, Lineball and Teddiursa were evenly matched, with neither possessing any advantage over the other. To secure victory in this battle, the effectiveness of the trainer's commands will be paramount. Challenger, exert your utmost effort to vanquish my Lineball. The outcome will determine the identity of my second Pokémon, Abai remarked while observing the 2 Pokémon in the forest arena. Without needing to say a word, I shall ensure my Pokémon fights with fervor. After all, this is my promise to them, Chunyu replied. Abai smiled knowingly upon hearing Chunyu's words. Lineball, use Poison Needle. Suddenly, Abai's expression shifted from amusement to seriousness as she issued the command. Lineball unleashed a barrage of purple needles from its mouth, swiftly hurtling towards the bear cub. The bear cub rolled to the left to evade the attack, then glared defiantly. Chunyu would not allow the bear cub to engage in close combat with Lineball so easily. He understood that Abai's command to use Poison Needle was merely a test of the bear cub's speed and reflexes. Close combat was the bear cub's sole advantage and point of attack. In such a crucial gym battle, Chunyu would not readily reveal the bear cub's capabilities. Observing the bear cub dodge the Poison Needle attack, Abai remarked, "You are indeed more skilled than most novice trainers, knowing to have your Pokémon evade. But even so, you shall need to return in a week. Lineball, use String Shot to bind the bear cub." Strands of white silk erupted from Lineball's mouth like chains. Powerful and forceful, though they appeared soft and fragile, they concealed immense strength. At last it comes. Chunyu felt no trepidation as multiple strands shot towards the bear cub. The smile on his lips suggested he had a plan. Bear cub, let Lineball witness the fruits of our nighttime training. Chapter 20, Battle with Abai. Bear cub, use Fury Swipes against the strings. The bear cub's claws glowed with a white light, its expression fearless as it launched an assault on the strands emitted by Lineball. With a series of rapid strikes, the strings were shattered. However, Lineball's silk seemed inexhaustible, even as the bear cub destroyed some. It still found itself ensnared by the subsequent strands. The white threads tightly enveloped the bear cub's entire body, rendering it nearly immobile. Challenger, I must concede your exceptional talent. Employing Fury Swipes to disrupt Lineball's String Shot was astute. Had it been a standard String Shot attack, you might have indeed thwarted it. However, my Lineball's prowess far exceeds that of most bug-type Pokémon. Seize the opportunity and strike the bear cub with Poison Needle. Abai acknowledged Chunyu's efforts as she observed the bear cub still bound by the string shot. Then, without mercy, she commanded the attack. The violet glow of the poison needle shimmered ominously, drawing ever closer to the bear cub's head. Chunyu's face bore no trace of panic. He calmly issued a new command. Bear cub, execute the maneuvers as practiced in night training. In an instant, bear cub sprang into action. It tilted its round head back gently and, astonishingly, executed a backflip despite being bound. What? Abai was momentarily taken aback to witness bear cub perform a backflip while ensnared by strings. With a splash, the poison needle struck bear cub, but it hit the very strings that bound it. The attack from the poison needle created a substantial tear in the web of silk. Bear cub broke free from the strings and charged towards the thread ball, unleashing a flurry of swipes. Abai watched in astonishment. What sort of novice trainer is this? First, bear cub utilized its flurry attack to weaken the silk threads, reducing their thickness and quantity. Although it was bound, the silk became remarkably fragile. This meant that any sharp object from the outside could sever the binding threads with ease. Even more astonishing was the fact that what should have been a devastating poison needle attack had inadvertently become a tool for bear cub's liberation. The crux of it all lay in that seemingly miraculous backflip. If there had been a miscalculation at any point, defeat would have been inevitable. What manner of novice trainer is this? The astonishing predictive ability and estimation of the opponent's skill connections. These are aspects that even a seasoned league trainer would struggle to master. A newcomer? Abai scrutinized Chunyu once more, his gaze filled with complexity. Thud, thud, thud. After landing 3 successful strikes on the thread ball, bear cub was pulled away, leaving the remaining attacks void. How is this possible? Why is your bear cub so fast? Abai was once again astonished. Based on his understanding of bear cub, such speed should be impossible. There should have been time for a reaction, allowing the thread ball to evade. Yet the thread ball had undeniably taken 3 hits from bear cub's flurry. Such an outcome clearly surpassed the initial assessment of bear cub's capabilities. Swift feet. My bear cub's ability is swift feet. Chinyu replied. Swift feet. This is impossible. Bear cub clearly showed no abnormal status, and the poison needle did not land. Abai questioned in confusion. Wait, could it be that you planned this from the very beginning? Abai seemed to have an epiphany. His gaze towards Chunyu transforming entirely. If he had previously been astonished by the emergence of a remarkable trainer, now he perceived a prodigious genius. A terrifying talent. Since taking charge of the Cypress Gym, Abai had encountered numerous exceptional trainers and many who could be deemed genius trainers. Yet the performance of this novice trainer evoked a sense of dread within him, and they had only just begun their battle. A prodigious trainer. Abai remained silent, seemingly lost in contemplation. The ability of quick feet. The speed of the little sprite increases when it enters a state of abnormality. Indeed, this is due to the string shot move. The string shot move has a chance to inflict a binding effect, and this effect persists. While others may not achieve a binding probability exceeding 90%, as Mr. Abai has stated, your string shot is anything but ordinary. Thus, from the very beginning, I never intended to evade your string shot. Chunyu divulged his entire strategy to Abai. It was not a matter of self-assuredly laying his cards on the table, but rather an understanding that the same tactic would not be particularly effective against the gym leader. Abai would inevitably discern the underlying pattern. And indeed, it was the case. You truly excel, and thus I shall engage you earnestly. String shot. Direct it towards the trees in the arena. Abai calmly issued the command. Beginning to devise his subsequent tactics, Chunyu furrowed his brow as he observed the string shot being cast between the trees. Pondering, is he planning to utilize the string shot to pull himself over, thereby facilitating rapid movement? As anticipated, after the string shot ensnared the trees in the battleground, the sprite was propelled forward by inertia, continuously employing string shot. After being drawn to one tree trunk, the sprite launched new threads towards another tree, swinging through the air akin to a pendulum, swiftly reaching its second destination. Bear cub, do not panic. Use your leer and aim to strike as best as you can. Chunyu found himself unable to contend with the sprite's rapid movement facilitated by the strings. The bear cub, having just recovered from the binding state, faced this seemingly enhanced mobility with little recourse. All he could do was observe the unfolding events. Gradually, the string shot drew nearer to the bear cub. Although the leer attack managed to connect once or twice, without a follow-up assault, it was essentially futile. The sprite swung above the bear cub and unleashed a poison sting attack. Bear cub, quickly move away from there. Boom, boom, boom. The poison sting was exceedingly swift, and the bear cub was caught off guard, struck by several needles. It staggered back a few steps, panting heavily, and an unusual darkness appeared around its eyes. It was poisoned. Within the forest, bug-type sprites are almost innate warriors. What will you do next, trainer? Abai utilized the trees in the battlefield to orchestrate the sprite's peculiar movements, achieving an aerial effect. This bizarre method of movement, coupled with the rapid long-range poison sting attack, rendered the sprite nearly invincible, making retaliation exceedingly challenging. What to do? How to counter such a movement style? Shinyu felt a surge of panic. Even swapping in the faster Pidgey would not extricate him from the predicament crafted by Abai in the short term. The disadvantage was quite formidable. Although the bear cub had previously utilized its silk spinning skill to achieve an element of surprise, followed by a swift offensive, it was still subjected to the lingering damage caused by the binding effect, compounded by the harm inflicted by the poison sting attack. The most troubling aspect was the onset of the poison status. How much longer could the bear cub endure these poison stings? Drops of perspiration formed on Chunyu's forehead, and he found himself engulfed in a state of acute anxiety. Trainer, have you not yet devised a solution? Perhaps it is time to switch to the next Pokémon, or concede defeat. At this rate, the bear cub will surely lose its ability to battle. Abai observed Chunyu, whose brow was furrowed in deep contemplation, and offered a gentle reminder. No, I will never concede defeat. I believe that the bear cub can persevere. I am confident that it possesses the strength to defeat the line ball. Chunyu's declaration seemed to please the bear cub, which responded in a manner akin to encouragement. Let us see how far your prowess can take you. Line ball, swing above the bear cub and unleash poison sting. Abai, witnessing the poisoned state of the bear cub, could not help but think. The rookie trainer still lacks combat experience. This battle is drawing to a close. Chapter 21. The Spotlight of the Gym Battle. Bang. 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 The bear cub, with its swift feet ability, dodged most of the poison stings, though a few still struck, inflicting damage. As it was already poisoned, it could not be afflicted a second time. The bear cub's stamina was steadily dwindling. Switch to another Pokémon. Your bear cub can endure only 2 more poison stings before it succumbs to exhaustion. Sometimes, choosing to retreat is an essential lesson for a trainer. Abai urged Chunyu once more, believing that continuing in this manner would only render the bear cub a passive target, devoid of any opportunity to retaliate. Teaching a trainer the art of relinquishment is also part of a gym leader's responsibility. Could it withstand 2 more poison sting attacks? After hearing Abai's words, Chunyu hastily estimated the bear cub's remaining stamina and meticulously recalled the line ball's movements, analyzing every detail of its attacks from between the trees. His mind had never engaged in such rapid calculations before. Chunyu felt a sense of relief that he had previously established virtual reality synchronization. Otherwise, such intense contemplation would have caused a brief lag in the game. A lag can prove fatal when formulating strategies. Wait, lag. Bear cub, climb towards the tree with the silk threads. Line ball, swing above that tree and strike with poison sting at the opportune moment. Abai, hearing Chunyu's command, felt a twinge of confusion. She believed that wherever the bear cub went, its fate was sealed. Without hesitation, Abai commanded line ball to unleash poison sting. Regardless of Chunyu's intentions, Abai had made up her mind to see this bear cub defeated. Bear cub, endure this poison sting, and then use the silk threads to close the distance to line ball. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the poison needles struck the bear cub, causing its body to tremble violently, the state of poisoning severe. Nevertheless, the bear cub did not falter. There was no hesitation in its movements. It grasped a thread ejected from the line ball and swung towards it like a pendulum. Do you think this is effective? Even with the enhanced speed of the bear cub, the line ball could escape at any moment. Yet, the distance between the bear cub and the line ball diminished rapidly. The bear cub leapt off the thread, soaring towards the line ball. Just as it was about to enter the attack range, Abai and Chunyu issued their commands almost simultaneously. Bear cub, strike wildly. Line ball, release the thread and retreat. With a series of 4 erratic strikes, the bear cub landed hits. Astonishingly, the line ball did not evade. Why? Why did the line ball not evade? Even though the bear cub was in a poisoned state with enhanced speed, the line ball, utilizing its thread for movement, should have matched the bear cub's pace in both offense and defense. So how did the bear cub manage to strike the line ball? It was because each time the line ball used its poison needles, it experienced a brief pause of approximately 3 seconds when switching to releasing threads. Although this moment was fleeting, the bear cub, aided by its swift agility, was able to capitalize on it. Most importantly, the connection between the line ball and its threads saved a significant amount of time. Chunyu seemed to discern Abai's confusion and offered an explanation. The line ball is incapacitated in battle. Thus, the bear cub emerges victorious. The referee, Observing the line ball with swirling eyes, raised a red flag and gestured for Abai to release the next Pokémon. Upon hearing Chinyu's words, Abai bowed his head in silence, as if deep in thought. Naturally, Chinyu refrained from interrupting, out of respect for his opponent. Was the strategy to exploit the line ball's momentary pause, then use the bear cub's speed to engage, sacrificing skill power for mutual attrition? Indeed, you are no ordinary novice trainer. Furthermore, the previous instances of glaring had already weakened the line ball's defenses. Truly remarkable. Are you confident enough to face a true challenge? Ding. Congratulations, player Chinyu. You have triggered the hidden battle quest at the Cypress Gym. Accept. Player will battle a powerful Pokémon. Decline. Player will battle a regular Pokémon. Rewards unknown. Penalties unknown. Will you accept? If no choice is made within 10 seconds, the system will deem it a refusal. Mr. Abai, please release your Pokémon. Ding, quest commenced. What a jest. Coming to the Cypress Gym was for that very item. If I refuse to battle, even if I earn the badge, it would be a lingering regret. Without a moment's hesitation, Chinyu chose to accept. Then be careful. Come forth, partner. Abai observed the green figure that emerged in the arena, his face adorned with an air of confidence. Chinyu, however, furrowed his brow and retrieved his Pokédex. Scyther, Rare-a-Bug, and Flying-type Pokémon. With movements as agile as a ninja, he left his prey bewildered. Seizing the fleeting moment of their complacency, he wielded his scythe to shred them to pieces. Chinyu was certainly familiar with the flying mantis, but he sought to ascertain its attributes. Upon discovering them, a heavy sense of foreboding enveloped him. It would be a grueling battle. A single miscalculation could prove fatal. Bear Cub, return. I concede this round. With that, Bear Cub forfeited, leaving both sides with but a single sprite. Please send forth your second sprite. A wise choice, praised Abai. You shall be the one, Bobo. Taking a deep breath, Chinyu finally summoned Bobo. Wait, how long has that guy been inside? Why hasn't he emerged yet? A player, blocked at the entrance of the Cypress Gym, suddenly recalled something. Isn't it true that the Cypress Gym should be accessible unless a battle is underway? No way. That's absolutely impossible. Calculating the time, it's been 10 or 18 minutes. Good heavens. Who is that fellow? When did such a player appear in Cypress Town? Wait a moment. That silhouette seems so familiar. Is that the infamous scoundrel? It can't be. Scoundrel actually managed to last 18 minutes? Scoundrel wouldn't dare engage in a battle with Tian-Gu, who could only endure for 2 minutes. Scoundrel is 9 times that. You must be jesting. Indeed. Scoundrel wouldn't even dare accept a challenge from Tian-Gu, and now he's willingly backing down. How could it possibly be Scoundrel? Have you all forgotten that Scoundrel possesses an epic sprite? Bear Cub is rampant. But what of Scoundrel's 32 matches? The once boisterous Cypress Gym was suddenly shrouded in silence. As dozens of players collectively refrained from speaking, their gazes fixated on the glass-domed structure before them. The Cypress Gym was in a state of battle. The challenger could potentially be the second person from Cypress Town. They were on the verge of breaking the record for all challengers' battle times. This news swiftly spread throughout Cypress Town, prompting nearly all players to flock towards the Cypress Gym. Veteran players arrived, drawn by the rumor of Scoundrel challenging the gym. New players also gathered, eager to witness the prowess of a professional. Ation, having surpassed the 5-minute mark in the challenge, arrived, experiencing for the first time the sting of humiliation. The last instance of being refused a battle lingered vividly in his mind. This was no act of backing down. The challenge time was a blatant sign of disdain, suggesting he was unworthy of battle. Ation waited, anticipating Chunyu's inevitable defeat, just as he had suffered. A strikingly beautiful lady also appeared at the entrance of the Cypress Gym, choosing a secluded corner, her gaze similarly fixed on the gym's entrance, waiting for something. Should anyone catch sight of this lady, they would surely gasp in astonishment. Isn't that the renowned singer of the World Federation, Lu Qianlan, the second daughter of the Lu family? Even world-famous singers have entered the game? Yet, no one seems to recognize this globally adored artist. All eyes are fixated on the entrance of the dojo, where everyone awaits a singular individual, a potential legend. Chapter 22. Scyther Bobo, it's Bobo. If this were the first battle, it would surely grant a significant advantage. Why is it held back for the second round against Scyther? Abai, observing Bobo in the arena, inquired curiously. Who knew you would choose Scyther? Chinyu internally resisted the urge to answer. He had presumed that Abai's second Pokémon would also be a bug type, thus treating Bobo as his trump card, only to realize that it was indeed a bug type. But what is the connection between bug types and flying types? I never anticipated you would use Scyther. However, the outcome must be tested. Bobo, unleash Hurricane. Chinyu commanded, silently adding, It's all up to you, Bobo. Partner, counter the Hurricane with Sword's Dance. Abai calmly executed the command without a hint of panic. Swords Dance. Wasn't it agreed that their levels were to be matched? Why would a level 15 Scyther use Swords Dance? Chinyu felt an urge to rush over and question Abai, but after a moment's contemplation, he wondered if it was due to the hidden battle rules and returned his focus to the battlefield. Bobo's hurricane was unleashed with remarkable swiftness, forming a miniature tornado just 2 seconds after flapping its wings, forcefully directed towards Scyther. Scyther appeared remarkably composed as the hurricane approached. In an instant, Scyther sprang into action. So fast. How can it be so agile? Chinyu was taken aback as he watched Scyther maneuver across the battlefield. Though he had anticipated a rapid movement speed, this was beyond exaggerated. The green figure was now mere inches from the hurricane. Its gleaming blade-like arms began to whirl, gaining momentum until Scyther's entire body resembled a rapidly spinning top. Scyther spun within the hurricane. To Chunyu's astonishment, the hurricane began to dissipate. In just one round, Bobo's most formidable attack had been dismantled by Scyther. What troubled Chunyu even more than the ineffectiveness of Hurricane was Scyther's skill. Swords Dance, a significant enhancement of its attacking prowess. This scene was eerily familiar to Chinyu, reminiscent of the time he had directed Bear Baby to utilize String Shot to increase its speed. However, there was a critical distinction. Bear Baby only enhanced its speed at the cost of minor damage, whereas Scyther emerged unscathed, dramatically boosting its attack attributes. Those blade-like arms now resembled the scythe of the Grim Reaper. A single hit could very well conclude the battle. Trainer, will you concede? Your Pidgey's level should not be particularly high, and with the powerful hurricane attack, the Scyther is effectively out of reach. The battle has nearly drawn to a close. A hint of regret laced Abai's tone as he began to persuade Chunyu for the third time. Do not jest, even if I am currently at a disadvantage. My Pidgey will not concede easily. Chunyu resolutely rejected the notion of forfeiting, his spirit unyielding. Sensing Chunyu's determination, Pidgey responded in kind. Surely, there must be a way to counter this move. What is the Scyther's vulnerability? Although Chunyu declared he would not give up, he genuinely found himself at a loss. Pidgey, unleash another hurricane. It is futile. It will yield the same result as before. Use Swords Dance. The previous scenario unfolded once more, as Scyther employed Swords Dance within the swirling winds of Hurricane, dismantling the attack entirely. Had it not been for the remnants of the wind's passage across the battlefield, one might have believed Pidgey had never unleashed Hurricane at all. Scyther's assault intensified yet again, its blade-like arms glinting with a more ruthless gleam. Partner, strike with a backhand. Pidgey, evade with quick attack. The green figure darted like a nimble ninja, swiftly closing the distance to Pidgey. In response, Pidgey reacted with remarkable speed, transforming into a flash of white light, executing quick attack aimlessly, driven by a singular goal, evading the incoming backhand strike. One can employ quick attack in such a manner. This indicates rigorous training of the Pokémon. Should I bestow the badge upon him? Unlike Chunyu's anxious demeanor, Abai found himself in a state of contemplation. From Abai's perspective, Pidgey's defeat seemed inevitable, thus implying Chunyu's challenge would also end in failure. However, the gym leader still possessed the authority to award a badge to a defeated challenger, provided the challenger earned the leader's respect. Abai was thoroughly impressed with Chunyu's overall performance, from the training of his Pokémon to his strategic assessments in battle, surpassing the vast majority of trainers. Yet, he sensed a certain deficiency, which was the root of his hesitation. Pidgey, steady yourself and unleash Hurricane once more. Still unwilling to concede? Swords Dance. For the third time, Hurricane was dismantled by Scyther, signifying yet another enhancement of its offensive capabilities. Danger. The situation was exceedingly dire. Must he truly surrender? Chinyu clenched his fists in determination. In the cypress forest, Pidgey and the Teddiursa had trained tirelessly, enduring every skill usage and injury. The hours spent training during their slumber were not meant for yielding. Absolutely. He could not give in. Where lay Scyther's weakness? Swords Dance resembled a spinning top, deflecting Hurricane effortlessly. What strategy could possibly unravel this? Chunyu meticulously recalled every movement from the Scyther's battle while keenly observing the forested arena of the Cypress Gym. Wait, why is this still here? It has not vanished. Chunyu's gaze settled upon a particular spot, his eyes lingering there. For the first time since the appearance of the flying mantis, a relaxed and confident expression graced his face. Bobo, unleash another raging storm. Has a strategy come to mind? Yet, the effectiveness of Raging Storm remains unchanged despite repeated attempts. Blade Dance. Once again, Raging Storm was dismantled. However, unlike previous occasions, this time both Abai and Chunyu took further action. Partner, strike with the back of the blade. Bobo, dart towards the area with the threads, utilizing the remnants. Is he planning to use the strands left by the threadball? The blade of the flying mantis is exceptionally sharp. Abai, confident in the capabilities of the flying mantis, paid little heed to the threads. As Bobo soared towards the threaded area, each attack from the flying mantis was deftly evaded, though there were moments when it nearly fell victim to the lethal blade. Yet, fortune seemed to still favor Bobo. With each successful evasion, the flying mantis would sever long strands of silk, which appeared to have little impact on it. After consecutively employing Raging Storm and Electric Flash, Bobo seemed to be in a less favorable state. Its stamina appeared to wane, and as it prepared to evade another strike with Electric Flash, a brief stutter occurred. In such moments, such a mistake is undoubtedly fatal. Bang! The death scythe of the flying mantis struck Bobo's back, sending it crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The strike with the back of the blade would not incapacitate Bobo, but its condition was far from optimistic. I acknowledge that under such circumstances, the thought of utilizing the strands left by the threadball to bind the flying mantis is commendable. You have earned my recognition. There is no need to continue the battle. Even in defeat, I have decided that the bug badge of the Hinoki Gym shall not be forfeited. Bobo has not yet fallen, Chinyu shouted in defiance. In his eyes, Bobo still possessed the strength to fight, even after being struck by the back of the flying mantis blade. As long as there remained a flicker of stamina, Bobo would undoubtedly continue to battle. Bobo had never bowed to anyone. Just like their first encounter, even when gravely injured, it would not easily concede. Not even against the formidable Fire Sparrow, which was several levels higher, would it yield. Now, facing a bug-type Pokémon, it would be even less inclined to submit. After enduring rigorous training, how could it easily accept defeat? Bobo, you surely do not wish to give in. Bobo, unleash your power. Chinyu continued to call out amidst the swirling dust, sensing Bobo's indomitable spirit reaching out to him. Suddenly, from within the dust, a powerful white light flickered, dazzling like the sun in the sky. Chapter 23. Pidgey. The arena of the Hinoki Gym gleamed with brilliant white light. A bird-like silhouette emerged through the dust, intertwined with the radiance. Has Bobo evolved? Chinyu murmured, his gaze initially vacant before becoming filled with excitement. He observed as the figure in the arena gradually enlarged, its feathers lengthening. As the bright light dissipated, a magnificent raptor materialized before Chinyu and Abai. Its plumage was predominantly brown, with white adorning the interior of its wings and its abdomen. A cascade of long, red feathers crowned its head, and its obsidian eyes glinted with a sharpness befitting its nature. The formidable talons were clearly capable of inflicting severe damage. The evolution of Bobo into Biber Bird added an air of majesty and seriousness. Biber Bird. It was impossible for Chinyu not to feel exhilarated upon witnessing Bobo's evolution. He eagerly called forth Biber Bird's attribute interface. Name, Biber Bird, rare, potential, blue gender, female level, 16 preferences, insects, Wudong trees, flight, combat held item, unknown feather ability, keen eye personality, reserved skills, fierce sandstorm, lightning strike, blowing away affection, 90 overall combat power, 1028, for reference only. Chinyu almost instinctively overlooked the overall combat power section. Yet this metric served as a crucial reference for most novice players. However, the outcome of a battle is determined not merely by this so-called combat power. Myriad factors can prove decisive. Blowing away? Has it learned a skill in advance? As this thought crossed his mind, Chinyu couldn't help but glance once more at Biber Bird's potential. The blue potential endowed Biber Bird with boundless possibilities. It is essential to note that the potential of Pokémon ranges from low to high: white, green, blue, purple, orange, and red. Higher potential not only amplifies overall combat power exponentially, but also enables Pokémon to learn skills earlier, evolve sooner, and even possess special abilities superior to their ordinary counterparts. A blue potential Pokémon in his previous life would have prompted various factions to dispatch resources and manpower in search of it. In the early stages of the game, for a player to acquire a blue potential Pokémon was akin to chasing a mirage in the eyes of the elite or noble families. Yet, Chinyu not only possessed one, but also recalled numerous Pokémon bearing prefix names, indicating their potential was at least green or above. Returning to the present moment, Bobo's evolution signified that the battle still held a glimmer of hope. Flying Mantis, let us execute another backstrike. Abai was equally astonished that Bobo had evolved under such circumstances. If the earlier granting of the badge stemmed from observing Chinyu and his Pokémon's diligent training, witnessing Biber Bird's evolution clarified for Abai what had previously seemed lacking: an indomitable fighting spirit. One may temporarily retreat when faced with a formidable opponent, but one must never yield, nor lack the courage to confront them head-on. Yu and Bobo not only refused to back down, but also exerted every effort to salvage their situation, even enabling Bobo to evolve amidst despair. When a trainer possesses wisdom, courage, perseverance, and determination, they have already taken the first step towards becoming a master trainer, a fact that every gym leader would acknowledge, including Abi. Thus, he ceased to persuade Yu to surrender. The moment Bobo evolved, Abi realized that Yu would not give up. Out of principle as a gym leader, out of respect for a striving novice trainer, and in recognition of Bobo's hard work, Abi did not hesitate to issue a command to the Scyther. Pidgeotto, do not fear. Use quick attack. The green figure surged towards Pidgeotto, darting past in an instant. A beam of white light plummeted from the sky, similarly flashing by the Scyther. Hurricane. Swords Dance. As the first round concluded, Abi and Yu nearly simultaneously issued their commands. Pidgeotto unleashed its hurricane with astonishing speed, creating a massive tornado that surged towards Scyther. Once again, a familiar scene unfolded. Scyther advanced to confront the oncoming hurricane, preparing to wield its blade-like arms and execute Swords Dance. Bang, bang, bang. The hurricane enveloped Scyther entirely. The tempest, mixed with debris and branches, ravaged the Scyther mercilessly. Had Swords Dance not been executed? Was the speed of the hurricane so overwhelming that Scyther could not even perform Swords Dance? What transpired when Scyther faced the hurricane? Scyther, having suffered from the hurricane's assault, was perplexed. Abi shared the same confusion. Pidgeotto, seize the opportunity, unleash hurricane. Scyther, evade quickly. Abi began to panic, unsure of where the issue lay. Scyther's movements could not possibly be hindered. How could it fail to even execute Swords Dance? With no clarity on the cause, Abi had no choice but to command Scyther to temporarily evade Pidgeotto's hurricane. Opportunities do not always present themselves. Yu understood the rarity of this chance. How could he let it slip away so easily? Pidgeotto, target Scyther with quick attack. Execute Swords Dance. Estimating the potential damage from quick attack, Abi still yearned to comprehend why Scyther's Swords Dance appeared to slow. Bang! Quick attack struck Scyther, the damage seeming minimal. Scyther completed the Swords Dance flawlessly. Wait, what were those white threads? Abi scrutinized Scyther's blade-like arms and discovered filaments entangled around its back and torso. Not only the torso and arms, but also the abdomen was ensnared by these threads. Although it was not a complete restraint, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. How could I have overlooked this issue before? Abi was astonished. What manner of trainer is this? While those threads could not physically bind to Scyther, they possessed an extraordinary stickiness. Just moments ago, as Scyther pursued and struck at Pidgey, the shattered threads had adhered to its body. Once the accumulation reached a certain threshold, it inevitably hindered Scyther's mobility and execution of moves. These seemingly useless fragments of thread unexpectedly caused Scyther's movements to falter, allowing Pidgey to seize an opportunity. Unleash your full power, my partner. Use Blade Dance. Hurricane. Of course, Pidgey would refrain from engaging Scyther in close combat, for its attacks were terrifyingly potent. Yu believed that a single blow from Blade Dance would incapacitate Pidgey, hence he chose to evade the onslaught. Scyther countered the hurricane without fear, executing Blade Dance. Abi decided to take a gamble, eager to see if Scyther could break through Pidgey's hurricane. Pidgey, summon all your strength for the mightiest hurricane. This was the sole opportunity, and success hinged on this decisive moment. The shards of gravel, broken branches, and the slicing winds of the hurricane spun rapidly, striking Scyther with relentless force. Each blow akin to a steel blade piercing its form. Yet, instead of retreating in fear, Scyther emitted a sound reminiscent of a war drum, and astonishingly, its speed began to increase. It surged through the tempest with growing swiftness. Indomitable spirit. Abi's Scyther possessed indomitable spirit. Yu's eyes widened. This was Scyther's hidden ability. Each time it faced fear, the will to persevere would ignite, enhancing its speed. Pidgey, cease the hurricane. Unleash your maximum power with Thunderbolt. At this juncture, there was no retreat. Scyther's speed had escalated, and the hurricane was nearing its end. There was no time to be passive, even in close combat. Scyther needed to inflict some damage. The outcome of this match hinged on this round. Bang! A flash of white collided with the green shadow. Thunderbolt met Blade Dance head-on. In an instant, Pidgey and Scyther passed each other. Chapter 24. A bountiful harvest. Pidgey's form faltered, its wings losing momentum, and it gradually descended toward the ground. Had they still lost? Yu withdrew Pidgey into its pock ball, a swirl of emotions coursing through him, complex and profound. A blend of unwillingness, regret, and helplessness intertwined in his heart. Both Pidgey and Scyther had lost their fighting capabilities. As the gym leader had not emerged victorious, the trainer from Huapi Town Yu claimed victory. In the center of the arena, the referee raised the green flag and announced the final result. Had the Scyther truly lost its fighting capability? Yu stood momentarily stunned, gazing vacantly at the green figure on the ground. The Scyther lay incapacitated, its eyes swirling in little circles, signifying its defeat. What on earth was happening? In truth, the Scyther's level was equivalent to that of the Pidgeotto. As for its mastery of skills like Swords Dance and Cut, being a gym leader, it was not particularly challenging to have a Pokémon learn such techniques in advance. Abai then withdrew the Scyther and proceeded to explain. Ding! Congratulations to player Yu for becoming the first challenger to defeat a gym leader in the Johto region. Would you like to accept the announcement for the entire region? Accept. Gain 100 prestige points in the Johto region. Decline. The announcement of the first victorious challenger will be postponed until the next. Decline. Without much thought, Yu chose to refuse, though it appeared that being the first to vanquish a gym leader could herald boundless glory. He was reluctant to place himself at such a focal point of attention. After all, the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be felled by the wind. Not to mention his desire for discretion in seeking resources from his past life. Yu understood that he had not truly emerged victorious in this battle. The match concluded in a draw, yet within the context of gym battles, it was ultimately deemed a victory for the challenger. Nevertheless, the battle at the Hinoki gym had come to an end, and Yu felt a sense of relief wash over him. You have trained your Pidgeotto exceptionally well, and it is evident that the creature possesses remarkable talent. Its judgment surpasses that of ordinary trainers, with a keen grasp of battle rhythm and meticulous observation of combat details. Alongside its astonishing strength, this bug badge is well-deserved. Abai approached Yu from the opposite side of the battlefield, slowly nearing him, and produced a ladybug-shaped badge from an unknown source. As Yu received the bug badge, the system provided feedback. Ding! Congratulations to player Yu for obtaining the bug badge. Due to the refusal of the regional announcement, no prestige bonus has been awarded. Is this the bug badge? In his previous life, Yu had never had the opportunity to encounter a gym, let alone see a badge. Although he had witnessed them in Pokémon and Pocket games on Earth, the indescribable thrill surged within him. Upon physically holding the badge, he felt an immense sense of honor, and a certain conviction within him seemed to strengthen. Thank you, Mr. Abai. You're welcome. This is a testament to your hard work. Please hand me the Pokeballs for your Teddiursa and Pidgeotto, and I will call the staff to restore their stamina. Abai replied with a smile. As Yu contemplated bidding farewell to Mr. Abai and heading to the Pokémon Center, he expressed, "Then, I shall trouble you." Mr. Abai. Abai beckoned a member of the gym staff and handed over the Pokeballs for the Scyther, Teddiursa, and Pidgeotto. Indeed, you have passed my test. Come with me. I have something to bestow upon you as a reward for your efforts. Finally, has the moment arrived? Upon hearing these words from Abai, Yu could hardly contain his excitement. This item is regarded as the finest tool in the entirety of Huapi Town, thanks to the information divulged by a renowned player from a previous life. Silently, he offered an apology to that player within his thoughts. Given the opportunity to acquire it, he could not possibly miss out. Following Abai, he entered a room that resembled an activity center. Dazzling, resplendent, a plethora of evolution stones, golden spray bottles, premium Pokeballs, perfect healing potions, antidotes, moo milk, and other items filled Yu's vision. The Alliance invests significantly in the gyms, as they can be considered classrooms of sorts. The gym leaders serve as instructors, imparting vast knowledge and wisdom to trainers. He felt an overwhelming urge to incapacitate Abai and stuff all these treasures into his backpack. At that moment, this singular thought consumed Yu's mind. These items command a high price in the general store, with some even being unavailable for purchase. Not to mention the evolution stones, which are inherently rare. These treasures, in any context, would represent a considerable fortune. Yet, the mere shock induced by these items sparked such notions. If he were to truly knock Abai unconscious and seize these precious tools, Yu was certain that by the following day, he would be a wanted man by the Alliance. Moreover, the value of the item Abai held was certainly on par with what he beheld. How about this? These resources have been provided by the Alliance over the years, alongside a few rewards. Why not select one from here as my gift to you? There is a method for mastering the move Continuous Slice within. Continuous Slice. The method of learning. Abai exclaimed, referring to a skill that had gained recognition from the Alliance and was one of the few self-created techniques. It is essential to understand that in the world of Pokémon, there are no move machines. Players cannot simply tap a button to teach their Pokémon new skills. Mastery of new moves relies on two factors: the Pokémon's inherent potential and the method of skill acquisition. In the early stages of the game, within just 6 months, Obtaining continuous slice would provide a trainer with the means to contend against formidable opponents, boasting considerable power. Reflecting on it now, Chinyu felt a chill. Had the Scyther employed continuous slice instead of the backhand strike earlier, would Pidgey have had the stamina to rise again? Would it still have the possibility of evolution? Chinyu fell silent, seemingly deep in thought, deliberating his choice. Abai did not interrupt, patiently awaiting his response. I find myself quite curious about what reward Mr. Abai will bestow upon me. Will you not have regrets? Perhaps, in certain respects. The gift I offer may not hold a value as great as the skill of continuous slice. Abai pressed. I place my trust in Mr. Abai, as well as in my own intuition. Upon hearing Chinyu's response, Abai refrained from further inquiries. Amidst the array of props, he discovered a box made of alloy and retrieved an item resembling a vest from within. Ding! As player Chinyu successfully completed the hidden battle task of the Hinoki Gym, a reward is now bestowed, a substandard learning device. A substandard learning device. A coveted item long desired by countless players. Has it finally come into his possession? Chinyu accepted the learning device with a smile, examining its attributes. Name, substandard learning device. Purpose. Allocates 14 experience points from battles to the Pokémon that has not yet participated and is wearing this item. Description, due to prolonged storage. Many parts are somewhat damaged, yet it remains functional. This item was once utilized by me. Although it has been stored for an extended period, it is still operable. So, are you perhaps regretting not choosing to cut continuously? Abai remarked with a knowing smile, casting a sidelong glance at Chinyu. Thank you for your affirmation, Mr. Abai. Chinyu expressed his profound gratitude for acquiring such an item. What a jest! The learning device is a possession exclusive to the esteemed professors of various regions. Its scarcity is remarkable. Moreover, it is only bestowed upon genuinely novice trainers. What defines a truly novice trainer, you ask? It is the indigenous trainers. When a child reaches the age of 10, they have the opportunity to receive a starter Pokémon from a professor's location. However, not every child who turns 10 has the chance to become a trainer. They must undergo an investigation and recommendation by the league. The probability of a child becoming a novice trainer at the age of 10 is roughly 1 in 100. In a certain sense, the learning device is an extraordinary item, not to mention its limited availability across regions. Its existence is likely a reward given by professors to outstanding novice trainers. But how does one determine who is outstanding? The likelihood of an outstanding novice trainer emerging is approximately 1 in 10,000. Regret? Absolutely not. Perhaps cutting continuously in the early stages could have provided Chinyu with unimaginable convenience. However, the learning device remains a vital asset, regardless of the time period. A fact that surpasses the benefits of continuous cuts. It seems you comprehend the specific utility of this item? Then let it shine brilliantly in your hands. Upon hearing Chinyu's response and witnessing the excitement etched upon his face, Abai joyfully declared, Mr. Abai, may I request a favor from you? Chinyu placed the substandard learning device into his essential items pocket, as if fearful of it being snatched away. A warm smile graced his face. Abai, initially in high spirits, was momentarily taken aback by Chinyu's smile, feeling an unexpected chill along his spine. What was the origin of this familiar smile? Abai found Chinyu's smile strikingly reminiscent, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Wait, the smile. Chihiro. In the same town. Abai could not possibly be unfamiliar with the esteemed master of the Alliance, and naturally, he recognized Qianwei. The trainer before him, known as Chinyu, bore an uncanny resemblance in his smile to that little girl. A troubling memory seemed to surface, causing Abai to swallow hard, his voice trembling slightly. You say, I wish to work part-time at the Hinoki Gym for a week. Very well, very well. I initially intended to have you stay a while longer to chat. What a pity. Must you leave so soon? Upon hearing Chinyu's words, Abai appeared to exhale in relief, murmuring softly to himself. Chinyu chuckled, opting for silence as he continued to gaze at Abai. After a moment, Abai seemed to sense something, and his expression instantly froze. What did you say? Chapter 25, The First Victory. Look, the doors of the Hinoki Gym have swung open. Outside the gym, a throng of spectators had gathered, holding their breath in anticipation for Chinyu to emerge, insect badge in hand. Veteran players watched intently, as did newcomers, while a Tian had been patiently waiting. The table was equipped with special devices, eyes glued to the scene. Lu Qianlan continued to observe quietly from a secluded spot. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. Hey, why hasn't the scoundrel come out yet? It seemed some players could no longer contain their impatience, quietly inquiring among their peers. Who knows? Could it be that the Hinoki Gym has a back entrance, and the scoundrel slipped out through there? Don't be ridiculous, my friend. The Hinoki gym has been thoroughly searched. There is but this one exit. Could it be that the scoundrel failed his challenge? Ashamed to face us? The scoundrel held out for at least an hour. How could he possibly lose? If one can't last an hour in battle, who in Hinoki Town could? Let us not forget the scoundrel's 32 battles. Are you a fan of the scoundrel? Just what sort of people have fans? I merely came to witness the scoundrel's folly. An inept individual who dares not accept a challenge from Tian-Go. Who are you calling inept? It seems you and your Tian-Go are just as slow as garbage, Tian. Say that again. What will you do about it? Come face me. Tian, having overheard the players discussing him, merely furrowed his brow, choosing to remain silent. Gradually, the players gathered at the entrance of the Hinoki gym began to divide into factions. One side cheered for Chunyu, convinced he would triumph over Bai and claim the insect badge, while the other side derided him, believing he had certainly failed his challenge. Shall one of us go inside to check? As the debate reached an impasse, silence fell once more around the Hinoki gym. Indeed, it was a splendid idea. Yet, the majority of players present had already ventured inside to challenge the gym. To re-enter the Hinoki gym, one must wait at least a week. Only players who have not challenged it before or new players may enter. So, I shall inquire. A player, noticing the reluctance of others and sensing an unusual atmosphere, bravely stepped forward. Before this intrepid player, a path gradually opened, allowing him to advance towards the Hinoki gym. Go on, brother. Safe travels. No need to see you off. Handsome, let us meet here again next week. As the volunteer walked, he felt the encouragement of those around him, and the more he heard, the more unnerved he became. He quickened his pace and entered the Hinoki gym. Welcome to the Hinoki gym, trainer. After a challenge failure, you cannot re-challenge within a week. Shall we proceed to battle now? Abai sat beside a tree, feeding the cater pie and Rhydon at his feet. Not far from Abai, a trainer dressed in a plain Alliance tracksuit was sweeping the entire gym with a broom. If one were familiar with this figure, they would surely exclaim, "Isn't that scoundrel brother? I'm here to find someone." Abai mused. Are you not here for a battle at the Hinoki gym? He glanced meaningfully at the sweeping Chunyu. I'm looking for scoundrel brother. Scoundrel brother? You came to the Hinoki gym searching for scoundrel brother? Aside from myself, Chunyu is the only one here. Chunyu, a remarkably friendly and diligent trainer, puzzled Abai with the label. Are you searching for that trainer? Abai pointed towards the sweeping Chunyu. The volunteer followed Abai's gesture. Scoundrel brother, just like in the videos. Finally, I see him in person. Can I talk to him? The Hinoki gym is for battles, but you cannot re-enter within a week. Abai replied helplessly, contemplating. Do I not have a new trainer worthy of seeking? His heart was filled with both frustration and perplexity. Scoundrel brother, if I say that it's a misunderstanding, would you believe me? What misunderstanding? Nothing. Is there something amiss? Both Abai and Chunyu were equally perplexed. Chunyu found himself in an almost solitary state among his Pokémon, with no players as friends, the sole companion being Qianwei. Were you previously challenging the Hinoki gym? Yes, Chunyu replied without hesitation. Did you win? Did you win? The player's excitement surged. I did not win. How is that possible? You battled for a whole hour. How could you not win? You wouldn't have come all this way just to ask if I won, would you? Chunyu felt somewhat embarrassed. Having just secured a working opportunity at the gym to earn funds for his trip to Jujutsu City. Indeed, Chunyu's next destination is the vibrant city of Kaiki, a locale brimming with cultural fervor. Upon selecting virtual reality synchronization, one may experience thirst, hunger, and even illness. However, Chunyu harbors no regrets. Setting aside the abysmal air and environment of real life, the advantages of virtual reality synchronization will gradually reveal themselves. Consequently, to reach Kaiki, he must travel via public transport along the main thoroughfare, a venture that entails a financial cost, and not an insignificant one at that. Chunyu finds himself with a mere 100 Alliance coins, and all his supplies have been completely exhausted, forcing him to seize opportunities to gradually amass some funds. Simultaneously, he can also engage in studies at the Cypress Gym. As for what Chunyu wishes to learn, Abai remains oblivious, merely sensing that Chunyu's earlier smile was perilously dangerous. How could nothing arise from such a situation? Do you know? You are the first player in Cypress Town to battle the gym leader for over an hour. The player paused, glancing at Chunyu, who exhibited no expression, and thought to himself, truly a master, unperturbed by glory or disgrace. Such impressive achievements are met with such calmness. He then continued, almost all the players in Cypress Town are outside, awaiting your news. What? Is this a joke? Why are there so many people? Don't you know? The top player of Cypress Town, a Tion, lasted merely 2 minutes against the gym leader, while you, the so-called scum brother, endured a full hour. You surpassed a Tion in manliness. Grasping a blade of grass, Chunyu wondered why there were so many spectators. It was merely a gym battle. Did it warrant such a crowd? I desire to remain low-key indeed. Aren't you all calling me scum brother? Yet, you flock to witness a scum battle. Is there no humanity left? Upon hearing the player's words, Chinyu furrowed his brow. Why had an ordinary gym battle escalated in this manner? No, he must say something. Otherwise, after becoming a celebrity, the origins of those resources would remain inexplicable. While there is no doubt about my masculinity, who told you that enduring longer guarantees a badge? However, the Johto Alliance announcement reads, congratulations to player Lu Qingyi for defeating the Kaiki gym leader, becoming the first player to obtain an alliance badge, and receiving 100 reputation points as a reward. The announcement repeats, congratulations to player Lu Qingyi for defeating the Kaiki gym leader, as the first player to earn an alliance badge, rewarded with 100 reputation points. Chinyu truly wished to say something, and then his eyes suddenly brightened. Gesturing with his hands to the player before him, his expression seemingly conveying a singular message. See? I told you I did not win. In the next moment, Cypress Town erupted in excitement. Kaiki City similarly burst into a frenzy. Following the district-wide announcement, the Johto Alliance was engulfed in a state of madness. The first player to conquer the gym, Lu Qingyi, the esteemed young lady of the Lu family, the elder sister of Lu Qianlan, the legendary goddess. Chapter 26, Legend. You didn't win. You should have said so earlier. Why drag it out? It's a waste of time. With those words, the player departed without a backward glance. What the? Is this a joke? I already stated that I hadn't won. You weren't paying attention, yet you blame me? Never mind. The details are insignificant. However, Lu Qingyi is remarkably swift. She must be the player who obtained the little crocodile. Chinyu silently recalled the information from his previous life. Lu Qingyi, a candidate for the Elite Four in the Johto League, had early access to a green potential crocodile and a green potential Piku. He remembered that her unexpected capture of that Piku was likely the key to her victory over the Apricorn Gym. The pace seems to have accelerated significantly compared to my previous life. Wasn't it supposed to be a month before a player secured the first gym victory? Moreover, wasn't he the first victor in the Johto region meant to be another player? How did it come to be Lu Qingyi? With numerous questions swirling in his mind, Chinyu chose not to dwell on them. In fact, he was somewhat grateful to this young lady, as her swift actions alleviated the hassle of explaining things to the throng of players outside. Yet, he had overlooked a critical detail. He forgot that there was a rather dedicated player outside the Apricorn Gym, making a renowned paparazzo wait an entire hour. The repercussions could be quite severe. Chinyu would gradually come to understand the consequences of this oversight. It seems you are quite popular in Huapi Town. After the player left, Abai began to converse with Chinyu. Well, in a certain sense, my social standing is quite decent. Chinyu reflected on Abai's words, realizing he could not refute them, and thus remained silent. Let us get back to work. I'm off to feed the cater pie, he declared, focusing on tidying up the entire Apricorn Gym. In every region of the Johto League, rumors spread like wildfire. Have you heard? At precisely 7 o'clock tonight, the goddess Lu will host a global live stream. What? Bro, what are we waiting for? Let us get into the room. But doesn't it start at 7? It's only 5 o'clock now. Why rush into the room? Don't you think the goddess's room will crash the server? If you don't get in early to secure a spot, how will you get in at all? I can't believe one of my friends has fallen for the goddess. Don't say that. I've fallen for her too, especially since she secured the first victory. I'm logging off now. Outside the Apricorn Gym. Oh my, the goddess's first victory. I'm securing my spot. Well done. My goddess is simply perfect. But wait. The goddess plays with Pokémon too? What a surprise. This is the world's first virtual online game. And besides, this is the only game available now. Enough talk. I'm logging off first. Wait, aren't you all going to wait for Scum Brother? He hasn't come out yet. Idiot. Fool. Scum Brother? What a comical character. Did you hear the fellow emerging from within? The scoundrel is sweeping the floor. How amusing. Upon losing, he found himself unable to face us and resorted to cleaning the dojo instead. It truly cracks me up. Initially, I believed the scoundrel would become a legend. Yet who would have thought that he indeed turned out to be one? Ha. Remarkably, this statement from my brother is devoid of grammatical errors. Let us go offline. Players in the Hinoki dojo hastily chose to log out, perceiving Chinyu as nothing more than a jester. He was bestowed with immense hope, only to become a fool after his failure. After an hour spent in the dojo, who knows if he was merely sweeping the floor for that entire duration. Some players felt anger, others disappointment, and some simply chose to forget. There were even those who lamented that the scoundrel wasted their precious gaming time, causing them to miss out on the legendary little sprites. Simultaneously, a certain tabloid writer quietly composed a post on the Chengdu forum. Hinoki Town unveils the most ruthless player. The first victory challenge is a hoax, a bold provocation to the goddess? After waiting an arduous hour for him, he was merely sweeping the floor? Let him sweep for a lifetime. Following the post, the tabloid writer also logged out, only to switch on the global live broadcast. To my astonishment, while eagerly awaiting the goddess's stream, I stumbled upon this post and even managed to claim the first comment. Entering the dojo just to clean? Haha. This guy is indeed talented. He has deceived a multitude of players' emotions. How impressive. What do you mean deceiving players' feelings? This scoundrel intended to create an illusion of securing his first victory, hoping to catch the true victor, the goddess's attention. Thankfully, my studies in logic helped me nearly see through this conspiracy. This scoundrel is outrageous, not only deceiving male players, but also attempting to attract the goddess's notice. There are countless individuals pursuing the goddess, and this scoundrel has certainly taken a novel approach. What the heck? I can't believe it can be done this way. Why didn't I think of it before? To the love-struck upstairs, ladies, run away. I'm a lady too, help. The scoundrel provokes the goddess? This table has truly misjudged the situation. By the way, a thumbs up to the brother upstairs studying logic. He nearly strayed off course. Brothers and sisters, the goddess is about to go live. Global broadcast, room 005. The room remains shrouded in darkness. At the center, a message indicates that the streamer is on the way. There are 10 minutes left until 7 p.m. The online viewer count has already reached 30 million. The total number of global broadcast users is merely 200 million. Just a few days ago, a Tion shared insights on capturing little sprites, and the highest online count barely reached 1 million. Today, simply because of a single statement. I will stream live at 7 p.m. The global broadcast server nearly crashed. There is no other reason, merely due to one person. An individual who can truly be deemed legendary. Lu Qingyi, the elder sister of the world-renowned singer Lu Qianluan, serves as the chairwoman of a Fortune 100 company. She is a legendary woman who ascended to prominence in just a decade. Most notably, throughout her life, no negative rumors have ever surfaced about her. Not only is she free from scandal, but she also has very few male friends, making her the dream of countless admirers. As the clock struck 7, the screen of the live broadcast illuminated. Her clear, sparkling eyes radiated warmth, and her crescent-shaped smile seemed eager to share joyful tidings, reminiscent of an angelic smile. The exquisite adornment she wore, rather than overshadowing her, found their significance solely through her presence. Elegance can sometimes be a pure affair. Yet when that elegance also evokes a sense of mystery, delight, and approachability, it embodies a singular identity, Lu Qingyi. In this live broadcast, no one was engaged in sending messages, nor did anyone shower her with gifts. For the first time in the history of global live streaming, there was an unprecedented occurrence. While the audience reached its peak, not a single message was sent, nor a cent spent on gifts. The viewers seemed to regard the opportunity to interact with the goddess as a reward in itself. As Lu Qingyi commenced her live stream, various prominent families from the World Federation began to experience a stir. I am delighted to have this opportunity to communicate with all of you. I have 3 matters to entrust to you, she began, her voice as ethereal as a distant orchid, dreamlike. Surely, everyone is currently engaged with the little spirits? Therefore, I shall skip the trivialities. Players possessing rare or above-rated little spirits may come to Liya Town, and I will personally welcome you. After a brief pause, she continued. You may also contact me at my company headquarters. The second matter is that I will be establishing an unofficial family within the realm of little spirits. And the qualification for membership will be those players who get in touch with me. Lastly, I seek a man within the game who can provide me with a sense of security, someone of formidable strength, with the intent of marriage. As soon as she concluded her 3 announcements, the live stream abruptly ended, and the screen turned to darkness. The broadcast had lasted no more than 5 minutes. Yet it sent tremors through the real world for over an hour. Countless individuals fixated on a singular phrase. Lu Qingyi intends to find a man in the realm of little spirits. If an ordinary woman were to make such a statement, she might face accusations of shamelessness for so openly declaring her intentions. However, when the speaker is Lu Qingyi, not only would she escape such reproach, but the audience would first be momentarily stunned, followed by an overwhelming sense of joy. To wed Lu Qingyi is akin to acquiring a dowry from one of the world's top 100 enterprises. Moreover, Lu Qingyi possesses an exquisite beauty and an elegant demeanor that ensnares the hearts of all who encounter her. Even women regard her as a goddess, someone they aspire to emulate throughout their lives. In an instant, countless players began inundating Qingluan Enterprises with calls, proclaiming their ownership of rare-level sprites. Numerous players took to the forums, asserting their identity as the men capable of providing support for Lu Qingyi. Additionally, Many players sought ways to purchase or inquire about these elusive sprites. The fervor among players was palpable. Those outside the gaming community, upon learning of the news, also became equally frenzied. Even the upper echelons of the organization felt the tremors. All this commotion was ignited merely by Lu Qingyi speaking a few words within a 5-minute span. This brief live broadcast, following the monumental event, came to be known as the 5 minutes that shook the world. It was this upheaval that engraved in the players' minds the existence of the Lu family amidst the realm of sprites. A week had elapsed since Lu Qingyi's triumphant victory in the Chengdu region. During this week, numerous events transpired. Many so-called strategies regarding sprites surfaced anonymously, each post devoid of any identifying marks. Topics such as the attribute countering of sprites, the impact of wild sprite states on capturing Magikarp as the most useless sprite, and methods to enhance sprite affection proliferated. Many players expressed immense gratitude for these posts, as they had embarked on their gaming journey with little knowledge, relying solely on instinct and the guidance of seasoned players, gradually exploring the gameplay. Numerous newcomers were metamorphosing from novices into capable trainers. At the Chengdu Alliance region, in the Hinoki Gymnasium, a player laughed heartily. Scoundrel brother is still sweeping the floor. I'll be back to see you next week. After yet another failed challenge. The defeated player, upon witnessing Chun Yu sweeping nearby, found his frustration dissipated significantly, mercilessly mocking him. Chun Yu continued his task, unperturbed, having grown numb to such derision. It was the 107th time. Throughout the week, every defeated player, upon exiting, would taunt Chun Yu. In the Hinoki Gymnasium, one could challenge and lose. But mockery towards Scoundrel Brother was an unspoken requirement. You could lose spectacularly, yet you could not forsake the chance to witness the spectacle that was Scoundrel Brother. What is the most beautiful sight in the Hinoki Gymnasium? Many newcomers would claim it to be the battling trees and sprites. The seasoned players would shake their heads and inform them that it is the janitor, Scoundrel Brother, who stands nearby, a legendary player, embodying all that is unprincipled and despicable. Welcome to the Hinoki Gymnasium, trainer. After a failed challenge, you may not attempt a rematch within a week. Are you ready to battle now? Aben continued to speak in his usual monotone. Since the battle with Chun Yu, it seems that no player in Huapi town has been able to ignite his desire for combat. Even his voice carries a hint of languor. Abai sometimes muses. How delightful it would be if one could merely nurture bug-type Pokémon without the need for battle. Yet, challengers are incessantly arriving. Just as one player departs, another appears. Hello, I am not here to challenge the gym. I am looking for someone. Abai glanced at the challenger, a trainer clad in somewhat extravagant attire. I am here for Chun Yu. Please inform him of the gym rules. I shall tend to my bee drill. Abai produced a canister of Pokémon feed from seemingly nowhere and ambled towards the bee drill. Is this player shrouded in mystery? With a mask and sunglasses adorning their countenance? Why do they even wear a cap and a standard Alliance tracksuit? A master? Perhaps a high-ranking individual? Or even a scion of a distinguished family? You are aware of the gym rules. If you seek me, let us clarify a few points first. I have not won any gym battles, so do not inquire about sweeping the floors. I enjoy that task. As for that Lu Qingyi, I harbor no particular sentiments. Now, is there anything else you wish to discuss? Chun Yu despises complications. Otherwise, he would not have previously declined Tion's challenge or rebuffed the regional announcements. He had not anticipated that his simple desire to earn travel expenses to Jeking City and acquire supplies would attract the attention of these troublesome players, inadvertently entangling him with other women. Does a toad aspire to eat swan meat? Chun Yu understands Lu Qingyi better than anyone. In his past life, his association with Team Rocket was significantly influenced by this woman. What does it mean that I like her? Has there been a misunderstanding? My eyes are solely for Pokémon, Cynthia, Xiao Yao, Yudo Sidai, and so forth. Returning to the present, another player seeks him. What could they possibly want? Have you not won a gym battle? A feminine voice queries. How many times must I repeat this? No, I have not won. If there is nothing else, I must return to my work. Then did you lose? Absolutely not. No losses here. Please hurry along. I lost. Regardless, I did not acquire a badge. Chun Yu instinctively asserted that he had not lost, only to realize he had inadvertently let slip a truth. He quickly attempted to halt the conversation, hoping the other party had not caught his words. How amusing. A player who, despite employing an overabundance of Pokémon, has managed to achieve a consecutive victory of 32 matches without injury? A player of dubious morals, battling for an hour at the Huapi gym without resolution? A player who has genuinely secured their first badge, yet is somewhat oblivious? 3 consecutive inquiries, each emphasizing a distinct point. Chun Yu appears to possess considerable prowess in Pokémon battles. However, he has identified a flaw in the discourse. Am I to discern whether you are praising me or disparaging me? Scoundrel? Unscrupulous? Oblivious? Very well, as long as you find joy in it. Chen Yu had long since abandoned the notion of explaining himself to the vast community of players, deeming it unnecessary. Yet, he refrained from responding to their inquiries. The outside world deemed him a wretch, lacking in skill, character, and temperament, almost synonymous with the term useless. Did this not provoke any ire within you? I am nearly driven to the brink of exasperation. An internal roar echoed within him, yearning to erupt vocally. Anger? What is there to be angry about? They are not entirely incorrect. My abilities are indeed lacking, as I am merely a novice player. I must endure. I must persevere. Chen Yu reiterated to himself. Is that so? The voice of his interlocutor suddenly took on a flirtatious tone. Of course. Chen Yu hesitated not a moment. May I pose one final question? I warn you, this is the last one. Can you inform me whether, due to the previous player's refusal to announce their first victory, you, having now achieved it through the gym, will accept the district-wide announcement? What does this statement signify? After posing the last question, the other party slowly removed their sunglasses. Is it you? Chen Yu could not help but exclaim a curse upon recognizing the newcomer. Chapter 28. Departure and Journey. Are you truly that astonished to see me? You have encountered me before. What brings you to seek out a mere ordinary player? I am hardly in a position to instruct you in song. Regardless of the incarnation, Chen Yu found himself exceedingly familiar with this player, the renowned singer, Lu Qianlan. In his previous life, he had been relentlessly pursued by Lu Qianlan. His impression of her was indelibly profound. He had never anticipated encountering this archrival so early in the game. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not surprised. And this young lady was no ordinary player. No. The player who achieved the first victory in the Johto region's gym is no mere player. Even my sister has been seeking you. This week has been hectic for me. How do you intend to compensate me? Her voice was enchanting, imbued with a captivating allure. Damn it, why is there still a prompt after refusing to announce? Is this not a blatant trap? You devoted an entire week to finding me. You truly are tenacious. Are you suggesting that I join you? Chen Yu bypassed her teasing remark and posed his inquiry directly. He speculated, recalling that at some point in the early game, the Lu family would begin a grand recruitment of players to become core members of their clan. The quality of recruited players and their Pokémon was exceptionally high. This endeavor laid the foundation for the Lu family to secure a prominent position among future Pokémon. Clever. To be precise, it is to join me. Would you care to contemplate it? Who knows what unforeseen benefits may await? Lu Qianlan's voice suddenly shifted. The originally melodious tone now tinged with a hint of languor and seduction. Chen Yu felt an inexplicable flame burning in his lower abdomen. What a captivating creature. Yet, he had no interest at the moment. Is there anything else? Suppressing his agitation, Chen Yu spoke softly. In his previous life, he would have eagerly nodded in agreement. And upon recognizing Lu Qianlan, he would have rushed to her side. Even in the mid-game, joining Lu Qianlan would not have been out of the question, for she and Lu Qingyi belonged to two distinct factions within the realm of Pokémon. Most importantly, Lu Qianlan worked for the Hoenn League. The management and benefits of the Hoenn Region's League were exceptionally commendable, making it quite difficult to join, particularly as this was the Johto region. However, at this moment, Lu Qianlan would undoubtedly be met with rejection. Are you implying a refusal? I did not refuse. Did you not hear? I am simply uninterested at present. Why is that? Is it merely a desire for discretion? If that is the case, I can assure you that no one will pay you any mind from now on. Lu Qianlan rarely experienced the taste of rejection, even if it was not absolute, and still left a glimmer of hope. Yet, the sting of being turned away was unpleasant for anyone, and even more so for a renowned public figure. Is there any need for me to explain myself to you? Are you not afraid that I might reveal your circumstances? Who would believe you? Setting aside the matter of Lu Qingyi's first victory at the gym, how could a player deemed the worst by nearly everyone possibly be a hidden master? Who would buy that? Why should I believe it? You are quite bothersome. Why should I tell you? Are you truly not considering it? By joining me, you would receive numerous unimaginable benefits. I must tidy up now. Chen Yu would not elaborate further and issued an eviction order. You may as well sweep for a lifetime. Lu Qianlan huffed, leaving a parting remark before turning away. Refusing me? When you eventually learn that I work for the Hoenn League, you will come begging for my assistance. What infuriated her most was the audacity to overlook her charm. Throughout the entire encounter, he merely glanced up to see who she was, never truly meeting her gaze. Were her offers not enticing enough? She had nearly resorted to leveraging her allure, only to be turned down. Was she truly so unappealing? Lu Qianlan was incensed. Feeling emotions she had never experienced before due to a male, she silently vowed to make Chen Yu pay for this slight. Finally, he was gone. It seemed she could no longer remain in Hiwaki Town. A week had passed. The timing was just right. Mr. Abai, I wish to set forth on my journey. As night fell, Shinyu concluded his day's work and approached Abai to bid farewell and collect his weekly wages. Are you leaving now? Traveling at night can be quite perilous, especially for novice trainers. Facing danger serves as a test for the trainers. Abai no longer persuaded Shinyu, instead retrieving 2 envelopes from his pocket and presenting them to him. You are heading to Jeka City, aren't you? Please deliver this letter to Isu for me. The other envelope contains your remuneration. Ding. Congratulations, player Shinyu, for completing the gym labor task. Reward, 1,400 alliance coins. Ding. Due to the request of the Huali gym leader, who wishes to communicate with the Jeka gym leader, you have been assigned a letter delivery task. Task reward, 2,000 alliance coins. Accept or decline. Shinyu accepted the 2 envelopes, placing the one containing money into his item classification and securing the letter from Mr. Isu in the important items section. Well then, Mr. Abai, I shall take my leave. I will certainly seek you out for another battle when the opportunity arises. Thank you for your care over the past week. I have learned so much alongside Bear Cub and BB Bird. Standing at the entrance of the Huali gym, Shinyu bid farewell to Mr. Abai. The latter offered no further words, merely stating, next time, do refrain from sweeping. He then watched as Shinyu gradually departed from the Huali gym. As a gym leader who had encountered many exceptional players and fostered friendships with numerous trainers, he understood that trainers must ultimately leave. Much like a teacher who becomes friends with some students, they inevitably graduate. Trainers, too, will eventually depart for new challenges. A gym is but one of many arenas for battle and learning for a trainer. Shinyu did not look back at Abai. He was aware of his own goals and direction. Although Mr. Abai had provided him with much assistance and care, a trainer is a trainer. Shinyu also chose not to visit Mr. Gang Tai or bid farewell to Qian Hui again, as he had already done so previously. He wished to avoid seeing that adorable little girl in tears. He headed directly to the general store in Huali Town. In addition to essential healing potions, antidotes, and Pokémon feed, Shinyu purchased some fresh water and bread, all of which he stowed in his item pocket. As mentioned earlier, after syncing with virtual reality, he would experience hunger and other sensations. This journey from Huali Town to Jeka City necessitated provisions for sustenance. Indeed, spending money proved far easier than earning it. Shinyu lamented upon seeing only 600 alliance coins remaining. After exiting the general store, he made his way to the transportation station in Huali Town. Traveling from Huali Town to Jeka City could be accomplished via the Alliance National Road or by traversing the Huali Forest, followed by crossing a mountain that delineated the boundary between Huali Town and Jeka City, leading directly to Jeka City. At this moment, Shinyu possessed only 2 Pokémon and was still traveling alone. Venturing through the forest and mountains was akin to courting disaster. The transportation station in Huali Town offered motorcycle transport, as it only provided routes to 2 locations, Jeka City and Manjin City. Both Alliance national roads were somewhat narrow and ill-suited for vehicles such as cars and buses. In the bustling city of Kaiki, the cost of travel weighed heavily on Chunyu's mind as he arrived at the transportation station. The fare was set at 500 Alliance coins, leaving him with a mere 100 after his previous expenditures. He couldn't help but feel disheartened. Was he destined to carry only 100 coins? With the night deepening, he pondered whether he should continue his journey. As he contemplated purchasing his ticket, a gruff voice interrupted his thoughts. Trainer, are you really planning to head to Kaiki at this late hour? A middle-aged man, bald yet amiable in appearance, approached Shinyu. Despite the roughness in his voice, his demeanor suggested he was quite kind-hearted. I wish to witness the evening scenery. I believe the Alliance Highway will reveal a different charm, Shinyu replied, attempting to justify his decision. Ah, a novice trainer, I see. You may not be aware of the dangers that lurk on the highway at night. Rogue bikers and aggressive wild Pokémon are known to appear, the man cautioned, hoping to dissuade Chunyu from his late-night venture. Are you a staff member of the transportation station? Chunyu inquired. Just trying to make a living. We should head out now. The man insisted. Isn't it wiser to set out in the morning? Chunyu countered. Now, this costs 500 Alliance coins. The bald man appeared taken aback, his disbelief evident. Why are you so stubborn, being a novice trainer? The bikers will intercept you for tolls, and if you lack the funds, you'll face consequences. The wild Pokémon at night are known to attack passing trainers. Do you wish to risk it all? Is it really that perilous? Daytime travel poses no issues. Shinyu argued, asserting the determination expected from a newcomer. Yet, these thoughts remained unvoiced. The bald man, as a representative of the Alliance, felt the responsibility to inform every novice trainer of the necessary precautions. I have repellent, provided by the Alliance. Shinyu asserted confidently. The bald man fell silent. observing the unwavering resolve in Chen Yu's eyes. With a resigned sigh, he accepted Chen Yu's coins and turned to retrieve the means of transport. Repellent? At this early stage, who would spend their hard-earned coins on such items? It seems a waste of alliance coins, especially when they do not yield battle experience. However, the value of repellent was not lost entirely. It could yield unexpected results in various situations once the initial phase had passed. As for the bikers, Chen Yu decided to assess the situation first. If it became too daunting, he could always pay the toll. Sometimes, it is unnecessary to put on a brave front, especially when it comes to the likes of Bear Baby and BB Bird who are still in their formative stages. If the situation proves to be unfavorable, retreat is the only option. It is not that Chen Yu lacks the courage to confront. After all, the Speedster gang comprises trainers, and one can never predict which Pokémon might emerge. Moreover, the Speedster gang continues to exist despite the Alliance's suppression, which can only imply one of two things. Either the Alliance harbors ulterior motives for allowing the gang's existence, or the gang possesses some form of support. In either case, it is not something Chen Yu can engage with at this stage. To a certain extent, he has already resigned himself to the idea of paying for passage. A moment later, a bald man appeared, slowly pushing a passenger motorcycle reminiscent of Miss Junch's. Hop on. The journey is a bit lengthy. It will take approximately 4 hours to reach Orange Blossom City. Have you brought water and provisions? You might need to replenish your energy along the way, he inquired kindly. Not a problem, let us depart. Chen Yu responded with a smile, taking his seat without hesitation. I hope we do not encounter the Speedster gang, he thought, as they approached a specific area. When I ask you to use the spray, remember to do so, alright? Do I even have any spray? Chen Yu silently grumbled but nodded in acknowledgement, indicating there were no issues. He then glanced back at Huapi Town, the place where his dreams had begun. The town's lights gradually dimmed as night deepened, and a slight heaviness settled in Chen Yu's heart. He mused. The Alliance highway to Orange Blossom City at midnight must surely reveal that Pokémon. I hope the information from that post is accurate. The reason Chen Yu intended to travel through the night was not for any trivial matter. It was for a Pokémon that was prohibited from capture in Orange Blossom City. It only appears at midnight. This particular Pokémon is merely a trigger for a specific task, and Chen Yu held great admiration for the individual who posted about it, as well as for their audacity and meticulousness. Just like that Pidgey, since fate has granted me a second chance, I must seize this task. Filled with determination, Chen Yu thought that upon completing this task, his Pokémon team would grow significantly, becoming an essential part of his plan. He rode on the bald man's motorcycle, gradually distancing himself from Huapi Town and entering the dark, narrow Alliance highway. It was already deep into the night, and on the streets of Huapi Town, 2 or 3 players could still be seen traversing between Huapi Forest and the Pokémon Center. One player stood silently at the entrance of the highway, watching Chen Yu fade into the distance, murmuring to themselves, choosing to traverse the Alliance highway at night? What kind of person are you, scoundrel? Lu Qianlan had been observing this player for a week, who had achieved a flawless victory streak of 32 matches with Bear Baby. She wanted to ascertain whether this scoundrel was worthy of becoming a dispatched investigator of the Hoenn League, like her. However, every observation had left her either astonished or perplexed. Rejecting a Tion's challenge, I spent an entire day and night alone in the Hinoki Forest. After an hour of testing my mettle against the Hinoki gym, I ultimately decided to linger there for a week, turning down the olive branch I had extended to myself. It is highly probable that I am the first player to achieve victory in this gym. It seems that I recklessly traversed the National Road at night. Amidst these events, Lu Qianlan increasingly perceives the enigmatic nature of the so-called scoundrel. Her intuition suggests that every action taken by this individual is a preparation for the subsequent endeavor. This distinguishes him from the majority of players, who often find themselves in a state of confusion. Unlike them, he seems to possess a clear sense of direction. Does he have a defined goal? Or has he already integrated into the world of Pokémon? As a singer who has long toiled in the entertainment industry, this is the first time I find it impossible to fathom the thoughts of a young man. However, what intrigues Lu Qianlan the most is why a player of considerable strength would choose to bear such ignominious labels. Shouldn't a young person prefer to seek fame and glory rather than endure humiliation? After much contemplation, she found no satisfying answer. Finally, she lifted her gaze toward the pitch-black National Road, where a post read, "Transgressing a great taboo. Scoundrel ventures onto the National Road at midnight." The author of this post was none other than Table. As Chen Yu departed from Hinoki Town and set foot on the road to Jike City, this post was instantly shared on the Johto League forum by Table. Unbeknownst to him, as he chose to traverse the National Road, he had once again become the subject of ridicule among the players. Chapter 30. The despairing bald uncle in this region Bring out your spray. There may be wild monkeys that could suddenly leap out and attack. The bald uncle nervously cautioned from the side. Come forth, Pidgey. Even at night, Pidgey exhibited remarkable grace. Its gaze sharp and discerning. I asked you to take out the spray. Why are you summoning your Pokémon? Quickly return it to avoid any harm. How can you call yourself a trainer? The bald uncle reproached Chunyu, aghast that he had brought out a Pokémon instead of the spray. As a member of the league staff, he felt a responsibility and obligation to protect and educate novice trainers. It was nearly midnight, a time when certain Pokémon could become frenzied. Seeing a novice trainer brandishing a Pokémon as a defense against wild attacks caused him great concern. When a Pokémon strikes, use Gust. Chunyu commanded Pidgey. It seemed that Pidgey held a certain affection for Chunyu, first nuzzling its head against him before perching its sharp claws on his shoulder, remaining still as it gazed ahead. Although clad in league sportswear, which was of the most ordinary material, Chunyu found Pidgey's claws somewhat uncomfortable but did not push it away. As a trainer, the increasingly intimate relationship with your Pokémon is indeed a testament to your progress. When a bird Pokémon chooses to perch on your shoulder, it signifies its willingness to accept you. The fact that your Pidgey can actually utilize the move Gust is quite astonishing. The bald man was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Chunyu issue a command to Pidgey. It was unexpected for a novice trainer to possess such knowledge of Gust's specific application, let alone have a Pokémon that had already mastered the technique. This indicated that the newcomer had undoubtedly trained diligently, achieving at least two noteworthy conditions to execute such a calm command. 1. Rigorous training. 2. A Pidgey of considerable level. The bald man could not help but scrutinize Chunyu closely, internally marveling. Aside from being somewhat stubborn, he could indeed be considered a promising novice trainer. Are you not worried now, old man? Chunyu asked with a smile, and this retort seemed to lighten the atmosphere somewhat. Not worried. As long as luck is on our side today. If we avoid any trouble with speeders, reaching Violet City in 4 hours should pose no problem. A rare smile appeared on the bald man's face. Pidgey, 11 o'clock, use Gust. Amidst their banter, Chunyu suddenly commanded Pidgey. With a sharp call, a powerful gust of wind erupted from Pidgey's beak, gradually forming a fierce wind that was far more potent and swifter than a typical whirlwind. In an instant, a cry from an unknown wild Pokémon resonated from the 11 o'clock direction. Upon hearing the call of the wild Pokémon, the bald man looked momentarily dazed. Are you really a novice trainer? He turned to Chunyu, his tone laced with skepticism. It's been less than 2 weeks since you received your starter Pokémon. Shall we continue our journey? The bald man was at a loss for words and how to engage with this trainer. Do you expect me to believe that? The meticulous observation of the battle environment and the calm demeanor displayed when issuing commands to Pokémon suggested that such proficiency could not possibly be attained without at least 3 years of experience. No matter how exceptional one might be, achieving such feats in merely 2 weeks was utterly implausible. 2 weeks? Why not claim you were born with this ability? The bald man internally ridiculed Chunyu while focusing intently on driving the motorcycle, no longer concerned about the potential appearance of wild Pokémon. The journey was halfway complete, and fortunately, both Chunyu and the bald man had encountered almost no other lights along the way, at least indicating the absence of speeders. They were drawing ever closer to Violet City, and the night had grown deeper, seemingly on the cusp of midnight. Old man, let us stop at the entrance of the National Highway in Violet City, Chunyu suddenly stated. What do you intend to do? As a novice trainer, why do you not heed my advice? At the entrance of the National Highway in Kaiki City, the likelihood of encountering a gang of reckless bikers is high. The bald uncle seems to be growing increasingly irritated, pondering to himself. Even if one is not a novice trainer, such recklessness is unwarranted. The entrance to Kaiki City's National Highway is a frequent haunt for these bikers. Uncle, there is something I must attend to. I implore you. If I truly encounter the bikers, I will simply pay the toll, Chunyu earnestly requested. According to that post, at midnight, a certain little Pokémon would appear at the entrance of the National Highway in Kaiki City. Chinyu's heart is filled with anxiety. He hopes the timing aligns perfectly. If arriving too early proves futile, must he then wait another 2 weeks? After all, that post was made a month after the server opened. I will pause for 20 minutes, at most, the bald uncle replied slowly, having hesitated momentarily upon witnessing the sincerity in Chinyu's eyes. Thank you, uncle. The sound of tires grinding against the pavement echoed harshly in the stillness of Kaiki City's National Highway entrance. Aren't you supposed to be attending to something? Why are you still in the car? Hurry up, the bald uncle urged Chunyu, clearly growing impatient. It was indeed midnight. Right at the entrance of Kaiki City's National Highway, the glaring headlights pierced through the darkness, as if signaling to the bikers, I am here waiting for you. Come swiftly. And didn't you say you had something important to do? Sitting idly in the car doesn't count. Are you truly jesting with me? The bald uncle was at a loss for words. Despite having repeated himself numerous times, Chinyu remained unresponsive. Just as he was about to voice his frustration once more, Chinyu suddenly interjected, "Uncle, wait. I am indeed attending to something. I am waiting for a little Pokémon to appear." You intend to capture a Pokémon that actively attacks? The bald uncle asked, bewildered. Sort of, Chinyu replied. All right then, I shall wait for you for 20 minutes. I hope you succeed. The bald uncle ceased his urging after Chinyu expressed his intent to capture a wild Pokémon. Capturing, nurturing. An evolving Pokémon is also a test for trainers. If a trainer declares their readiness to face such a trial, they should not be rushed or criticized. As time ticked away, Chinyu's expression grew increasingly grave. Not even when confronted by obvious either had he appeared so solemn. Time's up, we should be leaving, right? The bald uncle, having waited the full 20 minutes, kindly reminded Chinyu upon noticing the unusually tranquil surroundings. Uncle, just a few more minutes, Chinyu replied, his eyes suddenly sparkling as he surveyed the area, fixating intently on the thicket not far away. The bald uncle followed Chinyu's gaze and beheld a peculiar little Pokémon. Its yellow head resembled a trumpet, and its form bore a striking resemblance to a plant. The roots, stems, and leaves bear a striking resemblance to those of plants, with the leaves akin to hands and the roots resembling feet. A Budu. Goodness. You cannot possibly wish to capture a Budu. Upon realizing what it was, the bald uncle was taken aback, hastily preparing to restrain Chinyu. However, he was a moment too late. Chinyu, upon discerning the Budu, leaped from the vehicle, accompanied by his Pidgey. Come back. We are in Celadon City. Capturing a Budu here will surely result in Miss Junsha apprehending you. For heaven's sake, did you hear me? We must leave quickly before the gang arrives. Do not act foolishly. The bald uncle's urgency was palpable, stemming from a place of genuine concern. You may capture Budus, 10 or even 8 of them. But why, of all places? Must you do so in Celadon City? If reported, you will face repercussions according to the city's regulations. You fool. A reckless lunatic. What potential new trainer are you? This is nothing short of madness. Budus are as common as stray dogs. Why must you capture one here, on the Midnight Alliance Highway? Facing a gang that actively attacks people and their Pokémon? Is this not sheer lunacy? What drives you to capture a Budu within Celadon City's jurisdiction? Are you not my nephew? Budus are protected here. You are openly defying the League's regulations. My actions could be construed as complicity in a crime. The bald uncle felt despair wash over him, his thoughts narrowing to a singular idea. Should another novice trainer summon him to the highway at night, he would not hesitate to thrash them. While the gang has yet to arrive, we must depart swiftly. Uncle, have you lost your mind? Chinyu muttered to himself as he gazed at the Budu not far off. He could hear the distant roar of engines approaching rapidly towards their location. Chapter 31, The Gang Blinding. The multitude of motorcycle headlights shone from all directions, leaving Chinyu feeling discomfort in his eyes, as if they could scarcely remain open. As for the Budu nearby, it appeared to possess an extraordinarily long reflex arc, unfazed by the presence of numerous humans, motorcycles, and the piercing lights. Standing dazed amid the foliage, oblivious to its surroundings. At that moment, the bald uncle's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. Helplessness, resentment, and even a tinge of bitterness. Toll fee, 1,000 league coins. Do not waste time. Is that not bald bro? A flamboyantly dressed young man arrogantly dismounted from his motorcycle, sauntering towards the bald uncle. Oh, it truly is bald bro. Long time no see. The last encounter with the bald brother occurred a month ago. How I have missed him. Indeed. However, I am uncertain whether he will engage in battle with us this time. Let us hope not, for his B-drill possesses considerable prowess. It withstood 3 rounds against my Spearow last time. Laughter erupted from a group of young men behind him. The bald brother appeared somewhat indifferent, choosing to ignore the remarks from his subordinates. He remained silent, riding his motorcycle with an inscrutable expression, devoid of any visible emotional fluctuations. Forgive me, bald brother. My junior is rather thoughtless. Please do not take offense. A haughty young man suddenly shifted his gaze towards Chinyu, slowly approaching him. You possess quite the audacity. Venturing through the national highway of Jijin City at night as a novice trainer, unaware of our presence? Or perhaps you simply disregard us. The arrogant young man scrutinized Chinyu, clad in a modest league tracksuit. Initially, his tone was steady, but it soon escalated in pitch, filled with challenging undertones. Here are 100 league coins. We shall discuss the remainder later. For now, I intend to capture that little Pokémon. Chinyu pointed towards a nearby Budu. Though his expression remained calm, a flicker of anxiety stirred within him, uncertain of the bald brother's demeanor. Capture a Pokémon. The young man disregarded the 100 league coins. Following Chinyu's finger, he glanced over. What? A Mewtwo. Exclamations of disbelief erupted from his subordinates. No way. Incredible. I'm impressed. Despite the raucous reactions of the young men breaking the tranquility of the Gyarados City highway, the Mewtwo remained undisturbed in the bushes, motionless. Brother, which path are you on? The young man, momentarily taken aback, decided to probe into Chinyu's background, feeling an unsettling chill creep down his spine. His subordinates may have been oblivious, but he vividly recalled the bald brother's previous warnings. Gyarados City strictly suppressed trainers who attempted to capture Mewtwo's. A trainer daring enough to capture a Mewtwo in this area must either be recklessly foolhardy or possess a notably powerful background. What kind of trainer would dare to capture a Mewtwo at the entrance of Gyarados City, regardless of whether he is a novice? Such an act is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. A special envoy from Gyarados City? A member of Team Rocket? A Pokémon hunter? The young man hesitated, his heart racing. No matter which category he belonged to, none were individuals he could afford to provoke at this moment. Even if his older brother were present, he might still show some restraint. Had he not just requested a toll from him? Gulp. The young man, increasingly apprehensive, swallowed hard. His gaze towards Chunyu grew ever more complex, transitioning from initial arrogance to later confusion and now, a palpable fear. As for Chunyu's intention in producing 100 alliance coins, the young man perceived it as a cautionary signal. He must never again mention the toll fee. I am a novice trainer, Chunyu replied. A novice trainer? The young man scoffed. Do I look gullible to you? A rookie trainer, who cannot capture a Mewtwo anywhere else, chooses to do so right at the entrance of a national highway in Gyarados City. Can a novice trainer afford to hire a bald-headed fellow to ride a motorcycle for him? Where would such a rookie acquire this many alliance coins? Are you jesting with me at this late hour? The evidence is right before my eyes, and you dare claim to be a newcomer? Do you take me for a fool? You may proceed. We shall watch from the sidelines. After a moment's hesitation, the young man decided to allow Chunyu to capture the Mewtwo first, gradually retreating to rejoin his companions. What a perplexing situation. What was this older brother truly implying? Should the toll fee be collected or not? He had even prepared to offer several evolution stone fragments. Chunyu found the young man's behavior exceedingly strange. Surely he wouldn't refuse the alliance coins handed to him? That seemed improbable. Wasn't the motorcycle gang known for their relentless pursuit of every penny? This series of actions left Chunyu somewhat bewildered. Never mind. Let us focus on capturing the Mewtwo first. Chunyu resolved to set aside thoughts of the toll fee and began to approach the Mewtwo, which stood vacantly amidst the thicket, taking careful, light steps. Hey, someone. Get your phone out, the young man whispered to one of his subordinates upon returning to the group. As Chunyu had not revealed his identity, the young man was cautious not to act recklessly. Nevertheless, capturing the Mewtwo in Gyarados City warranted a report to their leader. The young man discreetly pressed the record button and silently observed Chunyu's every move. The bald-headed uncle had his eyes on the young man's actions, first registering a flicker of confusion, followed by a solemn expression. Was the gang member, Xiao Fei, intending to record the process of this novice trainer capturing the Mewtwo? What was Xiao Fei's purpose in documenting this? Although the bald-headed uncle felt powerless against the motorcycle gang, he was now filled with anxiety and conflict. Just minutes earlier, he had been troubled when the novice trainer attempted to capture the Mewtwo. Now, with Xiao Fei recording the entire process, they had clearly violated Gyarados City as primary law. Should he contact the authorities? Would he be implicated as an accessory to a crime? The bald-headed uncle remained silent, lost in thought. As Chunyu approached within 3 meters of the Mewtwo, its information finally materialized in his field of vision. A Mewtwo fond of meditation. Chapter 32, The Green Potential of Mewtwo. A Mewtwo that enjoys meditation. Its name bore a prefix. Indeed, it was the very one. Upon seeing the name of the Mewtwo, Chunyu was filled with joy. Encountering this little sprite indicated that the task should also be accomplished smoothly. At the very least, meeting this Mewtwo marked a promising start. Pidgey, Whirlwind. Seizing the initiative, he engaged in battle with the wild sprite, unconcerned with any so-called rules. Although this Mewtwo appeared to be deep in meditation, opportunities are only worth seizing when one actively strives for them. The small tornado conjured by Pidgey surged forth with great force towards the motionless Mewtwo. Bang! Without any suspense, the whirlwind struck the Mewtwo directly, raising a cloud of dust that concealed it within. Pidgey, ascend, Chunyu swiftly commanded. He could not ascertain what state the Mewtwo was in, whether it had returned from meditation. Moments later, as the dust settled, it became apparent that the Mewtwo had sustained considerable injury. Its yellow head bore evident abrasions, and it began gasping for breath. in a battle of flying type against grass type sprites. The former held the advantage. The Budew forcibly roused itself from its meditative state, evidently displeased and inexplicably subjected to an attack. Upon spotting the Pidgey soaring above, its spirit ignited with defiance, and it unleashed 2 green tendrils, striking towards the airborne Pidgey. Vine Whip, a fundamental skill of the Budew. Chenyu refrained from issuing further commands, opting instead to observe the Vine Whip's assault on Pidgey. Just as the tendrils were about to connect with Pidgey, they inexplicably began retracting. This had been anticipated. Prior to the Budew's use of Vine Whip, Chenyu had commanded Pidgey to ascend, knowing that the Budew might instinctively employ Vine Whip upon awakening. Pidgey, unleash Whirlwind. With the advantage of altitude, Pidgey swiftly responded to Chenyu's command. Its powerful wings flapped vigorously, generating another small tornado directed at the Budew. The Budew, evidently flustered, attempted to use sleep powder against the Pidgey hovering above. What a delightfully naive Budew. Observing the Budew's frantic application of sleep powder, Chenyu could not help but exclaim in wonder. The whirlwind drew ever closer to the Budew, and as the sleep powder drifted several meters into the air, it began to lose its forward momentum, slowly descending. At that moment, the whirlwind swept through the sleep powder, heading straight for the bewildered Budew. The sleep powder had mingled with the whirlwind. Bang! The Budew was struck once again by the whirlwind, enveloped in yet another cloud of dust. As the dust settled once more, the Budew lay upon the ground, seemingly ensnared in a deep slumber. To combat a violent wind with hypnotic powder, one wonders if the wind is what stirs the pollen. Truly, the Budew is adorably foolish. After expressing his thoughts, Chenyu tossed forth his Pokeball towards the slumbering Budew. The circular button at the center of the ball pulsated with red light at an astonishing frequency, and the ball trembled vigorously. Pidgey, if the Budew breaks free from the Pokeball, immediately unleash a violent wind. Chenyu called out to the Pidgey soaring above. His gaze fixated on the wildly shaking Pokeball. The bald man remained silent, as did Xiao Fei and his companions from the biker gang. Intriguingly, in the realm of Pokémon, regardless of the circumstances, whenever a trainer attempts to capture a Pokémon, the onlookers invariably maintain a respectful silence, even when the creature in question is a Budew protected by the laws of Kogain City. 50 seconds. The Pokeball shook for a full 50 seconds. Even Chenyu was taken aback and filled with helplessness. In his previous life, the longest recorded tremor of a Pokeball was 1 minute and 30 seconds. What could this Budew possibly possess that resists becoming his Pokemon? Ding! The Pokeball ceased its tumultuous shaking, and the white button in the center stopped flashing red. Name, Budew, Flood, Potential, Green Gender, Male Level, 15 likes, Sleeping, Meditating Held Item, Unknown Tree Root Ability, Chlorophyll Nature, Serious Skills, Vine Whip, Growth, Rap, Hypnosis Friendship, 20 Overall Battle Power, 300, for reference only, Clap, Clap, Clap. Having just skimmed through the data on Budew, Chenyu was startled by the sound of applause nearby. What a splendid capture. Xiao Fei had already put away his phone and stood at a distance, admiring the feat. To capture a Pokémon in under 5 minutes, utilizing type advantages, maintaining a proper rhythm in battle strategy, and executing skill combinations flawlessly, this entire capturing process was as smooth as flowing water. A newcomer trainer of such caliber? Even if Xiao Fei were to be struck dead, he would not believe it. Thank you. Do you still require the toll? Chenyu inquired after securing the Budew's Pokeball. No toll needed. Are you heading to Kogain City? Do you require a few of us to escort you? Xiao Fei not only declined to accept the toll, but also offered to provide protection. Brother Fei, why won't you take the toll? The boss won't be pleased. Indeed, Brother Fei, if the boss gets angry, we shall bear the brunt of it. Brother Fei, just take a little something, please. Brother Fei, why should we even offer him anything? He's merely a novice trainer. The subordinates, upon hearing Brother Fei, not only decided against collecting a toll, but also resolved to escort Chenyu to Kogain City, abandoning all semblance of composure. This action blatantly contravened the rules established by their leader. Uncertainty loomed over whether Brother Fei would face repercussions. But the subordinates were acutely aware that if their leader were to become enraged, they would undoubtedly bear the brunt of his wrath. Consequently, each of them endeavored to dissuade Brother Fei. Silence. Since when has it been your prerogative to make decisions? Brother Fei reprimanded his subordinates, then turned his attention back to Chenyu, awaiting further discourse. There's no need for such formality. You are Brother Fei, right? Thank you for your efforts. If there's nothing else, may I take my leave now? Chenyu responded. Of course, you may leave at any time, Brother Fei replied calmly, clearing a path for the bald uncle's motorcycle. Brother Fei, please reconsider. Brother Fei, think it over. Whoever speaks again shall no longer be associated with me. Little Fei declared, his irritation with his subordinates evident as he scolded them loudly. Chen Yu leisurely approached the bald uncle's motorcycle, which soon roared to life, taking them away from the entrance of Jeking City, distancing them from the gang of bikers. Little Fei watched as Chen Yu and the bald uncle sped away, clutching his phone tightly, lost in thought. Trainer, heed my advice and leave Jeking City at once. It is far more complicated than you could ever imagine. The bald uncle felt a pang of unease, recalling the video of Little Fei capturing a trumpet bud. Thank you, bald uncle. If possible, I would like to trouble you with one more request. No, absolutely not. We cannot return to Huapi Town now. We can only leave tomorrow. Return? After saving for a week, I finally made it to Jeking City. Why would I want to go back? That makes it even less feasible. You shall not return to capture another trumpet bud. Do you think I harbor enmity towards trumpet buds in your eyes? What I meant was, I would appreciate it if you could stop in front of the transportation station in Jeking City. I will find my way into the city myself. Why would you want that? The bald uncle inquired, puzzled. Bald uncle, I'm not foolish. Capturing a trumpet bud in Jeking City and being filmed while doing so, wouldn't that be tantamount to walking into a death trap? Not foolish. Knowing this, why would you still wait? You are aware? Indeed. You know it is prohibited to capture trumpet buds within the boundaries of Jeking City? Chinyu nodded. You are aware that Little Fei from the bike gang is recording a video? Chinyu nodded again. Can I report this to Jeking City? Bald uncle, please don't jest. You brought me to Jeking City and witnessed my capture of the trumpet bud, which constitutes collusion in a crime. Surely, you wouldn't want to end up in prison as well? May I disembark? Chinyu asked. Chapter 33. Triggering the past life's task. Are you certain you wish to alight here? The bald uncle surveyed the surroundings, which, despite their proximity to Jeking City, appeared desolate, littered with barren stones and devoid of any greenery. Certainly, after walking an additional 3 kilometers, we should arrive at the transportation station in Jeking City. Chinyu replied with unwavering certainty. All right, be careful, the bald uncle said as he set Chinyu down from the vehicle. He turned back to scrutinize Chinyu. His lips slightly parted, as if he wished to utter something further, embodying a demeanor of hesitation. Yet, in the end, he clenched his teeth and drove away. Upon witnessing the bald uncle's departure, Chinyu harbored no superfluous thoughts. As previously stated, the bald uncle would not report him regarding the incident at the entrance of the national highway in Jeking City involving the capture of the trumpet bud. As for the little member of the biker gang, Xiao Fei, having recorded the video, it was unlikely any unforeseen complications would arise. The biker gang was also a target of suppression in Jeking City. They would not jeopardize their identities merely to create trouble for him. Chinyu reflected that although he feared complications, he had never been daunted by the prospect of trouble. Most importantly, he was entirely confident that he could resolve the repercussions of capturing the trumpet bud before formally entering Jeking City, even if a video served as evidence. He possessed absolute assurance of his ability to extricate himself from any predicament. As for the toll fee, the moment he witnessed the trumpet bud alongside the biker gang, he had no intention of paying a single cent. A rookie trainer audacious enough to capture a trumpet bud at the entrance of the national highway in Jeking City would certainly invoke the caution of a leader from the biker gang. Chen Yu's conjecture proved accurate. He decided to postpone the matter of capturing the trumpet bud. What thrilled Chen Yu was that the mission had finally commenced. Observing his surroundings, it indeed resembled the desolate descriptions found in the posts he had read. If someone were to find themselves in such an isolated area at night, they would undoubtedly feel fear, with a hint of trepidation likely lingering in their hearts. However, Chen Yu was elated, following the impressions etched in his memory. He began to deviate from the national highway, and his trajectory led him towards the ominously named Death Mountains near Jeking City. The moniker Death Mountains stemmed from the unfortunate annual occurrences of 1 or 2 trainers or adventurers going missing within its bounds. Yet, each year, individuals ventured forth, not solely for the passage through the Death Mountains to reach Huapi Town via the Juniper Forest, but also due to rumors of an epic-level Pokémon residing within. BB birds circled vigilantly above Chinyu, surveying the desolate rocky terrain surrounding them. Just 3 kilometers from the transportation station in Jeking City, the area was barren rocky hills. Advancing 1 kilometer towards the Death Mountains, a solitary wooden cabin would come into view. Chinyu was unaware of how long he had been walking before emerging from the rocky landscape, where signs of life began to manifest. He held the contents of the forum posts from his past life firmly in his mind. At last, a small wooden cabin appeared before him. Abruptly, between the desolate stone mountains and the gently rolling hills adorned with shrubs, a quaint wooden cabin stood unexpectedly. Despite the late hour, wisps of smoke curled from its chimney. How absurd! Were it not for that post and the already captured trumpet bud, I would never dare venture here in the dead of night. This is truly unsettling. Yu, upon witnessing this scene, couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. Beep, beep, beep. Although he knew what was to come, he felt a wave of trepidation as he knocked on the wooden door. Come in. A robust male voice called out, precisely as described in the post. Yu gently pushed open the door, revealing a middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance, engrossed in his meal. The interior of the cabin was impeccably tidy, albeit somewhat Spartan. There was a wooden bed, a table, a chair, a rudimentary stove, and an incongruous luxurious blanket that clashed with the surrounding simplicity. This was indeed the place. Are you a novice trainer? What brings you to this remote location at such a late hour? The middle-aged man inquired as he noticed Yu's standard-issue league uniform. Hello, I am a new trainer from Huapi Town. I stumbled upon a rather unique Pokémon on the National Road in Kanto, and after capturing it, I found myself lost and ended up here. The night is quite deep, and I dared not wander further, so I gathered my courage and approached this cabin. Yu slightly altered the truth. Admitting he had come here knowingly would certainly raise the man's suspicion, thereby jeopardizing his opportunity for the task. Oh, so you're saying that as a novice trainer, you traversed the league's national road at night, encountered a Pokémon along the way, disembarked early, and subsequently lost your way here? The middle-aged man scrutinized Yu's account with a hint of amusement. Although it sounded somewhat implausible, it was indeed the truth. Where would a novice trainer acquire the means for transportation? I earned it by working at the Huapi gym, Yu responded, revealing the insect badge affixed to his right chest. The middle-aged man glanced at it before continuing. And what compels you to journey to Kanto City at this hour? On behalf of Mr. Abai, I am tasked with delivering a letter. The letter from the Huapi gym? For Mr. Asu? I prefer not to answer that question. Let me see your Pokédex. Yu handed over his device. After a brief perusal, the middle-aged man returned it to him. The exchange was succinct, with each question and answer striking to the heart of the matter. The middle-aged man fell silent, occasionally deep in thought, while casting glances at Yu. Moments ticked by, as he contemplated whether to offer refuge to this lost novice trainer. Yu felt a sense of urgency, hoping that no mishap would occur. If this task were to fail, he would have to nurture that little Budu. Although Budu possessed considerable potential, it would undoubtedly be a disadvantage compared to the final stage of this task. There's only one bed. You may rest there for the time being. By the way, I am Lehman, a monk from Jeking City. Rest assured, I am not a bad person. Lehman gestured towards the wooden bed beside him while revealing his identity to put Yu at ease. A monk? Yu feigned surprise, wearing an expression of confusion. Indeed, I work at the Budu Tower. Although I am currently considered an external staff member, I am indeed a monk, Lehman explained patiently, a hint of pride evident on his face. What is the Budu Tower? Isn't Budu a small Pokémon? How could there be a Budu Tower? Yu asked, his expression one of curiosity, as if he had stumbled upon a new discovery. Lehman found Yu's expression quite endearing. Unlike the smile he had shown upon their first meeting, this one was warmer and more inviting. The Budu Tower is somewhat complex to explain. Let me first tell you about Budu, Lehman said, remaining patient. Budu? Is this the one? Yu continued to look perplexed as he summoned his Budu. After a flash of white light, a small Pokémon with a yellow head appeared between Lehman and Yu. Chapter 34, The Frenzy. My goodness. Why is it so difficult to earn Alliance coins? Why don't wild Pokémon drop Alliance coins when defeated? Defeating monsters yields no rewards. And I haven't even accepted a single quest. Am I playing a fake online game? Fake online game 1, fake online game 2. If it's a fake online game, then don't bother playing. Go play something else. If there were other games, I would switch immediately. Why must only players with culinary skills be allowed to work in restaurants? Have you heard? The department store was hiring stock workers yesterday, offering 50 Alliance coins a day. Why didn't anyone mention this sooner? Don't say 50. ID take 40. What do you mean? ID even work for 30. Just for that one position, hundreds of players engaged in a Pokémon brawl at the store's entrance. Not to mention applying. I didn't even get to touch the door. Exactly. The Pokémon Center only accepts players with Pokémon affinity skills. Mine is swimming. The gym is even more ridiculous. Either you can't enter at all, or once you do, it's only for battles. Seeking part-time work? The staff will throw you out immediately. Why can't Pokémon be monetized? I have plenty of money. Is there something wrong upstairs? Still hoping to pay to win. They must have been tormented by the lack of Alliance coins. May I ask, what is going on, esteemed players? What is wrong with the Alliance coins? Are you a newbie? Go look for the posts by Qianfanda. Who is Qianfanda? Same as you, newbie. Are you a newbie from Mars? The professional player Qianfan is unknown to many. Where is the scoundrel? Return my 100 Alliance coins. Alas, my Alliance coins. The scoundrel is truly inhuman. Give me back my hard-earned money. Scoundrel, come out. How fortunate that I bet with the scoundrel on evolution stone fragments. Repayment? Evolution stone fragments? Are those upstairs participants from the 32 matches? Wow. Today, I have the rare fortune of encountering a star player. I am eager to engage with those from the 32 matches. Haha. I watched the 32 matches. Everyone's little sprites were quite impressive indeed. By the way, I am keen to interact with the star players from the 32 matches. Scoundrel? 32 matches? Aren't those players from Whippizin? Haha. The information upstairs has been exposed. I am leisurely observing from the little sprite center in Yuanju City. To the one who claimed the upstairs exposed their location, you too have revealed yours. I am working part-time as a gardener in Juhua City. The upstairs also exposed me. I can't believe I'm working part-time. 666. Does the great player need a sidekick? I seek to share part-time experiences. Likewise, I request the sharing of experiences. 1, 2, 3, bank card number. Are there still vacancies for gardeners in Juhua City? I flew over from Jeking City. I checked. The fare from Jeking City to Juhua City is 300 alliance coins. I await the upstairs to be proven wrong. Prove wrong? I've already become a swollen ball. The proper use of alliance coins. This post spread across various forms of little sprites, like a textbook. Much like the previously circulated posts on the attributes and countering of little sprites, it quickly became a top-tier post across major forums. The only distinction being that this post was not anonymously authored, but pinned by the renowned professional player, Qianfan. A legendary professional player who had once reached the pinnacle of World Esports Championship 3 times, only to be sentenced to a lifetime ban for match fixing, eventually fading into obscurity. Nevertheless, his legend endures within the realm of esports, with numerous fans firmly believing that Qianfan would never engage in match fixing. Suddenly, a deity player, who was not meant to appear in the game, published a post, a guide no less, for players who were bewildered or just starting out. This post was undoubtedly a timely blessing. Thus, Qianfan re-emerged into the sight of the players, seemingly signaling something profound. Your legends remain your legends. No one has surpassed them before, none will do so now, and none will ever emerge in the future. And this legend has returned. In the post, the proper use of alliance coins, Qianfan wrote, 1. Alliance coins can be used to purchase Pokeballs, recovery items, stationery, and more at the general store. 2. After becoming an official trainer, restoring your little sprites at the center will require spending alliance coins. Note, after obtaining 2 alliance gym badges, one is promoted to a formal trainer. 3. Before achieving absolute strength, one should never traverse the wilderness, forests, mountains, or rivers alone to reach other towns or regions without paying alliance currency. Note, each town has an alliance transportation station. 4. Many places are akin to the real world, where communication is necessary, and sometimes it requires alliance currency. Note, even asking for directions incurs a fee, you understand. 5. New trainers should refrain from frivolously spending alliance currency, as it is quite difficult for newcomers to earn it. 6. It is advisable to inquire at various establishments in town about potential part-time job opportunities. Special reminder, do not disturb the gym leaders before obtaining badges. Consequences are at your own risk. 7. Alliance currency is extremely valuable. Use it wisely and cherish it. The above 7 points constitute the entirety of the post by Qianfan. Every player who perused this message was consumed by a singular thought, to swiftly seek employment and earn money. In an instant, various regions and towns were engulfed in a frenzied pursuit of part-time work. Pokémon centers, gyms, department stores, restaurants, CAFS, and even ordinary residences were inundated with players inquiring about job opportunities, all essentially asking the same question. Can you offer a position? As players rushed to find work, they truly witnessed the essence of fervor. What? One must possess masonry skills to join the construction team. What? The restaurant only hires players with culinary skills. The department store seeks cashiers only. Why are those deemed unattractive excluded? Why is she allowed to work at the Pokémon Center? I am 10 times more beautiful. What? A Chansey? What on earth is that? A laborer earns 50 alliance currency per day? I'll do it for 40. I'll do it for 30. Just 10. The work frenzy among Pokémon was akin to a storm, affecting nearly every player in some way. During the scramble for jobs, Pokémon battles inevitably ensued, and gradually, players seemed to grow increasingly familiar with the concept of Pokémon combat. Miss, here is the information you requested. Zhengbo, what is your opinion on this scoundrel? Lu Qingyi inquired curiously after briefly scanning the documents handed to her by Zhengbo. A consecutive winning streak of 32 battles, earning alliance currency and evolution stone fragments through gambling, a mere week and an hour spent in the Huapi gym, along with recent news of a trip to Orange City, Such accomplishments could indeed be deemed quite remarkable for an ordinary individual. But miss, do you truly believe it could be him? Zhengbo countered. Indeed, setting aside the lofty families, the recent emergence of this Qianfan Pokémon is rather complicated. By the way, have you found any news about my younger sister? Lu Qingyi abruptly shifted the topic, fixing her gaze intently on Zhengbo. There has been no news yet. Zhengbo's expression remained unchanged. Younger sister, I cannot reach you in real life, nor can I find you among the Pokémon. Have you truly opted for virtual reality synchronization? Lu Qingyi gazed at the document in her hand, lost in contemplation. Second young master. The nefarious brother is set to appear in Jieging City soon. The eldest master has sent me to inquire if you will take any action. The second young master of the Shin family furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this. My elder brother is indeed anxious. He's merely a semi-professional player. Where's Jinu? Why isn't he the one reporting? In response to the second young master, Zhu Yue is currently at the Demu studio. Understood. Are you familiar with the professional player Qianfan? I've already tasked Bai Yi with that matter. Excellent. You need not report to my elder brother any longer. You are quite astute. From now on, stay by my side and assist me. Thank you for your promotion, young master. Chapter 35. The Aftermath of the Nefarious Brother Transgressing Taboo. The nefarious brother ventures onto the national highway at midnight. Wow. I never expected to stumble upon such an extraordinary piece of information. First floor, I claim it. Second floor. I am on the second floor. Is the nefarious brother the legendary player from Gipizhen with 32 matches? So valiant. Wow. My idol has unveiled a new strategy. Traveling the national highway at midnight. This is quite bold. My husband is so handsome. Strongly supporting my husband. Don't compete for my husband. The nefarious brother is mine. Have the standards for choosing partners become so low among the ladies? The nefarious brother is utterly clueless. Can't you see it? The above statement is correct. But isn't the legend of the nefarious brother always about being rather daft? Indeed, indeed. Ha. But seriously, where does the nefarious brother get the funds to venture onto the national highway? Is he foolish? The nefarious brother won a considerable amount of alliance currency from gambling against many newcomers. Wow. The nefarious brother's tactics are surprisingly profound. Third floor is correct. But my idol is still Qianfan. Wait. The timestamp of this post was surprisingly earlier than that of Qianfan's post. Has no one noticed this discrepancy? Is there? Let me see. Wow. The one above is quite observant. Studying criminal investigation, are you? Notice to newcomers. Do not enter the national highway at midnight. This post was sent by Qianfan 3 hours ago, while this one was posted a day prior. Could it be that Dejue knew beforehand that the national highway was off limits at night? Don't panic, the one above. Dejue is the world's foremost paparazzo. It is entirely normal for him to have access to such information in advance. Exactly. Yet, how come the nefarious brother has been out for a day and there are still no reports? Could he have been apprehended by Miss Junsha of Jieging City? Don't speak ill of my husband above. The nefarious brother has finally departed from Gipizhen. How delightful. The above has revealed his location. Sitting in a department store in Manjin City. I pity you for a moment. The above has also disclosed their location. Following Qianfan's latest post. Not only did the comments beneath Qianfan's post overflow, but players also unearthed all forums that featured hot keywords related to the Midnight National Highway. Among them, on the Chengdu forum, the most popular post was naturally by Chunyu, and the poster was none other than Dejue. Previously, following the announcement by Qianfan regarding the correct usage of alliance coins, players flocked in a fervent pursuit of employment opportunities. Consequently, the post by Zheji was largely overlooked by the gaming community, especially since it was published late at night, garnering little attention. However, when the posts by Qianfan and Zheji converged, a subtle yet significant transformation began to unfold. The protagonist of this unfolding drama was none other than the much-debated figure, Scoundrel Brother. Players from the Chengdu region seemed to harbor varying sentiments towards Scoundrel Brother. The majority deemed him to be a true scoundrel, an inept player lacking in discernment. Yet, a minority believed that he possessed remarkable skills and an intricate strategy. Intriguingly, a significant portion of this minority comprised female players, some of whom even affectionately referred to him as hubby, highlighting their admiration for him. Nonetheless, the prevailing sentiment among the majority of Chengdu Alliance players remained unwavering. Irrespective of Scoundrel Brother's notoriety, he would always be regarded as the same scoundrel. Unaltered and irresponsible towards his Pokémon, bullying novice trainers, and disappointing both new and veteran players alike. He was seen as a desperate fool attempting to capture the attention of the goddess. In this game, Pokémon mirror their real-life counterparts, which is why a player can only possess a single account. Unlike other games, player names are not displayed unless voluntarily disclosed. This mirrors real life. where individuals do not have their names floating above their heads. Consequently, while the players of the Chengdu Alliance recognized Scoundrel Brother as such, they remained oblivious to his true name. Many players endeavored to uncover Scoundrel Brother's real-life identity, but, much like the findings of numerous high-ranking officials, their attempts yielded no results. The character's information remained inaccessible. With their search fruitless, they resigned themselves to continue their gaming endeavors. At this time, although the various regions were buzzing with activity, everyone remained dutifully engaged in their pursuits, either seeking employment or training Pokémon in the novice area. At the Jiegao City Transport Station, one couldn't help but wonder, where was Scoundrel Brother? By all accounts, he should have arrived by now. I had been waiting here since receiving word of his presence. The entire Alliance National Road appeared eerily quiet, devoid of any sign of Scoundrel Brother. Could he have gone to the Pokémon Center? Had we missed our chance to encounter him? I had come specifically to challenge Scoundrel Brother. Having meticulously analyzed all 32 of his battles to grasp his tactical approach, I was confident I could defeat him. Bro, that's impressive. Care to share some insights? Exactly. How about a battle with me first, since we have some time to kill? Sounds great. We can watch some Pokémon battles. I support you. Seeking battle experience. There was an open space in front of the transport station. Where should we go? Let's go. Off to the battles. In the Celadon City Pokémon Center. A sense of anticipation lingered in the air. Isn't that scoundrel supposed to arrive today? Where is he? I lamented. Having spent nearly an entire day at the Pokémon Center, eager to catch a glimpse of the infamous figure, yet still no news. Alas, how tedious this wait has become. Isn't there a free battle arena here? Perhaps someone could engage in a battle? It would also provide valuable combat experience. I sighed, glancing at my companions. Did you not notice Nurse Joy's expression? It appears rather grim, doesn't it? But she always smiles so gently. Do you not have a girlfriend, my friend? How can you not discern even the most basic signs of her displeasure? I exclaimed, astonished. What transpired yesterday? Did not a player confess to Nurse Joy? Oh, how delightful. Do share the details. Come on, just tell us what happened. After all, our idol has yet to arrive. Well, it goes like this. At the entrance of the Celadon City Gym, the atmosphere contrasted sharply with that of the bustling Pokémon Center and transport station. It seemed rather desolate. Players hesitated to approach the gym, fearing they would not be able to defeat its challenges. Tasks remained untriggered, and over time, the gym had faded from the players' consciousness. As they often remarked, the gym was a domain reserved for only the most skilled players. Mere mortals were better off seeking part-time work elsewhere. Yet today, 2 players lingered at the entrance of the Celadon City Gym. Do you think he will come? Inquired a soft, melodic voice. I have no idea. I have only met him once. Responded a young man. Let us continue to wait. Once you see him, you will understand what true Pokémon battles entail. Are you truly unable to defeat him? I hate to admit it, but I indeed lost. What of the Pokémon you captured a few days ago? That is precisely why I am here waiting for him. You possess a Mewtwo. Uncle Layman gazed in astonishment at the Pokémon before him. Indeed, I just captured it on the route of the Alliance. Uncle Layman's lips, previously parted in surprise, widened into an expression of utter disbelief upon hearing Chen Yu's words. What? You captured a Mewtwo in Celadon City. Chapter 36. Chen Yu's performance. Do you not realize that capturing a Mewtwo in Celadon City is a violation of regulations? The higher-ups at the Mewtwo Tower will impose judgment upon you. Huh. Why? Why should capturing a Pokémon result in punishment? Chen Yu's expression transitioned from confusion to shock, then to indignation. Witnessing the exaggerated expressions flit across Chen Yu's face, Layman shook his head slightly, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Another child on the brink of straying from the path. Fortunate you encountered me in time. Would you care for a tale regarding the Mewtwo Tower? Layman offered. I have heard the tales of the Mewtwo Tower from Team Rocket no less than 10 times. No need for your recounting. Perhaps I recall the details more vividly than you do. Chen Yu nearly shouted this thought internally, yet he maintained an expression of naive curiosity as he spoke. Sure, I want to hear all about it. I ventured out on this journey to witness more intriguing events. The Bellflower Tower, as legend has it, was constructed around a central column made from a bellflower that surpassed 30 meters in height. Within the tower, numerous monks, who are akin to my own line of work, though I am currently an external staff member, are engaged in their spiritual practices. The monks collaborate with the small sprites, learning the profound truth that all living beings coexist in harmony. Generally, the sprites utilize the bellflower, though they occasionally resort to the use of the mouthflower. The bellflower holds a position of great esteem within the Bellflower Tower. Moreover, the monks of the tower are connected to the upper echelons of the City Alliance. Thus, long ago, new regulations were established in the city of Kikyo regarding the capture and domestication of bellflowers. After speaking 3 sentences in quick succession, Layman observed Chun Yu's expression and then broke into a peculiar smile. Continuing, to capture and domesticate a bellflower within the boundaries of Kikyo City may result in a light sentence of 6 months to a year for ideological education. A severe offense could lead to the loss of one's freedom and 10 years of service in the Bellflower Tower. Why is it so serious? When I captured the bellflower, someone even filmed it. What should I do? Uncle Layman, are you not a monk? Save me. I will do anything you ask. I do not wish to serve. Chun Yu pleaded with desperation. Great deity of the forum, I implore you, do not deceive me, lest I fall victim to Shalebi in my past life. In this life, it seems I am destined to be ensnared by this bellflower. Chun Yu's face displayed a near-tearful expression, his anxiety akin to ants on a hot pan, while his eyes furtively observed Layman's reactions. Initially smiling, Layman's expression transformed into one of solemnity upon witnessing Chun Yu's desperate plea for assistance. The rapid shift in his demeanor surpassed even that of Chun Yu. Though I am a monk, I am ultimately an external staff member. The regulations established by the higher-ups are beyond my control, Layman replied slowly, his tone imbued with a sense of helplessness and regret. Uncle Layman, are you not a monk? You can take this bellflower. You cannot refuse. I will not accept that. If you do not want it, I shall report you to the Bellflower Tower. Chun Yu seemed to have devised a clever plan, his eyes reddening with fervor. His voice tinged with agitation, eager to thrust the bellflower upon Layman. When I first laid eyes on the bellflower, did you think you could reclaim it? This is the sprite that will elevate me to formal status. I am just one bellflower away from becoming a full-fledged monk. Those stubborn old-timers insist that I must meet a standard of mental acuity before they grant me a bellflower. Yet, I cannot be too direct in my request. Should I offer him a dusk stone as compensation? This could work. However, you must not disclose what transpired today. I fear you may be held accountable by the higher-ups of the Bellflower Tower. In such a case, I would be unable to protect you. Rhydon appeared to have made a significant decision, his expression reflecting a resolute defiance as if to declare, if I do not descend into hell, who will? He then rose and approached, gently stroking the head of the Budu, as though admiring his own little sprite. No, I cannot give you away, Chun Yu suddenly exclaimed, his tone fervent and impassioned, embodying a spirit unyielding in the face of death. What? How can you, a novice, stray from the established norms? Wasn't it agreed that you would gift it to me? Did you not say that if I declined, you would report me to the Budu Tower? Is there truly nothing that can be done? Why can we not possess the most fundamental trust between one another? Why? Are you not afraid of serving 10 years at the Budu Tower, stripped of your freedom? Rhydon asked, momentarily bewildered. Observing Rhyman's state, Chun Yu felt a slight smile emerge, his previous worries dissipating as he thought, I believed you would not take the bait after all. I am afraid. Terribly so. To claim otherwise would be a deception. Yet I cannot part with the Budu. Though I have only recently become a trainer, I understand that abandoning one's Pokémon is not the act of a worthy trainer. Therefore, I shall never forsake this child. Mr. Rhydon, please arrest me. Chun Yu's declaration, in stark contrast to his earlier panic and indignation, bore a calmness akin to the final words of one facing death. He even extended his hand slowly, as if awaiting something. Rhydon found himself at a loss for words. A novice trainer, unaware of the regulations in Celadon City, had inadvertently captured a Budu. Faced with the prospect of serving up to 10 years, he remained steadfast to his principles. Although his resolve had wavered, he was still a fledgling trainer. Remarkably, he even invited me to arrest him. How admirable it is that a novice trainer, amidst adversity, can uphold his beliefs. Perhaps I should escort him out of Celadon City? No. If I miss this chance to secure a Budu, I may never encounter another opportunity. This place is truly arduous for honing one's mental fortitude. I long to leave. What other means exist to acquire a Pokémon? A trade? That might prove to be a viable option. But what of this Budu's potential? Should I first assess its capabilities? After a tumultuous internal struggle, Rhydon reached a decision. In truth, there is a way for you to avoid serving at the Budu Tower and to retain this Budu, Rhydon stated once more. Upon hearing Rhyman's words, Chun Yu felt a surge of excitement, silently thinking, finally, the crux has arrived. What is this method? He implored. Do not rush. Allow me first to examine the child's condition and potential. After Rhydon spoke, he sat cross-legged, gradually closing his eyes as if entering a certain state, his hand resting motionless upon the head of the Budu. He maintained this posture for an extended duration. 1 minute passed, then 5, then 10. Rhydon remained immobile, while Chun Yu stood quietly beside him, hesitant to disturb the tranquility. Suddenly, Rhydon's voice, already robust, rose at least an octave. A startled exclamation shattered the serene night. What? This Budu can meditate. Chapter 37. Pokémon exchange, Uncle Raymond? As a novice trainer, do you know what a Pokémon exchange is? A Pokémon exchange? What is that? Yu inquired, his demeanor akin to that of a curious child. A Pokémon exchange is when trainers swap their Pokémon with one another, Raymond explained, rising to gradually roll up the ornate blanket from the ground. Is that even possible? Sometimes trainers may not favor their Pokémon. Or if someone else desires your Pokémon, you can arrange an exchange, Raymond patiently elucidated. But doesn't that mean the Pokémon is being abandoned? Yu pressed on. No. A Pokémon exchange is intended to assist the Pokémon in finding a trainer who is more suited to them. For instance, this Budew, in your eyes, might merely be an ordinary grass-type Pokémon. When no, it's a nightmare. Yu interjected. Alright, you're not entirely wrong. But in the eyes of the monks at our Budew Tower, this Pokémon is a supreme treasure. A Budew capable of meditation is truly a gift from the heavens. Wait, Uncle Raymond, can I interpret your words to mean that you need this Budew, and that you are willing to acquire it through a Pokémon exchange? Not just need. It is of utmost necessity. I would even pay a significant price to obtain this Budew. A meditating Budew is crucial for my advancement in mental prowess and my ascension to becoming a full-fledged monk. Raymond longed for a Pokémon exchange machine to appear before him, to facilitate the transfer of this Budew into his possession. Indeed, I am willing to exchange one of my Pokémon for yours. Uncle Raymond, will the exchange still comply with the regulations of Kanto City? Yu asked. Upon hearing the prospect of an exchange, Raymond smiled knowingly. Although he was certain that this novice trainer would agree to the exchange, hearing it confirmed brought him immense joy. But how do we proceed with the exchange? Come with me to the Kanto City Pokémon Center. There's a machine there. But how do I get into the Kanto City Transit Station? What if they discover I have a Budew? I will handle it. Shall we go now? Or wait until tomorrow? It's quite late. Should we not rest a bit? Yu suggested. Did you not mention that you were captured in the video of the Trumpet Bud event? Shall we wait for another month then? Uncle Lehman, have you finished packing your things? Hurry to Jigging City. With that, Yu and Lehman departed from the quaint wooden cabin, setting their course toward the Jigging City transportation station. After approximately 40 minutes of walking, they arrived at a passageway. The hour was nearing dawn, and it would not be long before the first light of daybreak emerged. Logically, neither of them had slept or rested. Yet, coincidentally, they were not fatigued. Rather, their faces bore traces of excitement and exhilaration, an unexpected state for those who had spent the night awake. As they passed by the transportation station, they were halted by a staff member. Wait, please submit to a search. A young woman obstructed Yu and Lehman's path. Following protocol, she retrieved a device from behind her and began scanning the two. The first target was Yu, whom she overlooked due to his ordinary athletic attire and youthful appearance, suggesting a straightforward identity, so she allowed him to pass. Conversely, Lehman, with his unremarkable clothing and appearance, yet adorned with an extravagant blanket, raised suspicions about his identity. This middle-aged man was increasingly reminiscent of someone the young staff member felt she had encountered before. Setting down the scanning device, she scrutinized Lehman more closely, and suddenly, realization struck her. You're Master Lehman? After confirming her recognition, she pinched herself to ensure it was not a dream, then hastily returned to her workstation. Retrieving paper and a pen, she approached Lehman, exclaiming, Master Lehman, I am your admirer. May I have your autograph, please? Was this young lady under the influence? The entire process from recognizing Lehman to requesting an autograph took no more than 10 seconds. Observing her behavior, Yu felt a mix of trepidation and relief. He sighed. Thank goodness I am not a celebrity and Haven Tea attracted the player's attention. I maintain a low profile. Otherwise, I would have been followed long ago, leaving no opportunity to complete my tasks. Do you know me? Lehman skillfully accepted the paper and pen, swiftly inscribing his name while casually inquiring. Of course I know you. The youngest and most promising master to become a formal monk at the Tower of Trumpet Bud. Such praise from others. I feel I still have a long way to go, Lehman replied calmly, as though this sort of encounter occurred frequently. I've obtained Master Lehman's autograph. I can flaunt this to my friends when I return. The young staff member joyfully mused to herself. Excuse me, are you still conducting checks? We have some urgent matters to attend to. Yu interrupted her moment of delight. Are you with Master Lehman? He is my student. Oh, my apologies for my excitement. Master Lehman, I beg your pardon. You and your student are free to leave at any time. The female staff member stowed away the inspection equipment, her gaze fixated on the signature she clutched, as though she feared someone might contest it. Thank you. Thank you. Upon hearing that they could depart, both Yu and Lehman simultaneously expressed their gratitude to the female staff member, then, in perfect harmony, hastened towards the Pokémon Center in Jigging City. Their tones were identical, their strides synchronized, Even the expressions upon their faces mirrored one another. Indeed, the master and his disciple share a profound connection, mused the female staff member, watching their receding figures. Meanwhile, as Lehman exited the transport station, he contemplated, the trumpet bud capable of meditation is mine. Conversely, Chunyu was preoccupied with the thought, the first phase of this task is about to be accomplished. Truly, their thoughts were remarkably aligned. The two advanced at a near jog towards the Pokémon Center in Gyarados City. Fortunately, it was the early hours of the morning, otherwise, any onlooker would surely deem them eccentric, alternating between joviality and an excited sprint. Which hospital did they escape from? Uncle Lehman. The Pokémon Center should not be open at this hour, as it is not yet 6 o'clock. Suddenly, Chinyu had a realization, prompting him to decelerate. Oh, I was so focused on hurrying. How long until 6? Lehman also reduced his pace. Chinyu consulted his Pokédex and remarked, there are still half an hour left. Very well, let us sit at the entrance of the Pokémon Center, and I shall regale you with the tale of the Trumpet Bud Tower. Chapter 38. Onyx. Every Pokémon Center established by the League features a Pokémon exchange device. This device is typically maintained by Nurse Joy. Although its usage is infrequent, it remains the property of the League, thus it is also Nurse Joy's responsibility. At 6 o'clock in the morning in Gyarados City, Nurse Joy, as is her custom, opened her sleepy eyes and proceeded to unlock the doors of the Pokémon Center. Whoosh! Ghost-type Pokémon. And 2 of them. Nurse Joy barely registered the fleeting shadows that zipped past her. How did the Pokémon end up at the exchange device? Since her transfer to Gyarados City, she had never encountered such a situation. Wild ghost-type Pokémon voluntarily running towards the Pokémon Center? Professional duty compelled Nurse Joy to attend to these 2 little ones. So after fully opening the door, she made her way directly to the Pokémon exchange device. The exchange device resembled a balance scale in some aspects. However, it only bore a superficial resemblance. At its base were 2 circular recesses, each adorned with a connector made of an unknown material. At the center of the Pokémon exchanger, there exists a vibrant energy gauge adorned in hues of red and green, with a crimson button positioned above it. Uncle Raymond, how does one operate this machine? Chen Yu inquired, feigning ignorance as he gazed at the Pokémon exchanger. Do you see that circular indentation at the base? Place the Pokeball containing the Budew in that recess, while I shall position my Pokeball in the opposite one. Afterwards, press the central red activation button to initiate the Pokémon exchange. Once the energy gauges are completely filled, the exchange will be complete. Uncle Raymond, I intend to commence the Pokémon exchange immediately to conclude my first task, Chinyu declared. What are you 2 up to? Just as they were about to place their Pokémon onto the exchanger, a voice, tinged with irritation, interrupted them. Both Raymond and Chinyu turned to face the source of the voice. There stood Miss Joy, hands on her hips, displaying an expression of mild anger. Her eyes slightly puffy as if she had just awakened. Miss Joy? They both exclaimed in unison. Oh, so you acknowledge me as Miss Joy. Now, what are you doing here? Surely you don't intend to exchange Pokémon? Miss Joy interrogated. Indeed, Uncle Raymond and I plan to exchange Pokémon, Chinyu responded enthusiastically, while Raymond merely nodded in tacit agreement. Using the Pokémon exchanger incurs a fee. Only novice trainers are entitled to complimentary privileges. And from a glance, it is evident that this Uncle Raymond is no novice, she asserted. Who do you think he is? Miss Joy was about to elaborate on the rules governing the use of the Pokémon exchanger when a sudden realization crossed her mind, and her expression shifted to one of disbelief. Uncle Raymond is a peculiar fellow who claims to be an external monk, Chinyu replied to Miss Joy. Silence. Both Raymond and Miss Joy rebuked simultaneously. Raymond exclaimed, this insufferable brat. Once the exchange is completed, just wait and see how I deal with you. Is there such a thing as calling one's savior a strange uncle? Although I do desire that Budew. Miss Joy interjected. How can this seemingly novice trainer speak of Master Raymond in such a manner? Does he not fear inciting the master's ire? However, I wonder if my earlier attitude was a bit harsh. Master Raymond wouldn't he be upset, would he? Seeing both individuals chastising him, Chinyu promptly fell silent, adopting the demeanor of a wronged spouse. Master Raymond? Miss Joy asked, casting a hesitant glance at Raymond. Raymond nodded and replied, this novice trainer is my newly accepted disciple, currently learning the art of mental cultivation from me. Indeed, we intended to use the Pokémon exchanger. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused to Miss Joy due to our haste. I shall compensate you for the fee without delay. Raymond spoke humbly, maintaining an air of venerable authority. No, that won't be necessary. I apologize for not realizing you were Master Raymond. I truly am sorry. The fees need not be reimbursed, but might Master Lehman provide me with an autograph shortly? Upon hearing Master Lehman's words, Miss Joy appeared rather flustered. hastily waving her hands in refusal of any payment. Moreover, Master Lehman had mentioned that his disciple was a novice trainer, making it both reasonable and justifiable to forego any charges. After resolving the matter concerning the dubious ghostly Pokémon, Miss Joy departed from the exchange hub and returned to her counter, rummaging through something. "Who are you calling an odd uncle?" Master Lehman questioned as soon as Miss Joy left. "Did I ever say that?" Chinyu replied, equally perplexed. "Never mind. Let us commence the Pokémon exchange." Upon observing Chunyu's demeanor, Lehman felt as if he were a deflated balloon. Debating a trivial matter with a novice trainer was a sheer waste of time. Furthermore, this rookie trainer seemed to differ from the initial impression he had. Lehman had perceived Chunyu as a genuine novice trainer who adhered steadfastly to his beliefs. However, as their interaction progressed, he found Chunyu's behavior increasingly peculiar, sometimes even exhibiting fleeting flashes of insight. Was this a trap? Yet, compared to a meditative Budu, such concerns were momentarily set aside by Lehman. Chunyu was the first to place the Pokeball containing Budu into the circular recess, uncertainly asking, "Master Lehman, is this correct?" Observing Chunyu's actions, Lehman gave it little thought and retrieved a Pokeball from his pocket, placing it into the adjacent slot. "Please take good care of this Pokemon. Although I trust a trainer who can uphold their beliefs will not mistreat it, it was once my companion," Lehman articulated slowly, as if imparting a piece of advice to Chunyu. "Master Lehman, while I am not particularly fond of this Budu, I ask that you treat it well as well. If you could." Chunyu did not directly respond, but posed a counter-question to convey his sentiments. Lehman nodded in acknowledgement and then activated the central red button. The interface above the recess began to emit visible electromagnetic waves, gradually enveloping the two Pokeballs. Suddenly, the Pokémon exchange device began to sway from side to side, and the central red and green energy bars started to pulse, 1 notch, 2 notches, steadily rising. At this moment, both Lehman and Chunyu held their breath, silently observing the Pokémon exchange device. Ding! Congratulations, player Chunyu and Master Lehman, on completing the Pokémon exchange. Your Pokémon status has changed. Please verify promptly. Without needing further prompting, upon hearing the system notification, Chunyu eagerly accessed the status attributes of his newly acquired Pokémon. Name, Onyx Snake. Rare, Potential, Blue Gender. Male level, 16 Preference, Sleep, Rock Splitting Held Item. Special Mineral Ability, Hard Head Nature, Serious Skills, Tackle, Noise, Bind, Rock Slide. Harden Affection, 10 Overall Combat Power, 528, for reference only. Upon reviewing the attributes of this Onyx Snake, Chunyu smiled faintly, inwardly exclaiming, "The first ring task is finally completed." Chapter 39, Choices and Decisions. Wait, a blue potential Onyx Snake? Why is it blue? Return my green potential Onyx Snake. Why does it differ so greatly from the script in the post? Chunyu distinctly remembered that in his previous life, the esteemed poster had shared a green potential Onyx Snake. How had it transformed into blue here? Once more, Chunyu accessed the Onyx Snake's attributes, and indeed, it was confirmed to be of blue potential. A green potential Pokémon would certainly draw the attention of various factions, with some minor forces even sending representatives for forced exchanges. However, a blue potential Pokémon would command significant respect from major factions. They would not forcibly exchange Pokémon, but rather seek to win them over. Minor factions would also attempt to lay claim, though whether they would succeed remained uncertain. As for purple potential Pokémon, not a single one had been revealed in the forums of his previous life. Purple potential Pokémon, in some respects, were as rare as Pokémon with exceptional annotations. Treasures to be encountered but seldom sought. Thus, when Chunyu beheld the data of this Onyx Snake, he found himself in a quandary. A blue potential Onyx Snake would eventually evolve into a formidable blue potential Steel Snake. It would undoubtedly become a key player in his team. Moreover, utilizing the Onyx Snake to challenge the upcoming Flying Gym would provide a significant advantage in terms of attributes. Should he employ this Onyx Snake for the second ring task? For a moment, Chunyu was lost in contemplation. If he pursued the second ring task, it would require a minimum of a week's time, with only a chance of success. Moreover, it was uncertain whether he would succeed. That esteemed figure from his previous life had nearly been compelled to return his Pokémon. Most critically, the Pokémon associated with the second ring task had a flaw. After weighing the pros and cons, Chunyu once again found himself deep in thought. "Hey, you foolish boy, are you dazed? Why are you staring blankly at the Pokeball?" Layman pulled Chunyu from his reverie. The inhabitants of the Pokémon world were unaware that players could check their Pokémon's details on the interface. Thus, Layman assumed Chunyu was merely daydreaming, oblivious to his internal struggle regarding the Onyx Snake and the second ring task. No, I'm just contemplating that video." Chunyu did not disclose his thoughts to Layman. "Shoo, This is the Pokémon Center. Lehman cautioned as he noticed Chinyu preparing to discuss the video of capturing the trumpet bud. As Lehman surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that only Miss Joy was searching for paper and a pen, while the Chansey stood nearby, lost in thought with writing materials in hand. Silently offering a moment of sympathy for Miss Joy, Lehman tucked away the Pokeball containing his Budu and earnestly advised Chinyu. You must remember, if the video is exposed, you must hold on to one thing. It was I who instructed you to capture it. Do you understand? It was I who sent you to do so. But Uncle Lehman, wouldn't that implicate you as well? Chinyu responded, somewhat astonished. Originally, he had intended for Lehman to address the video issue, but he did not anticipate such a definitive stance from him. There are no buts. Trust me. After all, I am a monk, Lehman said, feeling a sense of comfort upon seeing Chunyu's concern for him. But uncle, you are an external monk. You will soon be officially recognized. Why will that happen so soon? Because Budu's side has already decided that I am to be an official monk. At this moment, Lehman felt a strong desire to cast Chinyu aside. Can't you, as a novice trainer, possess the awareness you ought to have? Must you disrupt the flow? Can you refrain from asking so many whys? Can you quietly fulfill the role of a newcomer? Oh, understood. So, Uncle Lehman, where are you headed next? To the cabin to continue your training? Chinyu inquired. Who would want to go there? Lehman thought to himself. I am going to the Budu Tower. His eyes sparkled with longing. Wow, Master is finally returning to the Budu Tower? Miss Joy approached with a piece of paper and a pen, her expression one of surprise. Indeed. Please keep this confidential, Miss Joy. I beg you. Lehman skillfully took the paper and pen, signing his name before returning it to her. Wow, I've received Master Lehman's autograph. Ha! After resting, I can boast about this to my cousins. Miss Joy exclaimed joyfully to herself. Hey, Miss Joy, why are you acting like that previous female staff member? After getting the autograph, you just start talking to yourself? Have you forgotten about Uncle Lehman? Isn't my signature important? Chinyu observed Miss Joy's state, a twinge of envy passing through him. Why does an ordinary-looking middle-aged man attract so much attention from women? Why doesn't any girl approach me? I am quite handsome as well. Uncle Lehman, I'm off then. Chinyu's tone carried a hint of bitterness, subtly laced with irritation. Lehman, fully aware of Chunyu's underlying feelings, smirked and said, why not truly become my disciple? Once you become a monk, you too will be this popular. Absolutely not. You're such a strange uncle. Chinyu scoffed, rolling his eyes in disdain. You will understand in due time. By the way, are you going to challenge the flying gym? After all, that little Pokémon is quite an asset. Lehman conjectured. Indeed. Shall I challenge the gym? The Onix possesses a significant advantage against flying-type Pokémon. Moreover, the speed of Pidgey has notably increased compared to its previous form. With a level of 22, victory appears highly probable. Even if engaged in a hidden battle, it still retains formidable fighting prowess. So, should one challenge the gym? Should the second task be abandoned? Lehman's casual inquiry once again plunged Chinyu into contemplation. Noticing Chunyu's second moment of distraction, Lehman couldn't help but feel curious. You rascal. What on earth are you pondering? Chinyu did not respond immediately. Instead, he lowered his head in thought for a while before finally speaking. Uncle Lehman, could you possibly delay your visit to the Sprout Tower by a few minutes? Why this sudden request? It's nothing. I've made my decision. Chinyu replied. What have you decided? I'm heading west. West? What do you mean? Towards the west of Azalea Town. But isn't the gym located to the east? I never said I was going to the gym. Aren't you supposed to deliver a letter? That's why I asked if you could postpone your trip to the Sprout Tower. So this cheeky lad wishes to act as a laborer? Sigh. I suppose I shall assist him one more time. Wait, the west of Azalea Town? Could it be that this boy is from that family? A fleeting thought, one that Lehman himself found hard to believe, crossed his mind. Hand over the letter. And remember, if you're in Azalea Town, be cautious of the motorcycle gang. Understand? Lehman extended his hand, requesting the letter for ASU, while warning Chinyu to be vigilant in Azalea Town. The motorcycle gang? What is that? Chinyu inquired innocently after retrieving the letter. Forget it, I'm off now. Take care. After accepting Chinyu's letter, Lehman exited the Pokémon Center, wearing an unshakable smile. Upon hearing Chinyu's question regarding the motorcycle gang, Lehman dismissed his earlier suspicions, thinking to himself that he had overreacted. How could a novice trainer, who doesn't even know about the Sprout Tower and the motorcycle gang, possibly be from that family? Thus, Lehman took the letter and made his way toward the Azalea Town gym, eager to complete this task before heading to the Sprout Tower. After watching Lehman leave the Pokémon Center, Chinyu chose not to rest there. After bidding farewell to Nurse Joy, he departed the Pokémon Center. Despite having not rested for an entire day and night, he displayed no signs of fatigue. However, compared to Lehman's Joy, Qinyu's demeanor was marked more by worry. He journeyed westward, nearly traversing the entirety of Azalea Town, not pausing until he exited the town. By this time, dawn had fully broken. After walking for what felt like an eternity, a magnificent estate gradually came into view. Chapter 40. The estate employment. At the heart of the estate stood a grand castle, its architectural style reminiscent of medieval Europe. However, in terms of size, it undoubtedly surpasses any castle from that era. The circumstances within the manor remain unknown to Cynthia, as an imposing wall encircles the estate, preventing any glimpse inside. Before him stands a modern electronic doorbell, adorned with a liquid crystal display the size of a human face, accompanied by a green button. With a heart full of trepidation, Cynthia pressed the green button. Danger. Warning. Player Cynthia has discovered a high-level hidden map. Please exit promptly. Detection indicates that the player is in virtual reality synchronization. Thus, a reminder is issued to exit the map immediately. Ignoring the system's admonitions ringing in his ears, Cynthia patiently awaited the illumination of the LCD screen. Master Butler. We have a visitor. A young maid, resembling a sprite, pointed at the large display screen in the room while reporting to the butler, who was engrossed in paperwork. Is it from the Fairy Alliance, or perhaps Team Rocket, or someone from the Kamizumi family? The butler did not lift his head, continuing his work. It is a young trainer, clad in a standard league tracksuit, the maid replied after glancing at the screen. Each of Chunyu's expressions and movements was vividly displayed on the expansive monitor. A novice trainer? What could be his purpose for coming here? The butler pondered for a moment before continuing. Alice, go check on him. If he is merely a lost trainer, send him away. Understood, Master Butler. Upon receiving the butler's command, the maid named Alice slowly exited the room. After hearing the door close behind her, the butler glanced at the monitor displaying Cynthia. Lost in thought, Cynthia remained outside the manor, waiting quietly, not feeling anxious. If he could not complete the task, or if it failed to trigger, it would not matter. A blue, potential-filled onyx had already exceeded his expectations. If nurtured, it could still serve as a formidable ally. Yet, there lingered a tinge of reluctance. After much deliberation, he had decided to forego utilizing the onyx for the gym challenge in favor of pursuing the second phase of his task, only to find himself unable to gain entry. Surely, a sense of dissatisfaction brewed within him. After approximately 3 minutes, the display before Cynthia finally illuminated. Greetings. You have reached the Ketsuki residence. I am the maid Alice. How may I assist you? Hello. I am a trainer from Hinoki Town, and here is my identification. I have come to apply for a position. Cynthia produced his Pokédex from his pocket and presented it to the face-sized screen. Very well, please hold on. Alice abruptly disconnected the display and hurried back to the previous room. Master Butler. The new trainer hails from Hinoki Town and possesses identification. He claims he has come to apply for a position. Alice conveyed Chunyu's intentions to the butler. Applying for a position? How many staff members are currently at the manor? The butler inquired. There are 32 maids, for chefs, 1 winemaker, 3 fairy caretakers, for gardeners, 6 masons, 10 miscellaneous workers, 1 teacher for the young lady, and 1 butler, totaling 62 individuals. The maid Alice evidently has a keen understanding of the estate's affairs. What areas do you believe require additional staff, or do you think the new trainers could be suited for certain positions? Alice is uncertain. The butler finally set aside the documents in his hand and slowly exited the room, seemingly indifferent to Alice's response. From the moment the button was pressed until the grand door swung open, Cynthia waited a full 10 minutes. In a typical household, making a guest wait without any acknowledgement for 10 minutes would surely provoke irritation, leading to their departure. However, Cynthia remained unfazed, not displaying even a hint of displeasure on his visage. When the door opened, an elderly gentleman with a notably stern expression appeared before Cynthia, clad in an exquisitely tailored tailcoat. The opulence of his attire was evident. The butler of the Yuki family? A mere glance at the newcomer allowed Cynthia to ascertain the old man's identity. According to the accounts of a renowned player, the butler of the Yuki family is known to be quite serious and somewhat aloof, having faced considerable challenges over the past 2 weeks. Your Pokémon encyclopedia. Upon encountering Cynthia, the elder's first request was to inspect his Pokémon encyclopedia, for it is the sole means by which an alliance trainer can substantiate their identity among Pokémon. Without hesitation, Cynthia lowered it for inspection. Such strength. Cynthia sensed an unusual vigor in the butler's grip, far exceeding that which one might expect from an elderly individual. Cynthia, a 20-year-old novice trainer? You've only been a trainer for just over 2 weeks and have already secured the bug badge from Hinoki Town. How intriguing. After perusing Cynthia Pokémon encyclopedia, the elder regarded him with a smile. To become a novice trainer at the age of 20 implies that you did not earn the Alliance's recognition at the age of 10, indicating a lack of potential. Am I correct in saying so? The butler's words were blunt, devoid of any intent to spare Qinyu's feelings. I was still on Earth at the age of 10. I had only just begun watching Pokémon, Advanced Generation. Who would have had the chance to come here? And to claim I lacked value as a novice trainer? Had it not been for my late-night viewing of the episode where Ji Yi was reduced to a mere runner-up due to the inept writing, leading me to lose control and smash my computer, would I have even arrived here? And to say I lacked the Alliance's acknowledgement? If it weren't for the mission, who would wish to endure your incessant chatter? Chinyu found himself unable to suppress the overwhelming urge to retort, mentally responding to the butler's statements countless times. Due to certain peculiar circumstances, I indeed did not acquire my initial Pokémon at the age of 10, but that does not imply I lack potential. Not every novice trainer can earn a badge within a week. What do you think, Butler? Chinyu was equally determined. He understood that if he showed any sign of hesitation now, he would undoubtedly be dominated by the butler should he later secure a position at the estate. He must not allow himself to be intimidated. Faced with Chinyu's assertive retort, the butler momentarily faltered. Contemplating, it has been many years since anyone has addressed him in such a manner. Typically, those who encounter him do so with utmost reverence. Who does this rookie trainer think he is to speak to me in such a tone? Are you here for an interview? How did you come to know of this place? Or do you even realize where you are? The butler chose not to further engage in the discussion regarding Chinyu's worth. Instead, he posed a fundamental question. Already preparing himself to ensure that should Chinyu's answer prove unsatisfactory, he would leave a lasting impression on the young man. Unfazed, Chinyu replied with remarkable composure. My name is Chinyu, disciple of Master Lehman from the Tower of Trumpets. It was he who sent me here to work. Chapter 41. The magnificent estate. Chinyu spoke with conviction, his face betraying no hint of deceit, and his tone carried a subtle note of grievance. As if he felt he ought not to be there. Oh, Lehman sent you? Do you have any proof? The butler, slightly taken aback, began to request validation from Chinyu. Come forth, Onyx. Chinyu released the Onyx he had exchanged with Lehman. You've even been entrusted with an Onyx by this novice trainer? It appears you have quite the regard for him. The butler observed the Onyx and immediately confirmed Chinyu's identity. Simultaneously, an intriguing thought crossed his mind. Very well, come inside. After speaking, the butler led Chinyu into the estate. Once Chinyu returned the Onyx to its Pokeball, he followed the butler's lead into the manor. Initially, the interior of the estate was hidden from view. However, as they entered, Chinyu was momentarily taken aback by the grandeur before him. Having once been a homebody on Earth, he had never encountered such opulence. A 400-meter marble pathway stretched from the grand entrance to the center of the estate, flanked by lush trees, including fruit-bearing varieties. Among them stood several rare and precious trees. Most notably, interspersed among these trees were various Pokémon, both large and small. Beedrill, Butterfree, and even a Beedrill. Why is there a Heracross here? Chinyu was astonished to see a Heracross peacefully resting on a branch, seemingly unfazed. The butler, noticing Chinyu's wide-eyed wonder, subconsciously slowed his pace, relishing the young man's astonishment. After taking only a few steps, Chinyu encountered a stunning flower bed, filled with exceptionally vibrant and enchanting blossoms. However, his gaze was almost entirely captivated by the small sprite before him. Is that a hunting Butterfree? Chinyu murmured in astonishment. I never would have guessed you recognized such a sprite. It appears that Lehman's discernment is not lacking. The butler replied, a hint of pride discernible in the upward curve of his lips. Isn't this sprite native to the Hoenn region? Chinyu inquired, puzzled. This is the residence of the Ketsuki family. The butler did not directly address Chinyu's question, instead boasting about the estate's esteemed lineage. Although Chinyu was aware of the Ketsuki family's formidable reputation and had briefly researched them in his past life, the information was scarce. Witnessing it firsthand today, he could indeed perceive the family's profound heritage. The reason was straightforward. To nurture a sprite from another region, one must possess significant breeding expertise, indicating at the very least, a high-level breeder. It is well known that the remuneration for high-level breeders is exceedingly high, making it unaffordable for the average individual. Even securing a mid-level breeder is quite a challenge. The standards for breeders are far more stringent than those for trainers, exceeding them by at least fivefold. Yet, Chinyu could clearly see 3 breeders interacting with sprites, playing, or feeding them in the space between the flower bed and the woods. It was easy to deduce that those employed by the Ketsuki family could not possibly be of ordinary or mid-level status. They were undoubtedly 3 high-level sprite breeders. What an enormous sum of alliance currency that must entail. While somewhat astonished to see a hunting Butterfree in the Johto region, He couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the Ketsuki family's financial expenditure. Observing Chunyu's wide-eyed wonderment, the butler appeared quite pleased and continued guiding him towards the castle. "What on earth is that?" Chunyu exclaimed. "Please tell me that isn't a Reiku." He spotted a yellow leopard with a striking resemblance that momentarily paralyzed him with fear. Staring in shock at the sprite, which bore a 99 likeness to Reiku, he gasped. "Oh, that one. It is merely a shiny ditto." "Ah, you nearly frightened me to death. I thought it was the real Reiku. I mean, how could a legendary sprite possibly appear before humans?" Chunyu sighed in relief, seemingly recovering from his astonishment. The butler paused, a rare smile gracing his features as he regarded Chunyu. After a moment, it seemed that Chunyu recalled something, and his mouth began to slowly open in realization. Observing Chunyu's expression, the butler wore a rare and playful smile. "Did you say that was a ditto? A shiny one?" "Just a shiny ditto. It is not Reiku." "Is it truly that surprising?" The butler responded, his smile still lingering. "A ditto. That sprite is incredibly rare, and a shiny ditto at that. Do you have any idea how rare it is?" Chunyu exclaimed, his excitement bubbling over as he unwittingly voiced his innermost thoughts. The butler remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Chunyu, adopting an expression that seemed to inquire, "What do you think?" It was impossible for Chunyu to suppress his excitement. The ditto, a rare Pokémon, was indeed a treasure, and to encounter a shiny variant was extraordinary. A rare shiny Pokémon was capable of stirring a tempest within the world of Pokémon. At that moment, this ditto was unabashedly transforming into a Reiku, prancing about with flamboyance. Coupled with the ostentatious attitude displayed, Chunyu resigned himself to the fact that they were wealthy and capricious, free to do as they pleased. After experiencing the thrill of this shiny ditto, Chunyu appeared to regain his composure, even when he beheld the Leafeon and Solgaleo, his expression betraying no sign of turmoil. Noticing Chunyu's impassive countenance, the butler seemed to lose interest, his smile fading as he assumed a more serious demeanor, hastening his pace. "Alice, open the door," he instructed softly after leading Chunyu into the castle. Moments later, the maid who had conversed with Chunyu previously appeared before them, and the grand entrance swung open. "This is the head maid of the castle, named Alice. She is responsible for managing the daily affairs of the estate. Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to consult her," the butler indicated, then smoothly positioned himself before both Alice and Chunyu. "I must now confer with the young lady," he continued. "Alice, please escort Chunyu below to freshen up and change his attire. This appearance is simply unacceptable." After critiquing Chunyu's clothing, the butler gradually made his way deeper into the castle. Watching him retreat, Alice began to appraise Chunyu in earnest. Suddenly, Alice leaned forward abruptly, seemingly about to collide with Chunyu, who instinctively took a step back. Gulp. Chunyu swallowed hard. How strikingly beautiful. He had never been this close to any girl before. Even in his former life, the most intimate interaction he had shared was a simple hand-holding. It was rare for him to have even female friends. Yet, in that moment, Alice's exquisite features were scarcely 5 inches from him. A faint, elusive fragrance wafted from her, reminiscent of fresh grass, yet distinctly unique. Chunyu found himself momentarily entranced, his mind momentarily blank, unsure of how to proceed. "Hello, you must be Chunyu, right? I'm Alice. I look forward to your guidance," she chirped playfully, suddenly leaping back a step to distance herself from him. Her demeanor exuberantly charming. In truth, Alice appeared to be around 16 or 17, the epitome of youthful vibrancy. Hi, I'm Chunyu, from Pinewood Town. I'm here for an interview." Chunyu appeared somewhat anxious, nearly fumbling his greeting. "Hee. Chunyu, you are quite intriguing. What skills do you possess? I would like to assign you some tasks," Alice inquired. "Well, I'm not entirely sure," Chunyu replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks as he seemed to have forgotten the position he originally intended to apply for, his mind now a blank canvas. Not a problem. Not a problem. Can you nurture small sprites, Chunyu?" No. "Oh, what about garden maintenance?" "I'm not adept at that either." "Chunyu, you truly are quite modest. Can you cook?" "I can make scrambled eggs with tomatoes." "And what about appliance repair? Does slapping it count?" Alice, upon hearing Chunyu's responses to her inquiries, suddenly called out to him. "What is the matter, Alice?" "Oh, right. Besides slapping, sometimes I also kick appliances." Chunyu, perplexed, queried why the questioning phase had abruptly ceased. "I haven't finished answering yet. Thankfully, I managed to add that in time. Or what would happen if I got hired?" Alice, initially poised to speak, swallowed her words after Chunyu's addition and wore a somewhat pained smile, exclaiming, "You are indeed a remarkably entertaining individual, Chunyu." Chapter 42. Alice's little plan. I will first take Chunyu to manage a few things. After scribbling some notes on a piece of paper, Alice prepared to lead Chinyu to the bathhouse for a cleansing ritual, seemingly unfazed by his earlier responses. Chinyu remained silent, following Alice's lead step by step. This is the employees' bathhouse. Men on the left, women on the right. You may enter and enjoy a soak. Chinyu, if you need anything, just call for me. Alice briefly introduced before departing. Once Alice left, Chinyu stepped directly into the bathhouse. It bore resemblance to the services offered by a luxurious Japanese hot spring hotel. Adorned with retro decor, neatly arranged bathrobes, and even some sake and snacks on the side. Rather than a mere bathhouse, it resembled a hotel providing spa services. At a time like this, how can one indulge alone? Come out. Pidgey, Teddy Ursa, oh forget it. Chinyu promptly reined in his excitement, recalling the Pokeball containing his Onix. Setting Onix free in this confined space would only lead to overcrowding. Teddy Ursa and Pidgey, seemingly overjoyed to reunite with Chinyu, responded accordingly. Pidgey gently nuzzled against his arm, settling quietly by his side, while Teddy Ursa, appearing rather forlorn, leaped into Chinyu's embrace, persistently rubbing its round head against his chest. I'm sorry, Teddy Ursa, it has been a while, Chinyu apologized, ruffling the bear-like creature's head as he admired its irresistibly adorable face. Pidgey, Teddy Ursa, today we shall not battle. Let us take some time to relax. After Chinyu finished speaking, he swiftly stripped down to his bare skin. Embracing his plush bear, he dashed into the hot spring. Upon witnessing Chinyu and the bear plunge into the water, Baby Bird, unwilling to be outdone, began to flutter slowly after them, though it did not immediately descend. Ah, how delightful. It felt as though all fatigue had evaporated from his body. As soon as Chinyu entered the pool, he sensed his previous exhaustion dissipate completely. Baby Bird? Hurry and join us. Chinyu called out, noticing Baby Bird hesitating by the spring's edge. He splashed some water toward it. Initially shy, Baby Bird allowed the warm water to drench it, but after a few playful attacks from the bear, it seemed to grow irate, retaliating by splashing water back from the shore. Observing that Baby Bird had entered the fray, Chinyu turned his attention away from them, permitting the two little sprites to frolic in the hot spring. He then prepared to close his eyes and savor the soothing warmth. Suddenly, just before he shut his eyes, he perceived a figure at the 1 o'clock position, moving with unusual slowness, vaguely discernible as a human shape. No matter how he looked at it, it appeared rather lecherous. A thief? Baby Bird. Use Hurricane over there, Chinyu exclaimed, leaping from the pool and promptly directing his command at Baby Bird. Upon hearing his order, Baby Bird immediately ceased its playful antics with the bear, flapping its wings, and launching an attack in the direction Chinyu indicated. Bang! A small whirlwind struck the figure with pinpoint accuracy. Ah, that hurts. Tell your Baby Bird to stop. A pained female voice suddenly echoed. Humph. How dare you come to steal while I'm resting? I'll teach you a lesson. Even if you're a girl, it won't matter. You deserve to be punished for stealing. Stop. Caught red-handed while thieving, and still you demand to stop? Baby Bird, quickly, cease your attack. Gulp. Chinyu swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat beginning to form on his forehead. Despite being in the hot spring, a chill ran down his back. A girl? How did I know it was a girl? Oh, it was the feminine voice calling for me to stop. But why was there a girl's voice in the boys' bathhouse? After instructing Baby Bird to halt, Chinyu swiftly wrapped himself in a towel, standing frozen. Uncertain of his next action, his gaze fixated on the figure not far away. He then heard a rustling sound, and a pair of long, slender legs came into view. Pale, smooth, with skin as delicate as jade. Chinyu finally understood the meaning of as fragile as a flower. Those legs belonged to someone who was far removed from base tastes. Naturally, a pair of such beautiful and alluring legs must belong to a stunning visage. Indeed, she was extraordinarily beautiful. Chinyu's gaze trailed slowly up those long legs, ultimately resting upon a face of exquisite allure. If Alice's visage was delicate, then this one was nothing short of tantalizing. It resembled a ripe apple from the Garden of Eden, tempting one to take a bite. Have you had enough? The woman's tone was frigid, devoid of any emotion, and an aura of chill began to emanate from her. Not yet. Wait, I'm so sorry. Chinyu felt a slight warmth in his nose, as if something were about to flow forth. The woman was draped in a thin bath towel, but after enduring the fierce storm unleashed by her Pokémon, it appeared somewhat tattered. The natural allure she possessed, previously accentuated by the towel, now took on an inexplicable, heightened sense of temptation. She pressed her hands firmly against her chest, her willow-like brows arching slightly as she coldly declared, "If you do not provide me with a reasonable explanation, I shall make you regret ever entering this world." With that, the woman removed a Pokeball from the necklace around her neck. How could a Pokeball be worn as a pendant? Qinyu's cold sweat began to bead anew. Typically, trainers kept their Pokeballs secured to their belts. If a trainer chose to wear a Pokeball as an accessory, it warranted caution. Unless it was merely for show. The Pokemon contained within would either carry profound emotional significance or possess exceptional strength, instilling the trainer with a sense of security. A sense of security? What a jest. Every pore on Qinyu's body was tense, and his mind raced. How could this alluring woman be found in a male bathhouse? Wait. What significance did it hold to ponder the male bathhouse now? He had nearly seen her entirely. Furthermore, he had summoned a fierce storm with but a gesture. Gulp. Why did he keep arriving at the same conclusion? The cold sweat on Qinyu's face grew more pronounced. What? Do you not even intend to utter your last words? The woman observed Qinyu's prolonged silence, noting his lack of any explanation, and prepared to unleash her Pokemon. Wait. I came here to apply for a position. Qinyu could not allow this enchanting woman to release her Pokemon, setting aside the likelihood of winning such a battle. This scenario was hardly appropriate for a Pokemon encounter. Applying, are we? It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. The woman elevated the Pokeball in her hand. Don't push me. Qinyu blurted out, his words stumbling. Push you? Do you truly believe anyone can rescue you from this madness today? The woman's initially icy tone shifted as she observed Qinyu's ensuing actions, leading her to emit a piercing scream that shattered the previously serene atmosphere of the castle. Oh dear. Alice seemed to have forgotten that Sister Eve was currently bathing. Upon hearing a familiar scream, a mischievous smile spread across Alice's face. Chapter 43. The young lady's elven mentor Sister Eve. Alice truly forgot to inform Qinyujun. Clutching the hem of Eve's garment, Alice wore an expression of palpable grievance. Initially, Eve remained unresponsive to Alice. Although her demeanor was not as frigid as it had been in the bathhouse, it was hardly any warmer. Her gaze towards Qinyu's was still piercingly cold. Qinyu's sat upright, mentally reiterating, I am merely here to complete the second phase of the task. I am merely here to complete the second phase of the task. I am merely here to complete the second phase of the task. All right, Eve. Alice did not intend to embarrass you. With newcomers present, perhaps it's best to temper your temper. The butler, noticing Eve's unyielding demeanor, interjected. He then turned his attention away from Alice and Eve, retrieving a piece of paper previously written by Alice, and began to read aloud. I have never encountered such a useless individual, incapable of nurturing little sprites, planting flowers, and even failing at the most basic cooking. What face do you have to apply to the Ketsuki family? The butler's sharp tongue remained as blunt as ever. Is it too late for me to leave now? Qinyu, observing the butler's playful expression, glanced at the aggrieved Alice and the frostily aloof Eve, felt an urge to retreat. The blue potential onyx is truly remarkable. I was wrong. I should not have been greedy. The heavens have granted me a blue potential onyx, rather than a green potential one, indicating that I should know when to withdraw. Qinyu's heart was heavy with frustration, for a blue potential sprite was already a rare find. Yet here he was, lost in his thoughts. Had he heeded the peculiar advice of that eccentric uncle, Lehman, he might have already acquired the wing badge and could very well be on his way to Ashy's ranch by now. Leaving? You wish to flee? Upon hearing Qinyu's intent to depart, Eve's delicate brows arched sharply, and she coldly inquired. Surprisingly, the butler did not reprimand anyone for interrupting. Instead, he paused for a moment before slowly stating, If I had not consulted the young lady, you would be free to leave at any time. However, in the interim, the young lady has already approved your application. After uttering this, the butler fell silent once again, seemingly pondering the next questions to pose. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes. It was not until 5 minutes had elapsed that the butler softly spoke again. What are your special skills? Please share them, and Alice will assist in determining a suitable position for you. Alternatively, what type of work would you prefer? Had Qinyu heard this before encountering Eve, he would surely have felt elated. Gaining employment with the Ketsuki family not only represented an opportunity to undertake the second phase of tasks, but also promised a salary far superior to that offered by the League. However, following the unexpected incident in the bathhouse, his enthusiasm had waned. Qinyu felt that every second spent in this place was akin to sitting on pins and needles. Eve's gaze, capable of inflicting death, was fixated on him, as if she longed to skin him alive with her own hands. Can I apply to be the young lady's Pokémon mentor? Qinyu pondered, recalling the duties of the renowned poster master from his previous life. It seemed that the poster master served as a lifestyle advisor to the young lady, a role that appeared to align closely with that of a Pokémon mentor. Surely, he could secure this position, right? Oh, poster master, please do not deceive me. Qinyu, should we not consider a different occupation? Upon hearing Qinyu's intention to become the young lady's Pokémon mentor, Alice appeared startled, her speech faltering, as if recalling something. Alice began to raise her eyebrows at Chinyu, seemingly trying to convey some unspoken message. Huh, why is Alice raising her eyebrows at me? Could it be that she has feelings for me? No, that cannot be the case. Chinyu dismissed Alice's subtle warning, his attention solely captivated by her adorable expression. Seeing that Chinyu disregarded her hints, Alice sighed softly in resignation. Young people indeed have grand aspirations. But I believe the position of the young lady's Pokémon mentor is currently beyond your capabilities. Perhaps you should reconsider, the butler remarked, chuckling heartily at Chinyu's words. Meanwhile, Alice and Eve exchanged incredulous glances, as if they had seen a ghost. Did the butler just smile? In their minds, the butler was a stern, sharp-tongued, an aloof figure who had never displayed a smile in public. Yet today, he broke his stoic demeanor, all due to the absurd response of a novice trainer. No. I have confidence that I can provide the finest guidance to the young lady, Chinyu replied with unwavering assurance. Internally, he mused. Having watched over 900 episodes of Pokémon and played numerous versions of the game, could he not manage to teach a young girl? Chinyu, are you serious? Alice inquired, noticing the unwavering confidence radiating from his expression. Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? The butler echoed her question. Alice, esteemed butler, I believe this job suits him quite well. Allow me to make arrangements. Eve interjected, her demeanor softening upon witnessing Chinyu's confidence. A faint smile graced her lips. Strikingly beautiful, had anyone been present, they would have surely lavished praise upon Eve's allure. Chinyu also yearned to commend her beauty, but held back, as he sensed a hint of familiarity in that smile. Wait, a smile reminiscent of Chihui. Chinyu suddenly found himself in a state of stupor, gazing vacantly as Eve exited the room. Gulp. A sense of fear washed over him, prompting him to contemplate whether he should seek an opportune moment to flee. Unbeknownst to him, his back had already become drenched in cold sweat. You are here to apply as the young lady's Pokémon tutor, correct? Very well. Will it be a short-term or long-term engagement? The butler, displaying no opinion on Eve's departure, calmly inquired about Chinyu's preference. Is it possible to change the position? Upon hearing Chinyu's question, the butler remained silent, his expression unyielding as he fixed his gaze on Chinyu. All right, I understand. I shall take the short-term role, providing guidance on Pokémon knowledge to the young lady. Observing the butler's countenance, Chinyu realized he had posed a rather inconsequential question. Wait, could you enlighten me on the distinctions between short-term and long-term? Previously, he had only considered that the previous great being had triggered an exchange quest within a week's time. However, this time, there had been an overwhelming number of unforeseen events. Chinyu was uncertain whether a week would suffice. Chinyukuin. Short-term refers to a work duration of less than a month, with remuneration settled weekly at 500 alliance coins. Long-term indicates a commitment of over a month, with monthly payment of 30,000 coins at the end of each month. Alice swiftly answered Chunyu's inquiry, to which the butler nodded slightly in acknowledgement. I choose long-term. Without a moment's hesitation, Chinyu made his decision. Ding. Congratulations, player Chinyu, on accepting the long-term tutoring task. Task requirements. Instruct Yuki Nanako on Pokémon knowledge. Task reward, 30,000 alliance coins. Task duration, 1 month. By the way, will there be an assessment of my Pokémon knowledge? After all, my student is the young lady of the Yuki family. Noticing their lack of intent to test him, Chinyu felt compelled to remind them. The previous great being had endured trials akin to hell. Surely, he should be subjected to some form of evaluation. A sense of unease began to creep into Chunyu's mind. At this point in the task, he wondered just how much it diverged from the experiences of that former great being. Alice, I leave him in your capable hands. The butler exited the room, his expression a mixture of amusement and resignation. After hearing the butler's words, Alice nodded in acknowledgement. With a sympathetic look directed at Chinyu, she gently remarked, Chinyukuin. Serving as the young lady's Pokémon tutor does not require an assessment. Why not? Chinyu asked, perplexed. Because Sister Eve is a professor at the Pokémon Research Academy. Chapter 44. The Rise of the Scoundrel Brother. Quickly, go check the forum posts. What's the rush? Wait until I capture this Geodude. The notion of capturing a mere sprite is rather trivial, isn't it? Surely, you don't still aspire to become a Pokémon master, do you? Of course, if I didn't wish to be a Pokémon master, why would I engage with these creatures at all? Very well, if you possess the audacity. Then do not hesitate. The illustrious Mujiang has unveiled a lucrative opportunity, offering 200 union coins per day. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Let us be off. What are we lingering for? Are you still gazing at that foolish little Geodude? To the forum, quickly. Hurry and check the pinned post. Mujiang has made his inaugural post, revealing a monumental strategy guide. Do you not see that I am nurturing this blossom? This job fetches a handsome salary of 20 union coins a day. Mujiang's guide promises 200 union coins daily. By heavens, let those who wish to toil as gardeners do so. Come, let us head to the forum. Did you know? Mujiang has released an extraordinary strategy guide. What? Mujiang too has divulged a guide. Hey there, gentlemen, what are you discussing? And who is this Mujiang? Oh, a beautiful lady. Greetings, fair maiden. Might you join us for lunch later? Indeed, we possess a wealth of knowledge about Pokémon. Is that so? Very well. But you must first enlighten me about this Mujiang fellow. Mujiang is a legendary player, once held in high esteem. He was nearly on par with Qianfan. From the same era. Precisely. Mujiang famously declined a lucrative offer of 1,000,000 credit points per annum from a certain company, choosing instead to retire. Who would have thought he would unveil such a grand strategy today? Enough of this, my lady. Let us procure some nourishment. I have a friend skilled in culinary arts. Is that so impressive? Haha. Off we go. Pokémon Hoenn Forum. The proper approach to gym work should you achieve victory at a gym. Do not be hasty to depart, for the Alliance gyms are eager to offer promising players a worthwhile position. Today, I had the fortune of defeating the gym leader of Canas City, Dojuan. Just as I was about to leave, Dojuan called out to me, inquiring if I would be willing to remain at the Canas gym to assist. Initially, I was perplexed, but upon hearing Dojuan's offer of 200 union coins as remuneration, I comprehended. It appears that one may seek employment at a gym, but only with the affirmation of the gym leader. Do you recall Qianfan's recent post? It mentioned that one should not disturb the gym leader before acquiring a badge. It seems Qianfan has indeed gained a significant lead over me. That shall suffice for now. I must return to sweeping. By the way, I happen to be in the Hoenn region as well. Qianfan, await my arrival. Posted by Mujiang. This post quickly ascended to the pinned position, as the forum's rules for pinning are quite distinctive. The number of views directly influences the ranking of the post. In other words, the view count being prominently displayed within a certain time frame indicates that it is the highest during that period. Players from the Hoenn region have already been stirred by Qianfan's post, igniting a fervor for part-time jobs. At this moment, the location rumored to offer the highest wages for such work has been revealed, undoubtedly stirring up a tempest in the Hoenn region once again. Countless players are eager to enter various gyms for employment, causing the previously quiet gyms to once again become a hotspot for players. Mujiang's final remarks, akin to declaring war against Qianfan, were conveniently overlooked by the players, as their long-standing feud is well known within the esports community. Players are more concerned with where they can earn more rather than their personal grievances. The post has been wildly shared across the Kanto, Johto, Sinnoh, Unova, and Kalos regions, capturing attention due to a single compelling word, opportunity. The overarching trend is the fervor for part-time jobs, with players generally earning a daily wage of 30 Alliance coins, and many struggling to secure any work at all. Now, a chance has emerged from thin air, presenting every player with the potential to earn 200 Alliance coins. Given such favorable circumstances, how could it not create a whirlwind of excitement? Although Mujiang only uttered a few words, he cleverly capitalized on the prevailing tide, successfully elevating himself to a higher pedestal, even hinting at surpassing Qianfan. While other regions remained relatively stable, the gyms have once again become the focal point for numerous players. However, one particular region has plunged into an even greater frenzy. Goodness, tell me this isn't real? Luck. This must be due to Scumbag Brother's good fortune. It cannot possibly be true. How could Scumbag Brother have accomplished this a week ago? I truly believe that foolish dog's nonsense. Why? Who can explain what I have experienced? How could he have achieved this beforehand? Right? Isn't he in the Orange City now? Hurry to Orange City and find him. Searching for Scumbag Brother? Countless people have been lurking in Orange City, yet they haven't even found a hair of him. He actually outperformed Qianfan and Mujiang 2 weeks ago. Coincidence? It must be a coincidence. Isn't this information from the table? Table, come out and clarify this. Table. The Johto Alliance forum differs from those of other regions. It either discusses gym strategies or the ongoing disputes between Qianfan and Mujiang. Currently, the Johto Alliance forum can only be described as chaotic. Unethical player emerges in a critique city. The first victory challenge is a hoax, a brazen provocation of the goddess. This post was shared nearly 2 weeks ago after Lu Qingyi became the first victory player. As revealed by Table, the content within is entirely focused on casting aspersions upon an individual known as Scoundrel Brother. The challenge extends for a duration of 1 hour, seemingly involving arduous sweeping within the dojo. It deceives both new and veteran players regarding the emotional investment in dojo battles, insinuating a provocation towards the goddess, in a bid to attract her attention favorably. 2 weeks prior, any player acquainted with the current situation in the Kanto League would have come forth to express their opinions. predominantly mocking Scoundrel Brother before casually departing. Some players even shared screenshots of themselves directly ridiculing Scoundrel Brother within the Hinoki dojo, accompanied by captions such as the scoundrel sweeping the floor like a miserable dog. However, at this moment, the comments beneath the post echo a singular sentiment. Dog Table. Come out, you fraud. You dare to expose something? Go ahead. Table. Did you commit numerous wrongdoings in your past life? How dare you reveal such things? Aren't you afraid of facing damnation? What transpired in the Hinoki dojo concerning Scoundrel Brother remains a mystery that demands the truth, not mere gossip. If you don't provide me an explanation today, I'll dismantle your news agency in the real world. Count me in. Let us create a ruckus. Is it too late to buy a knife now? All of the preceding remarks are expressions of outrage from fervent players accusing the table of disseminating false information. Unlike them, some players within this thread engage in discussions of other matters. Wait, does this imply that Scoundrel Brother began sweeping in the dojo 2 weeks ago? The previous poster is correct. I once scolded Scoundrel Brother for being foolish, yet it seems I am the true fool. I mocked Scoundrel Brother for deserving to sweep floors for a lifetime. Now, if you were to ask me to sweep, not just in the dojo, but even at the Pokémon Center, I would willingly do so for eternity. The table has misjudged the situation. Yet Scoundrel Brother is indeed remarkable. Ha! I've always known my husband could not be so ordinary. He has seen through it all. To the poster above. Wasn't it you who criticized Scoundrel Brother the most harshly last time? No, that was my alternate account. There are alternate accounts for Pokémon too. Cough, even couples have their quarrels. Don't mind the lovesick individual above. Have you all noticed something? Stop keeping us in suspense. Just spill it. Selling cigarettes, seeds, and 8 treasure porridge in the back row. What did you discover? Do tell. Hey, ISNT that the guy studying criminal investigation? I admire your logic. Hurry. Didn't Timu Jiang say that only after a victory in a dojo challenge can one work part-time there? Scoundrel Brother's sweeping in the Hinoki dojo appears to have occurred before the goddess's first victory? Holy cow, are you kidding me? This is impossible. A coincidence. It must be just a coincidence. Chapter 45, The Aura of a Supermaster. How could this be possible? Can a mere scoundrel surpass a goddess? I am reluctant to believe it. Yet the undeniable truth remains that the scoundrel has indeed spent an entire week sweeping the floors of the Cypress Gym. However, that seems incorrect, my friend. The first victory of the Johto League was claimed by the goddess. How could I have forgotten this crucial detail? Precisely. The initial triumph was secured by the goddess, and it was even announced by the system. There is no need to concern ourselves with the scoundrel any longer. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. I believe we should summon the table and seek clarity on this matter. Agreed. Already tagged. Just as the discussion beneath this post was flourishing, a group of players suddenly discovered that all their replies had failed. What is happening? Why are the replies failing? Were the posts deleted? The table has removed this post. Furthermore, any previous posts related to the scoundrel have also been eradicated. In an instant, the players of the Johto League found themselves bewildered. The table's devoted fans were flabbergasted. Even those who had vehemently condemned the scoundrel were taken aback. The table deleted all the posts? Does this imply that the table tacitly acknowledged the information it revealed was erroneous? Even so, would it warrant the complete deletion of all posts? Simply removing the one titled Provocation of the Goddess would suffice. Why eliminate everything? Could it be that the previously exposed so-called evidence was also flawed? Boom. In that moment, the critics erupted. The players of Cypress Town went into a frenzy, and even some players from Azalea Town succumbed to a state of madness. Regulars of the Johto Forum could no longer contain themselves. False. Everything is a fabrication. The table, a world-renowned gossip monger, had disseminated false information within this popular virtual game and subsequently deleted posts in a frenzy. While the table had previously disseminated misleading information, it had only offered a cursory apology, merely a gesture. Yet, it had never deleted any published text, images, or videos. Now, merely due to the fervent discussions among players and the incessant tagging, the table opted to erase posts. In an instant, all information previously released concerning the scoundrel was obliterated. What drove the crowd into a greater frenzy was just beginning. Simultaneously with the post deletions, an anonymous thread re-emerged into view. Gym first victory can be transferred to the next player. Boom. Like a wildfire, it ignited first in Cypress Town, then spread to Azalea Town, ultimately engulfing the entirety of the Johto League. The battles of Chinyu, totaling 32, were unearthed. His grueling hour-long struggle within the Cypress Gym was brought to light. His time spent sweeping the floors of the Cypress Gym was revealed. Even the accusation against Tion for mistreating the walking grass was unveiled. From this moment onward, All players who had entered the game within the first week of its launch became acutely aware of the situation. They had all been led astray before. The players, in their subconscious, began to form an entirely new perception of the infamous scoundrel brother. 32 flawless victories, bullying newcomers? On the second day of the game's launch, everyone's strength was equal. If a newcomer were to bully another newcomer, that would be disgraceful. However, continuously overpowering 32 individuals is a testament to one's prowess. To endure an arduous battle in the Hinoki gym for an hour, was it merely to provoke the goddess? The strength required to challenge for an hour in the Hinoki gym is hardly needed for such trivial provocations. Lu Qingyi once mentioned that any player who earned a badge within a month could contact her, and she would personally attend to them. Was there any need for provocation? One simply needed to inform Lu Qingyi of their first gym victory. Who knows? She might even come to them. Is it shameful to face the multitude of players? Have they been let down? Why should Scoundrel Brother be compelled to confront the players? Does he owe them an explanation? Absolutely not. Others play the game as they please, and that is their prerogative. Why should he report anything to a mere gossip? Why must he achieve victory only to stand before a throng of players? Why? What truly moves the players is that Scoundrel Brother, despite bearing their disdain and insults, has never complained about anyone. He has never once sought confrontation with those who question him. Is it a sense of guilt that keeps him away? Or does he, as the table suggests, choose silence in response? It seems that Scoundrel Brother has never taken any of it to heart. Regardless of how the world scorns or mocks him, he remains unchanged, never uttering a single foul word. What defines a true master? It is the unwavering belief that the innocent remain untainted, unaffected by rumors. This is the essence of a true expert, a quality unique to Scoundrel Brother. Is Scoundrel Brother merely the first victory player? What else could he be called? Do you even know his original name? Perhaps it is better to simply call him Scoundrel Brother from now on. The first victory player must undoubtedly be Scoundrel Brother. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been the first to make a name for himself in the gym. How utterly ridiculous. I had always derided Scoundrel Brother as foolish and inept, only to find that I am the true fool. Now, I feel as though I am the one lacking intelligence. Though reluctant to admit it, this time, I was the one who faltered. My heart aches for my dear husband. He quietly bears these reproaches while I can only observe. What a failure I am. This time, I will not compete with the others for my husband. I will simply say this. Ever since he defeated me in those 32 matches, my heart has belonged to him. Is the one above truly an experiencer of those 32 matches? Can you share the details? I wish to hear the unembellished truth, not the fabricated nonsense from that table. I believe we could establish an organization to support Scoundrel Brother. This should indeed be feasible. I am confident that the little spirits will have something akin to the guild construction decree, at which point everyone will contribute their share. Following the deletion of posts on the table and the emergence of anonymous threads, a multitude of players engaged in a fervent discussion beneath this anonymous post. Most of them were players who had previously insulted the infamous Scoundrel Brother, now expressing their remorse, while his fans sought to recruit newcomers. A portion of the players merely observed the unfolding drama. However, the core of the discourse revolved around two main points. First, that Scoundrel Brother is an extraordinary master, possessing capabilities and charisma beyond that of ordinary individuals. And second, that the table represents a true villain, sacrificing even the most basic integrity for the sake of attention. Not long after the anonymous post, another thread swiftly ascended to the top of the Johto Alliance forum. Upon its appearance, it sent ripples not only through the Johto region, but throughout the entire realm of little spirits. First victory player, if convenient, please come find me in New Leaf Town. The poster, Lu Qingyi. Chapter 46. A search in all directions. What does Lu Qingyi's post truly signify? Many players are acutely aware of what this post represents at this very moment. This former first victory player acknowledges that Scoundrel Brother is indeed deserving of his title. Lu Qingyi similarly extends an olive branch. A minority of players believe Lu Qingyi to be quite foolish for abandoning a perfect opportunity to recruit elite trainers. Naturally, no one would dare to accuse Lu Qingyi of being shameless for usurping Scoundrel Brother's first victory. They simply cannot comprehend one thing. Why would Scoundrel Brother relinquish this honor? Is it true indifference to fame and fortune, or is there another motive at play? In Johto region, New Leaf Town. Miss, have you truly made your decision? Uncle Zeng inquired, holding a stack of documents, his expression remaining remarkably calm. Uncle Zeng, I must proceed with this. You know it pertains to the status of the Lu family, Lu Qingyi replied, her gaze fixed on him, deliberately avoiding the documents on the table featuring Chun Yu's photograph. However, Miss, how will you handle the infamily from Central State in light of your decision? Uncle Zeng posed another question. The infamily? With both Mu Jiang and Qian Fan, They will serve us well. This first victory player must, by any means, belong to the Liu family. Liu Qingyi's resolve was unwavering. Then what about the Shun family in Kyoto? Uncle Zeng inquired once more. Uncle Zeng, who do you believe will be the future head of the Shin family? Shin Tianlong or Shin Wenjie? Liu Qingyi retorted. Upon hearing her words, Uncle Zeng bowed his head in contemplation, ultimately opting for silence. His gaze fixated on the photograph within the documents. Noticing his silence, Liu Qingyi furrowed her brow slightly, pondering, Sister, where are you now? In Kanto region, Shinshin town. Young master, the situation is urgent. It is extremely critical. Should we not consult the eldest young master? Jionu clutched a thick stack of documents. Her face etched with anxiety, eager to spring into action. Yet, with the second young master remaining silent, she knew she could not make a move. What is there to fret about? It is merely the first victory of a Regent's player. I had said it before. That wretched Liu Qingyi could never achieve such a feat. Patience. Patience. The expression on young Master Shin's face remained unchanged. However, but Master, Qianfan has explicitly declined our invitation. And there has been no word from Mujiang either, Jionu reminded him. What? Are you now instructing me on how to conduct matters? The second young master of the Shin family spoke with a chilling tone in his eyes. Jionu dared not protest. Upon hearing his words, she immediately knelt in submission. Very well, summon Xiao Wu to come in. Your presence is bothersome. You are better suited to work at the Great Wood Research Institute. You may leave. Jionu took her leave. Nearly 3 days had passed since the incident involving the deletion of posts, and the players had gradually emerged from their initial excitement. Once again, the players from various regions, after enduring the formidable challenges posed by local gyms, recognized that matters concerning gyms should be left to the professionals. The gyms across all alliances, after experiencing a surge of visitors, returned to their desolate states. Although some players verified the authenticity of Mujiang's post and shared screenshots of their work at the gym, they remained a minority. Currently, the highest-paying job is at the gym, offering a daily wage of 200 alliance coins. In the context of this working frenzy, the average daily wage for ordinary players is merely 10. Players with specialized skills earn between 40 to 50. Every player aspires to attain the highest daily wage, yet their limited capabilities render them powerless to do so. The scarcity of alliance coins and the daunting challenges posed by gyms have led many players to abandon their ambitions of becoming official trainers. The path to becoming an exceptional Pokémon trainer is indeed financially burdensome. Recovery items for Pokémon cost money. Quality Pokémon feed costs money. Pokeballs cost money. Even after becoming a genuine trainer, the Pokémon Center charges fees. Ordinary players see no glimmer of hope. Thus, they opt to earn money first before contemplating the pursuit of Pokémon training. As for some capable players, they are fervently immersed in working at the gyms. As Qianfan's post indicated, to reach the gym in another town, one must utilize transportation. Recklessly traversing the wilderness can lead to dire consequences. The Johto region, in general, bears similarities to other regions, yet distinctions remain. Other towns are manageable, with players finding jobs or challenging gyms, leading orderly lives. However, Jeka City and Huapi Town present a stark contrast. In the span of 3 days, Kaiki City has undergone a thorough examination, akin to a surprise inspection. Every nook and cranny of the Alliance's establishments, be it the transportation station, the Pokémon Center, the gym, or the department store, has been meticulously scoured by players. Some players even ventured into private residences in their quest, only to meet the inevitable fate of being apprehended and imprisoned by Miss Kunsa, as trespassing into private homes is strictly forbidden among Pokémon. Their collective aim was to locate a singular individual, a legendary master. According to credible information, the notorious scoundrel was believed to be in Kaiki City. However, despite the fervent searches conducted by hundreds and thousands of players, no trace was found. Even the greatest enthusiasm can wane, leading Kaiki City to gradually return to a state of tranquility. In contrast, in Huapi Town, players were not on the hunt for the scoundrel's whereabouts, but rather distributed themselves across several designated points: Huapi Forest, the Alliance Transportation Station, and the Huapi Gym. Players in Huapi Forest believed it to be the birthplace of all Huapi Town residents. Perhaps the scoundrel had encountered some fortuitous events there, prompting many to venture in for a stroke of luck. At the Alliance Transportation Station, players could be categorized into 2 groups, one waiting for the scoundrel to return, and the other inquiring of the bald uncle regarding the scoundrel's affairs. However, the bald uncle remained taciturn. Finally, at the Huapi Gym, players harbored 2 thoughts. One aimed at defeating Abi to follow in the scoundrel's footsteps and embark on a sweeping endeavor, while the other felt the need to pay homage to this place, a witness to legend. Whether in Happy Town or Kaiki City, players gradually regained their composure from the earlier excitement. Yet, each individual yearned to catch a glimpse of the scoundrel's prowess. Those who had previously encountered the scoundrel felt a sense of honor, while those who had not were eager to pay their respects. It can be said that the scoundrel has woven himself into the very narrative of the players in both Happy Town and Kaiki City. The everyday lives of many players revolve around him, but the more ordinary things became, the more they pondered, where has the scoundrel truly gone? Is this superlative master planning to capture formidable wild Pokémon? Is he engaged in fierce battles? Where, at this moment, could he possibly be? Chapter 47. Chungyu's daily routine. Chungyu, the kitchen is out of water. Where is the water you were supposed to fetch? Coming right away. Chungyu, have you finished mixing the berries I asked for? That is for the Ditto's meal. Almost done. Chungyu, your bear cub has stolen the honey again. Are you going to do something about it? I'm on my way. Chungyu, where is the outfit for the young lady today? Enough. I can only do one thing at a time. Please bear with me. Chungyu has been working at the Yuki family estate for over 3 days now. Eve, as the dedicated Pokémon tutor for the young lady and a professor at the Pokémon Research Academy, has naturally taken on the role of Chungyu's superior. Originally, Chungyu had prepared himself for a severe reprimand from Eve. To his surprise, however, Eve not only refrained from expressing anger, but instead joyfully assigned him tasks. At first, he believed that Eve was a reasonable and kind-hearted girl. Yet, as work commenced, Chungyu soon realized the truth. There is no such thing as a truly reasonable girl. The most venomous sentiments often reside within a woman's heart. In just 3 days, he found himself engaged in a myriad of tasks, from selecting attire for the young lady to preparing meals for the little sprites. For every undertaking, Eve insisted that Chungyu perform the tasks himself. Choosing clothes for the young lady was the duty of a maid. Preparing food for the sprites was the responsibility of a caretaker. And fetching water? I am here to serve as a mentor to the young lady's sprites. Not as an ordinary laborer. I have rights too. The most outrageous incident was when the bear cub pilfered honey. That honey was meant for the bear cub, not for me. Why should I be blamed? Not to mention, during my 3 days at the manor, I have yet to lay eyes on even a single strand of the young lady's hair. I wonder when I shall ever complete this second ring of exchange tasks. Of course, Chungyu could only suppress all these feelings, enduring Eve's commands in silence. He glanced at the little sprite standing beside Eve, hastily completing the tasks she had assigned for the day, reducing his myriad of thoughts to a simple phrase. Just a moment, I'll be done shortly. A gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. A gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. I simply disdain engaging in conflict with her. I am not afraid of that Jengar. Jengar is not frightening. Jengar is utterly pathetic. Chungyu continuously reinforced this thought in his mind, unconsciously quickening his movements as well. He dared not let his gaze linger on Eve or Jengar for more than 3 seconds. How fortunate you are, Lord Chungyu. Every day is so fulfilling. Alice remarked with a hint of envy as she observed Chungyu's frantic activity. Alice, has the young lady not yet risen today? It's nearly lunchtime, and there has been no sign of her. The butler, while watching the busy Chungyu, did not directly respond to Alice's inquiry, but instead inquired about the young lady's condition. Lord Butler, did the young lady not say this morning that you would be delivering lunch? Alice suddenly hesitated, unsure of how to proceed with her next words. Alice, you have once again neglected your duties. You know very well the young lady's temperament. She will call for us when she tires of her play. Now, let us return to our work, the butler said, rubbing his temples, his tone devoid of any change. It seemed he had grown accustomed to such behavior from the young lady. After a busy afternoon, the butler continued to observe the overwhelmed Chungyu, seemingly intent on uncovering something. In a kitchen somewhere within the castle, the bear cub was admonished, stop stealing. If you continue, I shall confine you to a Pokeball. This honey is so sweet. Authentic wild honey. After completing his other tasks, Chungyu once again entered the kitchen. Strangely, even though it was nearly lunchtime, not a single chef was bustling about. In fact, there was not even a shadow of a person present. Instead, several exquisite pastries were elegantly arranged on the counter. Gulp. Both Chungyu and the bear cub swallowed in unison. The meals prepared by the Jean family were always delightful, each bite a symphony of flavors dancing on their palates. However, he had never encountered such beautifully crafted pastries, which resembled pieces of art, simply displayed before him. In perfect harmony, Chungyu and the bear cub cautiously approached the counter, glancing around. Bear cub, we can only take one each. Do you hear me? Chungyu whispered, raising a finger to caution the bear cub. Just as they were about to pilfer the pastries, Chungyu spotted a fleeting shadow near the counter. Who is there? Come out at once. A tiny, delicate hand reached toward the exquisite pastries. Upon sensing something amiss, the hand quickly retreated. Come out. I saw you. If you don't show yourself, I won't be polite. Chinyu shot a knowing glance at the bear cub, who intuitively moved closer to the pastries. Now, bear cub, grab it. At Chinyu's command, the bear cub lunged forward, swiftly gathering all the pastries into its embrace and scurrying back to Chinyu, seemingly eager to showcase its spoils. I meant for you to fetch the owner of that little hand. And here you are, still thinking about eating. Upon closer inspection, Chinyu found the pastries quite appealing. Initially prepared to reprimand the bear cub, he paused upon receiving the pastries and decided to indulge instead. Wow. So, you were here to steal. Just as he was about to swallow the pastry, a voice suddenly exclaimed nearby, startling him. The pastry lodged in his throat. Hey, do you realize the serious consequences of startling someone like that? Chinyu shouted in the direction of the voice. Meanwhile, the bear cub continued to munch on the pastries, oblivious to the unfolding drama. I am the mistress of this castle, Jean Nanako. A sweet-faced little girl emerged slowly from a corner, curiously observing Chinyu. Chinyu, initially brimming with anger, had been ready to confront the one who startled him, especially since he had been denied the pleasure of savoring the exquisite dessert. However, when that terrifying individual appeared, Chinyu immediately withered. In his previous life, a renowned poster had remarked that the young lady of the Yuki family was an exceptionally adorable girl, delightfully charming. The enchanting figure before him radiated a similar charm, as if she had stepped out of a fairy tale. Most importantly, after Yuki Nanako completed her self-introduction, a notification from the system echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have discovered an entry-level breeder. Name, Yuki Nanako. Affection, 12 skills, Fairy Muffin, entry-level, Fairy Energy Cube Production, entry-level, Fairy Breeding Knowledge, entry-level. Yuki Nanako? The young lady of the Yuki family? Chinyu gazed at the delightful little girl before him, murmuring to himself, his expression momentarily vacant. Yuki Nanako nodded, affirming his words. Meanwhile, the door to the kitchen swung open, revealing a voice tinged with reproach that reached the ears of Chinyu and Yuki Nanako. Young lady, you sneaked in here to make muffins again. I had planned to make an exception and let Gung-Gue accompany you for a while, but why are you here? Eve and Gung-Gue entered, and upon seeing Chinyu dazedly standing before the young lady, they too were momentarily taken aback. This was the kitchen reserved exclusively for the young lady. Aren't you searching for your bear companion? What brings you here? You commoner. Do you intend to do something to the young lady? The thought of Chinyu's previous behavior in the bathhouse flickered a glint of cold light in Eve's eyes, locking her gaze onto him as if he were prey. Chapter 48. The first confrontation with Eve. Shouldn't you provide me with a reasonable explanation? The cold light in Eve's eyes suggested she could strike at any moment. It may seem coincidental, but I truly came to find my bear companion. Chinyu gestured toward the bear companion, who was happily munching on pastries nearby, his tone tinged with helplessness. Eve could indeed see the bear companion, joyfully indulging in the pastries, and she knew very well that these treats were made by the young lady. Yet, she found it hard to believe that Chinyu would sneak into the young lady's exclusive kitchen merely to find his bear companion. A thoroughly unscrupulous individual would remain unscrupulous wherever he went. He had once infiltrated the lady's bathhouse and committed a series of unspeakable acts. Now, facing the pure and innocent young lady alone, who knew what he might do. Is that so? Eve's voice rose slightly. Chinyu nodded, his certainty unwavering, though his eyes darted toward the strangely behaving Gung-Gue, a twinge of unease creeping into his heart. He had originally thought that the novice trainer's lack of guidance could be remedied with some tasks, but it seemed that one's true nature could not be easily changed. Thus, he could not be blamed. Eve was ever ready, poised to issue a command to her Jengar at any moment, perhaps to teach Chinyu a lesson. Sister Eve, I vouch for this petty thief. He is here seeking his little sprite, Nanako Yaguchi interjected, breaking the tension between the two. She was acutely aware of Eve's prowess, or rather, that of the Jengar, and was disinclined to witness a servant suffer harm over a trivial matter. My lady, you are still young and unaware of the true nature of this scoundrel. He is a thoroughly vile individual. Just wait, I will deal with him first, Eve retorted, momentarily at a loss for words, unable to respond to her mistress, and thus directing all her pent-up emotions towards Chinyu. At that moment, Chinyu found himself in a state of indecision. Should he reveal even a modicum of his strength? Although the Yaguchi family was not as straightforward as it appeared, his purpose for this visit was solely to get closer to Nanako Yaguchi and fulfill his exchange mission. As for what might transpire thereafter, should he simply disregard it for now? Moreover, he had already spent 3 days within the estate. Today, by mere happenstance, he had encountered Nanako. That esteemed figure had been in contact with her from the outset, and after a week of nurturing their connection, had successfully triggered the opportunity for exchange. If he continued along this path, when would it ever conclude? Was he truly expected to toil here for an entire month? While earning league currency was undeniably easy here, he had made no progress with his bear cub and Pidgey in all this time. His mental state had begun to wane. If this continued, would he not squander the very purpose of his arrival in this world? He could no longer afford to linger in such a manner. Even if he felt guilt towards Eve, it was not his intention to be subservient. Furthermore, he had already apologized countless times, yet Eve remained steeped in hostility. Time and again, she sought to make things difficult for him. What could Gengar do in the face of this? He was here on a mission, not to be at her beck and call. Even a cornered rabbit may bite. Most importantly, he needed to swiftly pass through the Kaiki Gym and attain the status of an official trainer. Otherwise, he would miss the important task in Goldenrod City. He must complete the exchange mission within a month. Suddenly, an enchanting figure flashed through Chunyu's mind, causing his lips to involuntarily curve into a smile. What unsavory thoughts are you entertaining? The commoner truly is but a commoner. Eve observed Chunyu, inexplicably smiling, which made her feel a twinge of revulsion, prompting her to demand, "What are you thinking? It's none of your concern. Is Miss Eve so intrigued by my thoughts?" Chunyu replied, his tone firm. "You, how dare you? Are you truly unafraid of repercussions?" Eve exclaimed, taken aback by the sudden shift in his demeanor. "Repercussions? Miss Eve, may I inquire as to the reason?" Chunyu's tone grew even more resolute. "You despicable, shameless, filthy." Eve spat through gritted teeth. It has been said, that was merely a delightful misunderstanding, although tinged with regret. One cannot help but acknowledge it. "Miss Eve, your physique is indeed remarkable." Chunyu's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Eve. The timidity he once displayed vanished entirely in that moment. Eve felt a surge of astonishment. Should not Chunyu be filled with shame for his past misdeeds? Why did he seem so brazen? Had the arduous labor of the past 3 days not enlightened him to the gravity of his errors? Wait, a remarkable physique. It dawned on her that he had. Upon this realization, the surprise that had adorned her features transformed into indignation, her previously icy demeanor now flushed with color. "Gengar, shadow of the night." Words were futile. Eve commanded her companion Gengar. Suddenly, a pitch-black shadow enveloped the entire kitchen. "Sister Eve, please stop," Yuki Nanako exclaimed, a shiver coursing through her as she envisioned the impending horror, urgently attempting to dissuade Eve. "Young miss, do not act rashly to avoid collateral damage." Clearly, Eve disregarded her advice, awaiting Gengar's shadowy assault upon Chunyu. The inky darkness loomed ominously, resembling a merciless harbinger of death. The kitchen, once bathed in abundant light, now succumbed to an endless void at midday. The shadow behind Gengar grew ever larger, emanating an overwhelming aura of terror. A professor from the Fairy Research Academy? How laughable. "Bear, stand before me and continue to enjoy your pastries," Chunyu commanded resolutely, his demeanor calm as he observed the terrifying shadow advancing towards him. The bear, upon hearing Chunyu's command, hesitated not for a moment, joyfully cradling his pastries, scampering to Chunyu's side, and resuming his feast. As for the ominous shadow in the room, the bear appeared blissfully oblivious, choosing to ignore it entirely. How could this servant treat his Pokémon in such a manner? Yuki Nanako questioned her own ears, struggling to comprehend Chunyu's earlier directive to the bear. A trainer, faced with an assault from a Pokémon, had the audacity to send his own companion to absorb the damage, acting as a mere shield. This act completely shattered Yuki Nanako's preconceived notions. She had been taught from a young age that trainers must treat their Pokémon with kindness, as one would their own family or friends. Yet here was a servant, in the face of overwhelming and terrifying aggression, who instinctively thought to make his Pokémon endure the suffering. Scoundrel, despicable, contemptible, unprincipled. In that instant, the young miss unleashed a torrent of scathing epithets upon Chunyu. Suddenly, I felt that Sister Eve's decision was remarkably appropriate, and I inexplicably found it immensely satisfying. Bang! With the overwhelming might of the shadowy night, it unceremoniously struck the unsuspecting bear baby. "Sister Eve, show no mercy. Deliver a thorough beating to this wretched servant." This exclamation nearly escaped Neko Yuyuki in a cry of desperation. Witnessing the moment bear baby was struck by the shadowy figure, Neko felt a pang of sorrow, perhaps for the injustice of having such a trainer. As the dust settled, Neko braced herself to close her eyes. She knew that Eve's Gengar possessed formidable power. Hardly any Pokémon could stand against it. The fate of Bear Baby was bound to be gruesome. How could this be? Neko was astonished to see Bear Baby blissfully munching on a pastry in her arms, showing no signs of injury, not even a change in expression. Her jaw dropped in disbelief. Damn, how could I have forgotten about this? After witnessing Bear Baby's unscathed state, Eve clenched her fists in frustration. Meanwhile, Chinyu, upon seeing that bear baby had suffered no harm, wore an expression of indifference, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. Now is it my turn? Chinyu coldly inquired, eyeing Eve and Jengar in the kitchen. Chapter 49, A Month's Pact Humph. Go ahead and let your bear baby take action. Eve, somewhat incensed, momentarily lost sight of the fundamental principle of type advantages. In a battle between Ghost-type and Normal-type Pokémon, neither side can inflict damage upon the other. This meant that Jengar's Ghost-type moves would have no effect on Bear Baby, just as Bear Baby's Normal-type moves would not harm Jengar. Didn't the professors at the Pokémon Research Academy know this? Surely they did, as it is the most basic knowledge. Yet in a moment of anger, such foundational understanding slipped from memory. Enough. If anyone dares to make a move again, I shall expel them from this castle. An aged voice resounded, and the kitchen door swung open once more. It was the butler and Alice, arriving to inquire about the commotion. Butler, Master Butler, Grandpa Butler, Chinyu Eve, and Neko Yuki greeted him respectfully. Chinyu Eve, you are both the Pokémon instructors of the young lady. An instructor must uphold the dignity of their role. Engaging in a private duel in the young lady's baking room? The butler admonished the two sternly. In his eyes, both Chinyu and Eve were not to be underestimated. One was a professor from the Pokémon Research Academy, directly recruited by the head of the family, while the other was a disciple of an old acquaintance, presumably here to learn. Both sides found themselves in a predicament, and the butler indeed felt a twinge of difficulty, momentarily at a loss. Butler, I suddenly believe that one mentor for the young lady's sprite is sufficient, Eve interjected upon noticing the butler's furrowed brow and silence. I concur. One sprite mentor for the young lady should suffice, Chinyu added, standing his ground and meeting Eve's simmering anger with unwavering resolve. Standing alongside the butler, Alice observed the unfolding scene and, with a mischievous smile, suggested, why don't we let the young lady decide? Upon Alice's words, the gazes of the butler, Chinyu, Eve, and even the young lady herself shifted towards her. After lingering on Alice for a moment, the trio redirected their attention to the young lady, Yuki Nanako, who was unaccustomed to such scrutiny and felt an immediate rush of anxiety, her hands nervously fidgeting with her clothing. Alice, do not burden the young lady, the butler admonished. Sensing Yuki's discomfort, after reprimanding Alice, the butler found himself in a state of confusion. The two individuals before him were clearly at odds, and if this issue was not resolved promptly, similar incidents would likely recur. However, one aspect piqued the butler's curiosity. How had the usually submissive Chinyu undergone such a transformation today? Was it due to an external influence, or perhaps Eve's relentless pressure? The butler pondered briefly, but his focus remained on how to navigate the relationship between these two. There's no need for the young lady to deliberate. Let us have a sprite battle. The loser leaves. Eve's anger flared further at Chunyu's nonchalant demeanor, wishing she could devour him whole. Brawn without brains is one thing, but a girl shouldn't be too violent. Be careful, or you might never marry. Chinyu retorted, opting for sarcasm rather than engaging in a battle. Say that again. Eve's fury reached a boiling point, threatening to erupt, for the consequences of a professor-level individual's wrath would be dire. Butler, do not heed this foolish woman for now. I have a proposition for you. What do you think? Chinyu bypassed Eve's impending explosion and turned to the butler. The butler, after hearing Chunyu's suggestion, refrained from immediate response, instead observing Chunyu's expression and Eve's volatile state before nodding in agreement to listen. Miss Eve and I shall each mentor the young lady for 2 weeks. After 4 weeks, you shall set the examination for her, which will naturally pertain to sprite knowledge. The criteria for assessment will be determined by you. What do you think, butler? Chinyu cleared his throat and proposed. Excellent idea. Upon hearing Chunyu's proposal, the butler was the first to react. Regardless of whether Chinyu possessed the ability to impart knowledge, Professor Eve, by virtue of her esteemed position, would never lead the young lady astray, nor would she allow her to develop misconceptions. This, to some extent, alleviated the tension between the two, affording them ample time and space to adjust. Most importantly, after a certain period, Chinyu would soon be departing, wouldn't he? After all, he had initially signed a 1-month employment contract, albeit one that was labeled for long-term work. It must be said that Chunyu's audacity matched that of Lehman S. The butler contemplated this repeatedly in his mind before finally mustering the courage to inquire of Eve, what do you think? Do you agree? Eve, gazing at Chunyu's frivolous expression, struggled to suppress her inner fury and replied through gritted teeth, I have no objections. Just as Eve finished speaking, Chinyu abruptly interrupted the conversation between the butler and Eve. What is that, Chinyu? Eve, the butler, Alice, and Yuki Nanako each harbored varying degrees of confusion, albeit expressed in different manners. Yet, they all conveyed a singular sentiment. What on earth do you intend to do? Your proposal has been accepted by your opponent. What trickery do you plan to unleash? Eve, interrupted and visibly furious, fixed a murderous glare upon Chunyu that never wavered. Rest assured, I have no regrets. I merely have a small suggestion. Chunyu replied nonchalantly. Speak. Eve responded tersely and assertively. Since there is a competition, there must naturally be rewards and penalties. What do you think, Miss Eve? Humph. I shall certainly see this through to the end. Since becoming the youngest professor at the Sprite Research Academy, I have never feared anyone. Instead of feeling anger, Eve found herself inexplicably amused. How so? The victor may command the vanquished to perform one task unconditionally. Of course, this task must be within reasonable limits. Miss Eve, do you find this fair? Heh. How about 3 tasks? Eve countered. What did you say? 3 unconditional tasks, within reasonable limits? It's a deal. Chunyu, upon hearing Eve's response, was momentarily taken aback. Appearing somewhat dazed, even questioning whether he had truly understood her reply. Upon repeating the inquiry, he confirmed that he had indeed heard correctly. Not only Chunyu, but the butler and others present also found it hard to believe. They were astonished that Chunyu was digging a colossal pit for himself and willingly stepping into it. One was a professor from the Sprite Research Academy, a bona fide scholar, while the other was a rookie trainer who had only recently acquired his first sprite, entirely self-taught. The disparity between them was glaringly apparent. At that moment, everyone shared a singular thought. Chunyu was courting disaster, and utter folly. Chapter 50. Unexpected Gains Miss. Do you enjoy making fairy pancakes? A smile graced Chunyu's face as he diligently noted something down with pen and paper. I love it. I absolutely adore making fairy pancakes. Yuki Naneko responded without a hint of hesitation, her enthusiasm unmistakable. Then our task for this week shall be to create fairy pancakes in various flavors. That sounds wonderful. Last week, we only made energy cubes. And I've been eager to make pancakes. Naneko chimed in joyfully. Ding. Due to the actions of player Chunyu, Yuki Naneko once again felt a sense of freedom, resulting in an increase of 20 in her favorability towards him. Let us head to the baking room. Chunyu's lips curved upward upon hearing the system prompt. He then took Yuki Naneko by the hand and made their way to the exclusive baking room. Alice, how has Chunyu arranged the young lady's schedule for today? The butler inquired, seated at a desk as he reviewed documents. Chunyu is quite special. He continues to take the young lady to the baking room. However, today is somewhat different, Alice replied, not concealing any details as she reported her observations to the butler. What is different? After a week of making energy cubes, they seem to have begun making fairy pancakes today. Alice expressed her curiosity. Sister Eve had devoted 2 weeks to meticulous instruction, working diligently every day, eager to impart all her knowledge to the young lady. There were times when she scarcely had a moment to eat, immersed in her teaching for 2 consecutive weeks. Yet when it came to Chunyu, the entire tutoring approach seemed to shift. After a full week of making energy cubes with the young lady, he hadn't even assigned any homework, let alone taught her about fairy lore. One would have expected a change in Chunyu's demeanor after a week of playful baking, but the transformation was not in his teaching attitude. Rather, it was in the baking content, shifting from energy cubes to fairy pancakes. Alice was not alone in her confusion. Eve shared the same sentiment. To investigate the situation, Eve had intentionally passed by the baking room several times, curious to discern Chunyu's true intentions. However, it appeared they were merely engaged in making fairy pancakes and energy cubes. The tension Eve once felt began to dissipate, replaced by a sense of mockery and disdain. In her eyes, Chunyu's actions seemed to reflect a relinquishment of educational aspirations, akin to a form of surrender. Eve believed the outcome of this agreement held little suspense. Yet, a small doubt lingered within her. Why had Chunyu never displayed any signs of anxiety, confusion, or worry? Instead, he appeared to be exceptionally joyful each day. This should not be the state of a failure, and thus Eve harbored doubts, unable to fully relinquish her concerns, waiting instead for the butler's personal assessment a few days later. Only then could this scoundrel face the true consequences of his actions. With thoughts of Chunyu set aside, Eve busied herself with other matters. Within the castle of the Yuzuki family, in the exclusive baking room of Nanako Yuzuki, a chime rang out. Congratulations, player Chunyu. You have obtained 5 inferior pixie muffins, sweet. Congratulations, player Chunyu. You have obtained 3 regular pixie muffins, sweet. Congratulations, player Chunyu. You have obtained 1 delicious pixie muffin, sweet. Once again, new muffins found their way into his backpack. Chunyu gazed into his item pouch, filled with a multitude of pixie energy cubes and a few pixie muffins, a smile spreading across his face. Only a lunatic would compare themselves to that female professor. Why not utilize Nanako Yuzuki's exquisite skills, competing and teaching students with a mere professor? He was not foolish. At this moment, Chinyu was lamenting the disastrous agreement he had conjured up. What was the purpose of entering the Yuzuki estate? It was, of course, to undertake the second ring exchange quest. Only by getting closer to Nanako Yuzuki could he trigger the second ring task. Thus, he devised such an arrangement to draw nearer to her. As for teaching Nanako, that thought had never crossed his mind. However, how could one trigger the exchange quest? Undoubtedly, it was to enhance Nanako Yuzuki's affection. What do 7- or 8-year-old girls love to do? Naturally, to play, unreservedly. As the young lady of the Yuzuki family, she could not frolic as freely as her peers. She had to engage in complex studies and learn how to be a refined lady. Therefore, Chinyu encouraged Nanako to play freely and express herself. Coincidentally, Nanako had a keen interest in the breeding of pixies. Among her interests were the energy cubes and the making of pixie muffins. Thus, Chinyu guided Nanako in the creation of these delights. To heighten the young lady's enjoyment, he made a rare request. They must create energy cubes and muffins of various flavors. To an ordinary breeder, this might seem like an unreasonable challenge, given the scarcity of fruits as raw materials. However, for Nanako Yuzuki, it undoubtedly added to the fun of the endeavor. Did the Yuzuki family lack fruits? Hence, an intriguing scene unfolded as Chinyu spent a week crafting energy cubes with Nanako, now bringing her to make pixie muffins. As the architect of this undertaking, the energy cubes and pixie muffins naturally found their way into Chinyu's pouch. Wasn't it necessary to have corresponding items for the energy cubes and muffins? Chinyu had already inquired of Nanako Yuzuki. Yukike's Nanako casually tossed aside a considerable number of items, which had once rendered Chinyu utterly speechless. It is worth noting that energy cubes and Pokémon muffins are exceedingly valuable commodities. More importantly, such items do not exist within the Johto League. Pokémon muffins and energy cubes can only be regarded as delightful surprises. However, what truly piqued Chinyu's interest was the affection level of Yukike's Nanako. Name: Yukike's Nanako affection, 45 skills, Pokémon muffin, beginner, energy cube production, novice, Pokémon breeding knowledge, beginner. Her affection had reached 45. Still 15 points shy of the qualifying standard, and it remained uncertain how many points were necessary to trigger a task. Chinyu raised his gaze and observed Yukike's Nanako, who was intently focused on crafting muffins, while internally deliberating whether he should find an opportune moment for her to interact with his onyx. Chinyu, what is this? Yukike's Nanako, who was rummaging through berries to prepare the next batch of Pokémon muffins, suddenly posed a perplexed inquiry. Chinyu followed her finger to see what she was pointing at. Ding! Congratulations to player Chinyu for discovering an unidentified keystone. What on earth? Why is there such an item in the berry pile? Chapter 51. Keystone and unidentified keystone? How could something of this caliber possibly appear at this juncture? It is essential to understand that evolution necessitates 3 components. 1. Evolution stone. 2. Keystone. 3. Maximum friendship with the Pokémon. Chinyu distinctly recalled that in his previous life, obtaining these 2 items was a matter that only arose 3 months later. Typically, items related to evolution are strictly regulated by the League. Moreover, keystones and evolution stones are generally found in the Kalos region, while other regions may have them. They are exceedingly rare. Even native trainers find it tremendously challenging to acquire an evolution stone or a keystone. If fortune smiles upon them and they manage to obtain one, it is often cherished like a treasure. The probability of players acquiring an evolution stone or a keystone within 6 months is significantly low. Those who manage to obtain one or the other within this time frame are often individuals blessed with extraordinary luck, capable of triggering hidden quests or discovering concealed maps. Otherwise, for the average player, acquiring evolution-related items is a daunting task. Most importantly, 98% of players remain ignorant of the purpose of evolution stones or keystones. Even 6 months later, aside from players from the Kalos region, others do not comprehend how to utilize evolution stones. Yet here, less than 6 meters away from Chinyu, lay a keystone in tranquil repose. How could he not be astonished? The keystone Yukike's Nanako was indicating was still unidentified, meaning it was uncertain which Pokémon it belonged to. The unclassified keystone bears a striking resemblance to a fruit, which perhaps explains why it might be mistaken for one and brought into the kitchen. This, indeed, is an evolutionary stone. Chinyu yearned to possess this remarkable stone, yet he hesitated to deceive Yuki Nanako and opted for honesty instead. Oh, then I don't want it. Do you want it? Should I just discard it? Yuki Nanako casually prepared to throw away the keystone. I want it. Don't throw it away. What a jest. To reject the keystone What would one do without it for capturing Pokémon? No. How could one call themselves a trainer without it? Chunyu swiftly stepped forward, snatched the keystone, and placed it into his essential items pocket. Young lady, consider this evolutionary stone as your tutoring fee, he said with an unabashed grin. Yuki Nanako appeared indifferent, at times truly unable to comprehend the world of the less fortunate. To her, it was merely an oddly shaped evolutionary stone. Why was it deemed so precious? She gazed at it as if it were a treasure. Chinyu, does this mean we will be here for the next week making Pokémon pancakes? Do we not need to learn anything at all? Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Yuki Nanako inquired. Teach knowledge. Chinyu was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected question. How am I supposed to impart Pokémon knowledge to you? With that eccentric lady around, any attempt at teaching would be futile. Moreover, he had no intention of fulfilling that agreement from the outset. Yet, the wager posed a complication. What could have been a simple matter, if endured, had now escalated into a considerable dilemma. Chinyu felt a sense of urgency, not regarding how to educate Nanako, nor was he anxious about Eve potentially making unreasonable demands. Instead, he was preoccupied with how to evade the consequences or prolong the situation. Should he teach something else? Or boldly speculate what the butler might propose? What was he to do? In the end, Chinyu realized he had inadvertently dug himself a grave. As for the wager, he would have to devise a method to weasel out of it. However, before he could concoct an excuse, he needed to lay the groundwork, one that he would have to establish himself. He finally resolved in his mind. Young lady, how many years have you been under Miss Eve's tutelage? Chinyu inquired. Well, I'm 8 this year, and Miss Eve entered the castle when I was 6. Yuki Nanako recalled, her excitement evident as she spoke. The ability to answer Chinyu's question seemed to delight her. So, it has been 2 years of instruction? It appears there is indeed no necessity to teach you foundational knowledge. Chinyu mused internally about his evasion plan, while addressing Yuki Nanako. Young lady, do you enjoy Miss Eve's teaching methods? Displeased, Sister Eve detests Nanako's penchant for making pancakes. Does the young lady appreciate my teaching methods? Chinyu, were you referring to my crafting of energy cubes and pancakes? Nanako enjoys that. What other interests does the young lady possess? Chinyu sought to extract further preferences from Yuki Nanako, hoping to discover avenues to enhance their rapport, while subtly increasing her affection points. After all, a week had elapsed, and despite the commencement of energy cube and pancake production, her affection had merely risen to 45 points. There remained a deficit of 15 points to reach the threshold for affection, not to mention triggering the sprite exchange quest. While laying the groundwork was necessary, the second phase of the exchange quest remained the ultimate goal. At this juncture, persisting in the creation of energy cubes and pancakes would yield no further results. Alternative methods were imperative. Nanako enjoyed playing with sprites, yet she harbored a disdain for her own sprite. All right, young lady, please continue making pancakes. Wait a moment. Do you have your own sprite, my esteemed lady? Chinyu doubted his hearing and sought clarification. Nanako expressed her aversion toward her own sprite, deeming it utterly unimpressive. She preferred exceptionally formidable sprites. When Yuki Nanako spoke of powerful sprites, her eyes seemed to radiate a certain brilliance. Disliking her own sprite, favoring the formidable. Wait, did that not imply an intention to exchange? If only he had known it would be so straightforward. He could have simply asked earlier. Why had he wasted so much effort? Chinyu internally scolded himself and continued his inquiry with Yuki Nanako. What kind of sprite does the young lady consider powerful? Well, it must at least appear very formidable. Yes, the kind that looks exceptionally fierce. Yuki Nanako, lost in thought, earnestly conveyed her sentiments to Chinyu. But, my lady, shouldn't girls prefer cuter sprites? Chinyu queried uncertainly. Nanako is not a little girl. I am already 8 years old. Who would favor those sprites that only little girls would like? They are utterly uncool. Upon hearing Yuki Nanako's words, Chinyu found himself speechless. It was rather amusing to hear such sentiments from an 8-year-old girl. Struggling to find adequate adjectives to describe Nanako, he resorted to the praises typically reserved for Alice. Looks exceptionally fierce. My lady, let us venture outside. Despite feeling somewhat exasperated, Chinyu found Yuki Nanako's preferences quite intriguing. This was undoubtedly a prime opportunity. Outside, are we not making sprite pancakes today? Yuki Nanako inquired, puzzled. Let us set that aside for now. I shall take you to see goldfish, and then we can observe powerful sprites. Chinyu felt a rush of anxiety. He had nearly spoken too candidly. Thus, Chinyu and Yuki Nanako hurried towards the courtyard outside. Their movements were closely monitored by Alice and the butler, who followed their footsteps. Seemingly eager to discern Chinyu's intentions, behind the butler and Alice lingered a hesitant figure, contemplating whether to pursue them. Ultimately, a decision was made, and the figure stepped forward, joining Chunyu and Nanako in their journey towards the castle's outer courtyard. Chapter 52. Chunyu's daily training come forth, Onyx. Chunyu declared, finding a relatively spacious area to release the Onyx. At the sight of the creature, Yuki Nanako's eyes appeared transfixed, as if glued in place. Chunyu was naturally pleased to witness this reaction from her. Simultaneously, the butler was momentarily taken aback, muttering to himself, how did he summon Onyx? Does he know the young lady's preferences? Is he truly planning to entertain her for a fortnight? Ivy, please do not act impulsively. Ivy, do not approach. Alice urgently advised Ivy, clutching her sleeve tightly. Ivy appeared ready to confront Chunyu, her expression unmistakably filled with rage. This is absurd, utterly ridiculous. If it were merely a matter of the young lady crafting fairy pancakes and energy cubes, it would be one thing. But now he dares to let her play with Onyx. Ivy was visibly agitated, unable to contain the tempest of emotions brewing within her, even as Alice held her back. Ivy, for the next 2 weeks, as long as Chunyu does not present any fundamental issues, we must refrain from intervening. The butler reminded her. Is this not a fundamental issue? Sooner or later, this scoundrel will corrupt the young lady. During the 2 weeks you are entrusted with her guidance. Has Chunyu ever attempted to dictate your actions? The butler questioned sternly. And no, but even so, he should not be taking the young lady out for frivolous escapades. This matter can be addressed after his training concludes. Now let us disperse. The butler seemed reluctant to elaborate further and departed after speaking. How infuriating. That despicable scoundrel. Just wait. Ivy felt a surge of frustration upon witnessing the butler's stance, realizing she could voice no objections to the innocent outings the young lady was embarking upon. Even the butler stood silently on the side of that rogue. What merits his support? Despicable, vile, shameless. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Ivy cast one last glance at the Onyx before taking her leave. Alice, seeing both the butler and Ivy retreat, understood that remaining there served no purpose. Just as she prepared to leave, she was called back by Chunyu. Alice, could you fetch me a glass of iced orange juice? Chunyu called out from a distance. Certainly, just a moment. Sister Alice, I would like a cup as well. Very well, young lady. Upon hearing Chunyu and Yuki Nanako's request, Alice rose and made her way back to the castle to fetch some orange juice. Alice, do be cautious and do not lose your way. Just as Alice was about to enter the castle, Chunyu called out from a distance, emphasizing the words lose your way with particular weight. Upon hearing Chunyu's words, Alice hesitated momentarily, as if unsteady on her feet. A flicker of panic crossed her mind as she glanced anxiously at Chunyu, a thought surging within her. Could it be that Chunyu has discovered that matter? Chunyu stood nearby, a smile gracing his face, his silence speaking volumes. Alice, seemingly flustered, quickly turned and entered the castle. Observing her retreat, Chunyu smirked inwardly. Ah, Alice, should I thank you or resent you? Chunyu, is this little creature called a great rock snake? Nanako tugged at Chunyu's sleeve, her curiosity evident. Her eyes gleaming with eagerness. It is indeed a rock-type Pokémon, not a leaf-type. This is my little great rock snake. What do you think, young lady? Chunyu corrected her error before inquiring about Yuki Nanako's opinion. Great rock snake. May I touch it? Of course. Upon receiving Chunyu's consent, Yuki Nanako extended her delicate hand, brimming with excitement, ready to stroke the great rock snake. Do you like this great rock snake, young lady? I adore it. Then shall we alter our tasks for this week? Are we not making pancakes anymore? Does that mean we must study? Yuki Nanako's voice suddenly took on a note of disappointment. Instead of pancakes, how about we spend a week playing with the great rock snake? Chunyu suggested with a smile. Really? Nanako asked, her excitement palpable despite a hint of uncertainty. Absolutely. Hooray. We can play with the great rock snake for a whole week. After her jubilant outburst, Nanako began to explore the great rock snake with eager hands. Her face alight with joy. Rock. Great rock snake. As long as the young lady is happy, that is what matters. Ding. Due to the player Chunyu's actions, Yuki Nanako felt immense joy, and thus her favorability increased by 8. Chunyu had intended to correct the young lady's slip once more, but upon hearing the system notification in his ear, he decided against it and allowed her to frolic with the great rock snake. At that moment, Alice approached with 2 glasses of orange juice, each containing ice. Thank you for your efforts, Alice. Chunyu took the juice without hesitation and began to drink. Your orange juice has arrived, young lady. Chunyu called out to Yuki Nanako. Just set it down. I'll drink it after playing with the great rock snake for a while. Yuki Nanako replied nonchalantly. Chunyu remained silent as Yuki Nanako played with the Onyx. Initially, the Onyx paid little heed to her, allowing her to observe and caress it. However, upon noticing the sudden appearance of a berry in Nanako's hand, it began to exhibit some interest, gradually engaging with her. Sensing the onyx's responsiveness, Nanako felt an immense joy, and her smile grew ever more radiant. Shinyu-kun, are you aware? Alice inquired, standing beside him, yet Shinyu remained silent. In an effort to break the silence, Alice posed a question to him. Aware? Aware of what? Shinyu responded, puzzled. Oh, it's nothing. But, are you truly planning to let the young lady play with the onyx for an entire week? What about your agreement with Sister Eve? Alice quickly waved her hand, dismissing her previous question and shifting the topic. Shinyu, upon hearing Alice's inquiry, did not respond directly. Instead, he posed 2 questions of his own. How long have you been here, Alice? Almost 3 years. She replied. Then, have you ever seen the young lady smile like that? As Alice began to answer, she suddenly felt a blockage in her heart. She glanced at the young lady, joyfully playing with the onyx, and then at the newcomer beside her, who wore a rather indifferent expression. Alice fell silent, lost in thought. Shinyu paid no mind to Alice, continuing to observe the playful interaction between the onyx and the young lady. Thank you. On behalf of the young lady, I want to express my gratitude, Shinyu-kun. Alice suddenly bowed to Shinyu after a brief silence, her tone filled with profound appreciation. Why the sudden thanks? You startled me. And what do you mean by misunderstanding me before? Shinyu asked, bewildered. It's nothing. You truly are an interesting person, Shinyu-kun. Alice replied with a smile. Chapter 53. The assessment begins. Is today the day of the test? Are you feeling nervous, Shinyu-kun? Alice asked with concern. Shinyu chuckled. What is meant to happen will happen, and I have faith in the young lady. But Shinyu-kun, these past 2 weeks, don't worry, Alice. Time flew by, and a month had passed since Chunyu arrived at the Yuki estate. Today marked his last day of employment there, a day of significant meaning. The outcome of the bet between Eve and Chunyu would also be revealed today. Chunyu, Eve, Alice, the butler, and Yuki Nanako were all gathered in a room. In the center of the room stood a table adorned with several documents resembling files. Scoundrel, at times, I must admire your audacity. Yet, there are moments when such confidence comes at a price. Eve maintained her icy demeanor, even on the day of Chunyu's departure, showing no inclination to offer a pleasant countenance. Have you ever heard the saying? What saying? Often, the loudest barker is the most cowardly. Who are you calling cowardly? Ha ha ha, never mind. Eve paused, her cheeks flushed with indignation, and stamped her foot in frustration, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, You dare to say that again. What? Are you planning to bite? Or perhaps you intend to unleash your Jengar upon the teddy bear for a nocturnal shadow play? Ha ha, I will not let you off today. The butler interjected sharply. In his view, this contest held no significance whatsoever. Since Chunyu had entered the manor, he had either been bickering with Eve or entertaining the young lady. Only at night did he engage in nocturnal training with the teddy bear and Pidgey. The butler had always assumed that Lehman recommended Chunyu to observe the nurturing of Pokémon or to seek knowledge from the professors at the Pokémon Research Academy. However, after a month of observation, the butler was left with a singular question. What exactly was this novice trainer doing? First, he mistakenly wandered into the wrong bathroom, inciting Eve's ire. Then, he proposed a wager-laden agreement. Ultimately, he seemed to abandon all concern for the matter. During the first week, he either hid with the teddy bear or encouraged the young lady to create energy cubes. By the second week, he had utterly neglected her, allowing her to frolic with the onyx as she pleased. If he was not here to learn, then what was his true purpose? Why did Lehman recommend him? For an entire month, the butler had pondered this question. It was precisely due to his suspicions regarding Chunyu's true intentions that he acquiesced to this absurd agreement. He hoped that today, upon Chunyu's departure, he would discern his true motives. While contemplating Chunyu, the butler picked up a document and began to read. Today marks the day to test the young lady's knowledge of Pokémon. It is also a trial for both Chunyu and Eve. The butler paused, observing the expressions on their faces, then continued. There are only 2 questions for the assessment. I believe a correct answer merits 1 point, while an incorrect one yields none. The individual with the highest score shall emerge victorious. What do you say? I have no objections. Chunyu and Sister Eve truly share a remarkable rapport, Alice remarked, astonished by their simultaneous response to the butler's inquiry. Who shares a rapport with him, her? That lunatic scoundrel. Indeed, they are quite in sync. Alice's eyes nearly narrowed into slits as she realized something significant today. When 2 individuals reach a profound level of understanding, their words are bound to resonate in perfect harmony. For instance, consider Chunyujun and Sister Eve. You mustn't mimic my speech. Alice reaffirmed her stance. Following their third simultaneous declaration, both fell silent, awaiting the butler's evaluation. Observing the interaction between Chunyu and Eve, Yuki Nanako found herself momentarily dazed, a thought unexpectedly surfacing in her mind. Why do Chunyu and Sister Eve suddenly seem like a couple? Yes, just as Sister Alice mentioned before. If Chunyu were privy to Nanako's thoughts, he would surely exclaim, Miss. They are a couple, not just friends. No. Who would even consider this lunacy as a relationship? However, such musings were beyond Chunyu's grasp. At that moment, Yuki Nanako gazed at Chunyu and Eve with sparkling eyes, an unmistakable hint of envy shimmering within them. Now, let us assess Eve's teaching prowess. The first inquiry, Miss. May I ask what Eve has taught you over the past fortnight? The butler cleared his throat and directed the question toward the young lady. Yuki Nanako hesitated, glancing nervously at the stern-faced Eve. Upon meeting Nanako's gaze, Eve's face broke into a rare smile, and she nodded gently. Encouraged by Eve's affirmation, Nanako cautiously began her response. Sister Eve mentioned that each fairy possesses a distinct personality. These varying traits influence the fairy's development and the potency of their abilities. She also spoke of 10 different personalities that impact fairies. As Nanako spoke, her initial hesitance gave way to confidence, and her words flowed seamlessly. Truly, a professor's prowess is evident in how she enabled an 8-year-old girl to retain such intricate knowledge within just 2 weeks. Chunyu couldn't help but admire Eve for this accomplishment, yet he still considered her eccentricities unchangeable. Observing the young lady in the center of the room, eloquently articulating her thoughts, Chunyu mused internally. Yuki Nanako spoke for a full 10 minutes, delivering her content without interruption. It is remarkable for an 8-year-old girl to engage in such an extended discourse without notes. Most individuals, even those of the same scholarly caliber, would struggle to achieve this. Yet, Eve succeeded, having instilled in the little girl a firm grasp of such complex knowledge in merely 2 weeks. Chunyu felt a tinge of astonishment. While he had previously acknowledged Eve's capabilities, he had not anticipated her prowess to be of this magnitude. Indeed, she is worthy of her title as a professor at the Fairy Research Academy. This question was deemed successfully answered. Chunyu, do you have any objections? Of course not. As Yuki Nanako concluded her teachings, a more pronounced smile graced Eve's face, her gaze towards Chunyu imbued with a hint of superiority. Upon hearing Chunyu affirm that there were no issues, an inexplicable surge of pride welled up within her. Now, it was Chunyu's turn to impart knowledge. Thus, she inquired, May I ask, young lady, what has Chunyu taught you during these 2 weeks? Although the butler was already aware of the outcome, a tinge of resignation colored his tone. Scoundrel, I shall see how you resolve this, Eve mused, contemplating whether it pertained to energy cube creation or the playtime of the onyx. Her cold smile was directed at Nanako, who appeared indecisive. Meanwhile, Alice looked on with concern, hoping that the young lady would articulate her thoughts with a touch of delicacy. Should I speak of this Chunyu? The young lady pondered, glancing at Chunyu, ready to divulge the teachings. Speak freely, young lady. Chunyu responded with unwavering confidence. Even now, you remain obstinate. Let us see how long you can maintain that stance. Eve's mind began to concoct strategies for distributing the 3 tasks she had in mind. After receiving Chunyu's affirmation, Nanako still seemed hesitant, fidgeting with the hem of her garment. Will Nanako truly say it? She asked once more, uncertainty palpable in her voice. Even the guidance on energy cube creation and the behavioral insights into onyx are indeed part of the teachings. Alice interjected, deeply concerned for both Nanako and Chunyu, offering reminders on how Nanako might respond to avoid profound embarrassment. Chunyu suggested that Nanako and Sister Eve engage in Pokémon battles. After a fierce internal struggle, Nanako finally resolved to relay Chunyu's instructions to everyone. It's perfectly fine. I think it's quite beneficial. Energy cube creation is hardly something to shy away from, young lady. What did you say? Alice, poised to mediate, suddenly appeared incredulous, her expression reflecting disbelief as she gazed at Yuki Nanako in the center of the room. The astonishment was not limited to Alice. Eve and the butler also widened their eyes, their faces etched with incredulity. Chapter 54. Assessment results after a brief moment of surprise. The butler composed himself and cautiously inquired again, Young lady, what did Chunyu teach you? Chunyu said to let Nanako and Sister Eve engage in Pokémon battles. And then you would understand. Absolutely not. This is sheer nonsense. I refuse. Alice, the butler, and Eve all vehemently rejected the young lady's, or rather, Chunyu's, suggestion. To have the young lady battle against Sister Eve? An 8-year-old adorable lowly against the youngest professor at the Pokémon Research Academy? Is it merely a battle? From Alice's perspective, this was an utterly fanciful notion. How could the young lady possibly prevail against Sister Eve? In the eyes of the butler, the outcome of the battle was undoubtedly a resounding victory for Eve, potentially casting a shadow of negative emotions upon the young lady. This was an affront, an unabashed insult. To pit the young lady against her was, without a doubt, a veiled mockery of oneself. A surge of indignation welled up within Eve, who perceived Chinyu as someone merely seeking to stir trouble. After spending 2 whole weeks with the young lady, he had the audacity to suggest a battle between them at the time of evaluation. Let us move on to the next question. Chinyu, your guidance for the young lady on this topic has earned no points, the butler remarked, furrowing his brow. Upon hearing that there would be no battle, Yuki Nanako inexplicably felt a twinge of disappointment, her little nose twitching slightly. No, I refuse to accept this. Why should the young lady not engage in a Pokémon battle with that eccentric Eve? Chinyu, upon hearing the butler's response, felt a wave of confusion. Why were they being denied the chance to battle? He had imparted all his knowledge regarding the battle tactics of Onyx to the young lady. While defeat was inevitable, it would not be a catastrophic loss. As long as the young lady and Eve engaged in battle, he could justify his 2 weeks of instruction and have the grounds to dismiss the 3 matters in question later on. Why must they not engage in a Pokémon battle? He protested internally, fervently wishing they could retreat to the courtyard and have a proper bout. No means no. The butler again dismissed Chinyu's suggestion. Do not think for a moment that we are unaware of what you have been up to with the young lady these past 2 weeks. Even now, you entertain some dubious schemes? Unlike the butler's firm rejection, Eve responded with a sharp reprimand. It is a plan, indeed, but certainly not a sordid one. I am merely seeking a legitimate way to justify my actions. What is so sordid about that? Chinyu silently acknowledged Eve's retort, choosing instead to await the butler's next words. For the second question, may I ask, young lady, what do you believe you have gained during the 2 weeks of Eve's instruction? The butler set aside the first questionnaire and proceeded with the second. Butler, why does Alice feel that this question is a repetition of the first? Alice inquired, puzzled by the butler's subsequent question. The butler remained silent, patiently awaiting Yuki Nanako's response. Yuki Nanako glanced at Eve for assurance, and once she received a nod, she began to speak slowly. I believe that this experience has been much the same as before. The way Sister Eve has instructed me has not changed over these 2 weeks. There is nothing unexpected, nor have there been any surprising revelations. Consider this a pass. The butler paused, finding no grounds to deem it otherwise. This had been the method of instruction for 2 years. It was merely condensed into a span of 2 weeks now. If one were to deny this, would it not essentially invalidate the 2 years of instruction provided by Eve? Moreover, the content of Eve's teachings does not harbor any impropriety. Rather, it attests to her exceptional prowess as a professor. In merely 2 weeks, she has enabled the young lady to retain a wealth of intricate knowledge, which is indeed quite remarkable. For the first question, Eve has secured 1 point. For the second question, she again earns another point. In contrast, Chinyu has not scored on the first question. Thus, even if he were to score on the second, Eve would emerge victorious with a total score of 2-1. Regardless of the outcome of the second question, Eve has already triumphed in this wagered agreement. Chinyu, shall I pose the second question to the young lady? At this moment, the butler turned to calmly inquire of Chinyu. I concede, Chinyu replied, his voice imbued with a palpable sense of defeat. Very well, shortly, Alice will settle your salary for the month. Please gather your belongings and vacate the Ketsuki residence. The butler collected the 2 questionnaires and silently exited the room until Chinyu's response concluded. The butler remained perplexed about the true purpose of Chinyu's visit to the Ketsuki household. Butler, may I make one more request? As the butler was about to leave the room, Chinyu called out to him and timidly proposed his request. Chinyu-kun? Alice called out with concern. Although Alice relished mischief and delighted in witnessing the various expressions of those she toyed with, she felt an unfamiliar sense of guilt since Chinyu had proposed their 2-week wager with Eve. This guilt was unlike anything she had experienced before. Alice was uncertain why this feeling had arisen, but she simply sensed a profound regret towards Chinyu. Unlike Alice, Eve furrowed her brow, contemplating, what is this scoundrel scheming now? Having already lost, is he still contemplating a way to evade responsibility? If you wish to renege, just say so. All I require is an apology on your knees, and I shall overlook the wager concerning those 3 matters. As a professor at the Fairy Academy, I am naturally inclined to forgive a novice trainer, Eve coldly articulated, having surmised Chinyu's thoughts. In her view, the outcome of this wager was never in doubt. Victory was firmly within her grasp. In truth, not only did Eve harbor this belief, but the butler, Alice, and even Chinyu himself had never considered that he might achieve victory in this wager. Ding! Congratulations, player Chinyu. You have discovered a master-level technician. Name, Eve Affection, 10 skills, Fairy Knowledge, Master, Educational Philosophy, Master, Fairy Training, Advanced. Ignoring the notifications ringing in his ears and the information displayed before him, Chinyu resolved to go all in. He had reached the final stage of his plan. Although the attempt to have the young lady and Eve engage in a confrontation did not succeed, at this juncture, a gamble was inevitable. All hopes were staked on this single occasion. You are insane. Who would kneel and apologize to you? I have mentioned countless times before that it was merely a misunderstanding. Do you comprehend what a misunderstanding is? What did you say? Even now, you refuse to relent? Are you truly unafraid of the consequences? Everyone, please calm down. Chinyu, why don't you first articulate your request? The butler, witnessing the renewed quarrel between the two, felt a twinge of exasperation. Chinyu temporarily set aside his verbal sparring with Eve. In his view, the next step in their plan was far more critical. If he placed his bets wisely, the efforts of the past month would not have been in vain. Conversely, should he falter, his entire scheme would come crashing down. With all eyes upon him, he paused momentarily, cleared his throat, and declared, I wish to teach the young lady one final lesson. Chapter 55. The final lesson. I wish to teach the young lady one final lesson. Absolutely not. Before the butler could respond, Eve interjected vehemently. What nonsense is this? 2 weeks have passed, and you have merely engaged the young lady in creating energy cubes and frivolous play. A lesson? Since when do scoundrels conduct lessons? He must not be allowed to mislead the young lady any further. Now, you intend to distract her once more? That is utterly out of the question. What business is it of yours? Are you the butler? Ignoring Eve's retort, Chinyu responded coldly, and then turned his attention back to the butler, awaiting his reply. You. First and foremost, kneel and apologize to me at once. Eve exclaimed, exasperated. Chinyu remained silent, unperturbed by Eve's outburst, maintaining a calm demeanor as he gazed at the butler. Upon hearing Chinyu's intention to give the young lady one last lesson, the butler felt a slight unease. What precisely did Chinyu intend to achieve? 2 weeks had elapsed, filled with playtime. Was there truly no opportunity for a final lesson? Should he permit this teaching to occur? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, the butler stood in silence. Chinyu refrained from interrupting the butler's thoughts, while Alice and Yuki Nanako quietly awaited the outcome. Though Eve pouted in indignation, she chose not to disturb the butler's deliberation. Very well, but this lesson shall be limited to 10 minutes, and it must take place right here. Ultimately, the butler reached a conclusion, regardless of Chinyu's motives or the purpose for which Lehman had summoned him, even if this were to culminate in a farce. It was time to bring it to a close. Most importantly, the butler was indeed curious about what this novice trainer could possibly impart in a final lesson. 10 minutes? Just give me 5, and that will suffice. After receiving the butler's consent, Chinyu's face momentarily lit up with joy as he cheerfully remarked, how audacious. A lesson in just 5 minutes? Humph. Indeed, a scoundrel is a scoundrel. At that moment, he seemed to revel in his own pretense. Upon hearing that Chinyu claimed he could teach Yuki Nanako in merely 5 minutes, Eve couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle within her heart. Young lady, I recall you expressing your aspiration to become an exceptionally skilled Pokémon caretaker in the future. Is that correct? Chinyu turned to Yuki Nanako, his expression brimming with delight. Yes. Nanako adores nurturing Pokémon. Sister Eve has taught me many things about how to cultivate them. Without hesitation, Nanako articulated her thoughts, mentioning Eve's daily guidance. Upon hearing Yuki Nanako's response, Eve's face softened slightly, a hint of warmth easing her typically frozen demeanor. The butler subtly nodded in approval, seemingly affirming the young lady's answer. Do you know what the prerequisite is for becoming an excellent Pokémon caretaker, young lady? Nanako knows. Sister Eve informed me long ago that it requires patience and care for the Pokémon. Nanako replied confidently. Eve nodded in agreement, thinking to herself, indeed, the young lady is remarkably suited to be a Pokémon caretaker. The knowledge imparted to her about Pokémon cultivation is the most firmly grasped. Simultaneously, Eve felt a sense of satisfaction, recognizing that Nanako's clear understanding of the teachings indicated her diligent efforts. If it weren't for the encounter with this scoundrel and the 2 weeks spent in frivolity, she would undoubtedly have learned even more. Eve had already resolved that her next course of action would be to ensure Chinyu sincerely apologized to the young lady. Leading students astray should not occur in this manner. That eccentricity you mentioned, Miss Eve, is not entirely accurate. Would the young lady like to hear my perspective? Scoundrel, who are you to claim my teachings are incorrect? Upon hearing Chinyu dismiss her knowledge, Eve flared up like a lion whose fur had been ruffled. However, before she could finish her retort, the butler interrupted her. After cutting off Eve's words, he gestured for Chinyu to continue. Seeing the butler's demeanor, Eve suppressed her inner fury, casting a fierce glare at Chinyu while thinking resentfully, you had better provide a reasonable explanation, otherwise, an apology will not suffice. Huh? Isn't it patience and care? Yuki Nanako asked, perplexed. Patience and care are indeed correct. However, young lady, before becoming an excellent Pokémon caretaker, you must first be an outstanding Pokémon trainer. Outstanding trainer? What does that entail? Yuki Nanako appeared somewhat confused, her adorable face adorned with questions. Ugh. To become an exceptional trainer, one must undoubtedly possess patience and compassion. How dare you claim that my teachings are flawed? Upon hearing Chinyu's words, Eve felt a surge of anger, as if he had rendered her speechless. Is it not true that an outstanding Pokémon trainer must also embody patience and care? What gives him the right to assert that his instruction is incorrect? Surely, this is nothing more than a blatant provocation. It must be. Curse it all. Gengar should have driven him out of the castle long ago. Chinyu cast a sidelong glance at Eve, choosing to disregard her, and instead softly addressed Yuki Nanako, saying, an exceptional trainer must first and foremost cherish their Pokémon. Pray tell, my lady, do you hold affection for your current Pokémon? I do not like them at all. Yuki Nanako's voice sounded somewhat aggrieved, as if responding to Chun Yu's inquiry placed her in an uncomfortable position. Her tone tinged with an almost tearful quaver. At that moment, the room fell into an eerie silence. Eve ceased her commotion, staring in astonishment at the visibly distressed Yuki Nanako, her expression conveying bewilderment over such an occurrence. The butler also remained quiet. Having approached the situation with a sense of curiosity towards Chunyu, he instantly relinquished that thought the moment the lady spoke. He was aware that she favored Pokémon that appeared ferocious, yet she had never complained about her disdain for her current companions. How could Chunyu possibly know this? The butler shared the same confusion, silently observing the teary-eyed Yuki Nanako. Only Alice seemed composed, since Chunyu announced his intention to conduct his final lesson. She had not uttered a word. My lady, have you ever contemplated abandoning your Pokémon? Or perhaps, do you wish fervently to avoid their presence, wishing they would never appear before you again? Chunyu calmly posed his question once more. At this juncture, the gazes of the butler, Eve, and Alice were fixated on Yuki Nanako, their hearts echoing a singular thought. No, she must emphatically deny it. Any exemplary trainer would never abandon their Pokémon. All three hoped that Yuki Nanako would refute the inquiry. Yet, to their dismay, she gently nodded her head and then began to weep uncontrollably. I don't like them. I truly do not like these two Pokémon. Mama said that once they grow strong, they will come back to see me. But Yuki Nanako's words faltered as she broke into sobs, her tears flowing freely like a broken dam, impossible to contain. What on earth is happening? Had I known this task would unfold in such a manner, I would have gladly let someone else take it on. To Chinyu, Pokémon are not merely a game. They represent his life, his very essence. Everything that transpires among the Pokémon is a reflection of his own experiences. He remains perplexed as to why Yuki Nanako favors those Pokémon that appear fearsome. Had he known the reasons behind it all, he would never have questioned nor embarked upon this cursed exchange mission. An 8-year-old girl yearned for her mother, who had promised that she would return once her little sprite became powerful. Each day, she eagerly anticipated her sprite's growth. Yet, the sprite remained dormant, showing no signs of improvement. Yuki Nanako grew anxious. The sprite's lack of strength meant her mother would not come back to her. Why was her sprite not formidable? Why was her mother prevented from returning to her? Nanako was undeniably well-behaved, diligently absorbing knowledge every day. She secretly practiced making the pancakes her mother had taught her. Nanako had memorized so many recipes and had produced countless pancakes. Yet, why had her mother not returned to commend her? Surely, it was because Nanako had not learned enough. Her pancakes were lacking, and her sprite was still weak. Nevertheless, she could still strive to learn earnestly, even if her sprite remained feeble. A mere glance from her mother would suffice. Nanako craved no accolades. She was the most obedient of all. At the moment Chunyu witnessed the young lady's heart-wrenching tears, a torrent of thoughts flooded his mind. He understood the depths of despair that would lead a little girl to utter such words of disdain towards her sprite. After all, Yuki Nanako was merely 8 years old. Thus, upon seeing her weep, Chunyu rushed forward, enveloping her in his embrace, gently wiping her tears away and whispering words of comfort. Seeing Nanako's distress, Alice could no longer contain herself. She dashed into Eve's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Eve, too, was taken aback by the sight of her usually adorable and well-mannered pupil, who harbored thoughts of abandoning her sprite. The irony struck her. She had devoted 2 years to teaching this girl. For 2 years, she had failed to grasp what her student was truly feeling, inundating her instead with complex knowledge. Astonishingly, she had neglected to impart even the fundamental principles of being a competent trainer. In those 2 years, she had treated the young lady as if she were her own sister. Yet, her sister did not cherish her sprite. She even despised it. And the reasons for such feelings were entirely unknown to her. Teacher? Education? Eve's mind was a tumultuous whirlpool of confusion as she stared blankly at Chunyu and the sobbing young lady in his arms. In contrast to Alice and Eve, the butler merely twitched the corner of his mouth before letting out a soft sigh and quietly exiting the room. Chapter 56. The Cursed Six Tails. Dear Miss, do not weep anymore. Let us discuss a matter, shall we? Chunyu gently consoled Yuki Nanako, though he felt a twinge of reluctance in proposing an exchange. However, given the circumstances, it would be remiss not to bring it up. Nanako has stopped crying. What does Chunyu wish to say? Does the young lady have an affinity for onyx? Of course I do, Nanako replied enthusiastically. Then I shall entrust the onyx to you for training. Do you believe you can nurture it well, dear lady? Chunyu stroked Yuki Nanako's head as he spoke. Was he implying he intended to gift the onyx to her? How could that be? She had personally assessed that onyx, and its potential was on par with her Jengar. With proper training, it could undoubtedly evolve into a formidable Pokémon. Even she could not deny her interest in the onyx. Should Chunyu be willing to exchange, she would readily offer a Pokémon of equivalent caliber to obtain that onyx. As a trainer, what could possibly surpass the possession of a powerful Pokémon? Moreover, this scoundrel was merely a novice trainer. Did he not recognize the training value of that onyx? Eve, observing from the side, contemplated Chunyu's words, formulating her own plan, yet refrained from interrupting him this time. Is Chunyu truly suggesting to give the onyx to Nanako? Yuki Nanako tilted her head, appearing bewildered. Not quite, dear lady. A competent trainer would never gift or abandon their Pokémon. Chunyu refuted Yuki Nanako's interpretation. Then was Chunyu deceiving me just now? Nanako will no longer play with Chunyu. The young lady seemed somewhat vexed, clearly irritated that he had initially claimed he would gift her the onyx, only to retract that promise. Who conducts themselves in such a manner? Nanako understood the importance of integrity, yet Chunyu, despite his age, had dared to mislead her. What a villain. Dear lady, consider this. Aside from gifting, is there not another way for the onyx to become your Pokémon? Chunyu smiled as he reminded Yuki Nanako. No way. Chunyu must not abandon the onyx. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she pouted in indignation. Chunyu replied, it is a Pokémon exchange. What I mean, dear scoundrel Chunyu, is to engage in a Pokémon exchange. Eve interjected, her gaze towards Chunyu shifting, no longer filled with disdain or anger, her expression softening considerably. Though Chunyu felt inclined to commend Eve, he suppressed the thought, recalling her previous erratic behavior, and instead focused on the somewhat dazed Yuki Nanako. A Pokémon exchange? What is that? The expression on Yuki Nanako's face clearly indicated her confusion, as she possessed little recollection of the concept Eve had just mentioned. The essence of the Pokémon exchange is the possibility of swapping the Pokémon that the young lady dislikes with my onyx, not discarding or gifting them, but rather finding them a more suitable owner. Chunyu pondered briefly, striving to express himself in a manner that would resonate with Yuki Nanako. Pokémon that Nanako dislikes? An exchange with onyx? Nanako comprehends. Upon hearing Chunyu's words, Yuki Nanako initially bowed her head in contemplation, but soon her face illuminated with a dawning realization, culminating in sheer delight. She understood that Chunyu's proposal was to trade her unpreferred Pokémon for the onyx she favored. How astute Nanako is. Would the young lady be willing to exchange her Pokémon for onyx? Chunyu gazed at Yuki Nanako with hopeful anticipation, his heart fluttering with anxiety. She must agree. Otherwise, the efforts of the past month would be in vain. I, Nanako, am willing. Chunyu, you cannot go back on your word. Yuki Nanako paused momentarily before joyfully responding. Ding. Congratulations to player Chunyu for triggering a hidden exchange quest. Quest requirements. Exchange onyx with Yuki Nanako's Pokémon. Quest rewards, unknown. Quest penalties, unknown. Accept or decline. Alice, there should be a Pokémon exchange machine in the castle, right? As Chunyu heard the notification chime, his heart leapt with joy. He had finally activated the exchange quest. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to Alice and inquired. Yes, indeed. But are you truly intending to exchange your onyx, Chunyu? Alice seemed to sense something and questioned him with uncertainty. Are you aware of the potential of your onyx? Without even knowing what Pokémon the young lady possesses, I have been here for 2 years, and she has never showcased her Pokémon to anyone. Your onyx possesses immense potential. Even Eve, who was nearby, could not help but interject, seemingly attempting to dissuade Chunyu from his decision. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Alice, her eyes glimmering with an inexplicable hue. Of course, I am well aware of my onyx's potential. Chunyu mentally scoffed at Eve's remark. Do you think blue potential is as common as cabbages by the roadside, easily obtainable? If it weren't for my knowledge of the final outcome of this task, I would never consider trading a Pokémon of blue potential for any other task. Chunyu silently criticized Eve, then turned to Alice, saying, if possible, aside from asking you to guide us to the exchange machine, could you also summon the butler? I have a matter I wish to discuss with him. Very well. Chunyu, please, follow me. Alice intended to say more, but upon seeing Chunyu's resolute expression, she held back, responding softly, her tone tinged with a hint of resignation. A group of 4 individuals gradually made their way to a secluded room. Alice gently pushed open the door, revealing a solitary Pokémon exchange machine within. It appeared that this chamber was merely a designated space for the exchange device, with a layer of dust surrounding it. However, the machine itself was immaculate, suggesting it was regularly maintained. Without any unnecessary actions or dialogue, Chunyu retrieved the Pokeball containing his Onix and placed it into one of the slots. He also encouraged Yuki Nanako to deposit her Pokémon into the machine. Are you truly not having any second thoughts? That Onix could very well be your most formidable Pokémon. Eve seemed reluctant to give up, continuing to urge Chunyu. Regardless of the Onix's impressive potential or the advantage of possessing a powerful Pokémon, what significance did it hold compared to bringing joy to a young girl? A faint smile graced Chunyu's lips as he responded. Eve was taken aback. Was this truly a novice trainer? Could a newcomer possess such profound awareness? Knowing full well that his Pokémon could evolve into a remarkably strong creature, he resolutely chose to trade it simply to uplift a little girl's spirits. They had only known each other for a mere 2 weeks. She considered Nanako as her own sister, yet if it were her own Jengar on the line, she would not only refuse but might even feel a surge of anger. Yet here stood this so-called scoundrel of a novice trainer, willing to sacrifice for a girl he had known for just 2 weeks. Had she truly misjudged him? Confusion washed over Eve as she gazed at Chunyu, uncertain of what to say. Meanwhile, under Chunyu's guidance, Yuki Nanako slowly retrieved an exquisite pouch from her clothing, from which she extracted a Pokeball. Enlarging it, she placed it into another slot. Was that a friendship ball? The Yuki family truly lived up to their reputation. Upon seeing the design of the Pokeball, Chunyu couldn't help but reflect once more. It was reminiscent of the previous exchange he had with Rhydon. The interface above the slots began to emit visible electromagnetic waves, gradually enveloping the 2 Pokeballs. The Pokémon exchange machine began to sway side to side, while the central red and green energy indicators started to pulse, 1 notch, 2 notches, steadily ascending. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunyu for successfully completing the Pokémon exchange task with Yuki Nanako. Your Pokémon's status has changed. Please check promptly. Without further ado, upon hearing the system notification in his ear, Chunyu accessed the new status attributes of his Pokémon. Title: The Cursed Vulpix. Rare. Potential: Deep Purple. Gender: Female. Level: 15. Preferences: Snacks. Darkness held item. Unknown fur ability. Blaze nature. Timid moves. Ember. Tail whip. Roar. Quick attack. Will-O-Wisp friendship. 10 overall combat power. 1320. For reference only. Description: Due to being cursed, this Pokémon possesses a unique ghostly attribute in its special attacks. Yet it cannot evolve, and its food consumption is several times that of an ordinary Pokémon. A pale purple potential Kadabra. Have I finally acquired it? Wait. Deep purple. A cursed Vulpix. What on earth is happening here? Chapter 57. Departing from the Gecko Manor. Oh, illustrious forum deity from my previous life, reveal yourself. Wasn't it promised that novice trainers would not encounter gangsters in the dead of night? What happened to the green potential Onix? Wasn't it said that triggering tasks at the Gecko family would only take a week? Wasn't it supposed to be a pale purple potential Kadabra? Why have we strayed so far from the path? Most importantly, did you not claim that any hint of deceit during the live stream would result in dire consequences? Fraudsters. All of you. Why has the conclusion turned out to be a deep purple potential Vulpix? Upon witnessing the state of the Vulpix, Chunyu was utterly confounded. Confusion, distress, fortune, elation. A myriad of emotions surged through Chunyu's heart. His eyes fixated on the Vulpix's condition, leaving him completely entranced, standing in silence. When a Pokémon's potential is categorized as white, green, or blue, there exists no distinction. The potential among Pokémon of the same tier remains equivalent. However, once the potential reaches the purple tier, a classification emerges, delineating between light purple and deep purple. Though both are of the purple potential, the disparity is considerable. Deep purple potential signifies a greater aptitude for skill comprehension, a broader growth capacity, and a more extensive range of training avenues. Even if one were to consider a common Pokémon like Slowpoke or Rattata, as long as they possess purple potential, various factions would vie desperately for them, even at great expense. Moreover, irrespective of the purple potential, Vulpix is still classified as a rare Pokémon. What does rarity entail? Pokémon such as Scyther and Electabuzz fall under the category of rare. This not only implies scarcity, but also symbolizes immense power, making them prime targets for all factions in their relentless pursuit. Yet, these considerations can be momentarily set aside. For what astonishes Chunyu even more than the deep purple potential or the rarity of the Pokémon is that this is a shiny Vulpix. The shimmering hue signifies a mutation, distinguishing it from other Pokémon of the same species. Shiny Pokémon bear names with a prefix, and even upon capture, the system defaults to assigning them a name with that prefix. Most importantly, the shiny Pokémon will possess an additional piece of data. Not only will it indicate the reasons for its mutation, but it will also elucidate the primary distinctions between this particular Pokémon and its ordinary counterparts, thereby guiding trainers on how to nurture it. A deep purple potential shiny Vulpix. Chunyu remained ensnared in the astonishment brought forth by Vulpix, unable to extricate himself from the moment. However, to Alice and Eve, Chunyu appeared utterly daft, staring blankly at his Pokeball. "Chunyu? What is the matter with you?" Alice inquired, gently prodding him with concern. "And nothing." Chunyu waved his hand dismissively, signaling that he was fine. He then turned his gaze toward the blissful expression on Yuki Nanako's face as she admired her Pokeball containing onyx. "Chunyu, this is your salary for the month," Alice said, calling out to him as she handed him an envelope. "Ding. Congratulations to player Chunyu for completing the work task at the Yuki Manor. Task rewards, 30,000 Alliance coins." The reward for the advanced hidden map was indeed quite substantial. Chunyu smiled as he accepted the envelope, feeling elated. It was time to plan his departure from Yuki Manor. He only needed to have one final conversation with the butler. His next destination was the Kaiki Gym. Having resolved his next course of action, Chunyu intended to seek out the butler to finalize the concluding tasks, which were pivotal for completing the second segment of his journey. "Alice, I think I should find the butler. Where can I find him?" Chunyu inquired as he stowed away Vulpix's Pokeball. Alice pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. "Are you leaving, Chunyu?" Without uttering a word, Chunyu nodded in affirmation. "The butler mentioned that when you wish to depart, you should find him at the entrance of the main gate. He will be waiting for you there." Alice maintained her cheerful demeanor. "Are you not coming with me?" Chunyu asked, puzzled. "The butler instructed me to let you go alone." "Very well. Let us stay in touch when we have the opportunity." After replying to Alice, Chunyu shifted his attention to Yuki Nanako, the young lady. "Take good care of Onyx. You must strive to become an exceptional Pokémon breeder." "Of course. I aspire to be the finest breeder." Nanako beamed with determination as Chunyu affectionately ruffled her hair before gradually exiting the room. "Wait." Just as Chunyu was about to leave, Eve called out to him. "Yes? Miss Eve, do you have any further guidance?" Chunyu asked, feigning ignorance, well aware that he had yet to fulfill 3 tasks for her. At this moment, however, he understood the necessity of adhering to one crucial strategy: to delay. As long as possible, he resolved within himself. "Those 3 tasks, I'm still a novice trainer. When I reach a level comparable to yours, I shall certainly fulfill them. For now, that's all." After speaking, Chunyu dashed outside without looking back. Eve, observing Chunyu's every move, was momentarily taken aback. Her original intention was to dismiss the 3 matters entirely. If a competition were to be held, it would indeed result in a draw. A novice trainer managed to surpass her capabilities, honed over 2 years, in just 2 weeks. In her heart, Eve had already begun to forgive Chunyu, and she had resolved to let go of their initial wager. However, why did this scoundrel run off without allowing her to finish speaking? Why the haste to depart? Eve gazed at Chunyu's receding figure, lost in thought. At the entrance of the Yuki Manor, the butler stood quietly, seemingly awaiting something. "Butler, thank you for your care over the past month. And please extend my gratitude to that eccentric Professor Miss, as well as to Alice and the young lady. Were you initially here for that Vulpix?" The butler's sudden remark left Chunyu momentarily stunned. "Butler, you? I had assumed that layman sent you here to learn from Eve, or perhaps to earn a bit of travel fare. Yet, when you made a wager with her, I found myself perplexed by your motives." The butler paused, scrutinizing Chunyu, then continued. "However, as time passed, I realized you must have ulterior plans. Initially, I contemplated confronting layman, but then the young lady." The butler sighed, watching Chunyu with a hint of emotion. His next words caught in his throat, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "That Vulpix was discovered long ago at the foot of the volcano. It is indeed special, yet ill-suited for the young lady. Please take good care of that Vulpix. Do not let that child be tarnished. Rest assured, butler, this Vulpix will undoubtedly showcase its prowess before the world. I promise." Chunyu's response was imbued with unwavering conviction. "Butler, I am deeply grateful for your care during this month. Thank you. I must now pursue my dreams. Farewell." Chunyu waved goodbye to the butler and turned to leave Yuki Manor. Not far off, Alice, Eve, and Yuyuki Nanako watched Chunyu's departing figure. Only Nanako's eyes glistened with unshed tears, while the other two wore contemplative expressions. The butler, observing Chunyu's exit, silently vowed, "Rest assured. Before long, we shall meet again." Chapter 58, Sudden Conflict. Name: Chunyu. Occupation: Junior Pokémon Trainer. Age: 20. Title: None. Badges: Insect Badge. Items: Alliance Sportswear, Standard, 1 Standard Pokeball, 1 Heavy Ball, 1 Speed Ball, 3 Firestone Fragments, 4 Waterstone Fragments, 2 Thunderstone Fragments, 3 Leaf Stone Fragments. Skills: Berry Mastery. I. Passive: Berries. None. Valuable Items: 1 Stone Fragment, Pokédex, Johto Region. Unidentified Key Stone, Pokémon Muffin Box, 920, x1. Energy Cube Box, 100100, x5. Inferior Learning Device. Pokémon: Teddiursa, Common, Pidgey, Uncommon, Cursed Vulpix, Rare, Money. 30, 100 Alliance Coins. As Chunyu departed from the Jejing Manor, he reflected upon the bountiful harvest he had amassed over the past month. Not only had he acquired an abundance of energy cubes and muffins, but he had also received a generous salary in Alliance Coins, and most notably, he had added a shiny Vulpix to his team. He gradually made his way eastward, for the Jejing Gym lay at the eastern edge of Jejing City, nearly at opposite ends of the city from Jejing Manor. However, before challenging the gym, Chunyu needed to visit the Pokémon Center and the department store. The purpose of his visit to the Pokémon Center was self-evident, while the department store was essential for procuring restorative items. Additionally, he could strategize his approach for challenging ASU during this time. Having not encountered any players for a month, Chunyu was surprisingly filled with a sense of familiarity, and to his astonishment, he observed families engaging with the game on the streets of Jejing City. These so-called family players were entire families immersing themselves in the Pokémon world, middle-aged men in their 40s, grandparents in their 70s or 80s, and even children as young as 4 or 5, all participating in the game. Initially taken aback, Chunyu soon realized that the rewards he had received had undergone significant transformations, and with the game having launched a month prior, the World Federation had begun to take action. He had not anticipated the swift emergence of family players. The game was being promoted beyond just the youth demographic, accompanied by incentive policies, hence the sight of entire families entering the game. After a brief moment of surprise, Chunyu dismissed the thought and continued towards the Pokémon Center. "Ms. Joy, I entrust this to you. Of course, please hold on a moment." Chunyu retrieved 3 Pokeballs and gently handed them to Ms. Joy. "Impressive, brother. How long have you been in the game to have 3 Pokémon already?" Just as he was transferring his Pokémon to Ms. Joy, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Standard Alliance Sportswear? You must be a new trainer. But why the look of a hustler?" As Chunyu turned to face the individual, a sense of wariness crept into his mind. "A month has passed since I entered the game. Is something the matter?" Chunyu replied nonchalantly. However, to this player, Chunyu's demeanor appeared rather haughty. To put it plainly, he emanated an air of arrogance. Yet, considering the task assigned from above regarding recruitment, he chose not to display any emotion and continued the conversation. "A month ago? That makes you a seasoned player. Brother, which faction do you belong to? If you find yourself without a place, why not join our flying car aristocrats?" Has a player already begun establishing organizations so soon? It makes sense, as family players have emerged, thus the formation of factions is hardly surprising. However, this flying car aristocrats? The aristocrats of the flying car gang? Chunyu's lips twitched slightly upon hearing these words, and his gaze towards this player began to shift. "I'm affiliated with the Fairy Alliance." "What? Are you mocking me? I'm also aligned with the Lu family, you know? Whether you wish to or not. Are you really trying to fool me?" Upon hearing Chunyu's response, the player instantly erupted in fury. Being associated with the Alliance implies that one is a formal trainer of the Alliance. This means possessing 2 badges, marking one as an advanced player. And most are seasoned veterans. Yet, what seasoned veteran possesses fewer than 4 Pokémon? Some even boast a 6th Pokémon. You, an experienced player for merely a month, claiming to be affiliated with the Alliance while only possessing 3 Pokémon. Why not claim you're aligned with the Lu family as well? I'm only speaking to you in this tone because I see you as an experienced player, but you truly believe yourself to be something special? The player's anger intensified, and his tone shifted abruptly. With the player's outburst, the attention of those nearby swiftly converged upon them. "Please maintain silence in the Pokémon Center. If there are matters to resolve, kindly take them outside." Miss Joy, upon hearing the ruckus from the player, immediately reprimanded him and returned the restored Pokémon to Chunyu. "Thank you, Miss Joy." Chunyu accepted the Pokeball, secured it at his waist, and prepared to depart. As for the player beside him, he chose not to waste any words, considering it a futile endeavor. "What? Are you planning to leave? You've insulted our Master Tion and now wish to escape?" Do you truly disregard the flying car aristocrats? Brother, let it go. That guy might be leveling up in the newbie forest and is unaware of the rules. Indeed, this charming gentleman from the aristocrats should let it slide. Observing the escalating confrontation, some players began to interject, advocating for peace. No way. Disregarding the flying car aristocrats is tantamount to disregarding the flying car gang. This matter is far from over. The player, self-proclaimed Master Tion, noticed the gathering crowd, most of whom were criticizing him. And he suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. You wish for a resolution? Let us discuss it outside. This is the Pokémon Center. Chunyu furrowed his brows, a flicker of anger igniting within him. The unscrupulous player glanced around at the other gamers, then cast his eyes toward the distant figure of Miss Joy, whose face was etched with an icy demeanor. A twinge of trepidation gripped his heart. The repercussions of causing a ruckus at the Pokémon Center were dire. He realized that, in a fit of rage, he had inadvertently uttered the words biker gang. Although the existence of the biker gang was well known in the city of Jekka, it remained unrecognized by the League. However, he proclaimed, let us resolve this outside. I assure you, if you fail to satisfy Master Tion today, you and your Pokémon will be confined to a hospital bed for the foreseeable future. The flustered player glared menacingly at Chinyu. Chinyu chose not to respond, instead following the player as they gradually exited the Pokémon Center. In that fleeting moment, several onlookers, driven by curiosity, trailed behind them. On a street near the Pokémon Center, the player declared, you now have 3 choices. First, kneel and apologize to me. Then obediently surrender the League coins on your person. Second, join our Biker Prince gang, and I shall overlook your transgressions. Third, you and your pitiful Pokémon shall remain confined to the Pokémon Center for the rest of your lives. He extended 3 fingers, gazing down at Chunyu with haughty disdain. Upon hearing these 3 options, Chunyu couldn't help but chuckle. The anger that had previously surged within him dissipated, replaced by an unexpected amusement at the player's absurdity. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? The player, taken aback by Chunyu's laughter, shouted in frustration. The surrounding players were equally baffled by Chunyu's sudden mirth. Nothing. I'm merely curious. How do you intend to make your move against me? Or do you mean to call for help or unleash your Pokémon? Was this player courting disaster? What was he attempting to accomplish? The Biker Prince gang was an affiliate of the Biker Gang, the most formidable underground force in Jekka. A player who crossed paths with the Biker Gang would find survival in Jekka exceedingly difficult. Yet, this evidently inexperienced trainer dared to belittle the Biker Gang in public. At that moment, the onlookers shared a singular thought. This veteran player must be courting his own demise. With a smile, Chinyu uttered, you seek death. Beedrill, go and sting him to death. The unscrupulous player cursed, then withdrew a Pokeball, preparing to eliminate Chinyu. Upon witnessing his actions, Chinyu smirked and also produced a Pokeball. Taking a deep breath, he exclaimed loudly, Miss Junsha, someone is committing a crime in broad daylight. Chapter 59. Chinyu's helplessness. Miss Junsha, call the police. Are you serious? Is this really a veteran player? Where's the spirit of a seasoned trainer? What about the dignity and principles of a trainer? The surrounding players gaped in astonishment, initially anticipating a thrilling spectacle, or at the very least, a delightful Pokémon battle. Yet, to their bewilderment, they were presented with this absurdity. What do you mean by Miss Junsha? Is there a violent act occurring in broad daylight? Aren't you an experienced player? Are your 3 Pokémon merely for show? Calling the police in public, what does that even signify? Moreover, the players believed that summoning the authorities would be largely ineffective. The expressions of the onlookers towards Chunyu shifted dramatically, filled with pity, acknowledgement, and disdain, but predominantly resonating with laughter. This is truly hilarious. Is this really an experienced player? I can't take it anymore. Someone help me up. To that veteran over there. You should probably run. Miss Junsha 1T mediate the grievances between novice trainers. You truly are a source of amusement. Handsome, while your actions are rather endearing. It would be prudent to leave. The local gang known as the Racing Tycoons is notorious. You stand no chance against them. Such an adorable veteran. Could it be that you have become foolish from your work? To be unaware of such news. Not everyone keeps an eye on the forums. Haha. The players around continued to chuckle, perceiving Chunyu's behavior as utterly foolish, completely oblivious to a guide that had surfaced a week prior. Miss Junsha would not involve herself in the disputes of novice trainers. Upon hearing Chunyu's outcry, the streetwise player was momentarily taken aback, his eyes burning with fury. This must be intentional. As a seasoned player, he could not possibly be unaware that Miss Junsha would not interfere in matters concerning novice trainers. Therefore, this arrogant player must be insulting him. How infuriating. My apologies. I've been working outside for a month and completely forgot about this matter. I truly am sorry. Chinyu said. although his tone betrayed no genuine remorse. Just as the streetwise player was about to retort, the sound of tires screeching on the pavement echoed nearby. Did someone just call for help? Who reported the incident? Entering with an air of confidence was an undeniably captivating policewoman, more enchanting than any celebrity on earth, particularly with the valiant spirit that emanated from her countenance. The moment Chunyu laid eyes on Miss Junsha, he sensed an extraordinary aura of sharpness surrounding her, as if she could execute any malevolence in the world with her own hands. No wonder so many in his past life fervently pursued her. Even Chunyu, accustomed to the beauty of women, felt a rush of excitement. I called for help. After a brief moment of astonishment, Chunyu promptly responded to Miss Junsha. Novice trainers? Both the streetwise player and Chunyu nodded in unison. Novice trainers should focus on their training instead of squandering their youth. And if there is nothing pressing, do not hinder my work. Upon hearing Miss Junsha's reprimand, the surrounding players flushed with embarrassment, caught between the urge to laugh and the fear of doing so. The player in charge wore a sinister expression. Chunyu, however, appeared somewhat helpless, a faint smile gracing his lips. After casting a glance at the two novice trainers, Miss Junsha prepared to depart in her vehicle, but midway, she suddenly halted. She then turned and slowly approached the two. As Miss Junsha came to a stop, the players who had been stifling their laughter also fell silent. This was unexpected. Why had she paused? The players were not the only ones perplexed. The player in charge was equally bewildered. Hadn't Miss Junsha intended to leave directly? Why had she stopped? Whose B-drill is this? Miss Junsha inquired sharply. It's mine. The player in charge replied, his voice barely above a whisper, tinged with trepidation, as if he had committed a grave error. After casting a glance at the player and the B-drill, Miss Junsha turned her attention to Chunyu. Noticing the Pokeball he was poised to throw, her brow furrowing. Are you planning to have B-drill attack him? She asked Chunyu suddenly. Yes. Chunyu responded, initially believing that Miss Junsha would disregard the matter entirely. He was prepared to lodge a complaint with the Pokémon League, but it seemed he had misjudged her intentions. A smile remained on his face. I apologize for Junsha's oversight. It nearly caused you trouble. This is inconceivable. Why? Why would the legendary Miss Junsha, known for her aloofness and indifference towards novice trainers, suddenly apologize to one? Furthermore, she typically refrains from intervening in disputes among new trainers. An oversight on Junsha's part? Does this imply she intends to involve herself in this conflict? The player in charge was stunned. This was entirely contrary to the strategies outlined by seasoned players. This must be a deception. How could Miss Junsha possibly apologize to a novice trainer? The player, as if jolted by a revelation, exclaimed in disbelief, feeling his legs weaken. He instinctively took a few steps back. He was not alone in his astonishment. The surrounding players were equally perplexed. Hadn't a prominent player previously divulged strategies stating that Miss Junsha would not interfere in disputes among novice trainers? If a conflict arose, approaching Miss Junsha would merely result in a reprimand for neglecting one's duties, just as had occurred moments ago. Yet, what had caused this sudden inclination towards the seasoned player? Was that player already a certified trainer? According to the Johto League, Chapter 3, Article 41 of the Pokémon Management Regulations, any individual who deliberately incites a Pokémon with a high propensity for aggression to attack others or other Pokémon within urban areas, towns, or league workplaces shall be arrested and detained for disturbing the peace. Your B-drill possesses an aggressive disposition and is poised to attack. You are hereby arrested for disturbing the peace. Please, immediately return B-drill to its Pokeball, lest you incur further charges. Miss Junsha skillfully retrieved a pair of iron handcuffs from her pocket, ready to restrain the unruly trainer. The atmosphere had grown tense, with surrounding players rendered speechless, while Chunyu appeared somewhat helpless. This is impossible. B-drill attack. The trainer, upon witnessing the handcuffs approaching him, seemed to lose his senses, issuing a command for B-drill to assault Miss Junsha. Miss Junsha, be careful. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, B-drill's glistening stingers shot towards her. Chunyu stood frozen, his mind racing with a singular thought. How audacious. Herdier. Use flamethrower. Miss Junsha displayed no hint of panic, her expression remaining composed. From within the motorcycle emerged a Herdier, unleashing a torrent of flames directed at B-drill. Even from a distance, Chunyu felt the heat, marveling at the League's police Herdier capable of such advanced techniques. Boom. The roaring flames engulfed B-drill, the searing heat radiating outward. Approximately 3 seconds later, the fire subsided. B-drill lay on the ground, eyes swirling, rendered unconscious by a single flamethrower. As a representative of the law, I formally arrest you for disturbing the peace and assaulting an officer. Click. The iron handcuffs tightened around the trainer's wrists. his expression vacant as he forgot to return B-drill to its Pokeball. Miss Junsha, seemingly accustomed to such scenarios, retrieved the Pokeball from the trainer and returned B-drill within. Wait, why am I the only one being arrested? What about him? He instigated the conflict. The trainer, suddenly recollecting, began to thrash wildly, pointing at Chunyu with his handcuffed hands. Fool! Chunyu could only respond in disbelief, astonished that a player would resort to assaulting an officer, relegating himself to the ranks of the lowest echelon of the criminal underworld. Miss Junsha, he is still insulting me. Quickly, apprehend him. The trainer continued his frantic outcry. Upon hearing this, not only did Chunyu regard him with a look of sympathy reserved for the foolish, but the surrounding players also cast glances of pity. Brother, you ought to know that Miss Junsha does not intervene in disputes among novice trainers. Do not utter curses, nor even resort to physical aggression. As long as no small sprite is involved, Miss Junsha would not inquire. My sincerest apologies for nearly causing you trouble. I am Miss Junsha, newly arrived in the city of Kaiki, eager to strive toward becoming a legitimate trainer. With a graceful bow to Chunyu, Miss Junsha mounted her motorcycle, accompanied by her companion, and drove away. Observing her departure, Chunyu felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. He merely wished to restore his sprite's condition in order to challenge the Kaiki gym. Yet he happened upon such an unfortunate incident. Sighing quietly to himself, he prepared to take his leave. Impressive, my friend. Is this truly possible? Remarkable. It is apparent you are an experienced player, one who believes in the power of virtue. Handsome lad, do you lack a girlfriend? One who can provide warmth? Wow. I, too, am a seasoned player in search of a partner. Can you charm with your virtue? As Chunyu was about to step away, he found himself encircled by fellow players, initially showering him with admiration for his flawless execution. However, the atmosphere shifted when one player inquired about his knowledge of the League's laws, prompting a gradual silence as curiosity gripped the crowd. Chunyu, taken aback by the attention, felt momentarily dazed. He had memorized the Pokémon League laws countless times when he first joined Team Rocket, reviewing them daily. Why? Because Team Rocket sought to exploit legal loopholes to commit their misdeeds. Should he inform them, join Team Rocket, and we shall ensure you master it completely? Oh, you are aware of the Pokédex, correct? After a moment of hesitation, an idea struck Chunyu, excitement bubbling within him. Indeed, of course. The novice gift box must contain items. Who doesn't he know that? Ah, could it be? Upon mentioning the Pokédex, the surrounding players eagerly began rummaging through their system backpacks for their own Pokédexes, each looking as though they had stumbled upon a new world. Seizing the moment as their focus diverted, Chunyu swiftly made his escape toward the periphery. Wow, the veteran is making a run for it. Chase him. Chase what? Let us examine the Pokémon League laws. Where are they? Curse it, we've been deceived. Fellow players, let us pursue him and not let him get away. As the players dashed after him, a figure emerged leisurely from behind a nearby wall. It was none other than Chunyu himself. Phew, in the early stages, players are simply idle. Soon enough, they will be overwhelmed with tasks, he murmured, watching the crowd recede into the distance. Having concluded this minor interlude, Chunyu contemplated his next steps and resolved to challenge ASU at the Kaiki gym first, postponing his visit to the department store until after the challenge was complete. The Kaiki gym is an imposing structure, resembling a towering edifice. At its pinnacle lies an expansive battle arena, offering an unobstructed view that is truly breathtaking. The interior of the Kaiki gym, reminiscent of a corporate office building, is bustling with diligent employees engaged in their daily tasks. Centrally located within this grand establishment is a specialized elevator, designed for challengers to access the gym with utmost convenience. For Chunyu, who had never had the opportunity to challenge a gym in his previous life, this marks his inaugural entry into the Kaiki gym. Following the directional signs, he swiftly boarded the gym's exclusive elevator. To his mild surprise, there were no other players at the entrance. Only the busy office workers who paid little heed to his presence, absorbed as they were in their own responsibilities. Despite being well prepared and having devised a strategy, a wave of inexplicable anxiety washed over him the moment he stepped into the elevator. After what felt like an interminable minute of waiting, the elevator finally came to a halt. The doors opened slowly, revealing a vast expanse. The arena was unlike anything Chunyu had ever witnessed. It was more than twice the size of the free battle area at the Pokémon Center. The surface was impeccably smooth, devoid of any protruding stones or debris, akin to a pristine slab of tofu. A striking young man with blue hair stood at the opposite end of the battlefield, clad in resplendent blue and white attire. Welcome to the Kaiki gym, trainer. Should you fail, you will be unable to challenge again for a week. Are you ready to battle? Ding. Congratulations, player. You have encountered ASU, the gym leader of Kaiki Gym. Affection, 5 status, battle available. Presenting Chinyu, the newcomer from Hapizan. Following a brief self-introduction, Chinyu prepared to summon his Pokémon for battle. However, he found himself puzzled by the absence of a battle prompt. Upon hearing Chinyu's name, ASU displayed a moment of surprise before inquiring, "You are Chinyu? From Hapizan?" Chapter 61. The scheme of the speedsters in a dimly lit room that serves as the base for the speedsters of Kaiki City, for individuals stood within. 1. A middle-aged man with a rather imposing physique sat at a desk, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the surface, creating a resonant beat. 2 others, dressed in avant-garde attire, flanked him, while a strikingly beautiful woman completed the group, all of them exuding an air of respect towards the man. "Boss, when shall we make our move?" "Patience, Xiaofei. We are still awaiting the perfect moment." "How do you express that sentiment?" "Akin to the saying that all is ready but for the final stroke." "I am inquiring about my elder brother. What concern is it of yours?" Xiaofei was inquiring of the middle-aged man when, before he could respond, a similarly avant-garde young man interjected. "Xiaofei, Yiqing's assertion holds merit. We indeed lack a crucial opportunity. In terms of situational analysis, you are somewhat behind Yiqing." The middle-aged man remarked gravely, his tone laced with an undercurrent of apprehension. Upon hearing his words, Xiaofei's face momentarily betrayed a flicker of displeasure, and he shot a fierce glare at Yiqing. Yiqing, however, remained largely unfazed, donning an air of indifference. "You are all undoubtedly aware of the directives handed down from above. This transaction with the Pokémon hunters must proceed without a hitch. The principal aim of today's meeting is centered around this batch of Dragon-type Pokémon." The middle-aged man observed the dynamic between Xiaofei and Yiqing, then glanced at the silent and aloof Mayer, furrowing his brow in concern. "Let me be clear. Whoever distinguishes themselves in this transaction will secure the recommendation quota from headquarters this year." With a clenched jaw, he slammed his hand on the table, his voice booming. As soon as he finished speaking, a glimmer of aspiration ignited in Xiaofei and Yiqing's eyes. Even Mayer, who had remained taciturn, exhibited a subtle tremor. The middle-aged man took note of the 3 subordinates' reactions, a chill creeping into his thoughts. These 3 traitorous individuals. Once this transaction is completed, it may be time for a change in the ranks. "We have received news from our branch that a novice trainer has been arrested for assaulting Miss Junsha and is currently being interrogated." Mayer's sudden declaration cut through the tension. Bang! The wooden desk before the middle-aged man resounded with a thunderous clap, as if it might shatter at any moment. This group of novice trainers is truly more of a hindrance than a help. A pack of incompetents. Yiqing, your suggestion was truly the pinnacle of folly. His anger surged upon hearing Mayer's report. It was a critical juncture for the transaction, and yet such a debacle had arisen among his subordinates. To assault Miss Junsha, a thought so outlandish it seemed impossible, had been realized by one of his own underlings. How could the middle-aged man not be furious? The shock and rage that followed Mayer's announcement were not exclusive to the middle-aged man. Even Yiqing and Xiaofei were momentarily taken aback. A novice trainer had audaciously attacked Miss Junsha, and they were one of their own. After his initial anger subsided, Yiqing furrowed his brow, clenching his right hand into a fist, remaining silent. In contrast, Xiaofei, amidst his astonishment, could not suppress a hint of a smirk. "Huh. I thought the leader of the Flying Car Prince gang was formidable, attacking Miss Junsha. How impressive. Truly remarkable." Xiaofei had always been at odds with Yiqing, and their past conflicts had often erupted into significant disputes. At present, upon witnessing the grave mistake made by Yiqing's underling, Xiaofei could not resist the urge to mock him. However, Yiqing paid no heed to Xiaofei's taunts. Instead, he awaited Mayer's further elaboration. Those present were acutely aware that Mayer would not resort to deceit. Whenever there was a situation to report, it was always accompanied by corroborating evidence. Indeed, moments later, Mayer produced a recording device and pressed the play button. To their astonishment, the footage depicted the confrontation between Chunyu and the trafficker. The image was somewhat blurred, seemingly captured from a considerable distance. Yet, from the moment the two appeared on the street to the point when the trafficker commanded the B-drill to attack Miss Junsha, every word was recorded with remarkable clarity. "Yiqing, the mess you've created is yours to clean up. Should this incident jeopardize our transaction, you will bear the consequences." The middle-aged man seethed with fury after viewing the recording, visibly wishing to tear Yiqing apart. "Wait. On the contrary, I believe Yiqing has done well." Mayer interjected abruptly. The middle-aged man, Yiqing, and Xiaofei all turned their attention to Mayer, their curiosity piqued as to why Yiqing, who had erred, was being commended. Yiqing's expression shifted subtly, revealing a blend of gratitude and confusion, while the abruptly interrupted middle-aged man displayed an increase in hostility, his face clearly demanding that Mayer provide a reasonable explanation. After a brief pause, Mayer spoke slowly. As long as Yi Qing is willing to relinquish the gang he personally established, the Flying Car Prince Party, this presents an opportunity. The only opportunity. Upon finishing her statement, a flicker of inexplicable anticipation glimmered in her eyes as she gazed at Yi Qing. Marvelous. Truly, you are my strategic advisor. Mayer, should this transaction succeed, the credit shall be yours. As for you, Yi Qing, let your Flying Car Prince Party entertain the Pokémon League. The middle-aged man's anger transformed into joy upon hearing Mayer's proposal. What was once a disadvantage had not only dissipated, but had also provided a fortuitous moment for the transaction plan, an opportunity long awaited. Yi Qing and Xiao Fei exchanged bewildered glances. They were not naive and could discern the implications of the elder brother in Mayer's words, sacrificing the Flying Car Prince Party to divert the attention of the Pokémon police. Then finding a suitable location to complete the transaction. Must we truly proceed in this manner? Yi Qing's countenance reflected no joy, but rather an icy demeanor. He disregarded the middle-aged man and Xiao Fei, his gaze fixed intently on Mayer as he inquired. Yi Qing, you have known me, Mayer, long enough to understand that I will stop at nothing to achieve my goals. Mayer responded with a faint smile upon observing Yi Qing's expression. Are you serious, Mayer? Yi Qing asked again, uncertainty lacing his tone, which now trembled slightly. Mayer, wearing a smile, retorted, they are but a bunch of worthless rookie trainers. Are you truly reluctant to part with them? The middle-aged man, upon hearing Mayer's words, turned to glance at Yi Qing, awaiting his response. Yi Qing appeared somewhat out of sorts, as though afflicted by a spiritless malaise, with an unmistakable glint of despair in his eyes. It's settled then. Let Yi Qing's group of misfits have some fun with the members of the Fairy Alliance. The middle-aged man disregarded Yi Qing's demeanor and announced the outcome with a smile. How curious. Why does this new trainer seem somewhat familiar? As the middle-aged man revealed the results of the meeting, Xiao Fei suddenly remarked with surprise. The small conference room, already cramped, resonated with his utterance, capturing the attention of everyone present. What is it, Xiao Fei? Do you have any questions? Or are you dissatisfied with this plan? The middle-aged man questioned, raising his tone. Even Yi Qing, seemingly in a daze, turned to look at Xiao Fei, while Mayer watched with intrigue. No, your decision is undoubtedly correct. I just found this person strikingly familiar. Upon hearing Xiao Fei express no dissent, the middle-aged man's expression softened slightly, and he continued, Oh, is it that useless one? No. That's a treasure under Yi Qing's command. Xiao Fei shook his head and pointed at Chinyu. What is peculiar about this new trainer? The others looked at Xiao Fei in confusion, while he lowered his head, straining to recall something. After a moment, his eyes widened, and his mouth followed suit. It's him. It's really him. Big brother. Wait for me. What is going on, Xiao Fei? Who exactly is it? The middle-aged man, perplexed by Xiao Fei's sudden departure, felt a flicker of irritation at his abrupt exit. Meanwhile, Yi Qing and Mayer remained silent, standing quietly in place. Within 2 minutes, Xiao Fei rushed back in, a shoddy phone in hand. Big brother, take a look at this. He opened the phone, located a video, and pressed play. The clip was brief, lasting only about 5 minutes, but upon its conclusion, every face in the room, save for Xiao Fei's, was etched with shock. Xiao Fei. This time, the headquarters recommendation slot is yours. The middle-aged man, having recovered from his astonishment, enthusiastically patted Xiao Fei on the shoulder in approval. Yi Qing, too, exhibited an unexpected hue of emotion, turning to Xiao Fei and stating, this time, consider it a favor owed to you. Mayer, with wide eyes and her mouth slightly agape, seemed still entranced by the video, murmuring in disbelief. Do the new trainers today possess such audacity? Xiao Fei cautiously tucked away his phone, reflecting, fortunately, I remained vigilant in the past. The recommendation quota from headquarters is indeed mine. The content of that video turned out to be the footage of Chun Yu capturing a hornbud at the entrance of the national highway in Jeking City. Chapter 62. The Turmoil. This is utterly hilarious. How can there be such an amusing player? A player seated in a department store in Jeking City suddenly burst into laughter. The surrounding players, who had been preoccupied with their own tasks, turned their attention to him upon hearing his mirth. What is up with this guy? Why is he so cheerful all of a sudden? Exactly. What does it mean to be such a funny player? Please, share more details. Handsome, I implore you to share your story. I come here every day for work, and I'm nearly bored to death. As the laughing player noticed the gathering of curious onlookers, an inexplicable sense of being in the spotlight washed over him, and he quickly composed himself. I stumbled upon this by chance. Everyone can search for winning hearts with virtue on the forum. Forum? I had nearly forgotten about its existence. Indeed, my current favorite is the Pokémon League television channel and the Pokémon forum. I've nearly forgotten about everything else. Pokémon forum? What is that? Are all the new players this adorable? Haha. New players, you say? In the upper right corner of your character panel, there's an option labeled forum. Wow. There's such a feature. How did I not notice it before? The Pokémon City League forum has recently seen a wildly popular post emerge. A veteran player spotted on the streets of Jeking City, well-versed in league laws. Ultimately winning hearts with virtue. First floor, Fire Pincer Lu Ming. I've seen it. This post is bound to go viral. Let me jump in. What if it becomes popular? But alas, I was a second too late. I wager 50 cents that this season player is definitely an official. Goddess Junsha even apologized to him. I can't believe my goddess only gives me an apology. I'm with you. Goddess Junsha seems out of reach for me. My target remains Nurse Joy. Don't digress. Fire Pincer Lu Ming. What if it does become popular? This contradicts the strategy that Big Sister Sansong revealed. Shouldn't we tag Goddess Sansong? You fool, didn't you hear Miss Junsha say? Only those who deliberately send highly aggressive Pokémon to attack others will be apprehended. Do you understand up there? Idiots. The upstairs commenter is correct. Goddess Sansong spoke of disputes among novice trainers and did not mention Pokémon being involved in battles. Exactly. Did you not see that veteran player berating the novice fool later? It truly had me in stitches. What a champion of virtue. I have gained yet another idol. Previously, my idols were Qian Fan, Mu Jiang, Goddess Lu, Big Sister Sansong, and the infamous legend of the scoundrel. Someone upstairs actually knows about the scoundrel? Are they also a veteran player? I can't believe there are still people who remember the scoundrel. I thought everyone had forgotten him. The scoundrel? What a nostalgic name. Wasn't it said that he had retired from the game? What a pity. What a pity. Who is this scoundrel brother? I wonder, who might this esteemed figure be? To the two newcomers above, Scoundrel Brother is no mere deity. He is a legend from our Johto region. Alas, speaking of this legend evokes a sense of melancholy. I recall when the entirety of Goldenrod City surrounded Scoundrel Brother, all to witness his grandeur. Who would disagree? It was a veritable olive branch cast down by the goddess Lu herself. Ah, the memories. Wait a moment. What is going on upstairs? Speak up if you have something to say. No need for suspicion. Take a closer look at the demeanor and silhouette of this seasoned player. What is there to see? He is merely an old player, is he not? No, surely not. It cannot be. The poster's video must be a fabrication. Nonsense. It is all a lie. How could it possibly be him? Did he not retire from the game? This is impossible. The reason this post has gained such immense popularity is not solely due to the whimsical diversion it brings to our mundane lives, but rather because of the emergence of a legendary figure, Scoundrel Brother, a player who had vanished for a month, suddenly reappearing before a throng of gamers. And in such a comically theatrical manner. In an instant, this post ascended to the top of the Johto Alliance forum. The veteran players of Goldenrod City were ignited like a powder keg. They frantically commenced their search, a month prior. All players had converged in Goldenrod City to surround Scoundrel Brother, some to admire his prowess, others with ulterior motives. Regardless, nearly all veteran players engaged in a thorough search. Meanwhile, the new players found themselves in a state of utter confusion. Had these veterans lost their minds? Abandoning their jobs, neglecting to train their Pokémon, even halting their pursuits of the likes of Junsha and Joy, all in hopes of finding a player named Scoundrel Brother? No matter how formidable Scoundrel Brother may be. Could he surpass Jianfan? Could he rival Muxiang? Let alone the likes of the illustrious Sister Cancan, a top-tier player. The new players struggled to comprehend what could incite such fervor among the veterans. Yet, the old players paid no heed to the inquiries from the newcomers, in their eyes. The fewer who knew of Scoundrel Brother, the better, as it would aid their own ambitions. At this critical juncture, a shocking revelation emerged that stunned all veteran players. The illustrious player known for his benevolence, after resolving a dispute, unhesitatingly entered the winged gym of Goldenrod City. Boom. Goldenrod City was once again beset by a traffic jam. The once neglected Goldenrod Gym now found itself graced by visitors, likely drawn by the legendary figure from the Wind and Cloud Alliance. Is there a team heading to the Goldenrod Gym? There is no time for explanation. Hop on quickly. Where can I find the sightseeing vehicle, brother? Hurry. Take me along. Handsome. Give me a ride. My little sister works at the department store and gets discounts on purchases. Hee. Don't rush. Don't shove. 5 Alliance coins for a seat. What the heck? Is this a robbery? Does that scoundrel still charge for this? Do you think it's just a glimpse of animals? A sightseeing vehicle? Exactly. Just drive me there. The sightseeing vehicle can swiftly reach the Orange Blossom Gym. The quicker we arrive at the gym, the greater the chance to interact with that scoundrel. If you're not getting on, then get off. Brother, hurry and drive. I'll give you 5 Alliance coins. Similar situations erupted instantly in Orange Blossom City, all involving seasoned players with very few newcomers, whether sprinting or opting for transport. The goal remained the same, to encounter that scoundrel as soon as possible. This was merely the state of affairs in Orange Blossom City. However, in other regions of the Johto League, even in Pine Town, there was only a mild reaction before returning to tranquility. It seemed they paid little attention to this news. To them, he was just a scoundrel. Perhaps a month ago, he was a figure of renown, and even if he had momentarily captured the favor of the goddess Lu, it was merely luck. A legend that had vanished for a month? Could it still be considered a legend? Apart from the veteran players in Orange Blossom City, the response from the other regions of the Johto League appeared rather subdued. Not long after, the Pokémon League's television station announced significant news. Chapter 63, The Bounty of Orange Blossom City. The Pokémon League's television station, which became immensely popular among players a month after its launch, offered a refreshing alternative to the original system forums, especially for new players who preferred tuning into the broadcasts. After Chen Yu's whereabouts were revealed, veteran players in Orange Blossom City surrounded the gym, fervently hoping to catch a glimpse of Chen Yu's prowess. Meanwhile, the central screen on the streets of Orange Blossom City commenced the midday news broadcast punctually. New players eagerly anticipated this moment. For news from the Pokémon League's television station was a delightful spectacle. I adore watching the beautiful Miss Rico. She is far more stunning than any celebrity in reality. A player exclaimed, gazing up at the figure on the large screen. Haha, this brother is right. Miss Rico's voice is exceptionally gentle. Look, the idol Agia is also appearing. Wait, today we can actually see Agia co-hosting the news with Miss Rico? Haha, quick, record this moment. Agia sharing the stage with the goddess is a once-in-a-century occurrence. Not only in Orange Blossom City, but nearly all new players in the Johto League felt a surge of excitement. Agia is also a player, but through his own abilities. He has gradually risen to the forefront of the television station, earning acclaim for his handsome appearance and humble demeanor. As soon as Agia made his debut, he quickly garnered a legion of fans among players. The whispers of a budding romance between Agia and Miss Lizzie circulated, captivating the players' imaginations. Earlier, a guide released by a prominent figure revealed that the game features a marriage system, allowing players to wed not only other players, but also characters within the game. This revelation sparked a wave of enthusiasm surrounding in-game marriages, leading many hopeful players to wish for a union between Agia and Lizzie, though the two seldom appeared together on screen. Welcome to Chengdu Express. I am your old friend Lizzie. Today, we are joined by a new friend, Agia. Hello everyone. I am Agia. It is an honor to share the stage with Miss Lizzie today. Today's content on Chengdu Express is somewhat special and may carry a heavier tone. As Agia concluded his statement, curiosity piqued among the players watching. Hasn't Chengdu Express always been supported by Miss Lizzie? Why would Agia mention something heavy? Has something significant occurred? Agia, a professional broadcaster for the Little Spirit League, had players wondering if something major had transpired within the league. They were eager to discover what would unfold next. I believe Miss Lizzie is familiar with Jiking City, correct? Of course. It is a city enveloped by a forest of trees. Just last year, I traveled there with my best friend. Then Miss Lizzie must also be aware of the special regulations in Jiking City? Yes, someone mentioned those to me before. They are indeed rather unique. Special regulations in Jiking City? I have never heard of such a thing. As the dialogue unfolded on screen, players were momentarily taken aback. Particularly those situated in Jiking City, who leaned in with heightened anticipation for Agia's next words. Longtime players at the Jiking Gym also began to tune into Chengdu Express, as waiting for the notorious player to challenge the gym required time, and the waiting game could be tedious. So even the lovely Lizzie is aware. I was hoping to keep it a secret. Agia, behave yourself. We are live. When players heard Agia teasing Lizzie during the live broadcast, they erupted with excitement. Well done, Agia. That was brilliant. Have they started calling each other by name? Surely, there is something more between them. It seems we may soon be showered with love-struck moments. Are they not already showering us with such moments? Just as players reveled in Agia's playful banter with Lizzie, he dropped a bombshell. According to the regulations in Jiking City, aside from individuals with special authorization from the Hornbud Tower, no one is permitted to capture or tame Hornbuds without permission, or they will face legal consequences. What? Does such legislation exist in Celadon City? Why has no one ever mentioned it? Budu? What kind of sprite is that? The players held their breath, their eyes glued to the screen of the Celadon Daily. Indeed, When Rico first heard of this regulation, she too found it hard to believe. However, upon learning about the existence of the Budu Tower, Rico comprehended the purpose of this legislation. For over 50 years, not a single individual has contravened it. Moreover, the Budus surrounding Celadon City have predominantly made their way into the Budu Tower, rendering wild Budus a rare sight in the city. Agia was correct. The Budu Tower not only provides an excellent habitat for the Budus, but also elevates the status of the monks, garnering high recognition from the League. Now, does Rico understand why I am here as a guest on the Celadon Daily today? Is it related to the regulations of Celadon City? Rico is indeed astute. This morning, the Celadon City Pokémon Police Department assigned me a task, but before revealing it, let us first watch a segment of footage. The screen abruptly switched to a remarkably clear video. In the footage, the background was pitch black, indicating that the events transpired in the dead of night. Yet, the surroundings were ablaze with intense light, allowing players to clearly witness each moment. A novice player, clad in a standard league tracksuit, commanded a bird-like Pokémon to attack a yellow-headed sprite. Throughout the encounter, the yellow-headed sprite was almost entirely subdued. Pidgey, if the Budu breaks free from its Pokeball, immediately unleash a hurricane. As this statement echoed from the video, the audience of players grasped a crucial detail. The bird-like sprite was named Pidgey, while the yellow-headed sprite was identified as Budu. Ultimately, the Pokeball ceased its trembling, and Budu was successfully captured by the novice trainer. With the video abruptly coming to a close, upon witnessing this conclusion, all players were struck by a singular thought. So this is what the Budu mentioned in the regulations of Celadon City looks like. Wait, Budu? What? That little sprite is Budu? The video may have been brief, but in those fleeting 5 minutes, it sufficiently jolted the players. New trainers in Celadon City were left dumbfounded. Players of the Johto League watching the Celadon Daily were equally astonished. Veteran trainers lingering at the entrance of the Celadon Gym were also left in a stupor. This was not merely footage, it was irrefutable evidence documenting a crime scene. A clear and compelling record of a novice trainer's illicit act. I trust everyone has viewed this footage. Indeed, it is evident that this is not just a video, but rather, it serves as evidence of a novice trainer capturing a wild Budu at the entrance of the National Road in Celadon City. As he spoke, Ajay paused for a moment, then continued with measured words. According to the clues obtained by the police of Jeka City, they have essentially identified the suspect. Now, the Jeka City police have issued a wanted notice. Upon finishing his statement, Ajay, seemingly well-prepared, retrieved a wanted poster with a crimson seal from beneath the table before him. Astonishingly, this poster bore the photograph of Chun Yu. Name: Chun Mao. Occupation: novice trainer. Hometown: Hiba Town. Johto region. Crime: capturing wild Budu within the jurisdiction of Jeka City. Note: anyone reporting Chun Mao or providing relevant information will be eligible for a special reward from the Jeka City Police. Ding. Having witnessed the Jeka City Police's wanted notice, a cooperative task has now been issued to the players. Report or provide clues about the suspect to the local authorities. Task reward: 1,000 Alliance coins, 5 prestige points in the Johto Alliance. Title: Distinguished Citizen of Jeka City. Task note: if the information provided is a duplicate, only the first reporter will receive the reward. At the moment Ajay unveiled the wanted notice, all players and onlookers were greeted with the system notification sound. Boom. Jeka City erupted. The Johto Alliance was thrown into chaos. 1,000 Alliance coins, prestige points, and a title that had never been revealed before. Triggering a quest merely by watching a television program? How many people were experiencing their first quest activation? How many had heard that notification sound for the very first time? And how many were witnessing such generous rewards for a task? Consequently, players began desperately recalling any information regarding this Chun Mao. Some players frantically scrutinized every novice trainer in their vicinity, while others even resorted to violence over elusive rumors. Arguments, brawls, and Pokémon battles erupted in abundance. It can be said that the entire Johto region, after watching the Johto Express, descended into chaos. However, not all areas of the Johto region were in disarray. There existed a place where not a single argument could be heard, not even the slightest noise. The only sound discernible was the collective choking of players' throats. The Jeka Gym, which had only piqued the interest of veteran players, was suddenly overflowing with newcomers who had previously scoffed at it. Countless individuals stood in a daze, gazing at the towering structure. No one dared to utter a word. They held their breath, fixated on the entrance of the tower. In their minds, one thought prevailed. The person being sought, that Chun Mao, was none other than the infamous scoundrel. Chapter 64. The gym battle in the spotlight again, miss. Here is the latest update. Please take a look. Zheng Bo handed a freshly printed stack of documents to Lu Qingyi. After a cursory glance at the document, Lu Qingyi furrowed her brows and murmured to herself, "In the past month, I have scoured Jiejing City to no avail. I never anticipated that you would elude me in such a manner." The woman's melancholy was not always a source of sympathy. At this moment, Lu Qingyi's sorrow remained unacknowledged. Not for lack of desire, but because no one had ever been fortunate enough to witness her despondency, let alone offer solace. A faint sorrow lingered in Lu Qingyi's expression, an emotion she desperately wished to dispel but found impossible to shake off. Seeing her in this state, Uncle Zeng felt a twinge of pain in his heart and gently reminded her, "Miss, do you still harbor thoughts of this gym? You are set to challenge the 4th gym tomorrow. You cannot afford any distractions." Uncle Zeng, throughout my life, I have only lost to 2 individuals, one being Qianlan, and the other being this Chun. Do you have any idea how much I yearn for him? Yet, I have searched for him for an entire month, 1 whole month. If any outsiders were present, they would be utterly astonished by Lu Qingyi's uncharacteristic display of emotion. This legendary Ice Queen was, in fact, losing her composure over a man. Observing her distress, Uncle Zeng had many suggestions to offer, but he chose to suppress them, silently watching Lu Qingyi. "Uncle Zeng, I apologize. I know I should not be acting this way. I understand what I must do now. This Qin may still hold some value, but he is not worth the considerable effort to retrieve, and it is uncertain whether he can even be salvaged. Please instruct the others to withdraw." Lu Qingyi's words regained their former tone, now laced with a hint of resolute determination. Uncle Zeng did not respond, but nodded slowly before departing, leaving Lu Qingyi to contemplate these matters in solitude, or perhaps to calmly devise her strategy for the challenge ahead. Enumerating the 5 great crimes of the scoundrel Chun. 1. After winning his first gym battle, he hoarded strategies for future victories. 2. As a focal player, he maliciously lured novice players onto the path of ruin late at night toward the Alliance Road. 3. After a month-long hiatus from the game, he resorted to exploiting novice players' ignorance of Alliance laws to elevate his own status. 4. Despite being well-versed in Jiejing City's regulations, he brazenly captured wild Budu at the entrance of the National Road. 5. Audaciously, he committed egregious offenses yet shamelessly challenged the Jiejing Gym. Not long after, a post surged in popularity on the Chengdu Forum. This time, not only veteran players took notice, but even new players, who seldom frequented the forum, flocked to it and opened the post. Coincidentally, the author of this post was none other than the infamous paparazzo, who had also vanished for a month due to the scoundrel incident. Naturally, this became a battleground for players once again. "Table Master Who, it has been an eternity since we last saw you. This time, you re-emerge into the limelight, only to be defeated by me for first blood. How does that make you feel? Since ancient times, the first floor has often been a place of contention. I, a mere novice, am reluctantly attempting to seize a spot on the 2nd floor. Has the table been newly adorned? Huh, I knew it would pertain to that scoundrel brother. No, he should now be referred to as Chun. Alas, the formidable reputation of the table has considerably waned in comparison to yesteryears. Enough said. I shall leave my mark here. Who knows what may arise from it? After a month's wait, I have finally glimpsed the table's expos on the scoundrel brother. Perhaps there was misinformation previously? The table has deleted all posts regarding the scoundrel brother, and this is a fresh thread. Moreover, I must say, the content in this post by the table is beyond reproach. These 5 grave misdeeds are evident to us all. I support the sentiments expressed above. Although I may have misunderstood the table in the past, I now find myself aligning once more with the table. Indeed, ultimately, the scoundrel brother is truly a ne'er-do-well. Who are you cursing, you lowlife? Did your mother never teach you how to communicate respectfully? Please refrain from using foul language in your critiques. I simply cannot fathom the relationship between you and that fool from the table. I had no intention of resorting to insults and hoarding walkthroughs. Do you believe others owe you something? To the brother above, I must chime in as well. 1 month ago, the table was foolish, and 1 month later, he remains unrepentant. There must be limits to slandering others. Indeed, though I am tempted to report the scoundrel brother, after reading this post, I find myself uncertain about what to say. Still trampling over others to elevate oneself? The scoundrel brother has never resorted to violence. He relies on virtue to win others over. Are you not thinking straight? Let us not stir up chaos. Do you truly intend to report the scoundrel brother? Reporting? The doors of the police station in Jiejing City are nearly being trampled. Few veteran players go to the police station. It is mostly the newcomers, for the task rewards are simply too enticing. I concur with the sentiment. However, we veteran players understand that this may be our last opportunity to see the scoundrel brother. Who can deny it? Chun is to be judged. And I believe that Miss Junsha will arrive in just a few minutes. To hell with the task rewards. All I want is my husband. I do not care who can assist my husband. I promise a generous reward. The individual above must be a fan of Chun. Alas, sympathy, sympathy. City Times has barely broadcasted, and within 10 minutes, the urgent wails of police sirens echoed through Jike City. The players at the Jike dojo heard it particularly well, as the sirens grew louder, seemingly drawing nearer. Indeed, not long after, approximately 3 police cars halted before the dojo. A throng clad in the uniforms of the small Pokémon League swiftly exited their vehicles, nearly everyone accompanied by a police Pokémon, Arcanine, Electrode, and even the electric-type Plusle and Minun from the Hoenn region. As the final police car came to a halt, a strikingly perfect woman swiftly emerged, none other than Miss Junsha from Juku City. Accompanying her was her remarkably impressive canine, Katie. Junsha, this is the Juku Gym. Based on the clues from those novice trainers, the suspect Chun is currently challenging the Juku Gym. Should we dispatch personnel to apprehend him immediately? Inquired a rather handsome young officer named Yin Wei. Miss Junsha furrowed her brow slightly and replied, Comrade Yin Wei, Chun is a suspect, not a criminal. Please be mindful of your wording. Mr. ASU is still within the Flying Wing Gym. Everyone, remain on standby. Ding. Due to Officer Yin Wei's remarks, Miss Junsha felt a sense of aversion, resulting in a decrease of 8 in her favorability. Upon hearing Junsha's reprimand, Yin Wei was momentarily taken aback, his expression somewhat dazed. Then, a surge of anger erupted within him, and he began to curse Chun Yu vehemently. Damn it. That scoundrel should stay locked up in the gym for life. Otherwise, I'll make him pay. The veteran players observed the arrival of the Juku City police, and given the evident determination to capture the scoundrel, many felt a pang of nostalgia. A player once hailed as a legend was on the verge of becoming a prisoner. The veteran players had long maintained their silence, and the sight of the police only deepened their resolve to remain quiet, either watching the unfolding drama with a sense of detachment or anxiously worrying for Chun Yu. Meanwhile, in other regions of the Johto Alliance, upon realizing that Chun was the infamous scoundrel, there were waves of condemnation. Why isn't that useless bum appearing in Yuanju City? My alliance coins, my prestige, my titles. That scoundrel truly is a disgrace. On the brink of imprisonment, and he still can't contribute anything to me. My quest rewards are wasted. Lucky for the players in Juku City. After a month away from the game, he is still here. I swear, if I see that bastard, he will owe me for my quest losses. In nearly every corner of the Johto Alliance, the scoundrel was subjected to fierce criticism. The reason was simple, in a sense. Their quests had concluded from the very beginning. Yet, in the end, both veteran and novice players alike, even some onlookers, were fixated on the entrance of the Juku Gym, eagerly anticipating the appearance of the scoundrel and the subsequent developments. At that moment, nearly all attention in Juku City was directed towards the Juku Gym. Inside the battle arena of the Juku Gym, ASU and Chun Yu were not engaged in Pokémon battles as one might expect. Instead, they were leisurely seated on a bench, engrossed in conversation. Chapter 65. The battle begins. Haha. I knew that Brad Abai would be unwilling to accept defeat. If I were in his shoes, I would find it hard to come to terms with losing to a Pidgey under those circumstances. ASU chuckled while giving Chun Yu a friendly pat on the shoulder, his mind conjuring images of the moment the Scyther was defeated. It was merely luck. Pure luck, Chun Yu humbly responded. However, after such a lengthy discourse, do you truly not wish to know the contents of the letter that Abai sent me a month ago? It primarily concerns you. Asu suddenly altered his tone, his gaze fixed intently on Chun Yu. I presumed this to be a private matter between you and Mr. Abai, thus I refrained from inquiring further. Chun Yu replied with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing Chun Yu's response, Asu smiled appreciatively but then abruptly adopted a questioning expression. Lehman claims you are his disciple? Asu's gaze sharpened, and Chun Yu sensed a resemblance to the piercing look of Bai Bai Niao. Certainly, Chun Yu replied with considerable confidence. He gave you his onyx. Asu inquired once more. Indeed, we made an exchange. Very well, I shall refrain from asking how you acquired your Bidu. However, since you possess an onyx, are you prepared to face the challenge? Ding. Player Chun Yu has triggered a battle at the Kiri City Gym. The rules are as follows. 1. Both sides will engage in a battle of 22 Pokémon, during which the player may swap Pokémon, but the gym leader cannot. 2. Should the player fail the challenge, they may not challenge the same gym again for a week. 3. Players must not disclose any information regarding battles within the gym. Failure to comply will result in a 1-year ban from participating in the Alliance Festival. During the battle, healing items are prohibited. 5. Players may choose to forfeit at any time. Note, the system has detected that the challenging player is a novice trainer. Therefore, the gym will send out Pokémon of equivalent level. Due to special circumstances, Player Chunyu has directly triggered a hidden battle task at the Kiri Gym. Accept. The player will battle 2 powerful Pokémon. Decline. The player will battle 2 ordinary Pokémon. Rewards unknown. Penalties unknown. As this is a specially initiated task, the player cannot refuse. The system automatically deems it accepted. What the heck? Is this truly fair? As soon as Asu mentioned Onyx, and barely a moment later, Chunyu sensed that something was amiss. He never anticipated that a hidden battle would be triggered. The reason for this activation is rather convoluted. Asu and Lehman must be acquainted and quite familiar with one another, otherwise Lehman would not have readily agreed to deliver the letter. Moreover, the exchange of Onyx for Budu has been openly discussed. Yet, Chunyu deemed these details insignificant. He yearned to scream at Asu. It's all a misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding. My Onyx has long since been traded for a Vulpix. Vulpix does not hold a type advantage against flying-type Pokémon. Is there any possibility of reverting to an ordinary battle task? Naturally, such words were not to be uttered aloud. Instead, they echoed silently within his mind. In truth, what troubled Chunyu most was not whether he could succeed in this hidden battle task, but rather the cursed uncertainty surrounding the task's rewards. Chunyu distinctly recalled that in his previous life, the most frustrating hidden battle task in the Chengdu Alliance undoubtedly belonged to the Jukyo Gym. Other gyms, upon completing their hidden battles, offered rewards such as high-level items or advanced skill learning methods, with some even presenting rare artifacts. However, the Jukyo Gym's hidden battle task reward was merely fragments of evolution stones. Indeed, these were the very evolution stone fragments that every player inevitably received in their novice gift boxes. Chunyu cast a helpless glance at ASU, feeling somewhat speechless. Is there a problem? ASU inquired, noticing Chunyu's gaze. No problem at all, Mr. ASU. Shall we commence the battle? Very well, as you wish. After uttering these words, ASU let out a soft whistle, and a middle-aged man clad in a referee's uniform leisurely emerged from an unknown location. The Jukyo Gym was indeed beyond description. After sufficiently venting his frustrations, Chunyu's gaze settled upon the nocturnal owl, and his mindset gradually returned to a state of calm. He understood that his sole advantage was the extensive experience he had amassed from over 900 episodes of Pokémon and the Pokémon games on Earth. Victories in Pokémon battles were not solely reliant on type advantages and formidable skills. Each encounter necessitated maintaining one's optimum state. Even though he was aware that a flying-type Pokémon would undoubtedly be deployed, Chunyu's confidence in his victory was still rather meager. In contrast, ASU, noticing Chunyu's focus, smiled slightly and chose not to say more. He simply retrieved a Pokeball from his waist. Come forth, Noctowl. With a flash of white light, a brown-hued Pokémon appeared in the expansive battlefield. Its abdomen bore 6 downward-pointing brown triangular symbols. Its beak and the tips of its wings were a soft pink. And upon evolution, it developed 2 beige claws and 3 toes on each foot. The most captivating feature of the Noctowl was its eyes, which consisted of 4 layers, beige, black, white, and red, from the outermost to the innermost. At the sight of the Noctowl, Chunyu felt a wave of unease wash over him. Having mingled in the Pokémon community on Earth for so long, he was acutely aware that the Noctowl was one of ASU's main Pokémon. Was it truly the case that such a formidable opponent was deployed right from the outset? Was there no mercy to be found? Noctowl, rare, type. Flying the Noctowl typically emerges during the late night. They prefer to build their nests in the woods of forests. Indeed, it was a typical flying-type Pokémon. After consulting his Pokédex for information on Noctowl, Chunyu made his decision to send out Pidgey for the first battle. The teddy bear Pokémon was a normal type and had no type advantage against flying types, and its speed was significantly inferior compared to ASU's main Pokémon. Most importantly, the bear cub currently possesses only melee skills, making it exceedingly difficult to gain any advantage in this battle. As for the Ninetales, its presence in this confrontation is utterly unwarranted. Generally, a regular Ninetales could participate, but the one exchange from Nanako Yuki is an exception. This particular Ninetales bears a curse attribute, with special attacks infused with ghostly elements. The Noctowl, being a normal and flying-type Pokémon, is impervious to ghost-type moves. Chunyu found himself quite troubled by this predicament. After much deliberation, he decided to call forth Pidgey. Come forth, Pidgey. With a flash of white light, Pidgey emerged onto the battlefield. Your Pidgey has been raised exceptionally well. Abai commented. You are not merely an inexperienced trainer. The moment Asu set his gaze upon Chunyu's Pidgey, his attention was immediately captivated. Every feather and the sharp aura emanating from Pidgey were flawless. It was even on par with the Pidgey he himself had raised. As a master of raising flying-type Pokémon, observing them had become second nature to Asu. Thus, He offered his unreserved admiration to both Pidgey and Chunyu. Ding. As your Pidgey earned a Su's acknowledgement, his affinity towards you increased by 5. Chunyu, upon hearing the notification chime, nodded slightly, momentarily setting aside a Su's goodwill to focus intently on the 2 Pokémon in the arena. With the referee's whistle signaling the start, the battle at the Kaiki Gym was finally underway. Chapter 66. The despairing first clash Noctowl, detect. As the whistle blew, a Su decisively issued his command, instructing Noctowl to utilize its most fundamental skill. Detect? Why this move? Even as a probing tactic, this choice seems ill-conceived. Chunyu refrained from hastily responding with a command, instead calmly contemplating the strategy that lay ahead, perplexed by Noctowl's action. There was not even the intention to have Pidgey evade. In Chunyu's understanding, the detect move allows attacks that would normally be ineffective against ghost-type Pokémon to hit, or increases accuracy against evasive Pokémon. Pidgey, being neither a ghost-type nor having executed any evasive maneuvers, left Chunyu wondering about his Su's intent. He did not command an evasion, nor did Pidgey exhibit any inclination to dodge. Are you not going to have your Pidgey evade? A Su inquired, surprised by Chunyu's reaction. Generally, there's no escaping a detect move, especially not from Mr. Su's Noctowl. Chunyu responded calmly, yet still refrained from issuing any commands, allowing Pidgey to remain suspended in midair. As ASU beheld Chunyu, he refrained from directing BB Bird, a flicker of curiosity briefly igniting within him, only to be swiftly quelled. In ASU's perspective, the battle had already commenced. Hooting Night Eagle, use hypnosis. He commanded. Quickly, BB Bird, ascend as high as you can. No sooner had Chunyu's words left his lips than BB Bird began to flap its wings vigorously, soaring into the sky. Upon hearing ASU's command, Chunyu was momentarily taken aback. What kind of strategy was this? As a formally recognized gym leader of the Alliance, such unscrupulous tactics seemed unfathomable. If Chunyu had previously been uncertain of ASU's intentions, the moment hypnosis was employed by Hooting Night Eagle, clarity dawned upon him. From the outset, ASU had no intention of launching a direct attack. Rather, he aimed to probe the opponent's defenses, and the method of probing was none other than hypnosis itself. The preceding move, which had seemingly exposed Chunyu's strategy, was merely a prelude to facilitate the execution of hypnosis, for flying-type Pokémon possess a naturally high evasion rate. As a master of flying types, ASU undoubtedly comprehended this principle deeply. Thus, with a mere gesture, he not only gauged his opponent's reaction but also enhanced the accuracy of BB Bird's subsequent moves. How remarkable it was that a master of flying types had such profound insights into the nuances of these Pokémon. Chunyu felt a surge of urgency. Should hypnosis succeed, BB Bird would be at an immediate disadvantage upon landing. His only hope lay in BB Bird climbing higher and evading the reach of hypnosis. A faint yellow aura emanated from Hooting Night Eagle's eyes, swiftly advancing toward BB Bird. Though the yellow ring traveled rapidly, BB Bird ascended even more swiftly. Moments later, the yellow aura could no longer rise higher. BB Bird had successfully evaded the hypnosis. Observing BB Bird's evasion, ASU could not help but express his admiration. Clever strategy. And BB Bird's potential is commendable. How about a Pokémon exchange after the match? Apologies, but BB Bird is my first Pokémon, and it's time for me to strike back. BB Bird, unleash Hurricane. Chunyu had no intention of parting with either BB Bird or Cubchoo. One was his initial Pokémon, and the other was the first he had captured. He held profound sentiments for both, and they both possessed formidable strength in later stages. There was no way he would easily trade them away. Upon hearing Chunyu's new command, BB Bird promptly executed the familiar Hurricane move. ASU watched the tornado sweep toward Hooting Night Eagle, a smirk gracing his lips as he softly instructed, Hooting Night Eagle, use Quick Attack. Quick Attack. This is outrageous. How could this be countered? To allow Hooting Night Eagle to master Quick Attack was truly astonishing. Upon hearing ASU's command, Chunyu's expression shifted. Quick Attack was essentially an infallible move. Moreover, the Owl Nighthawk seeks to master the skill of Yanfan, relying solely on learned techniques rather than innate talent. To employ Yanfan against the Fierce Storm? How familiar? Chunyu felt an overwhelming sense of recognition, pondering, could this move possibly have been taught by me? The Blood Exchange Tactic. This strategy is evidently designed to enhance accuracy through sacrifice. Undoubtedly, the damage inflicted by the Fierce Storm surpasses that of Yanfan by a significant margin. With Yanfan's near-certain hit rate combined with the Blood Exchange strategy, evasion seems utterly futile. Indeed, in the arena, the Owl Nighthawk transformed into a streak of white light. initially soaring through the air in a graceful arc before swiftly plunging into the heart of the fierce storm. Without question, the Owl Nighthawk endured the full force of the assault. Moments later, the white light emerged from the tempest, showing no signs of hesitation, and charged directly towards BB Bird. BB Bird, as Chunyu observed the Owl Nighthawk advancing, a wave of anxiety surged within him. For every Pokémon experiences a brief moment of stillness after executing a move, a phenomenon known in earthly terms as the casting delay. The duration of this stillness varies according to the Pokémon's innate potential. By employing the blood exchange tactic, one can seize the opportunity to strike swiftly during this moment of vulnerability. Fully aware of this, Chunyu could not help but feel concerned for BB Bird. He watched as the Owl Nighthawk appeared before BB Bird, then, like a specter, executed a beautiful arc and circled around to its rear. Bang! A flash of white light grazed BB Bird's back. Yanfan struck true, and the entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, even amidst the chaos of the fierce storm. Without a hint of interruption, in their first encounter, the Owl Nighthawk held a significant advantage. What to do? Without an electric or rock-type Pokémon, the Owl Nighthawk is indeed a formidable adversary. Unlike the circumstances at the Cypress Gym in the current battle, Chunyu could not discern a glimmer of hope for a turnaround. Even if another move were executed, the outcome might remain unchanged. BB Bird's condition in the arena was evidently worse than that of the Owl Nighthawk, with a visible abrasion on its back. Chunyu raced to devise a strategy. Reflecting on the vast array of over 900 Pokémon and the mechanics of the games, what solutions might exist to address this predicament? Anxiety. Worry. Are you surprised that the Owl Nighthawk can utilize Yanfan? ASU interjected suddenly. It is indeed astonishing, but having come this far, one must be prepared for defeat. Moreover, it is a privilege to engage in battle with Mr. ASU's Owl Nighthawk. Chunyu suppressed his inner turmoil, striving to maintain an air of calmness. Observing Chunyu's demeanor, ASU began to realize that Enbai was correct. Remaining composed in such a situation truly signifies an exceptional new trainer. If Chunyu were aware of ASU's inner thoughts, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "I am not exceptional in the slightest. It is all a fade, a complete misunderstanding. Please, grant me a challenge of ordinary difficulty." Time had already elapsed for several seconds, and prolonging the stalemate would only exacerbate BB Bird's disadvantage. Yet, Chunyu had yet to conceive a flawless resolution. Was there truly no alternative but to resort to that one tactic? However, the sprite would prove to be even more formidable than the Night Owl. Yet, if such a course were not taken, BB Bird would inevitably succumb to defeat. Regardless, he resolved to execute that move and swiftly made his decision. BB Bird, use Whirlwind. Following his contemplation, Chunyu promptly issued the command to BB Bird. With a piercing cry, BB Bird summoned a violent tempest from its sharp beak. The storm was so forceful that it surged toward the Night Owl with tremendous might. The Night Owl, caught off guard, was unable to evade the fierce gale and gradually became enveloped in a crimson glow, ultimately retreating into ASU's Pokeball. As the Night Owl was recalled, a dazzling white light suddenly illuminated the arena. The Whirlwind skill, it exchanged opponents, compelling the opposing backup Pokémon to enter the fray. As ASU observed Chunyu's audacious decision to employ Whirlwind with BB Bird, he was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. After a brief pause, he spoke to Chunyu in a tone laced with intrigue. "You truly possess creative ideas, but should one label this move as clever or?" ASU's words trailed off as the radiant light began to dissipate. Upon recognizing the newly summoned Pokémon, Chunyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld a familiar silhouette on the battlefield. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to BB Bird. Save for the alternating yellow and white plumage atop its head and its vividly crimson tail, the resplendent wings and piercing gaze exuded an undeniable regal aura. Chunyu choked back a gasp, murmuring in astonishment, "Pidgeot." Chapter 67. The emergence of Ninetales. Upon confirming the identity of Pidgeot, a sudden inclination to concede arose within Chunyu. Even when facing Abai's flying scyther, he had never entertained such a thought. Yet the commanding presence radiating from Pidgeot was undeniably demoralizing. Pidgeot was undoubtedly the linchpin of ASU's team, the Pokémon that had likely consumed the most time and effort in training. Moreover, if it were indeed the Pidgeot bequeathed by ASU's father, the outcome of this battle would be a foregone conclusion. Although Chunyu endeavored to maintain an air of composure, his internal turmoil was far more intricate than during his encounter with the Night Owl. ASU, noting Chunyu's instinctive utterance of Pidgeot's name, could not help but express his admiration once more. "Oh, you recognized Pidgeot without the aid of a Pokédex? Or perhaps you have studied the evolution line of BB-Bird. Nevertheless, to identify Pidgeot at first glance marks you as a novice trainer who has evidently devoted considerable effort. As ASU proudly gazed upon the battlefield, his confidence radiated from his expression while he observed his Pidgeot. However, he questioned, "Are you truly intending to pit Pidgey against Pidgeot?" With a shift in focus, ASU directed all attention to the two Pokémon in the arena, casting a questioning glance at Chinyu. Was it wise to have Pidgey battle its evolved form? Although such an encounter could provide Pidgey with invaluable lessons, it would also etch indelible impressions in its psyche, impressions that were certainly not favorable. In severe circumstances, this could even hinder Pidgey's future evolution. It was imperative that Pidgey not face Pidgeot. After careful consideration, Chinyu resolved to withdraw Pidgey and send forth another Pokémon. "Thank you for your hard work, Pidgey." After recalling Pidgey into its Pokeball, Chinyu took 2 deep breaths and gently patted his cheeks. "Utilize your Onix, or perhaps you have an electric-type Pokémon. Otherwise, this wing badge cannot simply be handed to you." Upon witnessing Chunyu's withdrawal of Pidgey, ASU nodded slightly. Simultaneously, he thought, "Abai, allow me to see just how formidable your champion potential truly is." After a third deep breath, Chinyu produced the Pokeball containing Vulpix, holding it momentarily before gazing intently at it. "Though our time together has been brief, I have faith in you. Therefore, I entrust this battle to you." Following his declaration, and under ASU's watchful gaze, Chinyu released Vulpix from its Pokeball. A sound emerged, a deep, almost indescribable tone, far lower than that of a wolf, yet strikingly sharp. It's not Onix." ASU was taken aback. The silhouette enveloped in white light unmistakably indicated that it could not possibly be Onix. Moreover, this situation was unprecedented. The Pokémon had not fully emerged before its voice was heard, which typically indicated one of 2 scenarios: either a wild Pokémon yet to shed its primal instincts, or an exceptionally talented Pokémon. Regardless of the circumstance, such traits were not expected from a novice trainer's Pokémon. Intrigued, ASU fixated his gaze on the figure shrouded in white light, eager to discover the identity of this peculiar Pokémon. As the brilliance dissipated, a small, quadrupedal creature resembling a fox materialized. Its reddish-brown fur, brown eyes devoid of pupils, and 6 curled tails were striking. Vulpix? ASU pondered uncertainly. But where could such a Vulpix possibly exist? Among its 6 tails, only 2 were orange, while the remaining 4 were a deep purple. Furthermore, what was the significance of the purple scar-like mark adorning its forehead? The most perplexing aspect is why this Vulpix is surrounded by a faint purple flame upon its emergence. ASU was astonished. Even a shiny Pokémon should not evoke such an uncanny situation. Is this Vulpix truly what it claims to be? ASU was not alone in his astonishment. Even Chinyu found it hard to believe that this Vulpix was in such a peculiar state. When Chinyu acquired this cursed Vulpix, he had rushed straight to the Pokémon Center for healing and then eagerly proceeded to challenge the gym, leaving no time to release the Vulpix or to ascertain its true appearance. Yet, the purple tail, the lavender scar on its forehead, and the accompanying purple flame. Could this truly be a shiny Vulpix? Chinyu glanced at his Pokémon panel once more, and indeed, it was unmistakably a Vulpix. This time, he felt he had struck gold. Any notions of a faint purple-tinged Kadabra could be banished. This Vulpix was the true reward of the quest. A deep purple potential shiny Vulpix. With certainty brewing within him, Chinyu's heart swelled with joy. Perhaps this gym battle could indeed culminate in victory. Witnessing Vulpix's striking entrance revitalized the morale that had waned against the previous Pidgeot, instilling an unusual confidence in him. "Wait, is this an anomalous Vulpix?" ASU inquired uncertainly of Chinyu. "Indeed, it is a remarkably special Vulpix," Chinyu affirmed confidently. For reasons unknown, a wave of anxiety surged within ASU. He had previously believed that if Chinyu utilized Lehman's Onix, victory in this battle would be assured. However, upon seeing this Vulpix, ASU hesitated. He had never encountered a Pokémon in such a state. Wait, an anomalous Vulpix? Such a super-rare Pokémon is difficult for even seasoned trainers to locate and capture. How did this novice trainer come by it? ASU's thoughts drifted to even more astonishing possibilities, causing his lips to curve into an involuntary smile. His gaze suddenly fixed intently on Chinyu, as if he sought to peer into the very essence of him. Perhaps sensing something, Vulpix emitted a cry toward Chinyu. This singular sound jolted both Chinyu and ASU from their astonishment, reminding them that they were still engaged in a Pokémon battle. "Chinyu, after this match, you must share every detail with me," ASU urged, clearing his throat as his expression gradually regained composure, now infused with a spark of determination. "Of course, but only after I claim the wing badge," Chinyu replied grandly, his tone brimming with confidence, the earlier negativity completely vanquished. Desire the wing badge? Then let us see what you've got. Pidgeot, use air slash. With a powerful flap of its wings, Pidgeot unleashed a blade of air that seemed capable of slicing through the very atmosphere, hurtling directly towards Ninetales. I can't believe it. A high-level move. After expressing his disdain for ASU's shameless tactics, Chinyu promptly issued a command to Ninetales. However, to his astonishment, Ninetales expelled a surge of violet flames even before he could finish his order, intercepting the oncoming air blade. Bang! The bizarre sparks from Ninetales collided with Pidgeot's air slash in midair, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Dark smoke swirled and dust filled the air. Chapter 68. Ninetales and ASU. How is this possible? ASU was taken aback to witness Pidgeot's air slash being nullified by Ninetales sparks. The air slash was a high-level move of a flying-type Pokémon, while sparks were merely a basic fire-type skill. Logically, fire-type moves should not have any advantage over flying types. In terms of elemental effectiveness, Ninetales sparks held no superiority whatsoever. Furthermore, the sheer power of sparks paled in comparison to the might of the air slash. Even if the spark was formidable, it should only have diminished the air slash's potency. Outright nullification was, by all reason, inconceivable. Yet, in this instance, sparks defied all expectations and negated Pidgeot's air slash. Not only ASU was astonished, witnessing Ninetales emanating an enigmatic aura. Even Chinyu found it hard to believe that this was indeed Ninetales. Initially, he intended for the spark to weaken the air slash, thus reducing the damage incurred. However, he never anticipated that Ninetales would act preemptively, effortlessly canceling a high-level move with a mere basic skill. Such an occurrence left both of them utterly flabbergasted. Ninetales, use Will-O-Wisp. Instead of feeling elated that the spark had countered the air slash, Chinyu was instead filled with a profound sense of concern. He resolved to issue another command to Ninetales to confirm his suspicions. Pidgeot, ascend high to evade during the early phase of Will-O-Wisp's gathering. Once Chinyu and ASU regained their composure from the shock, they began a new round of commands. However, this time, ASU chose not to have Pidgeot launch an attack, but instead opted to temporarily evade Ninetales' onslaught. Typically, Will-O-Wisp should first manifest around the user, gradually coalescing into several green flames before swiftly targeting the opponent. Its intent was not to inflict direct damage, but rather to induce a burn status on the adversary. Acknowledging the slow accumulation time for Will-O-Wisp, ASU was surely aware that this was why he commanded Pidgeot to dodge. Yet, the next moment left both Chinyu and ASU utterly astounded. Ninetales once again preempted Chinyu's command, unleashing a torrent of violet flames that erupted from its mouth at an astonishing speed. It was not the ominous ghostly flames, but rather the unique spark skill of the Ninetales. The Ninetales, disregarding its trainer's command to use the ghostly flames, unleashed the spark skill instead. It fought according to its own will. Although this revelation confirmed his earlier suspicion, Chinyu found it difficult to maintain his composure. In the battlefield, the Pidgeot, which had initially planned to evade the ghostly flames, realized too late that the opponent's fiery attack was rapidly approaching, leaving it no time to react and catching it completely off guard. Boom! The spark skill struck the Pidgeot flawlessly, and astonishingly, the violet flames did not dissipate entirely. A considerable portion lingered on the Pidgeot's body. Its wings were engulfed in flames, afflicted with a burn status. Chinyu was momentarily taken aback. Could the spark skill truly trigger a burn so directly? Not only did it inflict immediate damage on the Pidgeot, but it also induced a persistent burning condition, far surpassing the effects of ghostly flames. Had the Ninetales' combat acumen surpassed his own, leading it to disregard his commands? As he gazed at the violet figure on the battlefield, he fell into a state of bewilderment. Pidgeot, ASU called out in concern, having believed they could flawlessly evade the ghostly flames, only to be caught off guard by the spark. Setting aside the question of why the Ninetales had disobeyed Chinyu's orders, ASU was acutely aware of the spark's formidable power. A single spark could counter the air slash, and its resultant damage was not to be underestimated, especially with the added burn status. The Pidgeot trembled violently, clearly in agony, and was even beginning to falter in flight. Howl! The Ninetales, witnessing its spark strike the Pidgeot, instinctively let out a cry and transformed into a streak of white light, racing towards the airborne Pidgeot. In a flash of lightning, it was no longer merely a case of disobedience. The Ninetales executed an offensive move without receiving any command at all. Impossible. Such speed. It couldn't be this astonishing. Upon witnessing the Ninetales' rapid movement, ASU stood frozen in disbelief. The speed of the Ninetales was almost beyond comprehension. Boom. In an instant, The flash of lightning struck the Pidgeot, already scorched by the violet flames, eliciting a pained cry from it. Hearing this, the Ninetales raised its tail, gradually gathering more sparks in its mouth, seemingly preparing for another spark attack. However, just as the Ninetales was poised to capitalize on its success, a sudden red light enveloped it completely. "Come back, Ninetales." It was Chunyu recalling his Pokémon. "Mr. ASU, I apologize. I should not have sent out the Vulpix." After retracting the Vulpix, Chunyu bowed deeply to ASU, expressing his sincere regret. Had he known that the Vulpix would not heed his commands, he would never have deployed it for the gym battle. A trainer's fundamental duty is to ensure that their Pokémon follow orders. Without the ability to command one's own Pokémon, how can one even claim to train them, let alone aspire to be a Pokémon master? Wild Pokémon retain their own battle instincts and an inherent wildness. Once a Pokémon is tamed, this wildness is gradually refined through the trainer's guidance, eventually reaching a profound level of synergy. It is said that when the bond between a Pokémon and its trainer reaches a remarkable intensity, unexpected phenomena may occur. However, if a trainer cannot even direct their own Pokémon, they are undoubtedly failing in their role. "You recently captured this shiny Vulpix?" ASU scrutinized Chunyu, furrowing his brow. Chunyu did not shy away from the truth, responding slowly. "A few hours ago, I traded for it with Onyx." "Wait, Onyx? You mean you traded Raymond's Onyx?" Chunyu nodded affirmatively, confirming ASU's inquiry. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Had I known you didn't have an Onyx, I would never have sent out the Noctowl and Pidgeot." ASU's tone brimmed with incredulity. "Why didn't I say it sooner? I intended to when I received the prompt. It felt like just another ordinary battle task. Yet, did you offer me any opportunity? Without a word, you initiated a hidden battle." I felt utterly despondent. Chunyu displayed a look of exasperation toward ASU. Upon seeing Chunyu's expression, ASU seemed to recall something, his face slightly flushing. He cleared his throat and said, "Very well, let this gym challenge be considered void. You may rest and are permitted to challenge again within the week." At that moment, the purple flames enveloping Pidgeot dissipated, and its burn status was restored. However, Pidgeot still bore signs of the fierce battle, with several singed feathers on its wings, and its sharp beak was gasping for air. Hearing ASU's words and glancing at Pidgeot's condition, Chunyu felt a sudden resolve and responded with unwavering determination, "No, I have not lost this battle." As soon as he spoke, under ASU's astonished gaze, Chunyu produced the Pokeball containing Spearow. Chapter 69, Spearow vs. Pidgeot. "Spearow, I entrust this to you once more." In the midst of ASU's bewilderment, Chunyu sent out Spearow. The moment it emerged, Spearow's gaze locked onto Pidgeot in the distance, its sharp eyes brimming with a fierce fighting spirit. Though Chunyu could not see the gaze, he could distinctly feel the fiery battle intent radiating from BB Bird. His thoughts were simple. Even if this battle ended in utter defeat, he must see it through to the very end. The unexpected intervention of the six-tailed fox had completely disrupted the rhythm of this gym battle. When faced with a formidable opponent, the six-tailed fox was undoubtedly a savior. Its displayed combat prowess was extraordinary, not only due to the overwhelming power of its skills, but also its ghostly speed, which rendered the opponent utterly defenseless. It could be said that if the six-tailed fox continued to fight against BB Eagle, victory would undoubtedly belong to the fox. Yet, ironically, the six-tailed fox did not heed Chunyu's commands. What was once a beacon of hope had turned into a significant obstacle. After a month of arduous effort to acquire the six-tailed fox, the outcome had ended up like this. Chunyu felt an immense pang of distress, yearning to shout out and express his inner frustration. Why had it come to this? Any trainer faced with a Pokémon that disobeys commands would undoubtedly feel a deep sense of discouragement, for it is the most direct denial of a trainer's authority. Yet, at this moment, the gym battle continued. Even if the outcome were a crushing defeat, Chunyu must persevere until the end. Having already faced denial from the six-tailed fox, he did not wish to lose even the most basic sense of dignity. Surrender? That has never been an option, never in the past, nor in the present, and certainly not in the future. Even when confronting a powerful opponent from the next evolutionary stage, without personally testing the waters, how could he ever know the outcome? "Chunyu, I understand your unwillingness, but sometimes, learning to let go is a lesson every trainer must embrace." As Asu observed Chunyu release BB Bird once more, he immediately urged him to reconsider. Confident in BB Eagle's strength, Asu believed that although a small setback had occurred, if Chunyu lacked electric or rock-type Pokémon, the outcome would have been decided long ago. In a battle between BB Eagle and BB Bird, Asu, as a master of flying types, had numerous strategies to secure victory. Chunyu was well aware of the likely outcome of a match between BB Bird and BB Eagle, Yet at this moment, he was resolute in fighting with all his might. Setting aside the blow dealt by the six-tailed fox, upon sensing the intense battle spirit emanating from BB Bird, all of Qinyu's previous doubts vanished entirely. Was he still concerned about potentially impacting BB Bird negatively? BB Bird's innate preference was for combat. Realizing this, Qinyu no longer hesitated. A bright smile suddenly graced his face as he declared, learning to adjust one's mindset is also something a trainer ought to do. Is it not? Upon hearing Qinyu's response, Asu paused briefly to ponder. Indeed, as Abai had said, he was quite a stubborn trainer. Well then, let me see just how much strength you and BB Bird possess. BB Eagle, air slash. Upon hearing Asu's command, Pidgeotto spread its wings, unleashing a blade of air that sliced through the atmosphere with an intimidating ferocity, aiming directly at Pidgey. Qinyu, witnessing the fierce advance of the air slash, knew that Pidgey could not afford to remain passive. Pidgey used quick attack to evade. With a sharp cry, Pidgey executed the maneuver just in time, evading the ruthless strike that descended from above. In that fleeting moment, a brilliant white light enveloped Pidgey, transforming it into a dazzling beam of radiance. Whoosh! A streak of white lightning traversed the battlefield. Bang! The air slash missed its target, instead crashing into the ground below and kicking up a cloud of dust. Pidgey, undeterred, continued with its quick attack, now aimed at Pidgeotto. After successfully dodging Pidgeotto's air slash, Qinyu urged Pidgey to press on with the offense. Asu, observing the clever application of quick attack, smiled inwardly. Now this is the spirit of a champion. Pidgeotto prepared for a direct confrontation, its wings flapping vigorously. While Asu admired Qinyu's strategy, he had no intention of holding back, commanding Pidgeotto to continue the battle. A radiant white light erupted from Pidgeotto's wings, shining even more brilliantly than Pidgey's quick attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! Pidgey's quick attack surged through the air without pause, striking relentlessly toward Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto, too, moved with incredible speed, its wings glowing with a blinding light as it charged straight for Pidgey. Bang! In the vast expanse of the battlefield, two beams of white light collided fiercely. Each Pokémon, having absorbed the impact of the other's attack, took to the skies with renewed vigor, their spirits soaring high. Pidgeotto's cry seemed to proclaim to all avian creatures that it was the true king of birds, its voice resonating with boundless authority. Pidgey, undaunted, showcased its powerful wings with a robust cry, its presence equally formidable against Pidgeotto. This was the battle I longed to witness. Pidgeotto, deliver another wing attack. Asu's eyes sparkled with excitement, reflecting his admiration for the indomitable Pidgey. Pidgey, never concede, use quick attack. Pidgey, even in its earlier form as Spearow, had dared to challenge high-level opponents like Fearow. Thus, it faced the suddenly formidable Pidgeotto with unwavering courage. Despite Pidgeotto being its evolved form, and even with a significant disparity in skill levels, the battle between kindred spirits could not be taken lightly. Pidgey resolved that it would not allow itself to falter in spirit, not even against Pidgeotto. This was Pidgey's conviction. Qinyu shared this sentiment as well. In the clash against Pidgeotto, the bond between Qinyu and Pidgey had, unbeknownst to them, deepened further. Whoosh! Whoosh! Once more, two beams of white light flashed across the sky. Once again, the same conclusion unfolds. In the sky, two petite sprites exhibit their fervent combat spirit towards one another. The Beedrill's keen gaze fixates on the Pidgey, which, undeterred, returns the stare. It seems as though an explosive charge exists between the two sprites, ready to ignite at the slightest provocation. Beedrill, with a powerful flap of its wings. Pidgey, with a dazzling flash of electricity. Almost simultaneously, Asu and Qinyu issue commands to their respective sprites. It is yet another clash of dazzling electricity against wing flaps. Two beams of light collide fiercely in the air once more. Whoosh! Whoosh! Each sprite's skill lands precisely upon its opponent, inflicting their respective damage. They narrowly pass each other. Beedrill and Pidgey hover momentarily above their respective arenas. Remarkably, after this exchange of skills, both Qinyu and Asu share an unspoken understanding, refraining from issuing further commands. Instead, observing their sprites intently. The trainers remain still, and naturally, Beedrill and Pidgey do not move. Time drips away, second by second, as if everyone awaits something significant. At this juncture, a piercing cry shatters the rare tranquility. In the sky, a silhouette begins to descend slowly. Chapter 70. The outcome of battle. Thank you for your efforts. Pidgey. Qinyu recalled the descending Pidgey, his tone devoid of any disappointment. After the final collision, Pidgey, exhausted, gradually fell from the sky. Once he retrieved Pidgey, Yu tenderly stroked the Pokeball before carefully placing it back at his waist. His gaze then shifted to the Beedrill in the sky, which also appeared to be in a dire state, its sharp beak heaving with labored breaths. Upon closer inspection, one could observe Beedrill's wings quivering, barely managing to remain airborne. The Beedrill's stamina was running low. Should it endure another dazzling attack, Pidgey might indeed triumph over Beedrill. So close, though a tinge of regret lingered. Pidgey had fought valiantly and gained invaluable experience. The disparities in evolutionary forms, combat experience, and stamina were evident. For Pidgey to have fought to this extent was commendable. Yu felt no disappointment. Rather, he found solace in the realization that the potential of his sprite was indeed high. As foretold in his previous life, the likelihood of grasping new skills is significantly greater. Ding. Having engaged in multiple close encounters with Beedrill's wing attack, Pidgey experienced an epiphany regarding the technique. Upon receiving the auditory prompt, Yu recalled the strategies discussed by the masters of his past life, noting that a sprite's potential directly influences its ability to learn new skills. Come back, Beedrill. Upon witnessing the state of his Pidgeot, ASU promptly recalled it and glanced at Yu, only to find no trace of defeat upon his face. Instead, there was an expression of contentment. Yu, upon seeing his Pidgey, bore a look of serene realization regarding its wing attack. To ASU, this manifested as an entirely different sentiment. In that fleeting moment, an idea sprang forth in ASU's mind. Even in defeat, there was no despair, but rather a sense of satisfaction. A champion's potential, unwavering in victory or defeat, unshaken by the outcome of battle. Indeed, what Abi had said was no mere exaggeration. Observing Yu's reaction, ASU felt a wave of introspection, resonating deeply with Abi's words. Yu from Hibitown possesses the potential of a champion. With Pidgey rendered unable to battle, the referee called for the challenger to send forth their next Pokémon. At that moment, the referee suddenly raised a red flag and announced the outcome of the battle between Pidgeot and Pidgey. I forfeit. Upon hearing the referee's prompt to use his next Pokémon, Yu decisively declared his forfeit. With only one Vulpix remaining, which could not be sent into the fray, the implication was clear. This gym battle ended in defeat for Yu. Upon hearing Yu's forfeit, the referee raised the red flag once more. The trainer from Hibitown, Yu, has forfeited. Thus, the ultimate victor is ASU of the Flying Wing Gym. The battle is concluded. In truth, your capabilities have already transcended that of a novice trainer. After the outcome had been declared, ASU hesitantly remarked. Yu gradually regained his composure, for the result was now established, an inevitability he must confront. Mr. ASU, may we allow our Pokémon to recuperate first? Yu did not respond to ASU regarding the badge. Instead, he proposed a suggestion. ASU appeared taken aback, so unconcerned about the badge. His foremost focus remained on the Pokémon. I must admit, I overlooked that. Please hand the Pokéballs to the referee. ASU lightly tapped his forehead and first handed over the Pokéballs of Pidgeot and Noctowl to the referee at the sidelines. Yu, not one to linger on formality, promptly passed over the Pokéballs of Pidgey and Vulpix. Yu, the Pokémon will require some time to recover. Perhaps we should rest for a while, and you could share with me about that Vulpix? ASU suggested. It would be my honor. The Pokémon need time to recuperate, which could be quite lengthy. Moreover, engaging in earnest dialogue with a master of flying types would serve as a valuable learning experience. If fortune smiles upon us, perhaps I might glean the methodology behind the wing attack. As for the badge, I refuse to believe that after all this, the next challenge would be shrouded in secrecy. As for those shards of evolution stones, I truly wish to be spared. I implore the system to cease with its troublesome antics. Alas, what a pity it is that I could not best that Pidgeot. After reflecting on the recent battle and the defeat of Pidgey, Yu felt a twinge of regret within him. It seemed imperative to intensify the training of his Pokémon. Excellent. Let us venture to an intriguing place. And I shall also show you the letter that Abi wrote to me. Are you interested? Asu proposed with a hint of enthusiasm. Then I shall trouble you, Mr. Asu. Yu responded graciously. Thus, accompanied by Asu, the two gradually departed from the battlefield and returned to the interior of the tower. Junxiao, it has already been 2 hours. Are we not going in to apprehend that criminal? Yanwei inquired anxiously. Having ascended from an ordinary player to a Pokémon police officer, Yanwei had invested immense effort and sacrificed much. Now, an opportunity to rise once more lay before him, and his impatience was palpable. Comrade Yanwei, I must reiterate my warning. Until a formal conviction is made, Chen is merely a suspect. Please refrain from hastily drawing any conclusions. Furthermore, trust in Mr. Asu as a senior Pokémon officer of the Alliance. I now command you to remain on standby. Junsha reprimanded Yanwei sternly. Once again chastised by Junsha, a shadow of malice deepened in Yanwei's eyes. His gaze toward the tower, now laced with venom. In truth, Junsha was equally eager to apprehend Chunyu, perhaps even more than anyone else. Upon seeing Chunyu's photograph, her emotions were difficult to articulate. Recently, she had dealt with a dispute involving novice trainers, during which a rookie trainer had even attempted to assault an officer. It was during that incident that Junsha had formed a profound impression of the novice trainer, who was well-versed in laws and regulations, even encouraging them to become a formal trainer soon. However, not long after, that very novice trainer became a suspect, having violated one of the gravest statutes in Jiking City. It was inconceivable that this rookie was unaware of the law. Why, then, did they choose to break it? This warranted a face-to-face inquiry. With these thoughts, Junsha's eyes blazed with determination as she gazed intently at the towering structure before her. Not only were Yanwei and Junsha anticipating Chunyu's emergence, but all the players gathered at the Jiking Gym were equally eager for him to step forth. Setting aside the matter of guilt or innocence, the infamous scoundrel brother had battled in the Jiking Gym for a full 2 hours. A duration of 2 hours could not be achieved by an ordinary novice trainer. It was clear to all that his prowess was exceptional. The players were once again affirming the strength of the scoundrel brother. Everyone was ardently curious about this former legend. Would he emerge triumphant with a badge, becoming a formal trainer, or would he leave in disgrace, a defeated soul? Regardless of the outcome, no one's gaze wavered from the tower. Chapter 71. The Curse of the Vulpix within the pristine confines of the GK Dojo. A room stood remarkably tidy, featuring a bed, a desk, 2 chairs, and a scattering of books. The sole object of interest was the Moo Moo milk placed before Chinyu and Asu. This delightful beverage, cherished not only by trainers but also beneficial for Pokémon healing, was scarcely found in smaller shops, being exclusively available in larger department stores or specialty shops. At that moment, Asu graciously offered Chinyu a glass of Moo Moo milk. Upon seeing it, Chinyu's thoughts were consumed by one notion. The GK Dojo was indeed distinct. In his previous life, not only were the combat rewards hidden and exceptional, but even the refreshments for guests were uniquely remarkable. Are you suggesting that the Vulpix is cursed? That its special attacks possess ghostly attributes? Chinyu pondered, surprised that Lehman would encourage him to learn from the Yuki family. Indeed, the situation with the Vulpix is as such, at least for now. However, I have a favor to ask of you, Mr. Asu. Oh, what is it? Asu's curiosity was piqued by Chunyu's directness. It pertains to the state of my Vulpix. Do you have any recommendations? Asu appeared puzzled. Recommendations regarding the Vulpix? Though it was somewhat embarrassing to admit. Chinyu continued, I believe you have noticed that the Vulpix does not heed my commands. His tone conveyed a hint of despondency. Are you implying that you wish to forge a strong bond with the Vulpix? To enhance your synergy? After a moment's contemplation, Asu offered his hypothesis. Chinyu nodded earnestly, replying, I seek the Vulpix's acknowledgement, yet I am at a loss on how to achieve this. This sentiment stemmed from the uniqueness of the Vulpix, compelling Chinyu to approach it with special care. Moreover, Pokémon were not merely part of an online game. They represented a second, more tangible world, albeit one still on the horizon. Fully aware of these complexities and harboring profound affection for Pokémon, Chinyu felt compelled to consult Asu. Although Asu was a master of flying-type Pokémon, he recognized that, stepping back, certain principles of Pokémon training were universally applicable. Chinyu eagerly sought Asu's insights, knowing that securing the Vulpix's affirmation would undoubtedly elevate it to a prominent role within his team. However, Asu hesitated, seemingly torn about whether to impart his knowledge on the matter of nurturing Pokémon and establishing bonds. Please, Mr. Asu, guide me, Chinyu implored, embodying the essence of a thirsty scholar eager for wisdom. Seeing Chunyu's unwavering determination, Asu furrowed his brow and advised. Establishing a bond with a Pokémon is indeed commendable. However, your Vulpix's situation is rather unique. To find a suitable entry point, there are only 3 potential solutions. And what are those 3? Without a moment's hesitation, Chinyu pressed further, do you truly wish to know? However, regardless of the outcome, it was undoubtedly unfavorable for a novice trainer. Asu continued to attempt to offer counsel. Fear not. If one cannot even command their own Pokémon, that would indeed be the gravest misfortune, Chinyu replied. Upon hearing Chunyu's words, Asu pondered for a considerable time, and eventually, as if reaching a momentous decision, he spoke with deliberation. First, adorn the Vulpix with a Serenity Bell, and engage in frequent communication. This should be the most prudent approach. However, the Serenity Bell must originate from the bell tower in Yuanju City, specifically crafted to soothe Ho-Oh. Chinyu, Upon hearing Asu mention the Serenity Bell in Yuanju City, could not help but interject, You know of Ho-Oh? Asu abruptly sprang to his feet, his eyes widening in astonishment, as if he had just received profoundly exhilarating news. In truth, Chen Yu's sudden mention of Ho-Oh would have astonished anyone. Even many indigenous Pokémon would scarcely be aware of Ho-Oh's existence. Some residents of Yuanju City might only know that the bell tower was erected to protect a legendary Pokémon. Yet the name of this fabled creature remained largely a mystery, the revelation of information which many were unaware of. Spilling forth from the lips of a novice trainer was enough to leave Asu utterly astounded. Alas, I completely overlooked this matter, Chen Yu realized, upon witnessing Asu's reaction, that he had inadvertently spoken out of turn, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Pokémon are not akin to those in the Pokémon games. The indigenous people possess a profound sense of guardianship over legendary creatures. This is something Master Lehman had mentioned. My apologies, Uncle Lehman. It seems I must once again place the blame upon your shoulders. This Lehman truly, yet, being his disciple does lend credence to it. The Serenity Bell must indeed come from the bell tower. Perhaps only then will it be effective for your Vulpix. Asu cast a glance at Chen Yu, and upon learning that it was Lehman who had imparted the knowledge of Ho-Oh to him, his other thoughts gradually subsided. Chen Yu, upon hearing this, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. This notion might indeed resolve the issue. However, the production of Serenity Bells at the bell tower occurs only once every 3 years, and they are sent directly to the Pokémon League headquarters. Unless one were to resort to thievery, the prospect of acquiring a Serenity Bell from the bell tower is utterly unattainable. What about the second option? Chen Yu inquired without hesitation, for the difficulty of the first approach loomed insurmountably large. Second, since the Vulpix is cursed, perhaps breaking this curse could suffice. After all, a curse seldom signifies anything beneficial. Asu calmly articulated the second suggestion. Upon hearing this suggestion, Chen Yu appeared to have an epiphany as he lightly tapped his forehead, internally devising a plan. He must return to the Jiqing family and inquire about the origins of the butler, Lu Wei. Observing Chen Yu's reaction, Asu felt a sense of unease. He had anticipated that this troublesome lad would not be easily deterred and was likely contemplating how to lift the curse. What about the third suggestion? What are Mr. Asu's thoughts? When Chen Yu heard the second suggestion, he had already formulated a plan. However, since Asu had proposed 3 suggestions, it was only prudent to hear all of them. Asu, upon being urged by Chen Yu, did not respond immediately. It seemed he was lost in some reminiscence, remaining silent for a considerable time before slowly uttering 4 words. Odomar. Odomar. What does this mean? Chen Yu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Asu's final suggestion. In the realm of his memories, there appeared to be no trace of Odomar. Wait a moment. Is it absent from the Pokémon world? Perhaps there are some clues within the Pokémon franchise? The theatrical version, perhaps? Odomar, the City of Water. Suddenly recalling this, Chen Yu's eyes widened in realization. While others might ponder extensively upon hearing Odomar, questioning its existence in the Johto region, Chen Yu was different. Having been a Pokémon enthusiast and a fan of Pokémon during his time on Earth, he had naturally been attentive to the emotional circumstances of the esteemed character, Satoshi. Consequently, he could not overlook a figure of such significance, a Pokémon, Latias. This very Pokémon, suspected of having stolen Satoshi's first kiss, had once captivated Chen Yu to the extent that he had watched the film Guardian of the City of Water over a dozen times. It seems you are familiar with Odomar? Asu inquired, noticing Chen Yu's expression. Ah, the renowned tourist destination. I am aware of it, Chen Yu nervously replied, wiping his forehead. A renowned tourist destination, indeed. But do you know the entry requirements for Odomar? Asu asked. Entry requirements for Odomar. Now I am truly perplexed. My only lead on Odomar stems from the film. I had no idea there were prerequisites for entering such a famous tourist spot. Asu, unfazed by Chen Yu's expression, continued. Odomar is located to the southwest of the Johto region, on an independent isolated island. To gain entry, one must be an elite trainer with 4 badges and possess an invitation to Odomar. An invitation to Odomar. What is that? Chen Yu questioned, bewildered. Hearing of such a requirement for accessing a famed tourist attraction was entirely new to him. As for the 4 badges, with some effort, they might be attainable. But where could one possibly procure an invitation? The invitation from Odomar. Each gym leader is permitted to compose a letter of recommendation, which can then be submitted to the league for approval. If accepted, the applicant will receive an invitation. As Asu explained, he took a sip of moo milk at the end. Chen Yu did not respond immediately, but suddenly directed a look of intense desire towards Asu. I will write this letter of recommendation for you. Yet regardless of which 3 suggestions I provide, I still believe they are not what you should be engaging with at this moment. ASU, feeling overwhelmed by Chunyu's gaze, stuttered his words. Thank you, Mr. ASU. Chunyu expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that the issue with his Vulpix was indeed a pressing matter that required resolution. A glimmer of hope, however faint, was still preferable to utter despair. By the way, the letter Abai wrote to me has occupied my thoughts for quite some time, and I have decided to let you see it. After stating this, ASU rose and began rummaging through a stack of books at the side. Chunyu remained silent, patiently awaiting ASU's next action. Moments later, ASU retrieved a letter and handed it to Chunyu. With both hands, Chunyu accepted the letter and began to read it intently. Ding. Item obtained. Abai's letter to ASU. Recently, I battled a novice trainer named Chunyu, utilizing my Scyther against his Pidgey. In the course of our battle, his Pidgey evolved into a Pidgeotto, and ultimately, both Pokémon lost their fighting capabilities simultaneously. My Scyther was defeated by a novice trainer. I know you must be laughing at this point. However, I assure you, once you engage him in battle, you will comprehend the depth of Chunyu's strategic prowess, far beyond that of a typical novice. Moreover, we all understand that only a trainer who has gained the trust of their Pokémon can facilitate their evolution during combat. Yet, this trainer named Chunyu is merely a newcomer, having possessed his initial Pokémon for less than a week. Of course, merely achieving this step, whether through strategic planning or defeating my Scyther, would not warrant a special letter. What truly captivates me is that I have perceived a resemblance to our mentor, Du, in this novice trainer named Chunyu. If circumstances allow, perhaps Chunyu could become the next champion. This assessment is by no means exaggerated. You will come to see this in time. However, I would like to request your assistance in refining his skills, smoothing out his rough edges, and helping him understand the vast world filled with formidable trainers and Pokémon. Why not have another battle with him? I cannot bring myself to ask for this directly. I have already bestowed my badge upon him. All I hope is for a champion to emerge from Huapi Town, my old friend, extend a helping hand. Furthermore, if he indeed becomes a champion, having once been defeated by you, I cannot believe you would not be intrigued by that prospect. Yours sincerely. Abai. After reading the letter, Chunyu found himself in a state of disarray. Initially, he believed that Mr. Abai and Mr. Asu were merely engaging in their routine correspondence, and he thoughtlessly volunteered to deliver a letter. However, the insinuation that Mr. Asu would refine his rough edges left him perplexed. No wonder Asu unleashed the cat-headed night eagle. No wonder he conjured a creature more fearsome than an eagle. It became clear that the source of all this turmoil lay here. Chunyu was thoroughly befuddled, holding the letter in his hands yet unsure of what to do with it, feeling as if he were suffering from a bout of soul loss. In truth, this letter was not originally intended for his eyes, but considering that he had become a disciple of Layman and possessed that radiant six-tailed creature, after much contemplation, it was decided that he should peruse it. What do you think? Any thoughts? Asu inquired, a smirk playing on his lips. Thoughts? I hardly dare to imagine. Mr. Abai, if I may say, is from my hometown. Why must a fellow townsman complicate matters for another? Couldn't I simply obtain the wing badge without any fuss? As for the Champions Crossing, I certainly cannot compete against that eccentric. However, I would very much like to meet Xiao Chun. After all, she is remarkably beautiful and exudes an air of regality. I have long admired her from afar, and having finally arrived in this world, I must seize the opportunity to meet her. Initially, Chunyu was consumed by anger and helplessness, his expression nearly inscribing the words, "I am furious." Yet, as he pondered, a vision of an exquisite figure crossed his mind, and a faint smile began to grace his face. To Asu, however, Chunyu's facial transformation signified something entirely different. Asu observed Chunyu's expressions closely, thinking to himself, indeed, this is the demeanor befitting a champion. Even when faced with the knowledge of a challenging battle orchestrated by others, he merely felt anger at not being forewarned, yet he remained unperturbed and even managed to smile. Throughout the entire experience, there was not a trace of confusion. In terms of mindset, he undoubtedly surpassed 99% of novice trainers. A trainer of rare caliber, emerging from a million champion potential. Having come to this realization, Asu seemed to have made a decision. He looked up at Chunyu and declared, I have decided to bestow upon you the wing badge. Asu's sudden proclamation jolted Chunyu from his reverie about Xiao Chun. As for what Asu had just said, Chunyu had not quite grasped it. Just as he was about to inquire further, a notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, player Chunyu, for earning Mr. Asu's recognition, thereby receiving the wing badge. It has been detected that player Chunyu now possesses 2 badges. Your player profession has changed. Please check promptly. Chapter 73, The Kaiki Gym, and Name, Chinyu Occupation, Pokémon Trainer, Official, Age, 20 Title, None Badges, Insect Badge, Wing Badge Items, League Sportswear, Standard. 1 Standard Pokeball, 1 Heavy Ball, 1 Speed Ball, 3 Firestone Fragments, 4 Waterstone Fragments, 2 Thunderstone Fragments. 3 Leaf Stone Fragment Skills, Berry Expert 1, Passive, Berries, None Valuable Items. Wild Berry Compendium, 1 Stone Fragment, Pokédex, Johto Region. Unidentified Keystone. Pokémon Muffin Box, 920, X1, Energy Cube Box, 100100, X5. Inferior Learning Device Pokémon. Teddiursa, Common, Pidgey, Rare, Cursed Vulpix, Uncommon, Money. 30. 100 League Coins. Upon hearing the prompt in his ear, Chinyu instinctively opened his character panel and briefly scanned through it. The most notable change was in the occupation section, where he had transitioned from a novice trainer to an official trainer. Note: possessing a single badge qualifies one as a beginner trainer, thus falling within the realm of novice trainers. Without hesitation, Chinyu extended his hands and slowly took the wing badge from ASU's grasp. Thank you, Mr. ASU. Once Pidgey evolves into Pidgeotto, I shall challenge you again. ASU smiled at this remark. A challenge from a future champion? I shall remember it. Sweat. Chinyu playfully complained, calling out to ASU, his expression slightly awkward. Observing Chinyu's reaction, ASU chuckled heartily and remarked, all right. No more jokes. Now that you are an official trainer, where do you plan to go next? Where to? Chinyu momentarily found himself at a loss. His original plan was to head to Goldenrod City to undertake a quest he had missed in his previous life. Now that he had been reborn, he certainly did not wish to let this opportunity slip away again. However, considering Vulpix's situation, would it be more prudent to first go to Azalea Town? Even if he could not obtain the relaxing bell from the ruins of Ulf, he should at least gain something. After all, a trainer who could not even tame their own Pokémon could hardly be deemed a true Pokémon trainer. Thus, the question arose, should he pursue the quest from his previous life or address Vulpix's predicament? Faced with this dilemma, Chinyu found himself in a state of indecision. Noticing Chinyu's turmoil, ASU tentatively suggested, what if I write a letter to Xiaoqian? She could keep an eye on you. No. Thank you, Mr. ASU. I truly appreciate your kindness, but my next destination is Azalea Town. Yes, I am going to Azalea Town. Upon hearing ASU's offer to write a letter, Chinyu shuddered. Quickly waving his hands in refusal, a chill creeping down his spine. As ASU observed Chinyu's slightly trembling form, he could discern that a psychological shadow had been cast upon him, yet he chose not to address it directly. Oh, I see. That is truly unfortunate. In fact, my relationship with Xiaosong is also. ASU, if there is something you wish to convey, please speak plainly. I will do my best to assist you. Chinyu was utterly taken aback. Initially, he had presumed that ASU's combat style was rather roguelike. He never anticipated that such roguishness would extend to their actual interactions. The tone of ASU's voice was unmistakably one of request, yet he insisted on being indirect, mentioning something about delivering a message. This very indirectness left Chinyu feeling unsettled. Is there not a single respectable gym leader in the City Alliance? Chinyu silently lamented. In truth, it was not a grave matter. If you happen to pass through Manjin City, could you please deliver a message to Xiaoqian? The amount of Moo Moo milk for the next quarter needs to be doubled. Doubled? That is quite a substantial increase. But, Mr. ASU, why not simply use a communication device? Chinyu instinctively inquired, visibly astonished. Well, the payment for this quarter's milk has yet to be settled, and I find it rather difficult to face him again, ASU admitted, his tone tinged with a hint of embarrassment. So you mean to say that I should have no qualms about facing him after defaulting on a quarter's payment? And now you wish to request an additional quarter, no less? The audacity to demand double this time is truly astounding. ASU's style of negotiation indeed seemed to confirm Chinyu's suspicions. With this thought in mind, Chinyu cast a meaningful glance towards ASU. Perhaps it was the intensity of Chinyu's gaze that made ASU momentarily uneasy. After a brief pause, he added, of course, I will provide you with appropriate compensation. Ding. Due to the significant demand for Moo Moo milk at the Kikyo gym, a task has been issued to player Chinyu. Deliver a message to Xiaoqian. Task reward: random evolution stone fragment or a complete evolution stone. Absolutely no problem. Chinyu replied with a smile, choosing not to dwell on the rewards of the task, as the evolution stone fragments had left a profound impression on him from his experiences at the Kikyo gym. However, since it was merely a message, he considered the task a mere formality. Why not accept it? Then I shall trouble the future champion to run this errand. Best of luck. I look forward to your performance at the Alliance Festival. ASU concluded, retrieving a shimmering object and a dark stone from his pocket. which he then handed to Chunyu. Ding. The gym leader of Kikyo has preemptively issued the task reward. 1 Evolution Stone Fragment. 1 Everstone. Thank you, Mr. ASU. This expression of gratitude was heartfelt, as he momentarily set aside thoughts of the Everstone, a rather unique item. The Evolution Stone Fragment was exceedingly rare, particularly in the Kalos region, where such stones were highly sought after and typically only appeared at Pokémon auctions. Upon witnessing the immediate joy that illuminated Chunyu's face, ASU's curiosity deepened. It seems he is familiar with evolution stones. An intriguing trainer indeed. Perhaps he truly has the potential to challenge that individual? Thus, I shall not detain you any longer. By the way, do take your time when you step out. You are bound to have an unforgettable memory. As ASU suddenly recalled something, a faint smile graced his lips. Strangely, Chunyu felt a sudden chill breeze sweep across his back. This smile seemed oddly familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Why does it feel so recognizable? Chunyu felt a sense of unease, yet he refrained from pondering further. Rising to express his gratitude to ASU, he gradually departed the room under ASU's peculiar gaze. Ding. Chunyu found himself once more at the exclusive elevator of the Kaiki gym, pressing the button for the first floor, preparing to leave the establishment. The elevator, being a confined space, often invites contemplation. Alone within such confines, one tends to ruminate on various thoughts. For instance, Chunyu couldn't shake the feeling of familiarity concerning ASU's smile. Surely, he had encountered it before. Yet, why was it that he could not recall any specific details? Ding. Upon arriving at the first floor, the elevator doors slowly opened. As Chunyu ambled towards the exit, he pondered over a particular matter. Just as one foot crossed the threshold, he was struck by the astonishing scene before him. At that moment, the memory struck him. He had indeed seen this smile before. Belonging to Chihei? Chapter 74. The finale, a sea of people. As far as the eye could see, there were throngs of players, each clad in standard league athletic attire. Predominantly newcomers to the training scene. Chunyu's expression reflected confusion, as his mind was suddenly besieged by a myriad of questions, entirely bewildered by the unfolding events. Why were there so many people? Why were they all gazing in his direction? Having lived as a reclusive individual in his past life on Earth, Chunyu was unaccustomed to such a spectacle, leaving him feeling utterly disoriented, unaware of the circumstances at hand. Why were so many players congregated at the entrance of the Kaiki gym? Chunyu was genuinely perplexed. Could they all be seeking him? That seemed unlikely. What of Mr. ASU's enigmatic smile? Did he possess prior knowledge of the crowd outside? Yet, why had he withheld any hints? From confusion arose a sense of incomprehension. He could not grasp the happenings around him, nor could he decipher Mr. SU's demeanor, and he was even more bewildered by the fervent enthusiasm of the surrounding players. Is that the infamous scoundrel brother? Goodness, he has finally emerged. The legend. Is he truly the one who captured the heart of the goddess Lu? It is indeed him. The first victory player. Today, at last, I behold him, leaving no regrets in this life. 32 matches. 32 matches. Scoundrel brother has appeared. Look, it is truly scoundrel brother. He is exactly as depicted in the photographs. Wishing scoundrel brother swift success in winning over the goddess. Pleading for strategies to woo the goddess. Scoundrel brother, so magnificent. Scoundrel brother, so imposing. Upon the first glimpse of Chunyu, the emotions of veteran players surged dramatically as they gestured excitedly towards him from afar. A faction engaged in hushed discussions, while another erupted in boisterous cheers, even rallying support for Chunyu. Is he truly the legendary figure you speak of? Surely you jest. He appears to be nothing more than a mere novice, lacking even half the charm of my esteemed Qianfan. Ha ha ha. I can barely contain my laughter. A rookie who has only secured his second badge after over a month since the server launched, and yet he is hailed as legendary. How absurd. My friend, you are mistaken. He may not even have acquired a badge yet. Ha ha ha. After 2 hours of play? Back in my day, it took merely half an hour to conquer the gym battles. Have you forgotten about Sister Kinkan? She dominated 3 gyms within a month, and even unveiled numerous divine strategies. Compared to Chun, it is Sister Kinkan who deserves the title of legend. Indeed, and my husband Qianfan would effortlessly defeat this Chun fellow. Legendary. It seems even the goddess has lost her sight. Veteran players, do not jest. Your so-called legend appears utterly bewildered. Look at that dazed expression. Ha ha ha. He is nothing more than a bumbling novice. Brother Scum seems rather ordinary upon closer inspection. He lacks any striking handsomeness. Alas, it seems I must reconsider my choice of partner. I too suddenly find Brother Scum quite unremarkable. Time for a partner change. Had I known it would be like this, I would have hastened to the Jeking City police station, believing the tales of Brother Scum's prowess. In hindsight, he is rather lackluster. Most new players wore expressions of disappointment, expecting to encounter a charismatic and skilled individual. Instead, they were met with a bewildered youth who seemed overwhelmed by the commotion, remaining rooted in place. Even some veteran players experienced a tinge of disappointment. As if a deep-seated anticipation had been dashed, Chunyu's appearance and reaction were utterly disheartening. Some veterans pondered whether they would have taken notice of this Chun had it not been for the affections of Goddess Lu. The vicinity of the Jieking Gym erupted into chaos in an instant. Whispers, heated arguments, cheers of encouragement, and even scornful exclamations filled the air the moment Chunyu emerged. The scene became tumultuous, the atmosphere thick with noise. Katie Dog unleashed the flames. Amidst an irritable shout, a blazing inferno erupted from nowhere, soaring straight into the sky above the Jieking Gym. Even from a distance, one could feel the astonishing heat radiating from the flames, which cascaded outward in waves. In that same instant, the area surrounding the Jieking Gym fell into a sudden calm, as both new and veteran players redirected their attention to the flames. They recalled that the Jieking police were still present, and Miss Juncha's face was now etched with frost. Thus, all players wisely chose silence. With only 2 or 3 daring souls continuing their hushed exchanges, Chunyu stood frozen, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. What had transpired? The infamous scoundrel? Could it be that the pesky paparazzo was at it again? And what of the goddess? What was her role in this affair? Why was Miss Junsha involved? Even the fairy-like officers had made their appearance. Chunyu remained motionless, his eyes clouded with confusion. After Katie Dog unleashed its fiery breath, Junsha and her companions slowly approached Chunyu. As a new trainer, you are under significant suspicion regarding a serious case, and we must take you into custody. Please do not resist, Miss Junsha stated. Following her words, 2 male officers stepped forward to place handcuffs upon Chunyu's wrists. Miss Junsha? Serious suspicion. Chunyu made no attempt to resist. He simply allowed the cuffs to be fastened, momentarily bewildered by the implications of her assertion. Upon hearing his response, Miss Junsha displayed no particular reaction, her tone devoid of emotion as she replied, "Let's take him back for further questioning." With that, she signaled to her colleagues, and they all retreated to the police vehicle, with Miss Junsha personally overseeing Chunyu's custody. Nearby, a pair of piercing eyes scrutinized Chunyu intently. 3 police cars, under the watchful gaze of numerous players, slowly made their way toward the Orange Flower City Police Department. Not long after the police vehicles departed, the players descended into chaos once more. Almost simultaneously with Chunyu's apprehension, a new post quietly appeared on the Chengdu forum, warmly welcoming the first victory player to the Lu family. Next stop, Yuanzhou City. After a month's anticipation, he had finally arrived. This exceptional expert had graciously accepted my invitation to join the Lu family. As for who he is, I shall keep you in suspense. We will be stationed in Yuanzhou City for half a month. Do you recall my previous post? If any players have rare or elusive Pokémon, feel free to reach out to us. Posted by Lu Qingyi. With Lu Qingyi's announcement, a fervor erupted among the players. Veteran players suddenly recognized that the first victory player was not the scoundrel. The goddess was not confessing her feelings for him. Underneath the post, a torrent of insults and accusations rained down upon the scoundrel, filled with harsh words and disdain. Even some new players joined in the denunciation. Eventually, as the players grew weary from the tirade, they began to scrutinize the post more carefully. The discussion shifted from the scoundrel to the goddess, the true first victory player, and so forth. As for the scoundrel, as for Chunyu, after exhausting their vitriol, the veteran players collectively concluded that Chunyu was merely a criminal seeking fame through disgraceful means. In addition, being convicted within the game may lead to a player's withdrawal from it altogether. A player who chooses to exit the game is undoubtedly of a rather low character. After the players have vented their frustrations, they will naturally cease to pay attention. Thus, a legendary figure fades from the player's sight. Chapter 75. Interrogation. Let me conduct the interrogation. Yin Wei exclaimed, his tone tinged with impatience as he returned to the police station, immediately suggesting it to Junsha. No need. I will personally interrogate this individual. Miss Junsha unequivocally declined. Upon hearing Junsha's attitude, Yin Wei glanced at Chunyu standing nearby. His anger flared. It's all because of this scoundrel named Chunyu. I spent 3 weeks building up an affinity of 8 points. She is a police flower. A police flower. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Yet he felt utterly powerless. Finally, he sulked in a corner, glaring at Chunyu as if harboring a deep-seated grudge. Chunyu, however, remained completely oblivious to Yin Wei's intense gaze, preoccupied only with the reason he had been summoned to the police station for a discussion. Junsha, the interrogation room is ready. Will you be conducting the interrogation alone, or do you require assistance? A somewhat portly middle-aged officer emerged from a room, offering Junsha a key. Junsha, let me join you in questioning the suspect. Yanwei eagerly volunteered. Junsha shot him a disdainful glare and coldly replied, I will conduct the interrogation alone. The portly middle-aged officer, upon hearing that Miss Junsha wished to interrogate alone, promptly led Chinyu into the adjacent interrogation room. During this process, he patted Yanwei on the shoulder in a gesture of consolation. Yanwei's pursuit of Junsha was well known within the precinct. He responded with a grateful glance and continued to fixate on Chinyu, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Once Chinyu was brought into the interrogation room, Junsha did not rush in immediately. Instead, she issued a new directive to the surrounding junior officers. Do not hastily contact the Horn Sprout Tower. All actions will await my conclusion. Yes. This time, everyone, including Yanwei, responded in unison to Junsha. Upon hearing their responses, Junsha gently nodded and then slowly entered the interrogation room. Chinyu sat quietly on a plain wooden chair, displaying neither anxiety nor concern, but rather a hint of curiosity. Having lived 2 lives, this was his first close encounter with an interrogation room, and he took the opportunity to observe his surroundings. The structure of the interrogation room was quite simple, featuring 3 exceedingly ordinary wooden chairs and a rather long wooden table. Before long, Miss Junsha pushed open the door and entered slowly. Upon seeing Chunyu's expression, her gaze faltered slightly, and she couldn't help but feel a spark of intrigue. This rookie trainer exhibited not a trace of panic. He merely inquired why he was being apprehended and said nothing else. What could possibly be the reason that allowed him to remain so composed? Miss Junsha, might you now reveal the cause? Chinyu appeared remarkably tranquil, seemingly having emerged from a prior state of confusion. In truth, prior to entering the interrogation room, he had been meticulously reflecting on his past actions, pondering which of them could have warranted the intervention of the petite fairy officer. Ultimately, he seemed to recall something, and his bewilderment dissipated, replaced by an extraordinary calm. Before proceeding with the formal questioning, I have several personal inquiries I wish to make. Would you be amenable to answering them? Should any question feel too intrusive, you possess the right to decline to respond or remain silent. Please proceed. Chinyu responded generously to Miss Junsha. Are you familiar with the laws of the Petite Fairy League? I can recite them all. And what about the specific regulations of Jeking City? Were you aware of them beforehand? Yes. So, does this imply that you knowingly violated the law? At this point, Miss Junsha's gaze grew suddenly sharp. Violate the law. Please, Miss Junsha, reflect carefully on that regulation. Chunyu's tone unexpectedly intensified, tinged with a hint of rebuttal. Upon hearing Chunyu's words, Junsha instinctively muttered, except for those specially authorized by the Hornbud Tower, no one is permitted to capture or subdue a Hornbud. Is there an issue with this? Miss Junsha, think it over once more. In truth, I have committed no crime. After Chinyu spoke, a subtle smile began to grace his face, while internally he thought, Uncle Lehman, please lend me your strength. Miss Junsha paused, reflecting on his words as if something dawned on her, and she instinctively asked, who granted the authorization? Teacher Lehman. Chinyu replied slowly, maintaining his serene demeanor. Teacher Lehman? Are you suggesting? Miss Junsha was momentarily taken aback by Chunyu's statement, her expression swiftly shifting to one of shock. Lehman. The Hornbud Tower has only one Lehman, the one renowned as the youngest master monk in history. At merely 40 years of age, he achieved the prestigious title of Master Monk, second only to the elders. Thus, from Chunyu's tone, it appeared that Master Lehman was his mentor, the disciple of the youngest master of the Hornbud Tower. Miss Junsha was astounded. If what Chinyu said were indeed true, then capturing him would not only yield no accolades, but in a certain sense, they would be the ones committing a genuine crime. The disciple of a master from the Hornbud Tower could well become a master monk in the future. To think they had apprehended a future master of the Hornbud Tower? A cold sweat broke out on Junsha's forehead, and she instantly wished to subject the individual who leaked that video to unspeakable torment, her mind in turmoil. Are you serious? Although she contemplated the potentially dire consequences, her uncertainty led her to question Chinyu once more, and inexplicably, a sliver of hope flickered within her. What if he claims he was merely jesting? What if he is simply attempting to evade punishment? By taking the initiative to admit his fault and sincerely repent, he could regain his freedom in no more than 6 months. Does Miss Junsha truly believe it necessary for me to impersonate a figment of imagination and consequently face a decade-long sentence? Chinyu replied, Wait, I must seek confirmation from Master Lehman. If what you assert is indeed true, the Alliance is prepared to offer you any compensation. However, should you be lying, The repercussions will extend far beyond mere 10 years of hard labor. Although Miss Junsha issued yet another warning to Chunyu, she secretly yearned to hasten to the Hornbud Tower to find Lehman and clarify the matter face to face. What a jest it would be to apprehend a master-level monk's disciple, especially one who is currently the most renowned master at the Hornbud Tower. If all that Chunyu claimed were accurate, the consequences would be dire. Hold on, Miss Junsha. Chunyu called out just as she was about to exit the interrogation room. She immediately halted and turned, bewildered, to face him. If possible, please convey a message to my teacher. What do you wish to communicate to Master Lehman? Please tell him I am sorry. I traded his Onyx for other Pokémon. Upon hearing this, Miss Junsha found herself inclined to believe Chunyu's words. She knew there were few trainers who utilized Onyx, and she happened to belong to that knowledgeable group, a novice trainer well-versed in the law. If he were indeed guilty of violating it, he could not possibly maintain such composure. Furthermore, knowing about Master Lehman's Onyx suggested that he was likely not lying. However, given the gravity of the situation, a personal visit to the Hornbud Tower was imperative. After a brief moment of contemplation, Miss Junsha swiftly exited the interrogation room. No one is to enter the interrogation room until I return. With that, she hurriedly mounted her motorcycle and sped away. Observing Miss Junsha's departure, Yin Wei could not suppress a smile. He then gently addressed the portly middle-aged officer. Old who? May I borrow the key to the interrogation room? Yin Wei, are you out of your mind? Miss Junsha has expressly instructed that no one is to enter. Old who rejected him without hesitation. Old who, it's all right. Miss Junsha might just be throwing a minor tantrum, and it is a certainty that Chunyu is guilty. It would not be excessive for me to interrogate a criminal, would it? Trust me, Miss Junsha will not hold it against us. Yin Wei's tone remained calm and persuasive, revealing his eagerness for the key. Yet Old who appeared hesitant. Old who, I'll treat you to sushi tomorrow. Yin, make sure to be out early, at least before Miss Junsha returns. After a moment's deliberation, Old who ultimately decided to hand the key over to Yin Wei. After receiving the key, Yin Wei expressed his gratitude to Old who and immediately entered the interrogation room. Chapter 76. Arrival. The door to the interrogation room creaked open once more. Chunyu initially assumed it was Miss Junsha returning to convey some matter of importance, so he paid little heed. Only after a moment did he realize it was a male officer. Upon Yin Wei's entrance, he noticed Chunyu leisurely seated on a wooden chair, which provoked a wave of discontent within him. The so-called legend spoken of by seasoned players? To him, Chunyu resembled nothing more than a stray dog. Yin Wei pulled out a wooden chair for himself and sat down, his tone dripping with disdain. Is this little sprite of a policeman referring to players? Not novice trainers? I suppose he is indeed a player. It seemed that a player could ascend to the Pokémon Alliance and even become a Pokémon officer within just over a month, indicating he had his share of fortuitous circumstances. I have no idea what you are talking about. Chunyu frowned upon hearing Yin Wei's tone, perplexed by the hostility emanating from this player. Few would find comfort in such condescending remarks, especially those laced with overt insults. Don't understand what I'm saying? Fine. Yin Wei slowly rose from his seat and casually approached Chunyu. As Yin Wei drew nearer, a sense of foreboding washed over Chunyu, and just as he contemplated speaking, a sharp pain surged through his abdomen. Bang! Yin Wei ruthlessly kicked Chunyu's stomach, sending him tumbling from the wooden chair. It hurt. It hurt immensely. Chunyu had already activated the virtual reality synchronization. Every sensation experienced in the game felt as real as if he were enduring it in reality. Is it painful indeed? Do you know what it feels like to have the 8 points of affection you painstakingly cultivated over a month evaporate in an instant? Scum is scum. A worthless wretch. How dare you attempt to win the favor of a goddess with such cunning? Would it not have been better to exit the game peacefully? Yet you insisted on returning. And in doing so, you caused me to lose 8 points of affection. Moreover, I recall that one can only exit the game at the Pokémon Center, which implies that we are free to engage in some spirited play. Chunyu comprehended none of Yin Wei's words, only feeling the searing pain in his abdomen. Observing Chunyu's silence, his lack of any expression of surrender, Yin Wei felt another surge of anger rise within him, and he prepared to deliver another kick to the prostrate Chunyu. Seeing Yin Wei poised to employ force once more, Chunyu quickly rolled to the side to evade. The audacity of Chunyu to dodge incensed Yin Wei further, compelling him to pursue and ready another kick. He silently vowed to incapacitate Chunyu today. As Chunyu narrowly avoided Yin Wei's first strike, he sensed the urgency of his situation. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his abdomen, he hurriedly rose to his feet, only to find Yin Wei charging at him with renewed ferocity. As the events unfolded, Chunyu's mind immediately conjured the phrase vigilante justice. At this thought, a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. Yin Wei, noticing Chunyu rising with a hint of fury in his gaze, was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Hey, our legendary scoundrel brother isn't thinking of assaulting an officer, is he? Tianwei, a criminal on the brink of judgment, with hands shackled, posed little threat. Even with 1,000 lives, he wouldn't dare to act. The minimum sentence for assaulting an officer was 3 years in prison. After jesting about the assault, Yanwei relaxed, observing Chunyu with a feigned seriousness. Seeing Yanwei drop his guard, Chunyu took a deep breath and coolly replied, "You guessed right." Barely finishing his words, he delivered a swift kick to Yanwei's abdomen. The force of the blow shifted Yanwei's balance, causing him to stumble backward, his features contorting in pain as he clutched his midsection. Even without the virtual reality synchronization, the sensation of pain would register at 80. Unlike Yanwei, who approached the situation with a playful demeanor, Chunyu seized the moment. As Yanwei fell, he followed up with a vicious kick to his face. Without pausing for breath, and amidst Yanwei's anguished expressions, Chunyu swiftly mounted him, his fists merging into hammers as they rained down relentlessly upon Yanwei's head. Thud, thud, thud. Each strike was fueled by unparalleled rage, aimed squarely at Yanwei's skull, continuing without a moment's respite. The shackles on his wrists brought a twinge of pain with each blow, but for Chunyu, the discomfort was trivial compared to the torment he was inflicting. Chunyu felt pain, but Yanwei felt far worse. His head was a canvas of bruises, his face marred with blood. Like an enraged lion, Chunyu unleashed his fury for a full 2 minutes, not uttering a single word throughout, his hands never ceasing their assault. Whether in this world or in his previous life with the Rockets, he had never been so brazenly attacked without recourse. After 2 relentless minutes, Chunyu slowly rose, his hands trembling, his expression still icy. As a fellow player, let me impart another piece of knowledge, before a conviction. A police officer abusing their power can be dismissed from their post. With that, he turned and sauntered back to the wooden chair, his head bowed in contemplation. No longer paying any heed to Yanwei, not even casting a glance in his direction. Thus, nearly 5 minutes passed in silence. Suddenly, the door to the interrogation room swung open once more. Is Junsha back? But isn't that a bit too quick? Upon hearing the door creak, Chunyu looked up, astonished to discover that the newcomer was neither Junsha nor the petite police officer, but someone wearing a mask and sunglasses. A medium-sized league sportswear adorned with a cap? It seems familiar. Wait, that silhouette. Upon discerning the figure of the newcomer, Chunyu appeared to recall something, his expression manifesting a profound surprise. You actually assaulted a police officer. Oh, it's that player. Well, given that you've already violated the special regulations of Jicking City, what's one more offense? His tone bore an indolent quality. After hearing the voice, Chunyu became even more convinced of his suspicion. Indeed, as the newcomer removed their sunglasses and mask, Chunyu instinctively called out their name. Lu Qianlan. You actually remember me. I thought you had forgotten all about me. How could a superstar forget? But what brings you here? To witness my misfortune? If you want to see me falter, you needn't come to the police station. You could simply check the forum. Lu Qianlan rolled her eyes in response. The forum? The Pokémon Center forum? Don't you know? No, it's nothing, Chunyu replied, a sudden realization dawning in his mind, intending to take a closer look at the Pokémon Center forum later. Without further ado, join me, and I'll help you out. Fortunately, since you assaulted a police officer as a player, this matter isn't too difficult to handle. I'll smooth things over for you. By the way, I work for the Hoenn League. I am currently a special envoy of the Hoenn League. Lu Qianlan, as before, promptly got to the point in just a few sentences. Unlike before, this time Lu Qianlan revealed her identity directly. Oh, thank you, but I'm not interested at the moment. Just agree, and we can discuss the specifics once we're out. What did you say? Lu Qianlan wondered if her ears were deceiving her, having been rejected yet again by Chunyu. Moreover, this time, no matter how one looked at it, Chunyu had no other choice. Logically, Chunyu should have accepted without hesitation, even expressing immense gratitude. Yet, he had declined once more. What on earth is he thinking? Lu Qianlan was perplexed, eager to hear Chunyu's reasoning and curious to know what kind of rationale could lead to such a refusal in this situation. Chapter 77. The Aftermath. I'm currently uninterested. Why refuse? The crime you've committed could result in a decade of hard labor. And Pokémon are never as simple as you think. Lu Qianlan was desperate to understand the reason. I haven't committed any crime. Still stubborn at this point? At the very least, you assaulted a police officer. He brought this upon himself. But you're truly beyond saving. Lu Qianlan gazed at Chunyu, bubbling with frustration, utterly baffled by what he could possibly be thinking. Even in such dire circumstances, he remained unfazed. By the way, there is something I want to ask you. Yu suddenly took the initiative to question Lu Qianlan. What is it? Have you come to your senses? Lu Qianlan retorted tersely. Why are there so many players gathered outside the Jiking Gym? After a moment's contemplation, Yu finally voiced the curiosity that lingered in his mind. Upon hearing Yu's inquiry, Lu Qianlan regarded him as if he were an extraterrestrial. You don't browse the Chengdu forum? Yet another forum? After receiving Lu Qianlan's response, Yu lapsed into another round of silence, ultimately opting to directly access the forum and peruse its contents. Lost in thought, surely he isn't actually reading the forum now? Lu Qianlan cast a glance at Yu's demeanor, suspecting he was indeed engrossed in the forum, and felt a slight pang of frustration. This individual is utterly oblivious. Were it not for the current shortage of personnel and the lack of suitable candidates, one would hardly expend such energy. Despite her incessant internal complaints, Lu Qianlan chose not to disturb Yu. How infuriating! That insufferable scoundrel! Suddenly, a voice laced with palpable anger shattered the brief silence of the interrogation room. During the initial 6 months with the little sprite, the damage inflicted upon players would be automatically healed by the system, particularly the unilateral harm caused by player versus player encounters, which was restored more thoroughly. As Yanwei rose, any trace of blood was nowhere to be found. Not a single scar graced his face, and even his police uniform exhibited no creases. He truly dared to lay hands on him. Yanwei stood up, only to find Yu silently seated, poised to retaliate. You'd best desist. Just as Yanwei was about to strike, Lu Qianlan admonished him sharply. A female voice. How could a woman's voice suddenly emerge? Yanwei turned at the sound, and a remarkably familiar visage entered his view. Moments later, Yanwei stood frozen, murmuring, Lu Qianlan, let us not dwell on that. The individual you have apprehended is a special envoy from our Hoenn alliance. To some extent, the capture of the trumpet bud is integral to our mission. Lu Qianlan deliberated briefly, but ultimately resolved to stabilize the current situation. She was genuinely averse to the idea of a highly promising player being condemned to a decade of servitude in the Trumpet Bud Tower. A special envoy from your Hoenn alliance? Yanwei was momentarily taken aback, as if he had heard something of great significance. Having reached this point, Lu Qianlan saw no need for further pleasantries with Yanwei and promptly revealed an identification card from her pocket. Name: Lu Qianlan. Position: Special Investigation Officer for the Hoenn Region Affiliation, Special Task Force of the 3rd Agency in Zhejiang City. Beneath the identification was a string of numbers and a bold red seal. The number can be verified. Shall we test it? Lu Qianlan slapped the card onto the table, refraining from further comment as she awaited a response. A superstar is protecting this scoundrel? Upon hearing this, Yanwei clenched his fists. Having anticipated a thorough reckoning after the system restored his body, he was now confronted with the unexpected emergence of a celebrity, one of notable standing within the game. Once again, I cast a glance at Yu, observing the expression of indifference on his face, which ignited a profound anger within Yanwei. How can he act so nonchalantly after striking me? Very well, when Junsha returns, I shall see who can still protect you. To dare assault an officer. Junsha harbors a deep disdain for all criminal acts. As these thoughts coursed through Yanwei's mind, he gradually regained his composure. After all, there were others present, and resorting to extrajudicial measures was not an option. He began to devise alternative plans to deal with Yu. Yu remained silent, continuing to peruse posts on the forum. However, the longer he read, the tighter his brows furrowed. 10 minutes later, the sound of motorcycle brakes echoed at the entrance of the Zhejiang City police station as a graceful figure swiftly entered the precinct. After providing a brief explanation to the officers outside about the possibility of having apprehended the wrong individual, she hurried into the interrogation room without a backward glance. The door to the interrogation room swung open once again. Yu, I apologize. Our information was inadequate. Why are there 3 people? Why, during my absence, have 2 more individuals appeared? Was it not stated that no one was to enter? Upon seeing the unexpected presence of 2 additional individuals, a vein throbbed on Junsha's forehead, as though she were suppressing something within. During her absence, Junsha had rushed to the Tower of Hornbud, ultimately securing an audience with Master Lehman. As anticipated, after detailing the specific circumstances, Lehman confirmed everything without hesitation, candidly acknowledging that Yu was indeed his disciple, and that the Hornbud was authorized by him. Upon hearing this, Junsha sensed the gravity of the situation. There was no time to waste. After relaying Yu's message, she disregarded Lehman's astonished expression and hastened back to the police station. Throughout her journey, a singular thought occupied her mind. She fervently hoped that Yu would not hold them accountable for their blunder. They had apprehended the wrong person. Moreover, They had mistakenly arrested a disciple of a master-level monk. This could potentially offend the Tower of Hornbud, which the Fairy Alliance held in high regard. What are you doing here? Junsha was taken aback to find Yin Wei in the interrogation room as well. Her eyebrows arched in anger as she reprimanded him. His presence was both unexpected and infuriating. She had issued clear instructions upon her departure. No one was to enter the interrogation room. Yet, upon her return, she found Yin Wei displaying an air of arrogance, entirely unbefitting a police officer, resembling more a street thug than an officer of the law. Junsha, you returned just in time. Let me tell you, this criminal had the audacity to lay hands on me. We cannot let him off easily. Leave. Do you not hear me, superstar? Miss Junsha, I kindly request that you step outside. Yin Wei, upon hearing Junsha's order to clear the room, immediately addressed Lu Qianlan, completely disregarding Junsha's tone and the direction of her command. Lu Qianlan remained motionless, a faint smile gracing her face as she observed Yin Wei. I told you to leave. Junsha admonished once more, her tone elevated significantly compared to before. Me? Yin Wei incredulously pointed at himself. Get out. Immediately. Junsha's patience had clearly reached its limit. But that scoundrel just assaulted me. He attacked an officer. Yin Wei could hardly contain his indignation upon hearing Miss Junsha's command to leave, and he quickly divulged the incident involving Chenyu. Upon hearing about the assault on an officer, Miss Junsha momentarily froze, then glanced at Chunyu's reaction, noting his face bore no sign of emotional disturbance. Not even a hint of guilt. After assessing Chunyu's demeanor, Junsha scrutinized Yin Wei's state once more, and it seemed she discovered something, her fists clenching tightly. Get out. Miss Junsha's voice, tinged with suppressed fury, resonated with a low intensity. But he smack. Miss Junsha delivered a resounding slap to Yin Wei. Witnessing this, Lu Qianlan was taken aback. Miss Junsha actually struck someone? Get lost. Yin Wei's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Junsha. Noticing the fury etched across her face, Yin Wei's lips twitched as if he had much to say, yet ultimately he held his tongue and chose to depart. As Yin Wei left, the anger on Junsha's face visibly eased, and her gaze shifted toward Lu Qianlan. Lu Qianlan remained unperturbed, gesturing toward the documents on the table. Following Lu Qianlan's indication, Junsha noticed an additional document present. After a cursory glance, she took a deep breath, forced a smile, and extended her right hand. Hello, comrade from the Fengyuan Alliance. Hello, Miss Junsha. Lu Qianlan reciprocated the gesture, intending to formally greet her, just as they were about to exchange further pleasantries. The door to the interrogation room swung open once more. In rushed Old Hu, a look of urgency etched upon his face. As Junsha and Lu Qianlan exchanged puzzled glances, Old Hu hurriedly spoke. Miss Junsha, a person claiming to be a professor from the Pixie Research Academy wishes to see you. Chapter 78. Chunyu's vow. A professor from the Pixie Research Academy? What could they possibly want at this moment? Were they seeking police cooperation for some matter? Moreover, a professor nonetheless. After considering the implications, Junsha glanced once more at Chunyu and Lu Qianlan, weighing her options before ultimately deciding. She softly instructed Old Hu, please have the professor wait a moment. No need for such formality. I can wait right here. As soon as Miss Junsha's words fell, a striking figure appeared in the doorway of the interrogation room, a mature and stunning woman, gracing the entrance with her presence. Lu Qianlan, Junsha. And Old Hu turned their gazes towards the source of the sound, where a woman was approaching Junsha with measured steps, each imbued with an ineffable aura. If Chunyu had shifted his attention to the interrogation room, he would have undoubtedly uttered the name Eve, a professor from the Pixie Research Academy, Eve, the esteemed senior officer of the Kaiki City Police, Junsha. Following brief introductions, Eve cast a sidelong glance at the somewhat dazed Chunyu before getting straight to the point. My purpose in coming here is to request that Miss Junsha ensure the acquittal of Chunyu. As for the matter concerning the Hornbud Tower, our academy will provide them with a reasonable explanation. Upon hearing Eve's words, Junsha was momentarily taken aback. She initially presumed that the Pixie Research Academy sought the police's cooperation for some pressing issue. The revelation that they had come to bail out Chunyu was entirely unexpected. An explanation? What need was there for an explanation? The direct disciple of Master Lehman, under the authorization of the upper echelons of the Hornbud Tower. What further justification could be required? Noticing the expression on Junsha's face, Eve assumed there were complications and frowned as she said, I trust Miss Junsha is aware that the strength of our academy will not implicate you in any way. No. Chunyu has been innocent from the very beginning. What? When Junsha proclaimed that Chunyu was innocent from the outset, not only did Old Hu wear a look of astonishment, but even Eve appeared slightly taken aback. How could he have been innocent from the start? Meanwhile, Lu Qianlon's expression remained notably composed, with a hint of amusement bubbling within her. It seemed that once they were outside, she would have to give Chunyu a stern talking to. Lu Qianlon believed that Junsh's assertion of Chunyu's innocence stemmed from her affiliation with the Hoenn League. In reality, Chunyu's initial capture of the Hornbud was entirely legitimate. Miss Junsha continued, amidst the confusion of Eve and Old Hu. Chunyu is the direct disciple of Master Lehman. How could this be possible? No wonder. What? The expressions on Old Hu, Eve, and Lu Qianlon's faces were nothing short of captivating upon hearing that Chunyu was a disciple of Lehman. Old Hu appeared as if he had seen a ghost, utterly unable to fathom the truth. If Chunyu were indeed the direct disciple of that master, then the Kaiki City police had made a monumental blunder in this arrest. Offending the Hornbud Tower in Kaiki City could lead to dire consequences. Realizing this, Old Hu swallowed hard, and his gaze towards Chunyu shifted dramatically. Eve, meanwhile, wore an expression of dawning comprehension. It made sense why the rookie trainer was allowed to work within the Yukinari household, and why the butler permitted him to instruct the young lady. If he were a disciple of Master Lehman, everything fell into place. In stark contrast to Old Hu and Eve, Lu Qianlon's expression perfectly encapsulated the essence of being dumbfounded. Was it not due to my influence? Was it not because of the identity related to the Hoenn League? How could he possibly be associated with the youngest master monk of the Bellflower Tower? Upon observing the expressions of the three individuals, Junsha gently shook her head, internally sighing in resignation. Well, if both of you have come for Chunyu, there is truly no need for concern. However, we still have matters to discuss privately with Chunyu. Might I trouble you to wait outside for a moment? Junsha yearned to have Lu Qianlon and Eve escort Chunyu away, anywhere but the police station in Jieging City. Yet, summoning a deity is far simpler than sending one away. There remain numerous subsequent matters to deliberate with Chunyu. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianlon and Eve exchanged glances and promptly exited the interrogation room. Just as Old Hu intended to leave, Junsha called him back. The keys to the interrogation room were given to Yan Wei by you, correct? Old Hu hesitated, almost tacitly acknowledging Junsh's inquiry. We will settle this later. You may leave as well. Upon hearing this, despair surged within Old Hu, hoping fervently that Chunyu would not pursue accountability. With a soft sigh, he too departed the interrogation room. Now, only two individuals remained in the room. Junsh's expression was quite vivid as she gazed at Chunyu's dazed demeanor, uncertain of how to break the impasse. Then, recalling something, she hurriedly unlocked Chunyu's handcuffs. Once freed, Junsha seated herself across from Chunyu, still silent, seemingly awaiting him to speak first. After approximately 5 minutes had elapsed, a glimmer of clarity returned to Chunyu's eyes. So this was how it all unfolded. Chunyu had meticulously scoured every post about himself on the forum, whether positive or negative, absorbing each with utmost seriousness. Occasionally, he would even glance at a reply or two beneath the posts. Initially, when confronted with the disdain, insults, and slander from fellow players, he felt an uncontrollable blaze igniting within him. It was not until he stumbled upon Lu Qingyi's post that he began to gradually regain his composure and reflect. What had he truly accomplished over the past month? Ultimately, Chunyu perused the posts shared by players from other Alliance regions. By the time he encountered these writings, he had completely calmed down, and more importantly, he was filled with self-reflection. In this lifetime, had these players already surged ahead by such a margin? Many renowned professional players from his previous life had commenced their challenges for the 4th gym badge, and a few had even successfully become elite trainers. Even numerous ordinary players were preparing for their 3rd badge challenge. Had he unwittingly fallen so far behind? Setting aside the question of whether his own challenge was a hidden task, he realized that even the acquisition of the wing badge had primarily relied upon Mr. ASU's endorsement. The so-called acknowledgement is nothing more than the result of defeat in battle. To put it bluntly, it stems from the pity of the gym leaders. I did not come to this world merely to seek sympathy. I possess a wealth of knowledge regarding Pokémon, and I clearly have the potential to advance further than they have. While it is indeed significant to have rare Pokémon with exceptional potential, it is laughable that I neglected the most crucial fact. This is not merely a game, it is a tangible reality. Pokémon possess their own thoughts and emotions. Yet I foolishly believed that merely discovering rare Pokémon would propel me to greatness. During my time at the Yuki household, I was so preoccupied with cultivating a rapport with the young lady that I completely overlooked the needs of my beloved Teddiursa and Pidgey. I didn't even take the time to personally feed them. After acquiring Vulpix, I recklessly plunged into gym battles without any preparation. In contrast, every player around me trained tirelessly. Who among them did not approach their gym challenges with the utmost diligence? Yet here I was, naively attempting to conquer the gym based on my misguided earthly knowledge. At this moment, a wave of discomfort washed over Chunyu, especially as he caught sight of that dazzling wing badge, which felt particularly glaring. In a moment of reflection, under Juncha's astonished gaze, Chunyu retrieved 3 Pokeballs and, with unwavering determination, declared, "I'm sorry, Teddy Ursa, Pidgey, and Vulpix. I swear, it will never happen again." Chapter 79. Compensation from Junsha. 1T happen again? What does that mean? Junsha inquired, puzzled and perplexed by Chunyu's sudden retrieval of the Pokeballs. "It's nothing, Miss Junsha. May I take my leave?" Chunyu responded, posing a counter-question. "Whenever you wish, and due to our oversight, we will provide you with some compensation," Junsha replied apologetically. "Compensation?" Chunyu was taken aback at the mention of it. "Is there really compensation? Though it feels somewhat embarrassing to ask, may I inquire what it entails?" His voice carried a hint of shyness. "Typically, it amounts to 10,000 league coins. Then, could I forego the league coins in favor of a small request?" Junsha was surprised and intrigued, eager to learn what Chunyu might ask for. Had it been anyone else, she might have declined without hesitation. However, Chunyu's circumstances were indeed unique. As the direct disciple of Master Lehman, a representative of the Hoenn League, and a protected subject of a professor at the Pokémon Research Academy, Junsha had no choice but to take Chunyu's proposal seriously. "I would like an invitation to the Autumn, Chunyu suggested somewhat shyly, as the requirements for attending Autumn are notoriously stringent. Setting aside the identity of an elite trainer with 4 gym badges, one must also possess an invitation letter. According to ASU's account, obtaining an invitation to Odomar is no simple feat, and in the haste of my departure, I neglected to collect ASU's letter of recommendation." Hearing Junsha mention compensation, Chunyu resolved to approach the situation with a sense of trial, particularly since the Pokémon Police are directly affiliated with the Pokémon Alliance. Junsha had already prepared herself, ready to accommodate Chunyu's requests as long as they were not overly excessive. However, when Chunyu boldly stated his desire for an invitation to Odomar, Junsha was momentarily taken aback, instinctively exclaiming, "You wish to obtain an invitation to Odomar? Apologies. But that request is indeed a bit excessive." Chunyu scratched his head, feeling a tinge of helplessness. How could it possibly be so easy to acquire an invitation? "Do you wish to travel to Odomar?" "Yes, indeed. I have some matters to attend to. Actually, I may have a way to facilitate your visit." "Oh, in that case, I shall take my leave shortly." "Wait, Miss Junsha, what did you just say?" Chunyu questioned, doubting the clarity of his hearing, uncertain of what Junsha had just uttered. "What I mean is, if you merely wish to travel to Odomar for a month or 2, I should be able to arrange that." "Wait, Miss Junsha, isn't it required to be an elite trainer to go to Odomar? Isn't an invitation letter necessary? Why the sudden change?" Chunyu seemed to grasp something, casting a meaningful glance at Junsha. Noticing the look in Chunyu's eyes, Junsha understood his thoughts all too well and replied with a hint of annoyance. "What are you thinking? I used to work in Odomar. Facilitating someone's travel there is quite feasible." "Miss Junsha, you previously held a position in Odomar?" Chunyu inquired, astonished. "Why? Does it not seem plausible?" "It does. It seems entirely plausible. The Junsha family can do no wrong. I would believe it even if you said you once worked in Sinnoh. Your cousins not only share a striking resemblance, but their hairstyles and clothing are identical. Not everyone can reach the level of someone like Brock." "That's not true. That's not true." Although Chunyu had many thoughts swirling in his mind, he refrained from voicing them aloud. "If that is your request, I can arrange it, and you will receive a special pass shortly," Junsha stated. Junsha's earlier astonishment stemmed from the simplicity of Chunyu's request. In comparison to the original compensation of 10,000 Alliance coins, she was far more inclined to issue Chunyu a special pass. This would resolve the matter efficiently without imposing additional compensation costs on the police department, which could affect year-end evaluations. Thus, Junsha was more than willing to fulfill Chunyu's proposal. Most importantly, while others might find such a task challenging, for Junsha, it was merely a trivial matter. "I am truly grateful. Thank you, Miss Junsha." Chunyu quickly rose to his feet, extending his right hand in a gesture of gratitude to shake hands with Junsha. Upon seeing the smile on Chunyu's face, Junsha's initial apprehensions dissipated, and she too extended her hand, grasping Chunyu's in a mutual exchange. After their handshake, Chunyu intended to bid farewell to Miss Junsha, as he presumed Lu Qianlong might still be waiting outside. The thought of Lu Qianlong left Chunyu momentarily perplexed. Should he join her now? Although he found her exceedingly unpleasant in his past life, in this current one, he had no intentions of joining Team Rocket, which ought to prevent any conflicts, right? By the way, was that male officer, Yin Wei, the one who entered the interrogation room without permission? Did he give you any trouble? Junsha suddenly inquired, recalling something. With a silent plea to say no. Is he that despicable officer who resorts to extrajudicial punishment? Upon hearing Junsha's question, Chinyu felt no anger, but instead a smile graced his face. Not at all. In fact, I owe him my gratitude. That kick was what jolted me awake. By the way, Miss Junsha, if your pass is ready, could you kindly deliver it to the Flying Wing Dojo? I may be staying with Mr. ASU for a few days. After all, I think it would be best if I minimize my visits to the police station, even with the lovely Miss Junsha here. Well then, Miss Junsha, I shall take my leave. Chinyu sincerely bid farewell to Junsha, and, rather mischievously, teased her. No problem. I'll come by the Flying Wing Dojo to find you in a few days. Junsha promptly dismissed Chinyu's teasing with an agreeable response. She then lowered her head, contemplating his earlier remark about the kick that awakened him. Moments later, as if struck by a realization, her expression abruptly froze. Chinyu, having nothing more to say, exited the interrogation room, leaving behind a coldly expressioned Junsha. Indeed, regardless of the time, only the best remains. The atmosphere in the interrogation room was stifling. Chinyu leaned against the wall, taking deep breaths of the fresh air outside, preparing to have a serious conversation with Lu Qianlan when he was suddenly taken aback by the sight before him. Eve, what are you doing here? Eve, who had been explaining matters concerning the Pokémon Research Academy to Lu Qianlan, felt her forehead veins throb upon hearing Chunyu's exclamation, her fists tightening unconsciously. Lu Qianlan, noticing Eve's sudden shift in demeanor, inwardly cursed the situation. Players can perceive external circumstances while browsing the forum. Yet, they were utterly unaware of this. Just as Eve entered the interrogation room, Chinyu's focus had been entirely on the forum. Good luck, Lu Qianlan suddenly said to Chinyu. Chinyu, perplexed, inquired, what do you mean, good luck? Lu Qianlan, seemingly fearful of what was to come, gradually closed her eyes. Chapter 80. Determination. As dusk settled over the city of Kaiki, a group emerged from the precinct of the police station. Eve's face bore the remnants of her anger, while Chinyu's left hand displayed a considerable bruise. Lu Qianlan, on the other hand, wore an expression of lingering intrigue. Was it truly sufficient to merely expel that rogue player from the force? How unexciting. I had anticipated a more severe retribution. To think you activated virtual reality synchronization so soon. You are indeed fascinating. And remember your promise. Once you become an elite trainer, I shall seek you out. Upon exiting the police station, Lu Qianlan donned her mask and sunglasses. After imparting her warning to Chinyu, she strode away into the distance. Chinyu watched her retreating figure, feeling a pang of uncertainty within. Become an elite trainer? Perhaps in the past, I would have been brimming with confidence. Though Eve's ire had not fully subsided, and a trace of annoyance lingered on her face. She could not help but inquire curiously as she noticed Chinyu lost in thought over Lu Qianlan's departure. I find it perplexing. Why did you not accept her offer to join the Hoenn League? It is not that I declined, but rather that the timing is not yet right. I cannot fathom what else you might have in store. Why did you think to come to my rescue? Chinyu suddenly asked. You still owe me 3 favors. I take my contracts very seriously. Eve's voice carried a note of genuine gravity. Thank you. Chinyu responded earnestly, albeit in a somewhat hushed tone. What did you say? Eve, unable to hear clearly, asked again out of curiosity. Chinyu sighed and shook his head, signaling that it was nothing. By the way, I need you to hold on to this for the time being. Suddenly recalling something, he pulled out a seemingly ordinary stone from his backpack and opened his palm to reveal it. Is this the keystone? Eve's curiosity piqued as she wondered what Chinyu would entrust to her, but her astonishment was palpable upon recognizing the keystone. In the Johto region, these stones are exceedingly rare. Even within their Pokémon Research Academy, the number they could produce would scarcely exceed 5. Yet now, it materialized from the hands of a novice trainer. What was even more astonishing was that this fledgling trainer had chosen to place it in her care. Without proper identification, this stone is no different from a mere pebble by the roadside. Your academy happens to be researching it, so please keep it safe for me. Chinyu wasted no time, directly placing the keystone into Eve's hand. It seems you are aware of its significance. Are you not concerned I might keep it for myself? Eve raised an eyebrow and inquired. Even if you wanted it, it would be of no use to you. It may not even belong to Jengar. But what if it truly is Jengar's? Then I would gladly gift it to you. Why do you want me to safeguard it? Eve finally voiced the greatest mystery that lingered in her mind. Were they not once adversaries? Could it be that he felt gratitude for her assistance? Is this your way of expressing gratitude for your recent endeavors? If Chinyu were to discern Eve's inner thoughts at this moment, he would certainly perceive her as exceedingly self-absorbed. Firstly, it was the omnipotent Uncle Lehman who rescued me from beginning to end. Secondly, If it were not for the ability to identify the key stone, which could only be found at the Fairy Research Academy or the doctor's office, who would willingly entrust such a precious item to you? In truth, Qinyu's thoughts were rather straightforward. He intended to utilize Eve's assistance to have his key stone appraised at no cost. As for why he was so certain she would acquiesce, the answer is simple. Aside from the Carlos region, the availability of keystones at other fairy research academies is exceedingly scarce. Each one is regarded as a treasure, warranting thorough examination. After determining which specific fairy it applies to, he would then gradually proceed to the next step. Regarding the keystone of Gungue, it was even more implausible. Chinyu had never believed in the minuscule odds of 1 in several tens. Such misfortune could not possibly befall him. Can you guess? Chinyu certainly could not confess that he viewed her as free labor. Instead, he presented a vague notion. Can you imagine? Such a precious item, casually given away? Not even a flutter of the eyelid. Not only did he display no signs of regret, but there was also a faint smile gracing his face. If this was indeed an act of gratitude for his rescue, would it warrant the gifting of something so extravagant? After a moment of contemplation, a flicker of realization crossed Eve's face, followed swiftly by a stern admonition. If it truly is Gungue's key stone, you shall have no place to weep. No worries. Let us consider it a gift. By the way, are you returning to the mansion in Jijing City soon? Yes. Why do you ask? Please bring a gift for the young lady. Upon saying this, Chinyu produced the Everstone he had acquired from ASU. Are you certain you wish to give this to the young lady? Eve's gaze was somewhat peculiar. I genuinely have nothing of merit to offer, Chinyu replied, a hint of embarrassment evident in his tone. How could you possibly gift the young lady with this? I promised her that I would reach out every few months. If I exceed 3 months without contact, I must present a gift. Have you already decided to break your promise? No. I am heading to a place where I may not be able to contact the Johto region. Isn't the nearest gym to this location in Manjin City? How can you not make contact? I am not going to Manjin City. Then where are you going? To Odoma Lei, in the Flying Wing Gym of Kikyo City? Are you suggesting that you wish to learn the cultivation techniques for flying-type fairies from me? ASU observed Chunyu's earnest expression, though his countenance betrayed no surprise, as if he had anticipated Chunyu's return all along. Yes, it may seem sudden, but I genuinely wish to grow stronger alongside BB Bird. Chunyu's tone was resolute. Yet, did you not just mention that you would soon journey to Autumn Air? To master the cultivation techniques of flying-type Pokémon in merely a few days seems quite implausible. Previously, due to certain exceptional circumstances, I had underestimated the complexities of the Pokémon world. For over a month, I have neglected to train my Pokémon, even delegating their feeding to others. I truly feel remorse for them. Chunyu's voice was tinged with deep contrition as he paused before continuing. Of course, it is impossible to acquire master-level skills in just a few days. However, I should be able to grasp the basics. I can certainly learn, but I have no time to teach you. I can merely observe from the sidelines. Please, Mr. ASU, you will not be fed, and you must also assist with the gym's cleaning. Just having a place to rest will suffice. How fortunate that there still exist free volunteers. Congratulations, you are hired. ASU responded with a smile. Thank you very much, Mr. ASU. Upon hearing ASU's words, Chinyu immediately bowed deeply, his demeanor exceedingly sincere. The battle arena of the Flying Wing Gym was enveloped in the cloak of night. Despite the hour, Chinyu chose not to succumb to slumber, but instead lay upon the desolate ground, gazing up at the myriad stars, lost in thought. The night breeze was brisk, even in the summer, as the evening air always carried a chill. Clad in his league sportswear, Chinyu remained undeterred by the cold, allowing the wind to sweep over him. As time trickled by, he began to struggle against the encroaching drowsiness of the night, eventually closing his eyes slowly. Just before drifting into dreams, he murmured, "Hello, Pokémon World." After arranging Chunyu's work duties and resting quarters, ASU returned to the tidy room from before. Once he secured the door, he took out a sheet of stationery and began to write, "To Abai, assessment complete. There is hope for you to become a future champion." End of Volume 1. Chapter 1. Preparations for departure. As Pokémon continued to thrive, the number of players across various regions steadily increased. However, most players, upon entering the game, engaged in laborious tasks to earn league currency, with few venturing to visit the Pokémon gyms. Setting aside whether they could successfully navigate the challenges, even those who could conquer the gyms often refrained from doing so. New trainers enjoy considerable privileges. Pokémon healthcare is complimentary. The infrastructure of Pokémon centers is free of charge. Goods in the general store are sold at discounted prices. However, once one becomes a formal trainer, not only do they receive no rewards, but they also lose these so-called privileges. So, Why would one exert effort to challenge the gyms, which seem to yield little in return? What the league celebration will resemble a year from now remains a mystery to all. Consequently, the foot traffic in gyms is not only sparse, but also dishearteningly low. In the city of Kikyo, the situation at the Flying Wing Gym is no different. Nonetheless, the gym leader, ASU, maintains his usual routine. Every day, the flying-type Pokémon are fed or trained, with the addition of an apprentice by ASU's side. The cuckoos can sense the Earth's rotation and chime at specific moments throughout the day. Thus, it is essential to ensure soundproofing when they announce the time. The Pidgey prefer to catch their own prey, so during feeding time, they should be released to forage independently. As for the Pidgeot, ASU acts as a stern superior, assigning Chinyu a multitude of demanding tasks. Despite the heavy workload, Chinyu exhibits no complaints, diligently attending to every duty, even managing to find a notebook from somewhere, where he sketches a bit of content each day. For 3 consecutive days, apart from eating and resting, Chinyu devoted himself to accompanying the Pokémon. After ensuring the well-being of his own Pokémon, he would feed the Pokémon within the gym and complete the tasks assigned by Mr. ASU. Chunyu's industriousness inadvertently allowed most of the staff at the Flying Wing Gym to enjoy a more leisurely time, even though their workload was not particularly heavy. Yet, whenever there were tasks related to Pokémon, Chunyu eagerly volunteered to undertake them. On the evening of the 3rd day, Miss Junsha visited the Flying Wing Gym to find Chinyu. She presented him with a special pass for Otomar, granting him the privilege to reside there for 6 months. Upon locating Chinyu, Junsha handed him a document stamped with a red seal. Ding! Congratulations to player Chinyu for acquiring a special item, Otomar's exclusive pass. Status: non-tradable. Non-transferable, an item exclusively belonging to player Chinyu. Thank you very much, Miss Junsha. Chinyu expressed his gratitude as he accepted the document. Miss Junsha nodded gently and then departed from the Flying Wing Gym. Chinyu gazed at the special pass in his hand, feeling a surge of desire as he tightened his grip on it. According to ASU, trainers permitted to enter Otomar are typically elite trainers. In other words, Otomar is a gathering place for the elite, teeming with skilled individuals. During his time in the interrogation room, Chinyu had already determined that Otomar would be his ultimate destination. The reasons were twofold. First, the Heart's water drop transformed from Latios is said to possess the power of legendary Pokémon, purportedly enhancing the bond between trainers and their Pokémon. Second, as a hub for elite trainers, one can acquire an abundance of knowledge regarding Pokémon techniques, combat strategies, and living habits. Although Chunyu felt a twinge of regret over the previously planned task in Mankin City, he chose to selectively forego it for the sake of his Vulpix, Teddiursa, and Pidgey. After securing the special pass in his possession, Chunyu returned to his resting place, intending to bid farewell to Mr. ASU the following day. Thank you for your care over these past 3 days, Mr. ASU. The next morning, upon waking, Chinyu did not leave immediately. Instead, following the customary practice, Chinyu tended to his cherished Pokémon and those of the gym before bidding farewell to ASU. It hardly constituted care. But must I leave so soon? ASU inquired. It is not departure. It is to return once more and reclaim the badge that rightfully belongs to me, Chinyu asserted with unwavering conviction. Wasn't the wing badge given to you? ASU asked, puzzled. Chinyu offered no response. Instead, he retrieved the wing badge from his backpack and placed it in ASU's hands. What does this mean? ASU's expression reflected surprise. Wait for my return, and I shall defeat Mr. ASU's Pidgeot. This badge is truly meant for me. Chinyu smiled as he spoke. ASU's face displayed a moment of astonishment, but he quickly regained his composure and, with a half-smile, asked, Aren't you afraid you might not reclaim it? Indeed, I am afraid. How could I not be? That is precisely why I must strive even harder. Your logic eludes me, yet I recall that you are already a formal trainer, correct? Thus, when you returned to claim the wing badge, ASU seemed to have a realization and kindly reminded Chinyu. Oh, my goodness. How could I have forgotten this? Upon becoming a formal trainer, the gym leader's Pokémon levels or types are entirely at their discretion. In other words, if the leader is in good spirits, they might send out lower-level Pokémon, but if they wish to test a challenger, they could very well employ evolved forms. Consequently, Chinyu felt a twinge of discontent. However, after a brief moment of frustration, he composed himself and stated, regardless of whether or not I am a formal trainer, the challenge will always exist. So I kindly ask for your support, Mr. ASU. In that case, I wish you the best of luck. Remember to train your Pidgey well. If you neglect its training, I shall hold you accountable. ASU offered a final reminder. I won't forgive myself either. So farewell. Chinyu extended his right hand towards ASU. Without hesitation, ASU reciprocated with his own hand. After their farewell, Chenyu slowly departed from the wing gym. Along the way, he encountered numerous players, yet curiously, they seemed entirely indifferent to him. Most were preoccupied with their own affairs, either working or on their way to find employment. As though the incident involving the notorious scoundrel had never occurred. Not everyone desires fame, at least Chenyu did not. Observing the lack of attention from the players, he felt a faint smile emerge within him. At that moment, Chenyu suddenly halted and dashed back toward the wing gym as if fleeing for his life. The surrounding players appeared unperturbed by the sight of someone sprinting. They merely cast a casual glance before returning to their own tasks. At most, one or two would remark, "Look, another player running late for work." As Chenyu sprinted forward, a wave of exasperation washed over him. How could he have forgotten to inquire with Mr. ASU about the most crucial piece of information? Where exactly was Odoma Lay? Chapter 2. Extradition to the southwest of Huapi town, upon the beach. Chenyu found himself in a state of deep frustration. In his previous encounters, he had entirely neglected to ask ASU about the whereabouts of Odoma Lay and the means of reaching it. Only after retracing his steps to the Flying Wing Dojo and seeking clarity did he realize that Odoma Lay was situated on an isolated island in the southwest direction of Huapi town. However, there were no direct boats to Odoma Lay. He could only take a vessel bound for the Hoenn region, as Odoma Lay conveniently lay along that route. Tickets for the journey to Odoma Lay were exclusively sold at the transportation station in Huapi town, and one had to present relevant documentation to make a purchase. When Chenyu arrived at the transportation station to acquire a ticket, he was further disheartened to discover that a single ticket cost a staggering 5,000 Alliance coins. Yet, contemplating the purpose of his quest, he ultimately gritted his teeth and parted with the money. The staff at the transportation station informed him that a boat from the Hoenn Alliance would indeed pass through the area that very afternoon. Thus, Chenyu made his way to the desolate stretch of beach. Why was it described as desolate? Firstly, a cliff by the sea being dubbed a beach seemed utterly absurd. Furthermore, who would venture to such a place unless they were contemplating despair? To the novice trainers nearby, he thought, please do not give in to hopelessness. Life invariably presents its challenges. Just as Chenyu prepared to calm his mind and await the approaching vessel, a somewhat urgent shout shattered his tranquility. A novice trainer? Contemplating despair? Surely, they couldn't be referring to him. Once again, Chenyu felt a pang of frustration. He was merely waiting for a boat and had been mistaken for someone in distress. Turning to the source of the voice, he beheld a male figure seated upon a small Pokémon, though he could not discern its exact species. The pair approached him swiftly. That Pokémon. Out of curiosity, Chenyu retrieved his Pokédex. Dragonair, initial epic, is a water and ice-type Pokémon, characterized by its gentle demeanor and willingness to assist others. It enjoys carrying humans upon its back as it glides over the sea. However, this has led to its significant capture and near extinction, as it possesses a remarkable intellect capable of understanding human speech. Could it be Dragonair? As the figure drew nearer, Chenyu finally discerned the visitor. Clad in the standard sailor's uniform of the Sinnoh Alliance, the man's dark complexion seemed to narrate the life he had lived. Before long, the dark-skinned gentleman, riding upon Dragonair, arrived at the beach. Novice trainer, do not lose hope. Difficulties will surely pass. Upon closer inspection, the man's voice resonated with strength and conviction. Chenyu was suddenly enveloped in a cloud of confusion. Thank you, sir, but I am not contemplating ending my life. I am merely waiting for the Vine Monster's Vine Whip. Just as Chenyu was attempting to clarify his situation to the dark-skinned man, the latter unexpectedly summoned a Vine Monster and commanded it to unleash its Vine Whip. Huh, Vine Whip? What Vine Whip? Before Chenyu could finish his words, a pair of green tendrils surged towards him with great force, leaving his mind blank in shock. Vine Monster, bring that newcomer over. Upon receiving the new directive, the Vine Monster wasted no time and promptly pulled Chenyu down from the beach. No, please. Although Chenyu did not have a fear of heights, the sensation of weightlessness in midair was undeniably terrifying. Tianzhong Sidero was an ordinary crew member aboard the Dongfeng Yuandu, possessing a Dragonite and also serving as a ferry operator on the vessel. Earlier that day, he received a message from Hinoki Town stating that a trainer had purchased a ticket to Odoma Lay and would be waiting by the beach. As they passed through the area, Tianzhong Sidero began his routine ferrying duties. However, he was taken aback to find a young trainer seemingly intent on ending his own life. As a semi-official member of the league, how could he allow a young newcomer to so recklessly end his vibrant life? After diverting the trainer's attention, he quickly commanded the Vine Monster to rescue him with its Vine Whip. Indeed, I possess a strong sense of justice. Tianzhong Sidero silently commended himself. In contrast, Chinyu was genuinely experiencing the sensation of flying. As the vine monster's vine whip pulled him onto the back of the Dragonite, his expression reflected a lingering shock. New trainer, heed my advice. If you wish to navigate through life, rest assured that there are no hardships insurmountable. You are fortunate this time. I am merely waiting for the boat. I am not contemplating ending my life. Chinyu felt a wave of frustration. What was the meaning of all this? Others acted out of goodwill, and one could hardly blame them for misunderstanding. Oh, so it was not a matter of self-harm. Thank goodness. Tianzhong Sidero chuckled awkwardly. Waiting for a boat. It wouldn't happen to be one heading to the Hoenn region, would it? After a few more awkward laughs, Tianzhong Sidero seemed to recall something, his expression turning slightly surprised. Yes. What of it? Chinyu retorted. Are you the trainer who purchased a ticket in Hinoki Town? Heading to Odomale? That is indeed correct. New trainers can also head to Odomale. This is a special circumstance. Then I haven't rescued the wrong person after all. I am Tianzhong Sidero, an official crew member aboard the Dongfeng Yuandu. I am here to ferry passengers from the beach. After speaking, Tianzhong Sidero let out a hearty laugh. Upon hearing this, Chinyu felt no reason to doubt him, especially given that he possessed a Dragonite and was clad in the standard sailor's uniform of the Chengdu League. It is most likely that he is a formal crew member. Now that the identity of the other party has been confirmed, Chinyu, still somewhat curious, couldn't help but inquire. Mr. Tanaka, why did you specifically come to ferry the ship's guests? Why not simply allow the vessel to come directly? Mr. Tanaka, seemingly well acquainted with this question, promptly replied. The East Wind Voyager is an ocean cruise liner, and the water level near the beach is too low, which is why I have taken on the role of ferry operator. Chinyu nodded, indicating his understanding of the reason, yet he still expressed some dissatisfaction by asking. Then why does Mr. Tanaka believe I am contemplating self-harm rather than waiting for the ship? After saying this, Chinyu fixed his gaze upon Mr. Tanaka with wide eyes. He had not anticipated that his trip to Odoma would involve a novice trainer. Just as Chinyu was about to say something, he found himself momentarily taken aback by Mr. Tanaka's subsequent words. Typically, those who traveled to Odoma were elite trainers, who would remain submerged in the water with their aquatic Pokémon, waiting for my arrival. You wouldn't be without a water-type Pokémon, would you? Chinyu asked. Chapter 3. The East Wind Voyager. In the midst of it all, Chinyu spotted Professor Xi and his companions aboard a Lapras in the Orange Archipelago. From that moment, a dream began to take shape in Chinyu's heart, to one day ride a Lapras himself. Little did he know that this modest dream would indeed come to fruition. Moreover, the very first Pokémon he would ride would be none other than a Lapras. Filled with joy, Chinyu incessantly questioned Mr. Tanaka about the Lapras during the ferrying process. After receiving permission, he even reached out to stroke the Lapras's neck. The Lapras seemed to sense Chinyu's intentions, engaging enthusiastically with him throughout the encounter, occasionally splashing him with a gentle spray of water. The Lapras truly enjoys carrying trainers. This old companion has been with me for quite some time, Mr. Tanaka remarked, delighted to see the Lapras interacting with Chinyu. Uncle Tanaka, my childhood dream has always been to ride a Lapras one day. Even if it were just to touch a Lapras in reality, I would feel completely satisfied. Perhaps Mr. Tanaka's words resonated with Chinyu's sentiments, as a slight tremor could be detected in his voice. Unbeknownst to Mr. Tanaka, he was unaware of the sudden emotional shift in Chinyu, even thinking that this novice trainer might be somewhat sentimental. Nevertheless, a trainer who harbors affection for Pokémon must, at the very least, possess commendable character. Thus, Mr. Tanaka chose not to dwell on it, allowing the Lapras and Chinyu to frolic together. After approximately 10 minutes of travel aboard the Lapras, they finally caught sight of an enormous cruise ship. Danger! Warning! Player Chinyu has discovered a high-level hidden quest. Please exit promptly. The system has detected the player's status as being in virtual reality synchronization. This serves as a reminder to exit the quest in a timely manner. The system has detected that the player possesses a ticket for this map quest. The warning has been lifted. Players are encouraged to explore independently. Chinyu automatically ignored the notifications ringing in his ears, instead becoming entranced by the sight of the Dongfeng Yuandu, the grand cruise ship before him. Tanaka Jiro, upon spotting Chinyu, wore an expression of astonishment, secretly feeling a sense of joy. This magnificent vessel, named the Dongfeng Yuandu, is one of the 3 most celebrated cruise ships in the entire city, boasting a total tonnage of 86,000 tons and the capacity to carry 100 passengers. While I would love to elaborate further, I believe experiencing it firsthand would be far more enlightening. After sharing these thoughts, Tanaka Jiro produced a Pokeball containing a Tangela. Wait, Uncle Tanaka, Chinyu exclaimed. Recalling the earlier incident on the beach and feeling a wave of panic wash over him, as Tanaka-jiro unleashed the Tangela and commanded it to use Vine Whip. As expected, Chunyu once again experienced the sensation of flight, but this time ascending from sea level to the lofty heights above. The Tangela appeared remarkably adept, executing the Vine Whip with great force and speed, all while maintaining stability. Moments later, Chunyu found himself securely standing on the deck of the Dongfeng Yuandu. Imposing, spectacular, thrilling, combat. Just as he steadied himself, still recovering from the flight, he was once more struck by the extraordinary scene unfolding before him. To his astonishment, there were 10 layers of decks. The very level he stood upon featured an expansive battle arena. At the center of this arena, a Nidoking and a Rapidash were engaged in an intense duel, while a crowd of enthusiastic spectators rallied in support, each radiating fervor. Are you beginning to feel its allure? Tanaka-jiro chuckled. Many arrive with a similar expression. However, let us first ensure you have a suitable place to rest. No sooner had Chunyu regained his footing than Tanaka-jiro ascended to the deck, intent on guiding Chunyu to his cabin. Without hesitation, Chunyu followed in Tanaka-jiro's footsteps, recognizing the importance of familiarizing himself with his accommodations before addressing other matters. To his surprise, the battle deck was not the lowest level. After descending one deck with Tanaka-jiro, Chunyu discovered that the cruise ship boasted a total of 11 decks. In stark contrast to the previous lively arena, this level was remarkably tranquil, resembling a library. As Chunyu marveled, Tanaka-jiro explained with a smile. The Dongfeng Yuandu is renowned not only for its grandeur, but also for this library, which is affectionately known as the Floating Library. It houses approximately 30,000 books. Are all the books free? Chunyu inquired with excitement. Of course, Tanaka-jiro replied. Though the two lingered on the library deck for a while, they did not tarry too long before continuing their descent. This area is designated for the guest accommodation, due to your short journey and solitary travel. You have been assigned a single interior cabin. After walking for a brief spell, they halted before a cabin door, at which point Tanaka-jiro produced a room card and a map. Well, my task is satisfactorily completed. Should you misplace the room card, you may inquire with the library staff. The map will provide a detailed account of the unique features and functions of each deck. Wishing you a pleasant journey. Ding. Congratulations. Player Chunyu, you have received one interior cabin room card and one introduction map for the East Wind Voyager. Uncle Tanaka, won't you take a look at my ticket? Chunyu inquired after receiving the items, recalling something. No need. I have utmost faith in any trainer endorsed by the dragon. After delivering this with a smile, Tanaka-jiro departed. Chunyu, upon hearing Tanaka-jiro's response, smiled knowingly and then swiped the room card to enter the cabin. The interior cabin was not particularly special. Its general structure resembled that of a standard single room in a typical hotel on Earth. After placing the room card in his backpack, Chunyu opened the introduction map and began to study it meticulously. After a cursory glance, he appeared to discover something intriguing, murmuring in mild surprise. There's a Pokémon market? Aren't Pokémon prohibited from being sold? Although it was a brief journey, the voyage to Otamare would undoubtedly take more than a day or two. Upon noticing that the East Wind Voyager boasted 11 decks, Chunyu realized that this journey would not be tedious. Among the various attractions, what piqued his interest the most was the Pokémon Market deck. The Pokémon Market deck is located directly above the battle deck, not too far away. Chunyu, after readying himself, slowly set off towards the Pokémon Market deck. As he passed through the library deck and the battle deck, he felt an urge to participate in either reading or spectating battles. Yet ultimately, an inexplicable desire subdued him, for he was profoundly curious about what this so-called Pokémon Market entailed. Was it genuinely a place for selling Pokémon? Or perhaps it dealt in items related to Pokémon? Or could it simply be a marketplace for visitors to trade among themselves? With immense curiosity and a restrained excitement, he finally arrived at the Pokémon Market deck. What a spectacle it was! Upon merely stepping into this realm, Chunyu was met with a stunning visual impact. It was not merely the shock that captivated him, but rather the uncanny familiarity of this Pokémon Market, reminiscent of bustling, earthly bazaars, vibrant, clamorous, and alive with the sounds of haggling. Initially, he presumed the number of individuals on the battle deck was considerable, yet he was astonished to find that this level teemed with an even greater throng. The cacophony here surpassed that of the battle deck by a significant margin. As he surveyed the scene, he beheld a multitude of people, a lang of tourists, crew members, and permanent stall owners, all navigating the lively Pokémon Market, interspersed with elegantly adorned shops. What was this Pokémon Market, if not an ordinary marketplace? Having regained his composure, Chunyu, despite his earlier critique of the deck, resolved to explore further, having already ventured so far. His entrance did not go unnoticed by the merchants. particularly given his attire, a simple alliance tracksuit that served as a veritable beacon, signaling to all that he was an easy target. Young man, come take a look. Here is a Magikarp that produces gold. Trainer, behold this oddish. It's on the brink of evolution. Yours for just 998 coins. Take home this beloved Bellisum. And let me share with you a treasure map of the Hoenn region. The vendors closest to him were relentless, each vying for his attention with increasing fervor. While some passers-by reacted to Chunyu's presence, most merely cast a glance before resuming their business. Yet, upon hearing the vendors' pitches, Chunyu felt exasperated. These obvious scams were utterly transparent. Surely, no one would be gullible enough to fall for tales of treasure maps or a gold-producing Magikarp. Was this vendor some sort of con artist? It was in this moment of realization that Chunyu understood the nuances of the market. While trading Pokémon was prohibited, Pokémon in a catchable state fell outside this restriction. This was an unwritten rule in virtually every region. The hunters, engaged in the trade of Pokémon that were either uncatchable or already captured, were thus pursued throughout the alliance. The Pokémon market, in truth, was not solely a venue for the exchange of catchable Pokémon, but also a hub for various Pokémon-related goods. For instance, one shop specializing in evolution stones was extravagantly decorated, while several stalls offered items that Pokémon could hold. As Chinyu passed by, he caught sight of a plethora of items alongside their price tags. Leftover food, 998 alliance coins each. Scarves in assorted colors, 1,500 alliance coins each. To his astonishment, there were even cold stones for sale. However, upon glancing at the price, Chinyu dismissed the stall without a second thought. Chilling rocks, 50,000 alliance coins. Setting aside the authenticity of these items, the mere price is enough to deter Chinyu. A lottery. A lottery. 10 consecutive draws come with a special little Pokémon as a guaranteed reward. Don't miss out as you pass by. As Chinyu strolled, he perused the stalls around him. Suddenly, a voice, seemingly warm and inviting, caught his ear. A lottery? As a reclusive young man from Earth, he had frequently engaged with various card games and was well acquainted with the concept of lotteries. Moreover, as he turned his gaze toward the source of the voice, he noticed a throng gathered around the stall. Driven by curiosity, Chinyu approached this so-called lottery booth. At first glance, he was met with a large fish tank, teeming with an array of unappealing fish. Beside it stood another tank of the same size, shrouded in red cloth, leaving its contents a mystery. Before the tanks lay a spinning wheel, marked with 8 distinct names. Starting from the first in a clockwise direction, they read, EV, Random Evolution Stone, Reward 2. 20 Alliance Coins, Unappealing Fish, 50 Alliance Coins, Random Letter, Random Item. Beneath the wheel, a line proclaimed, each draw costs 200 Alliance Coins. 10 consecutive draws guarantee a special little Pokémon, the Unappealing Fish. Draw once for 200 Alliance Coins. The grand prize is the rare EV, plus a free gift of the region-specific Unappealing Fish. As Chunyu lingered, he heard the stall owner's enthusiastic explanation, while many others were already trying their luck. 200 Alliance Coins. A middle-aged man, who seemed to have been observing for quite some time, decided to take a chance as several individuals had already claimed their rewards. The stall owner adeptly accepted the payment and began to spin the wheel. In that moment, nearly all eyes were fixated upon it, filled with anticipation for the outcome. The entire process was swift. Merely 10 seconds later, the wheel came to a halt. The middle-aged man gazed intently at the wheel. Congratulations. You have won 50 Alliance Coins. The stall owner swiftly produced 50 coins and handed them to the man. With a bittersweet smile, the middle-aged man accepted the coins and silently departed from the stall. Is there anyone else willing to try? The grand prize is the rare EV, and with 10 consecutive draws, you will receive the guaranteed special little Pokémon, the Unappealing Fish. After the middle-aged man left, the stall owner continued his business without a second thought. Many were not gullible, well aware that this might be a ruse. Yet they were drawn in by the allure of the region-specific special Pokémon, the Unappealing Fish. This cruise ship was en route from the Johto region to the Hoenn region, primarily carrying tourists from Johto. In the Hoenn region, the existence of small Pokémon evokes a sense of curiosity and intrigue among the majority. For the tourists aboard the cruise ship, the cost of 200 or even 2,000 dollars is truly insignificant. Consequently, this booth has attracted a considerable number of visitors. Observing the scene, Chinyu couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking that the chances of winning were virtually non-existent. Indeed, Eevee is a rare Pokémon, but who could possibly draw it? As for Magikarp, its standing in Hoenn is akin to that of Magikarp in the Johto region, generally discarded by the roadside. Hardly anyone would bother to capture it, let alone spend money to buy it. Shinyu noticed that at least 5 individuals had already claimed their $Dollar rewards and were preparing to leave, eager to continue exploring the Pokémon market. Just as he was about to step away, a voice of dissent suddenly broke the air. "Boss, isn't this Magikarp just trash? Even in Hoenn? I recall its situation is quite similar to that of Magikarp, exceedingly difficult to evolve." A disgruntled tourist exclaimed. The booth owner, maintaining a relaxed demeanor, replied, "Once evolved, Magikarp transforms into the epic Pokémon Milotic. It is one of the most renowned Pokémon in the Hoenn region, but the evolution is exceedingly challenging. Currently, it is only known to evolve through the acquisition of a beauty scale, which is rarer than Milotic itself." The tourist retorted, "Yet, should one procure a beauty scale? It signifies the possession of an epic Pokémon." With the dialogue between the booth owner and the dissatisfied tourist, the atmosphere at the booth became lively once more. The crowd of tourists were captivated by tantalizing phrases like epic, famous Pokémon, Milotic, and beauty scale. In a moment of fervor, many visitors began to engage in 10 consecutive draws, fixating their attention on the Magikarp in the tank, as if it were an epic Pokémon. Shinyu found himself jostled aside by the excited crowd, ultimately losing track of how he managed to exit the booth. Watching the frenzied tourists, he could only shake his head in resignation, intending to explore other areas. However, as he prepared to depart, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a secondary tank nearby. Though draped with a red cloth, the frenzy of the tourists had caused one corner to be lifted. In that fleeting moment, Shinyu's eyes caught a glimpse inside. Less than 3 meters away, information from the tank came into his view. After perusing the details, he murmured in astonishment, "A very self-conscious Magikarp." Chapter 5. The Frenzied Magikarp. A very self-conscious Magikarp. Shinyu was momentarily taken aback. The fish, dubbed the ugly fish, adorned with a prefix, signified its potential was at least green or higher, indicating significant value for taming and cultivation. Observing the throng of tourists, it was evident that the backup water tank would soon be brought forth. Although Chunyu was tempted to participate in the lottery, he hesitated, choosing instead to await the arrival of the backup tank. Before long, the first ugly fish from the tank was fortuitously claimed by the visitors, each of whom beamed with delight, as if flaunting their prize. In stark contrast, those who failed to secure an ugly fish appeared utterly despondent, their spirits seemingly deflated. "Ladies and gentlemen, my sincerest apologies. I had no idea the ugly fish would be so popular. However, the supply is indeed limited, and I cannot provide everyone with a guaranteed small sprite," the stall owner announced, prompting those who had successfully claimed the ugly fish to beam even brighter, while the expressions of the disappointed tourists became increasingly desolate. Just then, a voice erupted from the crowd. "You're lying. There's clearly a large tank of ugly fish over there." The red cloth draped over the backup tank obediently slid aside, revealing a substantial collection of ugly fish. The tourists could hardly maintain their composure. After all, discovering a beautiful scale signified the acquisition of an epic-level sprite. In an instant, the stall became a cacophony of chaos. "Why not give them away? I've never encountered such a heartless proprietor," shouted one. "Exactly. Do you think we can't afford them? I demand a 10 draw. If you don't let me draw for the ugly fish today, I'll have your stall smashed." Another exclaimed, "We might have missed it before, but now that we see it, you can't escape. You must provide us with an explanation." The stall owner, witnessing the rising tide of indignation, wore a troubled expression and pleaded, "Everyone, please calm down. I must confess, this tank of ugly fish is reserved for next week's lottery. I don't care if it's next week or this week. That has 2,000 alliance coins. Spare me the chatter." Before the stall owner could finish, a menacing-looking man slammed 2,000 alliance coins into the owner's hands and marched toward the backup tank. To the astonished gaze of the crowd, he scooped up an ugly fish and dashed away. Shinyu, observing this, was momentarily stunned. Is this truly happening? Yet, after a brief pause, he seemed to grasp the situation, and without a moment's delay, he swiftly retrieved 2,000 alliance coins from his system backpack and tossed them at the stall owner, then seized the rather timid ugly fish and bolted out. If the crowd had yet to comprehend the actions of the fierce man a moment prior, they were now fully enlightened by Chunyu's decisive maneuvers. If something cannot be understood at once, then with another attempt, everyone will comprehend. So away with it. Ha! This is my first epic little sprite. I shall pay 4,000 alliance coins. I desire to. May the unscrupulous vendor perish. Here, take your 2,000 coins, and ponder the true color of your heart. I can afford these 2,000 alliance coins. If you delay my capture of this epic sprite, I shall bring ruin upon you." In an instant, those tourists who had failed to acquire the unsightly fish hastily threw down their 2,000 alliance coins, seizing a fish and making their escape. Some even threw down 4,000 alliance coins, one fish in each hand, strutting out as if showcasing a trophy. Meanwhile, the stall owner wore a perpetual frown, muttering about the viability of his business as he tirelessly gathered coins from the ground. His hands were continuously occupied, collecting coins without a moment's pause. The other stall owners nearby exchanged glances of envy, disdain, and jealousy. Old Ma has struck gold again. Who could argue? The unsightly fish, priced at 1,000 alliance coins per tank, was sold for 2,000 each. Blast it! Had I known it was so lucrative, I should have partnered with Old Ma from the beginning. That Old Ma is truly a shrewd merchant. My meticulously crafted glass and exquisite evolution stones have only attracted a few buyers. I shall see if Old Ma needs assistance. Not to mention, that swift motion of tossing down 2,000 alliance coins was remarkably proficient. I still believe that the conversation between Old Zhou and Old Ma was the crux of the matter. It directly inflated the value of the unsightly fish. It seems that business thrives when one has a few shills. That truly makes it easier. After a brief exchange of thoughts, the stall owners redirected their gaze towards the vicinity of the unsightly fish, their expressions gradually shadowed by jealousy. On the other side, after a short while of running, Chenyu intended to capture the unsightly fish in a Pokeball, for aquatic sprites cannot be long removed from water. Thus, he pressed the button at the center of the Pokeball while cradling the unsightly fish. With a burst of red light, the Pokeball ensnared the fish and began to shake vigorously. The Pokeball trembled intensely, its central button flashing red, and Chenyu's heart raced. His eyes fixated on the Pokeball. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 50 seconds passed. Boom. The unsightly fish unexpectedly broke free from the Pokeball. Chenyu was momentarily taken aback. Then a look of realization dawned upon his face as he muttered to himself. I completely forgot that I hadn't battled the unsightly fish yet, and was only thinking of capturing it. Without further hesitation, he scooped up the unsightly fish and dashed towards the battle deck on the next level. Chenyu distinctly remembered that near the battlefield, there were several small ponds, seemingly designated for water-type Pokémon to rest. Previously, while passing the combat deck, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of them. With a splash, Chenyu successfully reached the combat deck and, upon finding an empty pond, intended to gently place the Magikarp into the water. However, the moment the Magikarp spotted the pond, after enduring a lack of oxygen for so long, it could no longer contain itself and leaped directly into the water with a bounce. Upon entering the pond, the Magikarp immediately faced Chenyu, its mouth bubbling incessantly, as if vehemently expressing its discontent and anger. Chenyu, taken aback by the Magikarp's reaction, pondered, was it simply a matter of forgetting the process of battling before capturing? Why such an intense grievance? But soon, he seemed to grasp an important realization. Pokémon are individuals with their own thoughts. The names of these Pokémon, often prefixed, directly reflect their most prominent characteristics. The Magikarp, deeply insecure, had spent its days cramped in a fish tank, enduring a challenging existence. After finally escaping the confines of the tank, it was now faced with the indignity of being captured by a trainer, a Pokémon that had always struggled with self-esteem. Suddenly insulted by its trainer, seemed to ignite with fury. Chenyu understood this plight, and after a moment of contemplation, his furrowed brow gradually relaxed. He bent down and spoke gently to the Magikarp. You want to battle? But if I defeat you, then you will become my partner. Seemingly feeling that his words lacked sufficient weight, Chenyu paused and continued. You are the most promising Magikarp I have ever encountered. Thus, you are destined to be my partner. The Magikarp, previously consumed by anger, halted upon hearing Chenyu's words, beginning to tremble slightly. Having always been looked down upon and scorned, it never anticipated that one day someone would praise it and propose a partnership. This feeling of affirmation and trust was entirely foreign to the Magikarp. Deep within, an inexplicable notion blossomed, and its gaze towards Chenyu began to soften. Observing the Magikarp's change in demeanor, Chenyu decided to give it a gentle pat on the head, hoping to increase its affection. Yet, just as he was about to touch the Magikarp's little head, it suddenly darted away, evading Chenyu's outstretched hand, its face now adorned with fierce determination. Seeing the Magikarp's spirited state, Chenyu smiled knowingly and said slowly, Since you are so eager to become my partner, then do not blame me. Then, under the bewildered, perplexed, and anxious gaze of the awkward fish, Chenyu resolutely leaped into the pool. Chapter 6. Taming. Upon plunging into the water, Chenyu exhibited no hesitation. Amidst the frantic flailing of the awkward fish, he seized it in his embrace. The awkward fish was utterly stunned. Wasn't a battle supposed to take place? Where was the protocol of trainers engaging in combat with their Pokémon? Why was this trainer deviating from the norm? The awkward fish was bewildered, its mind devoid of any coherent thought. It remained blank, allowing Chunyu to hold it without resistance. Noticing the lack of response from the awkward fish, Chunyu continued, I apologize. I do not have any healing supplies on me, and I fear I may not be able to provide you with timely treatment. Besides, weren't you supposed to battle me? I certainly won't concede easily. Upon hearing Chunyu's words, the awkward fish trembled slightly before beginning to struggle in his arms. Such strength. Chunyu was taken aback by the sheer power of the awkward fish, feeling as if he might lose his grip. He exerted considerable effort to maintain his hold. Gradually, he sensed the strain intensifying, a dull ache spreading through his arms. Chunyu was unwilling to relinquish his grip. He had made a promise to the awkward fish and was determined to see it through. As the pain in his arms deepened, Chunyu's complexion began to redden. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely clung to the struggling, awkward fish. 2 minutes passed, then 5, and finally a full 10 minutes elapsed before the awkward fish finally calmed down. Chunyu felt his arms growing numb, yet he continued to hold the awkward fish tightly, seemingly attuned to Chunyu's sentiments. The awkward fish ceased its struggles and began to swim in circles around him, as if attempting to convey something. After a brief period, the awkward fish abruptly halted, coming to a serene stop before Chunyu, exhibiting no further movement or action. Observing the tranquil demeanor of the awkward fish, Chunyu realized he had succeeded. Through his efforts, he had earned the acknowledgement of the awkward fish. Once his arms regained a semblance of feeling, Chunyu retrieved a Pokeball, intent on capturing the awkward fish. However, the moment the Pokeball was drawn, the awkward fish surged forward, striking the central button of the ball with its head. A flash of red light enveloped the Pokeball, which then began to shake vigorously. Yet, after merely 3 seconds, the button ceased to emit its crimson glow. Ding! Your Pokémon status has changed. Please verify promptly. As the Pokeball returned to normalcy, Chunyu immediately accessed his Pokémon attribute panel. Title: The Unsightly Fish, Inundation, Potential, Pale Purple Gender, Female Level, 8 Preference, Chunyu Item, Shattered Scales Ability, Dull Nature, Conservative Skill, Bounce Affection, 158 Overall Combat Power, 616, for reference only, a pale purple? Is this truly a pale purple potential unsightly fish? After enduring the bombardment of data from the 6 tails, Chunyu had evidently developed a certain immunity to the potential of these small creatures. Upon discovering that the unsightly fish possessed a pale purple potential, he was only momentarily astonished before swiftly regaining his composure. This was due to the revelation of an even more astonishing piece of information, an affection level of 158. The initial affection level had shattered the barrier of 150. In his previous life, forums had never reported a capture with an affection level exceeding 100, let alone one that surpassed 150. An affection level above 100 signifies that the small creature holds a fondness for its trainer. If it surpasses 150, it implies that the creature not only likes the trainer, but also feels a sense of reliance and trust. Chunyu was elated, reveling in the joy of being recognized and trusted by his small companion. However, amidst his happiness, a flicker of inexplicable sorrow crept into his heart. He couldn't help but ponder what kind of life this unsightly fish had led before their paths crossed. The fact that its preference was none other than himself meant that, prior to meeting him, this unsightly fish had no preferences at all. With a mixture of sympathy and determination, he vowed to treat this unsightly fish with utmost care. This realization brought him great comfort. To have successfully captured a small creature that equally cherished him was undoubtedly a dream every trainer aspired to achieve. Furthermore, the potential of this small creature was immense. How amusing it was to witness the interaction between a trainer and a small creature for the first time. Here he was, striving to capture the most foolish and unattractive unsightly fish, a deluded trainer in search of beautiful scales. Just as Chunyu envisioned their daily training and life together. A sweet voice interrupted his thoughts. He intended to speak, but upon following the sound, he was taken aback to discover a wild little girl, an adorable child. Her attire was distinctly colorful and charming. Adhering to his principle of caring for the young, Chunyu chose not to dwell on the mockery he had received, instead expressing concern. Little one, what are you doing here alone? It's quite dangerous to wander off by yourself. The little girl, upon hearing Chunyu's words, appeared somewhat irked and immediately pouted in response. Humph, you're the little one. I'm already 10 years old, she retorted, and I can go home whenever I want. Little Chi had no intention of communicating with the peculiar uncle. The girl, who called herself Little Chi, scoffed lightly at Chunyu before dashing away, showing no signs of stopping. Meanwhile, Chunyu was left bewildered, his mind swirling with disbelief. An uncle? You are merely 10 years old, and I am but 20. Is it only those a decade older who attain the title of uncle? Am I truly that ancient? Wait, strange. If you have the courage, do not flee. Come back and explain to me what is so peculiar about myself. Chun Yu mentally chastised the mischievous child, but eventually shook his head in resignation and slowly emerged from the pool. After capturing the rather unattractive fish, time had slipped away, and it was undeniably late. It was already afternoon while he awaited the cruise ship at the beach. Following the events of the transfer, locating his inner cabin, capturing fish, and taming them, the sky was gradually darkening. He needed to find the dining deck. Chun Yu felt a slight protest from his stomach. Thus, he retrieved the map once more and began to scrutinize it closely. It was not far, just 2 levels above the Pixie Market deck. Moreover, a deck called the Cabaret Theater stood between the Pixie Market deck and the dining deck. The Cabaret Theater? A masquerade ball. From 19 to 2100 hours daily. What are these events? Chun Yu folded the map away. Although the masquerade ball piqued his interest, dinner remained a priority. He turned and proceeded toward the dining deck, contemplating that he could always take a look at the Cabaret Theater when passing by. Upon successfully traversing the Pixie Market deck, Chun Yu noticed that the tourists along the way were dressed in an array of fantastical costumes. Some were portraying pixies, while others donned attire reminiscent of princes and princesses, and even some crew members had donned whimsical disguises. Yet, they all shared a common trait. Their faces were obscured by various props, be it masks, blindfolds, or veils. Why are there 2 Nidoking guarding this deck? Chun Yu quickly discerned that the 2 Nidoking were merely crew members in costume. Although curiosity tugged at him, he merely glanced before intending to enter the Cabaret Theater deck and continue to the upper level. Excuse me, you must be in costume to access this deck. The 2 Nidoking suddenly blocked Chun Yu's path, their tone somewhat apologetic. But I merely wish to ascend to the dining area. Chun Yu retorted, displeased. The 2 Nidoking exchanged glances before responding. We sincerely apologize. The masquerade ball is set to commence in half an hour, and if possible, please don your costume before proceeding through this deck. I only wish to have a meal. However, with the masquerade ball approaching, we cannot contravene the rules. How am I supposed to reach the restaurant? After dressing up, one could either enter this deck or wait for 2 hours until the ball concludes. Upon hearing the 2-hour wait, Chun Yu nearly engaged in a brawl with the Nidoking, and his stomach was vocally protesting. Perhaps sensing Chun Yu's predicament, one Nidoking suggested, there are costumes available for purchase at the fairy market. You might want to take a look. Within half an hour, if you have a costume, you may enter at any time. Upon hearing about the costumes at the fairy market, Chun Yu dashed towards the fairy market deck without waiting for the Nidoking to finish. Chapter 7. The Masquerade Ball. By evening, the fairy market remained bustling with activity. As Chun Yu descended from the theater deck, he spotted a clothing store not far away. While it was termed a clothing store, it resembled a themed specialty shop. A variety of fairy costumes adorned the shelves, alongside outfits inspired by heroes and skeletons. Boss, I would like a masquerade mask. Chun Yu had already resolved that he merely needed to dine at the restaurant deck, and there was no need to spend a fortune on a complete costume. At most, he intended to purchase a mask to cover his face, achieving the desired masquerade effect. Is it a standard quality? The proprietor, a middle-aged man with a thin mustache, appeared somewhat frail. Standard, Chun Yu replied without hesitation. Clang. A black masquerade mask, reminiscent of the one worn by Zoro on Earth, was tossed onto the counter by the owner. 200 alliance coins. Here is your payment. After settling the bill, Chun Yu promptly donned the mask. Ding. Congratulations, player Chun Yu. You have acquired a low-quality masquerade mask. Ignoring the notification chime, Chun Yu hurriedly made his way to the theater deck. Under the astonished gazes of 2 Nidokings, he gracefully entered the theater. If the battle deck represented passion, and the fairy market deck embodied liveliness, then the theater deck epitomized elegance. The masquerade ball, despite the visitors' myriad costumes, was unified by the strains of classical European music that permeated the venue, creating an intangible ambience. The moment Chun Yu stepped inside, he was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of refinement. The crowd was not as vast as that at the fairy market, yet it was still considerable. Some visitors had even adorned their fairies, allowing them to accompany them. Is there truly such an enormous cake? As Chun Yu casually surveyed his surroundings, his attention was captured by a magnificent sight nearby. Beautiful, lavish. He could even detect the wafting aroma. An impressive cake, estimated to be 8 stories high, stood not far from him, surrounded by an array of exquisite pastries. Chun Yu was quite hungry. The back and forth running across the decks had nearly exhausted his stamina. Upon noticing that several individuals around him were indulging in delightful pastries, Chun Yu could no longer contain himself. He swiftly approached and seized a piece of pastry whose name eluded him, hastily shoving it into his mouth. His desperate hunger was evident, drawing the attention of nearby tourists, most of whom wore smiles. A few masked visitors, their expressions concealed, merely cast a glance at Chunyu without uttering a word. Chunyu savored the pastries for over 20 minutes before finally holding a cup of what resembled orange juice, relishing its taste. Your attire is truly unique. It is the first time I have seen someone dressed as a novice trainer at a masquerade ball. Just as Chunyu was about to take another piece of pastry, a melodious voice chimed in. The speaker, adorned with a cat-faced mask, remained faceless. Yet the sweetness of her voice assured Chunyu that she was a gentle and demure girl. This is not merely my costume. It is my actual attire, she exclaimed. Ah, I apologize. I had no idea. It's quite all right. Chunyu responded graciously. With no other engagements on his agenda and feeling sufficiently satiated, he resolved to find a place to feed his Pokémon. Contemplating this, Chunyu intended to depart and browse through a couple of books at the library before returning to his cabin to nourish his Pokémon. Just as he was about to leave, the girl hurriedly interjected, "Excuse me, do you have a dance partner for the ball?" "What? A dance partner? I'm sorry, but I have no intention of attending the ball." Chunyu quickly waved his hands in refusal, thinking that battling with his Pokémon was more suitable than dancing. The thought of engaging in a duet was utterly daunting to him, as he considered himself incapable of even performing basic exercises, let alone a dance. Without a second thought, he declined. "Oh, you don't intend to participate in the ball? Surely, you didn't come here solely for the pastries?" The girl seemed astonished, her voice filled with disbelief. Clearing his throat, Chunyu felt a twinge of embarrassment and admitted that his primary goal was to satiate his hunger. Coughed lightly to mask his discomfort. Observing Chunyu's awkward demeanor, the girl felt a pang of imbalance within her. She had mustered the courage to approach a stranger, only to discover he was such a peculiar individual. "Is there truly no way?" she asked, uncertainty lacing her tone. Just as Chunyu was about to reiterate his refusal to the girl's proposal, a sudden, loud announcement interrupted them. "Welcome, everyone, to tonight's masquerade ball. As you all know, today marks the 7th day of the Eastern Wind's voyage. Every week, we host a masquerade competition, with each event offering different prizes. This time, in addition to the winner's cake, we also have a mysterious stone as a special reward." A voice resonated from the center of the auditorium, announcing the event. A pirate-clad crew member grasped a jet-black stone and proclaimed loudly, "Ding! Congratulations to player Chunyu for discovering the Stone of the Unknown." Upon hearing the pirate's words and receiving the notification in his ear, Chunyu swallowed the words he had intended to say. A smile, tinged with apology, crept across his lips as he said, "I truly apologize. I was a bit nervous earlier, but may I now request you to dance with me?" Though the girl wore a mask resembling a cat's face, the slight parting of her lips revealed her astonishment. She could not fathom why this peculiar trainer had abruptly changed his mind. At that moment, the music in the theater shifted dramatically. What had once resembled European melodies now transformed into the lively rhythms of American jazz. As the music filled the air, the girl gasped in surprise. Without hesitation, Chunyu wrapped his arms around her waist and began to dance the rumba. Indeed, it was the rumba. It was the only duet dance Chunyu could think of. Whether in cinematic portrayals or in the tapestry of real life, this dance resonated deeply with him. The rumba, with its relaxed rigor and simple movements, allowed Chunyu to lose himself in the rhythm, guiding the girl with an effortless grace through the exquisite dance. Throughout the rumba, Chunyu inadvertently made suggestive gestures, prompting the girl to emit startled gasps on several occasions, mistakenly believing he was taking liberties. Yet, each time she glanced at his expression, she found no hint of impropriety, leaving her to lose herself in the dance, suppressing her indignation and continuing to sway. In truth, one could not entirely fault Chunyu for these ambiguous movements. The essence of the rumba is romance, demanding alluring poses from both partners, emphasizing graceful postures and fluid steps. The dancers engage in a playful proximity, imbued with flirtatious undertones, making the rumba a dance that encapsulates the affections between men and women. Had Chunyu been aware of his remarkable dancing prowess, he would have been astounded. How could someone who struggled with simple calisthenics execute the rumba with such rhythm and charm? It wasn't just Chunyu who marveled. As the music swelled and ebbed, more masked onlookers paused their own movements. They stood captivated, their curiosity piqued, with some even whispering amongst themselves. "My goodness, what dance is he performing? How does he dance so exquisitely? This is a dance that has never been showcased before." Dressed as a novice trainer, I suspect he must be a master of dance. His movements, expressions, and steps, even the slight parting of his lips, all convey a sense of yearning and reluctance, as if he were holding onto a beloved. But how could he possibly dance so beautifully? This dance exudes an overwhelming sense of loneliness and solitude. Who could argue otherwise? Each movement, while seemingly an intimate expression towards a beloved, is performed in isolation, confronting only the air. I am convinced that if one could glimpse the maestro's facial expression, it would be replete with sorrow. It is undeniably a solitary dance, yet its beauty is undeniable. Yu is oblivious to the murmurs of the surrounding spectators. At this moment, his heart is consumed by a singular passion, dancing. He dances with utter abandon. A full 10 minutes have elapsed. The jazz music abruptly halts, its rapid tempo ceasing. With the cessation of the melody, Yu suddenly releases the girl he had cradled, and as her surprised gasp escapes, he swiftly follows, supporting her waist with his right hand, while his left gently caresses her cheek. His gaze is filled with profound tenderness. With this concluding flourish, an eruption of thunderous applause reverberates throughout the entire theater. The applause continues as Yu gazes affectionately at the girl in his arms, who shows no sign of discontent. Her cheeks flushed as she meets his eyes. The crew member clad in pirate attire also claps wholeheartedly, for he is a seasoned sailor of the East Wind Voyager, and he has never witnessed such a captivating dance. He has never seen a solitary performer embody such profound loneliness through movement. Reflecting on this, the old sailor cannot help but feel a pang of sympathy. What experiences could have led this dance master to perform such a solitary ballet? After 2 minutes of sustained applause, the clamor gradually subsides. As the applause wanes, the pirate-clad sailor, sensing the moment, produces a microphone from seemingly nowhere and proclaims loudly, "Our victor this evening is the solitary dance master." No sooner had the words left his lips than the spotlight of the theater converged entirely upon Yu. Chapter 8. The Phantom Dependent. The brilliance of the spotlight is blinding. Yu can already feel a twinge of pain in his eyes. Following the sailor's enthusiastic announcement, the audience erupts once more into fervent applause. The solitary dance master? Is that referring to me? Yu feels a sense of disorientation. What just transpired? His memories of that moment seem shrouded in a dense fog, eluding his recollection. Suddenly, a sharp pain pricks at his brain, and instinctively, he presses his hand against his temple, attempting to quell the discomfort. "Yu, thank you." Just as the throbbing in his head intensifies, a voice filled with gratitude breaks through the turmoil. A wave of drowsiness, fatigue, and weightlessness envelopes him, and Yu feels as if his eyelids are weighed down by a great burden, rendering them nearly impossible to open. Bang! Amidst the collective gasps of those present, Yu collapsed heavily onto the carpet of the musical theater. On the 10th day of the voyage aboard the Dongfeng Yuandu, in a modest single interior cabin, Yu felt a dull pain at the back of his head, as if it had been struck by some object. Upon opening his eyes and surveying his surroundings, he discovered himself in his own cabin, which brought him a flicker of comfort. He had indeed been unconscious for 2 days. How frail his body had become. Who is speaking? Shouldn't this space belong solely to him? Why were there other voices? Yu rubbed his eyes with his hands and scanned the cabin once more. How did that peculiar child come to be here? Closing his eyes, he took another look and confirmed he was not mistaken. It was undeniably the little girl with a distinctly gothic style. What an odd child to appear in his cabin. What is that strange look you're giving me? You creepy uncle? Xiao Qi pouted, evidently displeased with Yu's scrutinizing gaze. You just said I was unconscious for 2 days? Yu suddenly recalled something. Incredulity etched on his face. To be precise, it was 2 days and 11 hours. Xiao Qi continued to pout, a faint expression of dissatisfaction lingering on her features. Why was I unconscious? And for so long? Do you remember who you were dancing with, creepy uncle? Yu strained to recall the fragments of memory in his mind. Yes, it was a collective manifestation of psychic energy. What does that mean? Yu asked, perplexed. Seeing his bewildered expression, Xiao Qi gently replied. It's what you often refer to as a ghost. Oh, so it's a ghost. Upon grasping Xiao Qi's response, a chill ran down Yu's spine, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Ghosts. Such entities were supposed to be figments of imagination. So why did they truly exist? Yu felt his back drenched in cold sweat, completely frozen on the bed, lost in thought. Ralts psychic. Just as Yu was about to utter another word, Xiao Qi suddenly summoned a small, adorable Ralts. As it materialized in the cabin, an invisible wave of energy began to radiate around its form. Please, I beg you, stop your Pokémon. Just as Ralts prepared to unleash its psychic powers, a melodious voice resonated from nowhere. Subsequently, a striking figure appeared within the confines of the cramped cabin. Though not tall, her figure was exceptionally graceful, with the most eye-catching feature being the cat-faced mask adorning her visage. A sense of foreboding gripped Yu, though fear coursed through him. The presence of a ghost-type Pokémon suggested that the existence of spirits might indeed be plausible. The fear that once gripped me stemmed from the pervasive beliefs of this world. However, upon encountering Lalalaisai, both Chunyu and I gradually began to relax. No longer paralyzed by dread as we quietly observed the ghostly presence added to our cabin. Lalalaisai, please refrain from using your telekinesis, Xiaoqi commanded. Having heard the spirit's words, I harbor no ill intentions. I simply wish to dance. Please believe me. May I share a story? My story, I implore you. The girl donning a cat-faced mask gazed at Xiaoqi with a yearning expression, glancing at Lalalaisai beside her. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoqi slowly responded. Very well. I cannot recall how long I have lingered aboard this cruise ship. No one has ever been able to see me. My words fall on deaf ears. I have always been alone. Yet one fateful day, a young crew member appeared, and my existence transformed. He could not only see me, but also gifted me this cat-faced mask. That day marked my first dance, my first touch with humanity. I discovered the joy of dancing. I found that communicating with others was brimming with delight. From that day forth, I danced with that crew member daily, each day filled with wonder. However, he eventually announced his retirement, and I, Eileen, realized he was no longer young. I was powerless to leave this ship and pleaded with him time and again, hoping he would stay. In the end, not only did he depart, but all the crew members left, replaced by a new batch. Yet from that point onward, no one could see me again. I was not worried, for I could wait for the next person who could perceive me. Thus, the crew changed repeatedly. Yet none could ever see Eileen again. As she reached this point in her tale, her voice faltered. Anxiety etched upon her face as she looked at Xiaoqi and Chunyu. Xiaoqi's expression darkened, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and she remained silent. But I can see you, Chunyu remarked, puzzled. I do not know. When I saw you capturing the little sprite in the pool, a strong premonition surged within me. Sensing that you could see me, then why did I faint? Chunyu voiced his confusion, casting a bewildered glance at Eileen. Because I expended all my strength to dance that wondrous dance with you. Ordinary humans cannot bear such power, which is why you lost consciousness, Eileen swiftly replied. At that moment, her feet began to blur. Eileen, you. Chunyu observed with clarity as Eileen's feet gradually faded, as if she were slowly dissipating. Thank you, Chunyu. I can once more feel the joy of dance. I can communicate with humanity again. It is truly, truly a blissful experience. Before long, Eileen's figure completely vanished, as if she had never existed at all. Ding. Congratulations to player Chunyu for completing the advanced hidden quest, The Wish of the Undead. Quest reward, title Ghost Dependent, effects of Ghost Dependent. 1. Increases favorability with wild ghost-type sprites by 10. 2. Enhances the success rate of capturing wild ghost-type sprites by 20. 3. Increases the compatibility level with ghost-type sprites by 10. 4. Under specific circumstances, allows for telepathic communication with ghost-type sprites. Upon hearing the notification chime, Chunyu stood there in a state of astonishment. Even with the abrupt appearance and disappearance of Aaron, he merely exhibited a hint of surprise. However, upon receiving a prestigious title, he was utterly taken aback. A prestigious title. In his previous life, over 3 years, only one such title had been awarded, which was to the champions of various regional celebrations. Titles are regarded as the most elusive achievements among all sprites, and acquiring even a single prestigious title is considered a stroke of incredible luck. Yet here he was, inexplicably bestowed with one. What on earth was happening? As Chunyu pondered, he recalled that perhaps Erin's wish was to dance. Then, by chance, he had witnessed her performance, and upon her disappearance, he had fulfilled her wish. He was gradually piecing together the information he had received. The eccentric uncle referred to him as Chunyu, right? And he possessed a 6-month residency permit for Autumn. Suddenly, Xiaoqi seemed to have a realization, gazing at him with a smile reminiscent of 1,000 blossoms. Wait, who are you? And how did you end up here? It was only when Chunyu heard Xiaoqi's inquiry that he became aware of the most crucial and bizarre matter. Who exactly was this little girl accompanied by Ralts? Chapter 9. Eve's astonishment, my lady. Have you remembered all the knowledge I shared with you today? Eve gently inquired of Yuki Nanako while organizing her documents. I have. But is Sister Eve really returning to the academy today? Yuki Nanako asked, clearly reluctant. Yes, thanks to Chunyu. I have a very important research task to undertake. Is Sister Eve praising Chunyu? This was the first time Nanako had ever heard Eve commend someone. Upon hearing Yuki Nanako's casual remark, Eve was momentarily taken aback. Really? I rarely praise others. While I am not in the manner. You must continue to study diligently, my lady. Eve chose not to dwell on the matter of compliments any further, having packed her belongings and ready to depart. Sister Eve, wait. Nanako wants to give you a farewell gift. After proclaiming this, Yuki Nanako dashed into her baking room. Eve displayed no signs of impatience. Her face instead adorned with a hint of anticipation, eager to discover what gift her lady would present. Moreover, since her belongings were already arranged, she was not concerned about the passing moments. The young lady resembled Eve's younger sister, a mere 8-year-old girl who understood the significance of parting gifts, much to Eve's delight. Before long, Yuki Nanako came running over, holding a box of energy cubes. Sister Eve, this is what Nanako made this morning. Upon finishing her sentence, she handed the energy cube box to Eve. So, it was indeed energy cubes. The young lady truly had a penchant for crafting food for little spirits. As a professor at the Academy of Spirit Studies, Eve had encountered countless varieties of energy cubes. Not to mention, a box of beginner-level energy cubes made by an 8-year-old was hardly a rarity. Yet, Eve felt immense joy. This was not merely a simple energy cube but a treasured sentiment, one that bore the young lady's acknowledgement. Wow, energy cubes. Thank you, young lady, Eve exclaimed, her happiness evident as she affectionately ruffled Yuki Nanako's adorable little head, preparing to stow the box of energy cubes into her suitcase. How can this be so smooth? Suddenly, as if she had discovered something, Eve gently grasped Yuki Nanako's shoulders with a serious expression and asked, Young lady, did you truly make this morning? Of course. Nanako makes energy cubes and muffins every day. But today, I made energy cubes. Yuki Nanako confidently replied. Though her voice was soft, Eve felt the weight of her words. Eve was taken aback, staring at the box of energy cubes in her hand, utterly astonished. What a joke! A box brimming with beginner-level energy cubes. What does it mean to possess beginner-level energy cubes? It required at least the skill to craft them. To attain such skill, one must undergo years of rigorous training, typically taking 2 to 3 years to progress from novice to beginner. However, to produce an entire box filled with beginner-level energy cubes necessitated mastery of intermediate crafting techniques, alongside a solid foundation. Achieving this level of proficiency was a feat unimaginable for a mere 7 or 8-year-old girl. Even some 17 or 18-year-old aspiring caretakers might struggle. At that moment, the young lady held an entire box of beginner-level energy cubes, claiming she had made them herself that morning. How could Eve not be astonished? An 8-year-old girl mastering the art of crafting beginner-level energy cubes? Or perhaps she had even reached an intermediate level of skill. At this instant, only disbelief filled Eve's eyes. Sister Eve, what is wrong with you? Yuki Nanako asked with concern, noticing Eve's dazed expression. I'm fine, young lady. When did you learn to make such smooth energy cubes? This, Nanako only recently learned, thanks to Chinyu. Yuki Nanako did not hesitate and immediately revealed the truth. Miss, you say it was Chinyu who taught you to make these energy cubes? If Eve had been merely astonished a moment prior, she was now utterly bewildered upon hearing Yuki Nanako's subsequent words. A novice trainer? Teaching a student of intermediate skill? What nonsense! Eve could not believe it. And neither could most people. It was not a matter of daring. It was simply an impossibility. Chinyu told me that making energy cubes cannot always be done slowly. One must stir rapidly at certain moments. This is what Chinyu conveyed to me. What? Such a thing exists. Eve was again taken aback. In her understanding, the process of creating energy cubes adhered to strict protocols and demanded extraordinary patience. How could rapid stirring possibly enhance the quality of the energy cube? Was it a new technique altogether? Miss, could you make an energy cube once more? Eve's voice surprisingly carried a hint of yearning. That is not feasible. Chinyu said one can only make energy cubes and Pokémon muffins once a day. Yuki Nanako replied with evident reluctance. Then could you do it for me tomorrow? Eve inquired again. Tomorrow, Nanako can indeed do that. The following day, at the Yuki estate, within Yuki Nanako's exclusive baking room. Steward, I am heading to Autumn Air to find Chinyu. Eve's voice was filled with excitement, her face radiating an uncontrollable desire. Who would have thought that mixing the fruit required rapid stirring? Such a bold innovation. The steward did not immediately respond to Eve, still lost in contemplation of the technique the young lady had just demonstrated. Eve, I doubt that Chinyu has arrived at Autumn Air yet. Moreover, once you find him, how do you plan to speak with him? Alice interjected suddenly. Of course, as Alice interrupted, Eve gradually regained her composure. Indeed. What difference would it make if I found that scoundrel? This groundbreaking technique was so freely imparted to a girl I have known for less than 2 weeks. Even if I were to find him, what then? And, suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Eve clenched her fists tightly. I have lost. Not even a tie. A crushing defeat. Undoubtedly a dismal failure. I have utterly lost the wager I made with that scoundrel. In terms of both the knowledge imparted and its practical application, I have been thoroughly vanquished. Yet that scoundrel, he clearly taught the young lady this miraculous technique. Why? Why does he still act as if nothing has happened? Why does he pretend to be a failure? He has already won, yet he insists on feigning defeat to me. What on earth is he thinking? Suddenly, a vivid image flashed through Eve's mind. It seemed you were aware of the significance of this stone, hence you are not concerned I might keep it for myself? Even if you wanted it, it would be of no use. It might not even belong to Jengar. But what if it truly is Jengar's? Then I would gladly give it to you. The thought unsettled Eve, her expression shifting slightly, her lips parting in a display of unease as she repeatedly murmured to herself, "Impossible. That scoundrel could never have feelings for me. Absolutely not. Miss, what else has Chinyu taught you?" Just as Eve was ensnared in her mental impasse, the butler unexpectedly shattered the silence. He bent slightly, kindly regarding Yuki Nana. The latter appeared somewhat bashful, softly uttering, "Chinyu also mentioned letting Onyx battle Jengar." Chapter 10. Jengar vs. Onyx. Eve, if possible, give it a try. If there are any other benefits, I shall settle the score with that scoundrel Chinyu. Upon hearing Yuki Nana's words, the butler promptly prepared to ask Eve if she agreed to the battle. However, he was taken aback when, before he could finish his sentence, Eve preemptively consented to the duel. Is it truly permissible? Can Nana allow Onyx to battle Sister Eve's Jengar? Yuki Nana exclaimed with sudden excitement. Yes, just this once. Eve replied with a smile, eliciting a joyous reaction from Yuki Nana. Yay! Sister Eve, Nana can finally engage in a Pokémon battle. Miss, did Chinyu really instruct you to have Onyx battle Jengar? Yes, indeed. Chinyu spoke to me about it for quite some time. Yuki Nana recalled, remembering how Chinyu, even in slumber, uttered phrases about the beginning of dreams and Jengar's battle against Onyx. The beginning of dreams? Jengar versus Onyx? Impossible. A barely perceptible tremor appeared on Eve's face as she swiftly dismissed her small, yet audacious speculation. Could it be that he truly harbors feelings for me? No way. That scoundrel could not possibly. If Chinyu were to learn of Eve's thoughts at this moment, he would undoubtedly retort, I've never encountered someone so self-absorbed. The inception of dreams, of course, lies in the first episode of Pokémon. I am eager to discover who triumphed in the battle between Jengar and Onyx in that initial episode. Returning to the battlefield, Sister Eve, I am about to release Onyx. As Yuki Nana's words faded, a robust Onyx materialized in the arena. Just by observing its form, one could sense the immense power contained within. Jengar, engage in battle. Upon witnessing the emergence of the Onyx, Eve hesitated no longer and promptly released her Jengar's Pokeball. The battle between Jengar and Onyx officially commenced. Jengar Shadow Ball. Eve harbored no intentions of mercy. The moment Jengar appeared, it swiftly complied with her command. In an instant, a dark shadow began to coalesce behind Jengar. This shadow grew steadily larger, simultaneously emanating an enthralling energy. Onyx, harden. Upon hearing Eve's command, Nanako Yukihira recalled Chunyu's words and immediately issued a command to Onyx. In the blink of an eye, Onyx's robust body shimmered with a faint glow, as if it were clad in a layer of armor. Swish! The Shadow Ball surged toward Onyx with great speed. Undoubtedly, the Shadow Ball struck Onyx with precision. As a Rock-type Pokémon, Onyx bore no advantage against Ghost-type moves, signifying that the damage inflicted by Jengar's Shadow Ball would be fully realized. A smirk graced Eve's lips as she confidently observed the two Pokémon in the arena. Roar! After the Shadow Ball collided with Onyx, a plume of black smoke enveloped the battlefield, obscuring their view of Onyx's condition. However, once the smoke dissipated, the true state of Onyx was revealed. How could this be? He found it hard to accept that, although the Shadow Ball was not an elite move, it should have inflicted considerable damage. Why did Onyx appear completely unscathed? Could it be due to Harden? But Harden is merely a basic move, enhancing only Onyx's physical defense. The Shadow Ball, after all, is a special attack of the Ghost type. Logically and emotionally, it ought to have dealt some damage. Eve was perplexed, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Meanwhile, the butler observed the situation, noticing that Jengar's Shadow Ball seemingly failed to affect Onyx. He lowered his head slightly, deep in thought. After a moment of contemplation, Eve issued a new command to Jengar. Jengar, use Hypnosis. Onyx, use Supersonic. Upon hearing Eve's instruction, Nanako Yukihira quickly commanded Onyx to act. Jengar's eyes suddenly emitted waves of light, which gradually coalesced into faint yellow circles. In contrast, Onyx unleashed a series of piercing sound waves that reverberated throughout the battlefield, filling the air with cacophonous noise. Nanako Yukihira seemed prepared, having already covered her ears. Eve, on the other hand, found Onyx's noise somewhat bothersome but did not bother to shield her ears. The faint yellow circles slowly drifted toward Onyx's head. Eve anticipated that Onyx would cease its irritating noise and collapse to the ground. However, Onyx continued to produce its raucous sounds unabated. Why did the hypnosis fail? A perplexing question arose in Eve's mind. Rock slide. Just as Eve pondered this, Nanako Yagami issued a new command. Watch out. Jengar, the Onyx is moving swiftly. Above Jengar, massive boulders materialized from thin air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each boulder descended with a sound that tore through the air, hurtling toward Jengar at an alarming speed. Jengar. Eve never anticipated that the young lady would instruct Onyx to attack, leaving no time for Jengar to react. Bang! A boulder struck Jengar with tremendous force. Unlike Jengar's previous abilities, this rock slide had undeniably inflicted damage upon Jengar, as evidenced by the injuries it sustained. Jengar Shadow Ball. Just as Eve intended to command Jengar to unleash a Shadow Ball, the butler intervened, halting the battle. Upon hearing the butler's interruption, Eve realized she had allowed her excitement to overshadow her judgment. Her opponent was the young lady. The initial purpose of the battle was merely to observe what she had learned. Thank you for your efforts, Jengar. Once she came to this understanding, Eve returned Jengar to its Pokeball and quietly regarded the butler, seemingly awaiting something. Alice, please take the young lady to rest. I have matters to discuss with Eve. Understood. In the butler's office at the Yagami Manor, he remarked, Onyx is a rock-type Pokemon, but its hardened ability is a normal-type move. This means that Jengar's Nightshade indeed inflicted damage on Onyx, but I suspect that the hardened ability mitigated much of its power. As for the hypnosis failing, I personally believe it was influenced by external noise. Regarding the underlying principles, I shall have to wait for Chunyu's return to inquire further. The butler's words were not loud, but pinpointed the critical aspects of the recent battle. Butler, are you suggesting that all the young lady's previous battles were directed by Chunyu? Eve clenched her fists, her voice trembling slightly. Do you really think the young lady could achieve that on her own? The butler retorted, then continued, I never imagined Chunyu would strategize so effectively. His grasp of theoretical knowledge concerning Pokémon must have reached an incredibly high level, perhaps even rivaling yours. Upon hearing the butler's comments, Eve began to meticulously reflect on the battle. The more she contemplated, the more intolerable it became. True failure is not merely losing without dignity, but rather being negated on all fronts. After recalling the battle's events, she thought of the wager they had made. I am still a novice trainer at this moment. When I reach a level comparable to yours, I shall undoubtedly fulfill my end of the bargain. Now let us leave it at that. If in the past, Eve merely found it perplexing why Chunyu would utter such words, today she comprehended entirely. She grasped the truth. Chunyu had no intentions of shirking responsibility. He had not lost at all. It was laughable that she had once believed otherwise. Ultimately, after bidding farewell to the butler, Eve departed from the Jiejing Manor. As she walked along the path, she tightly clutched a rather ordinary stone in her hand, her eyes shimmering with a complex array of emotions. Upon Chunyu's return, she was determined to settle the score with him. Chapter 11. Xiao Qi in an uncharted expanse of ocean, aboard the deck of the East Wind Voyager. No, I refuse. Xiao Qi pouted, expressing her discontent to Chunyu. Why? I made such significant sacrifices. Do you really think I can trust a little girl who used telekinesis to open my cabin door without permission? Come on, uncle. If I hadn't tea-fed your Pokémon during your 2 days of unconsciousness, they would have been starving. So you took my Pokeballs without my consent? Chunyu immediately seized upon the crux of the matter, casting a meaningful glance at Xiao Qi. And I even organized your backpack for you. Nothing is missing. Xiao Qi complained once more, pouting. Oh, you even rummaged through my bag. No wonder you know I have a 6-month residency permit in Autumn-Air. Chunyu grasped the significance yet again. Naughty uncle. Xiao Qi even safeguarded the prize from the ball for you. That cake was absolutely delicious. I did all this for you, uncle. The ball prize. The cake? Wait, have I forgotten something incredibly important? Oh no, how could I forget that stone? Return it to me. Chunyu immediately extended his hand towards Xiao Qi, intent on reclaiming the stone. Upon noticing Chunyu's urgency, Xiao Qi's eyes twinkled mischievously as she turned her head away, feigning indifference. What are you talking about? Return it. Xiao Qi continued to play coy, dramatically turning her head aside, yet her small eyes were filled with longing as they darted back to Chunyu, as if to say, come on, ask me. Please ask me. Seeing her demeanor, Chunyu could hardly be oblivious to her thoughts, feeling a sudden sense of exasperation. Why must you insist on living in Autumn-Air for 6 months? He furrowed his brow and inquired. Because Xiao Qi is about to turn 10 and lacks citizenship in Autumn-Air. As she spoke, a hint of moisture shimmered in her eyes. What is the matter? Chunyu questioned, perplexed as to why this little girl was so adamant about obtaining Autumn-Air citizenship. Regardless, Xiao Qi insists on living with you in Autumn-Air for 6 months. If you agree, during this time, Xiaoqi will take care of your living arrangements and even find you a job. Xiaoqi seemed to have made a decision, resolutely speaking up. Chenyu pondered deeply, contemplating the reasons that had initially brought him to Automare. There were two primary motivations. First, his extensive knowledge of the little creatures and tactical strategies surpassed that of most players and even a significant number of the native inhabitants. However, he lacked practical experience and did not know how to effectively apply this knowledge in real combat situations. Automare was home to numerous elite trainers, from whom he could learn various battle techniques and gradually put into practice the Pokémon knowledge he had acquired on Earth. Second, the Heart Drop, transformed from Latios, was said to enhance the bond between trainers and their Pokémon. Perhaps it could strengthen the connection he had with his Vulpix. Neither of these reasons could be resolved overnight, but did he truly intend to stay for 6 months? The Pokémon game had been live for nearly 2 months, and the time until a major event drew nearer. Was he really going to spend the coming days in Automare? Chenyu weighed the decision of whether to acquiesce to Xiaoqi's request, especially since she clearly harbored her own secrets. What if trouble ensued? He found himself in a somewhat awkward predicament. "Uncle, please," Xiaoqi implored, noticing Chenyu's hesitation. "Xiaoqi? Yes. I am in need of a guide in Automare for a trial period of 6 months. Would you be interested?" She asked playfully. "All right, I'll reluctantly agree." Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she spoke. Chenyu observed her exuberance and couldn't help but shake his head, reflecting inwardly that Xiaoqi had a touch of pride. Ding. "Congratulations, player Chenyu. You have obtained the unknown stone." After responding to Chenyu, Xiaoqi pulled a dark stone from her pocket. "Here, I really don't understand what's so special about this worthless stone that it warrants your concern, uncle." Ignoring her comment, Chenyu carefully examined the stone before cautiously placing it into his important items pocket. At that moment, gazing out at the endless sea, Chenyu's thoughts were somewhat disordered. The cruise had been sailing for over 10 days, and he had been aboard for nearly 3, with Automare drawing ever closer. But what was his next step? Or how should he start to unfold his ideas? He felt utterly uncertain. "Uncle, could you lend me your cabin card?" Xiaoqi suddenly disrupted the tranquility between them. "What do you need it for?" Chenyu asked warily. "Please, uncle. You've been sleeping soundly for 2 days while I haven't had a proper rest." Xiaoqi's tone was tinged with dissatisfaction. "Don't you know how to return to your own cabin?" Are you implying Chenyu had initially planned to outright refuse Xiaoqi's request, unwilling to give her his cabin card? As the conversation progressed, a sudden thought struck him, and he gazed at Xiaoqi in surprise. Xiaoqi had never evaded a fare. She had also never dozed off in the library. He admonished himself to cease such fanciful musings. Xiaoqi appeared somewhat intimidated by Chenyu's inquiries and his penetrating gaze, yet she confidently declared her position. Chenyu felt a flicker of curiosity, beginning to wonder if this Xiaoqi had some pressing matters to attend to. After all, how could a girl of less than 10 years escape fairs, slumber in libraries, and care for herself and her little spirit for 2 days, all for the sake of a 6-month residency permit in Automare? Chenyu found it perplexing and resolved not to dwell on it further, for one truth was certain. Xiaoqi was not a malicious individual. She harbored no ill intent. Otherwise, she would have long since pilfered his Pokeball. Moreover, the system's inventory could be accessed when a player fell into a state of unconsciousness or deep slumber. This implied that if Xiaoqi had ulterior motives, she could have easily made off with his most valuable possessions. "Here, take this. It's the key card to the interior cabin. You should return and rest well," Chenyu said, handing the card to Xiaoqi. "Are you not going back?" "Strange uncle. I've already slept for 2 days. Besides, I haven't explored this cruise ship properly yet. I want to wander around first." In truth, Chenyu's thoughts were quite straightforward. The interior cabin contained but a single bed. If Xiaoqi rested there while he returned, wouldn't that make him a true odd uncle? And he certainly was not a lowly enthusiast. "Does the strange uncle wish to explore the cruise ship?" Xiaoqi asked curiously. Chenyu nodded. "Then the strange uncle must go to the deck. There are many of those stones there," Xiaoqi said with a squinting smile, before bouncing away. What stones?" Chenyu was taken aback, his mind racing with thoughts. Isn't the deck comprised of the 1st to 5th floors? What could Xiaoqi possibly mean? Wait, those stones. And there are many of them? The deck is abundant with stones. Chenyu was astonished. It seemed he had pieced together a rather significant revelation. Chapter 12. The deck. The 1st to 5th decks of the Dongfeng Yuandu cruise were exclusively reserved for members of the Dongfeng Yuandu. The introductory map provided by Tianzhong Silai explicitly stated, access to the 1st to 5th decks is strictly prohibited for non-members. The means to become a member of the Dongfeng Yuandu were straightforward, as outlined on the deck's introductory map. 1. Any visitor who spends 100 000 alliance coins in one transaction automatically becomes a level 1 member. 2. Those who make significant contributions to the Dongfeng Yuandu may apply for level 2 membership upon approval. 3. Level 3 membership is granted directly by the Oceanic Company. The roles and benefits associated with membership levels were not explicitly stated, yet regardless of the type, Chinyu felt it had no relevance to him. 100,000 alliance coins were, at this juncture, an astronomical sum, utterly beyond his reach. The latter two methods are best left unmentioned, as they are utterly impractical. However, according to Xiao Qi, the deck is abundant with stones of great significance. While Chinyu has no interest in the members of the Dongfeng Yuandu, he cannot help but be intrigued by these stones. What if they contain something he desires or needs? Thus, it becomes imperative to find a way to access the deck. Moreover, it seems that the crew aboard this cruise ship possesses limited knowledge about these stones. If there is indeed an opportunity to infiltrate the deck, obtaining more stones is not beyond the realm of possibility. Yet, how can one gain entry to this deck? Xiao Qi certainly cannot be the source. How then does she know of the deck's wealth of stones? Suddenly, an idea struck Chinyu, and he lightly tapped his forehead in frustration. Why didn't he inquire specifically with Xiao Qi back then? Should he return to the cabin now and ask her? Yet, this notion lingered in his mind for only a few fleeting seconds before being set aside. Rather than seeking Xiao Qi's counsel, he should first observe the conditions of the deck. If necessary, he could always return and consult her later. With this thought, Chinyu began to ascend to the upper deck slowly. As he progressed, he encountered fewer and fewer tourists. Before long, he found himself on the 6th deck. The 6th deck resembled a gym, as described in the map, offering free exercise equipment, including facilities for the little spirits. Upon arriving at the 6th deck, Chunyu's attention was drawn to the staircase connecting the 5th and 6th decks. He noticed two men in black suits standing on either side of the stairway, their expressions notably stern. Chinyu was somewhat surprised to see not the official crew members on duty, but rather non-crew personnel. It is rare for non-crew members to be on duty aboard a cruise ship. Amidst his astonishment, Chinyu scrutinized the two men closely. Could it be? Is this cruise ship theirs? His pupils widened slightly in disbelief. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to discover a small red arc hidden beneath the shirts of the two suited men. While others might overlook this minute detail, Chinyu certainly would not. For him, the impression left by this red arc was indelibly profound. Once fully revealed, this arc would unmistakably signify the notorious Team Rocket, the greatest villainous force in the Kanto and Johto regions. Yet, merely with this brief observation, having spotted the red arc, Chinyu hesitated. Would Team Rocket be unaware of the stone's significance? The answer is certainly a resounding no. Team Rocket not only understands the stone's powers, but also employs dedicated personnel in the Kalos region for this very purpose. Even within the ranks of Team Rocket, each shard of stone holds significant value. Yet, amidst such circumstances, Chinyu unexpectedly acquired a shard, awarded as a special prize at a masquerade ball. The more he pondered, the more surreal it felt. When had Team Rocket ever deemed it appropriate to utilize a crucial strategic resource as a prize for a mere recreational contest? Could it be that their research on the shard was still in its nascent stages? This seemed implausible. Even during the research phase, it would be unthinkable to release such a shard. Gulp. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Chinyu recalled a matter that had been regarded as highly confidential during his 3 years with Team Rocket. A certain undisclosed base harbored an abundance of strategic resources, clandestinely engaged in a particular research endeavor. At that moment, Chinyu felt the shard in his backpack growing uncomfortably warm. As he struggled to comprehend the significance of Team Rocket distributing the shards, it was this realization that prompted his hesitation. The decks from 1 to 5 might possess numerous shards, yet they were likely part of a division base of Team Rocket. Should he venture forth to explore, or risk obtaining another shard? Hey there, deep in thought, are we? What intriguing things occupy your mind? Just as Chinyu contemplated whether to brave the decks, a curious inquiry broke through his thoughts. This question jolted him from his indecision. May I ask who you are? Chinyu inquired. His curiosity piqued as he regarded the enchanting woman before him. She exuded a sisterly charm, yet something about her felt distinctly special, though he could not articulate what that was in the moment. Hey, shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking for a girl's name? She chided playfully. Apologies. I was rather abrupt. My name is Chinyu, hailing from Huapi town. Without further deliberation, he offered his self-introduction. You're quite amusing. It's the first time I've seen someone hesitate while introducing their hometown. She laughed heartily. Her candid nature allowed her thoughts to spill forth unabashedly. Feeling a bit flustered in the presence of such beauty, Chinyu explained, I suppose I was just a bit nervous. I thought a novice trainer would be rather earnest. Yet you're quite the smooth talker. All right then, I'm Miyazawa Miho, from the exceedingly beautiful Rainbow City. Miho, sensing Chinyu's demeanor, decided to cease her teasing and began her self-introduction. Rainbow City, a location in the Hoenn region, known for hosting the Pokémon League Festival. Chinyu quickly recalled a general impression of Rainbow City. Chinyu, you haven't answered me yet. What were you contemplating so deeply? Were you thinking of heading to the deck? Yes, I am indeed curious about what lies atop the deck. Chinyu did not hesitate and promptly replied, oh. There's really nothing much to it. It's merely an auction held by Team Rocket. Wait a moment. You know about Team Rocket? Chinyu was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the words spoken by Miyazawa Miho. Nothing much. Just the auction by Team Rocket? The nonchalance with which she presented it felt as though she were discussing a trivial matter. You're not aware of Team Rocket? Oh, as a novice trainer. It's quite normal for you not to know about them. Miyazawa Miho mused thoughtfully before coming to a realization. Chinyu yearned to reveal that not only was he aware of Team Rocket, but he had once been a seasoned intelligence operative at the grassroots level within the organization. However, he refrained from expressing this and instead donned a facade of eager curiosity, inquiring, Team Rocket? What is that? As soon as Miyazawa Miho began to articulate her knowledge of the auction hosted by Team Rocket, a bold idea surged within Chinyu's mind. Explaining Team Rocket could be rather complicated. Yet, he asked, would you like to go up to the deck and take a look? Seeing the eager expression on Chinyu's face, Miyazawa Miho smiled knowingly and proposed, of course, but you'll need to pay me a fee of 1,000 Alliance coins for my efforts. All right. I am very eager to visit the deck. Wait, you're charging me? Chinyu asked, somewhat amused. Naturally. It's part of my job. Miyazawa Miho replied with a grin. Job? Chinyu queried, intrigued. Without further ado, Miyazawa Miho pulled out an identification card from her pocket and presented it to Chinyu. Work ID number 1073256 position. Auction Venue Guide Chapter 13. The auction venue on the 5th deck of the Dongfeng Yuandu. The structure bore some resemblance to a musical theater deck, albeit adorned with numerous comfortable sofas and a modestly elevated platform. Miyazawa Miho served as the guide for the auction venue. What is a guide, you might ask? In simple terms, they are personnel tasked with ushering non-affiliated visitors into the auction venue. The Dongfeng Yuandu hosts auctions on the 5th deck at irregular intervals, inviting a majority of attendees. However, the number of guests often fails to fill the seating in the auction hall. If an auction cannot even guarantee a satisfactory occupancy rate, its very existence is deemed a failure. Thus, the role of the auction venue guide was established. They facilitate the entry of non-affiliated tourists into the auction space, which naturally incurs a fee. Miyazawa Miho, originally a guide, recognized an opportunity for business upon encountering Chinyu. Mr. Chinyu, here is your identification tag. Please listen to the auctioneer for a detailed explanation of the auction rules, and I wish you success in acquiring the items you desire. After Miyuki Miyazawa led Chinyu to the auction venue, she vanished without a trace. Instead, he was greeted by a male attendant, who not only assigned him a seat, but also handed him a number tag. Are you sure this is my number? Chinyu mused, somewhat bewildered by how he had inexplicably found himself at an auction. Participating in an auction was one thing, but what was the meaning of this number tag? 233. Surely this was not intended as a jest? Do you have any questions, Mr. Chinyu? The attendant inquired. Oh, no, it's nothing. Though slightly disconcerted, Chinyu resolved not to dwell on it, considering he had successfully entered the auction hall. Looking around, he noticed that everyone was dressed in formal attire, with only one or two individuals appearing somewhat casual. Yet, in terms of conspicuity, Chinyu stood out the most, clad in the most ordinary of athletic wear, which unmistakably revealed his identity. Although he was seated towards the back, he still attracted the attention of many attendees, who merely stole a few glances without uttering a word. Once settled, Chinyu began to ponder whether the stone mentioned by Xiaoqi was indeed among the items up for bid in this auction. If it were not present, how could Xiaoqi have known about it? Despite his lingering doubts, he felt no urgency. After all, he had never participated in any formal auction before, and this was a rare opportunity. Most importantly, his entry into the Rocket Team's auction was legitimate, alleviating any anxiety about potential repercussions. Rather than hesitating and casting about aimlessly, he decided to quietly savor the experience of the auction. While Chinyu was lost in thought, the sound of high heels suddenly echoed from the auction stage. His gaze instinctively followed the sound. Wait, was that not Miss Miyuki Miyazawa? Hadn't she been the one to introduce him to the auction? What was the meaning of her professional attire? Could she be moonlighting? Was this not a tad hasty? After all, they were supposed to be official employees of the Rocket Team. Was it really necessary to economize on manpower to such an extent? Before Yu could finish his internal critique of Miyuki Miyazawa, a languid and alluring voice emanated from the auction stage. Welcome, everyone, to the Dongfeng auction house. I am your auctioneer for this evening, Miyuki. Her demeanor exuded warmth and enthusiasm. Upon hearing her voice from the podium, Yu felt another wave of bemusement wash over him. Why had her voice not sounded this delightful moments ago? In stark contrast to Miyuki's fervor, the audience below appeared markedly subdued, as if they were all waiting for something. All right, I believe everyone is eagerly anticipating today's auction, especially since we will be featuring significant items. Without further ado, let us commence the bidding. Bidding? What are we bidding on? Upon hearing Miyuki Miyagawa announce the bidding price, Yu found himself momentarily stunned. This situation was utterly unlike what he had come to understand about auctions. In the novels he had perused on Earth, auctions typically commenced with the presentation of the items, followed by the declaration of a reserve price, and then the explanation of the bidding rules, allowing the attendees to engage in competitive bidding. Yet here, they had plunged directly into the bidding. Not only was there no display of the items, but the auction rules were also conspicuously absent. Was everything he had previously read mere fiction? Yu was perplexed by the peculiarities of the auction held by the Rocket team. He remained still, observing the crowd of attendees before him. Bidder 27 offers 10,000 Alliance coins. Bidder 49 offers 20,000 Alliance coins. Bidder 108 offers 30,000 Alliance coins. Bidder 6 bids 180,000 Alliance coins once. Bidder 6 bids 180,000 Alliance coins twice. Bidder 6 bids 180,000 Alliance coins thrice. Congratulations to Bidder 6 for securing the top 3 items of this auction. They are the Tropical Dragon, the Sonic Monster, and the Forest Lizard. As the bidding price has exceeded 150,000 Alliance coins, Bidder 6 will also receive a special 3-day service from Miyuki. Miyuki joyfully brought down her gavel, her eyes squinting in delight. Initially, Yu was merely curious about why so many individuals were competing for an ethereal item. Each increment of 10,000 Alliance coins was substantial, considering that the average newcomer earned only about 50 Alliance coins per day. Thus, 10,000 Alliance coins equated to nearly 200 days of labor for an ordinary novice. And the concept of 180,000 Alliance coins was indeed staggering. This amount could easily purchase a fine residence in a secondary town like Cypress Town. However, when Miyuki revealed the items up for auction, Yu was astounded. No wonder there were no displayed items. No wonder they had begun bidding directly. No wonder each increment was 10,000 Alliance coins. The Tropical Dragon and Sonic Monster were remarkable creatures, but what truly captivated Yu was the final item, the Forest Lizard. This was a fully evolved form of the Wood Guardian, one of the trio of starters from the Hoenn region. In any region, the starter Pokémon are always strictly controlled in numbers, and their wild populations are exceedingly rare. The scarcity is not solely due to their limited numbers. The final evolutions of these starters possess formidable strengths. Some of them are even said to rival legendary Pokémon in battle. Yet here, in this auction, not only was there a starter Pokémon, but it was also an evolved form. Yu could not help but be astonished. Indeed, it was not only Yu who was astonished. A portion of the surrounding bidders was equally taken aback, murmurs of surprise rippling through the crowd. To their shock, it was the evolved form of the Wood Guardian, a grave oversight. They had thought that the previous auction of a Squirtle had been a significant event. Yet here they were confronted with a Forest Lizard. Phew, thankfully, it was not a Torchic. How fortunate. 3 months ago, a Fire Dinosaur was auctioned. But when would the next auction of a Fire Dinosaur take place? As Yu listened, his apprehension deepened. He realized that not only were the starter Pokémon being auctioned here, but it appeared that the auction of these starters had commenced long ago. Amidst Yu's astonishment, Miyuki began the next round of bidding. Thank you to Mr. Number 6 for your participation in the preliminary bidding. Now, we shall commence the auction for our first item, the exquisite beautiful scale. Chapter 14, the auction in progress. What? This time, they are even auctioning the beautiful scale? It is said to be rarer than a Milotic. The beautiful scale. How could they possibly auction such an item? The Rocket team truly lived up to their reputation, managing to procure such a treasure. TSK. Having missed the Forest Lizard, I shall not relinquish this beautiful scale. Renowned as the most beautiful Pokémon in the world, I am eager to behold it. An epic Pokémon from the Hoenn region? It shall be mine. Miyuki gazed at the auction hall, witnessing the bidders' fervor, and felt a surge of joy. The higher the bids soared, the greater her remuneration would be. The beautiful scale could facilitate the evolution of a Phoeba into the epic Milotic. Furthermore, the quantity of beautiful scales is exceedingly scarce, and I trust everyone is well aware of its specific application. The starting bid for the beautiful scale is set at 30,000 alliance coins, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increment of 1,000 alliance coins. With Miyuki's announcement of the starting price, bidders eagerly began to raise their paddles, with no fewer than 10 participants bidding each time. The price of the beautiful scale, under the fervent competition, surged dramatically. It had even soared to the astronomical sum of 100,000 alliance coins. Was it merely a few minutes ago? Within just 2 minutes, the price of the beautiful scale had reached a height that most could only aspire to. The tropical dragon, the Exploud, and the forest lizard were auctioned together for an impressive 180,000 alliance coins. Yet now, it was merely a single item, a scale less than 10 centimeters in length, fetching 100,000 alliance coins. Perhaps the frenzy stemmed from the fact that those 3 Pokémon had been acquired through a discreet auction. Or perhaps the impact of the beautiful scale was simply too astounding. The price of the beautiful scale continued to ascend. Chenyu watched in disbelief. Were these bidders out of their minds? The price of a single beautiful scale soaring to 100,000 alliance coins? Was it truly worth such an extravagant sum merely to evolve a Feebas? In addition to the exquisite beauty scales, could one not offer energy cubes that enhance beauty? A staggering 100,000 alliance coins. Just imagine how many perfect energy cubes that could purchase. Chenyu would certainly refrain from voicing this thought. He was aware of only 2 methods for the evolution of the ugly fish. Firstly, feeding it energy cubes that increase beauty, allowing it to evolve upon reaching full beauty. Secondly, allowing the ugly fish to carry beauty scales and then evolving after communication. Among the indigenous knowledge regarding the evolution of the ugly fish, the second method was the only one recognized. Coupled with the rarity of beauty scales, the ugly fish had gradually become one of the most useless Pokémon in the Hoenn region. When Chenyu initially purchased that ugly fish for 2,000 alliance coins, he was aware of the first evolution method, which spurred him to seize the opportunity, even knowing it was a potential scam. To the majority, an ugly fish devoid of beauty scales was merely a worthless Pokémon. However, Chenyu was privy to another evolution method. Thus, in his eyes, the ugly fish was, in certain respects, merely a prelude to the magnificent Milotic. At that moment, fervent bidders had driven the price of the beauty scales to an astounding 150,000 alliance coins. The number of paddles raised was dwindling. Bidder number 9 called out 150,000 alliance coins once, 150,000 alliance coins twice, 150,000 alliance coins thrice. Congratulations to Mr. 9 for acquiring the beauty scales. And congratulations, Mr. 9, on securing the most beautiful Pokémon in the world, Milotic. Miyazawa Miho adeptly cultivated a delightful atmosphere. Although purchasing the beauty scales for 150,000 alliance coins was somewhat disadvantageous, as the price was rather steep, her well-crafted blessings cleverly diverted everyone's attention towards Milotic, smoothly alleviating the awkwardness of such a high-priced acquisition. With Miyazawa Miho's pronouncement, the crowd gradually shifted their gaze to bidder number 9. Their expressions were a tapestry of envy, jealousy, desire, regret, and resignation. Yet, bidder number 9 seemed utterly unfazed, sitting there with an air of nonchalance, as if the sum spent was not 150,000 alliance coins, but rather a mere 15. The fervor from the auction of the beauty scales had not yet dissipated, and Miyazawa Miho, not one to miss out on the momentum, enthusiastically announced, the starting bid for the next item is 50,000 alliance coins. Each subsequent bid must exceed 8,000 alliance coins. Moments later, a strikingly beautiful young woman, with an impeccable figure, gracefully approached, cradling a wooden box. Miyazawa Miho accepted the box, her lips curling into a smile as she elevated her voice, proclaiming, "This item is a miraculous candy that can enhance Pokémon's strength." What? Such a thing exists today? Wait, is not miraculous candy something rare and elusive? Why do I see an entire box? Miraculous candy? How fascinating. Truly fascinating. It appears that fate led me to miss the forest lizard and its splendid scales, only to present me with this extraordinary box of magical candies. These wondrous confections, nearly extinct a decade ago, have resurfaced today, heralding what is sure to be a tumultuous upheaval. The fervor among the bidders surrounding me has intensified, surpassing even the excitement for the previous exquisite scales. Those who had previously refrained from bidding, perhaps disinterested in the beautiful scales or the Manasi, now found their enthusiasm ignited at the mere revelation of the magical candies. These are items capable of directly enhancing the strength of Pokémon. While the effects may be negligible when administered to weaker Pokémon, for those with exceptional prowess striving to elevate their abilities, such an endeavor proves challenging. Yet, a single magical candy can effortlessly grant a slight boost in strength, requiring no effort whatsoever. It guarantees a 100 enhancement of a Pokémon's capabilities. Upon seeing this box of magical candies, Chenyu felt an overwhelming urge to seize it and flee. The indigenous people may not recognize the hierarchical levels of Pokémon, yet they are acutely aware of the disparities in their strengths. In their perspective, the level of a Pokémon equates to its power, thus implying a direct correlation between strength and rank. Though the magical candies are indeed miraculous, capable of elevating any Pokémon by a level regardless of its current standing, Chenyu, after an initial surge of excitement, gradually regained his composure. No matter how remarkable the magical candies may be, they are ultimately consumable items. He possesses a learning device, which, while perhaps not as extraordinary as the candies, offers a sustainable alternative. By participating in battles, Pokémon equipped with the learning device, even if they do not enter the fray, can acquire combat experience. In a sense, the magical candies are undeniably exceptional, yet in terms of consistency and stability, the learning device holds a slight advantage. Thus, after the initial astonishment, Chenyu found himself devoid of further concrete thoughts and dared not entertain any notions. The box of magical candies was swiftly claimed by bidder number 4 for 190,000 Union coins. Amidst a chorus of regretful sighs, Miyuki Miyazawa presented the next auction item. This item is rather unique, and I believe everyone is at least somewhat aware of its value. The method to learn the devastating move, Destruction Ray. Chapter 15, a new auction Destruction Ray. An ultimate skill for many Pokémon. As an ultimate skill, its power and destructive capability need no elaboration. However, not all Pokémon can learn Destruction Ray upon reaching the requisite level. The acquisition and comprehension of skills are intrinsically linked to the inherent potential of the Pokémon itself. There exist many high-level Pokémon that, despite meeting the conditions to learn Destruction Ray, cannot immediately grasp it due to their potential limitations. Thus, the method to learn Destruction Ray serves to address this discrepancy. In truth, Destruction Ray is merely an exceptional case. In the market, both legitimate and underground, there exists an array of primary and intermediate skills available for acquisition. However, advanced skills are exceedingly rare. Should an individual come into possession of a method to learn a particular advanced skill, it would undoubtedly be cherished and safeguarded. Rarely would one consider selling it, let alone auctioning it, as the method embodies the essence of a sprite that has mastered advanced skills, significantly enhancing its combat prowess and overall worth. Selling a learning method may yield a one-time profit, but acquiring an advanced skill for a sprite opens avenues for sustained gains and profits that far surpass the mere sale of the learning method. Indeed, the methods for learning advanced skills are seldom disseminated. Thus, the emergence of a method for learning an ultimate skill is nothing short of extraordinary, particularly one as formidable as the universal ultimate skill, Destructive Death Ray. The atmosphere, already charged, ignited anew the moment Miyazawa Miho initiated the bidding, with the starting price skyrocketing to 300,000 Alliance coins. Each subsequent bid required a minimum increase of 15,000 Alliance coins. The fervor was palpable, exciting, and fiercely competitive. The bidding for the method of Destructive Death Ray surged from 300,000 Alliance coins to 500,000 in under 3 minutes, with no signs of abating. Yet only bidder 110 remained in contention. After bidder 10, no others raised their paddles to bid. I bid 800,000 Alliance coins for the method of Destructive Death Ray. I want it. Bidder 7 exclaimed, his tone somewhat domineering. Humph, you assert your claim with such audacity? The last method for the Frozen Ray surely netted you more than 800,000 Alliance coins, did it not? Enough of this chatter. I bid 1,000,000 Alliance coins, declared bidder 6, who had previously acquired the Forest Lizard, showing no regard for bidder 7's bravado. Xiaolu, securing a Forest Lizard is already a significant gain. Let us not be too ruthless in our dealings. I'll dare to compete with you young ones. 1,200,000 Alliance coins. Bidder 2 interjected, his voice tinged with age. Such an intriguing spectacle would be incomplete without Mayor. I bid 1,500,000 Alliance coins. Bidder 10 raised her paddle. Oh, Mayor has placed a bid? Then let us concede this round to her. Haha, Mayor, you must express your gratitude to me later. Sixth brother is merely jesting. Bidding is based on merit. If you have the means, bid away. Bidder 6 relinquished his bid and even proposed a meal to Mayor. However, she did not yield to his overture, her tone firm. As Mayor concluded her statement, the bidding for destructive death ray gradually drew to a close. Let us concede to Mayor, Bidder 2 affirmed. Humph. After a cold snort from number 7, he ceased to speak, effectively withdrawing from the election. Following these exchanges, the price for the destruction ray ultimately concluded at 1.5 million alliance coins. After celebrating Mayor for acquiring the method to learn the destruction ray, Miyazawa Miho gradually descended from the auction stage. With her departure, number 110 also slowly exited the auction hall, albeit both made their way toward the 4th deck. At this point, Shinyu was once again taken aback. Wasn't this auction rather hasty? Had the bidding process exceeded half an hour? Most of the bids came from that number 110, so what were we even doing here? Were we merely here to keep company? There were hardly more than 5 items for auction, a package of small sprites, beautiful scales, magical candies, and the method to learn the destruction ray. Only 4 items. Was this truly an auction? Surely, it wasn't just to amuse me. Shinyu's internal complaints were far from sufficient. This was an entirely different experience from what he had anticipated at an auction. At the very least, there should be a professional auctioneer, yet the individual on stage appeared to be merely a presenter. Even if the presenter fell silent, where were the rigorous auction procedures? How could bidding commence without any formalities? Who could possibly know that they were auctioning forest lizards, even if that could be momentarily overlooked? The sheer quantity of 4 items was perplexing. Shinyu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He must have been duped. He had spent 1,000 alliance coins to enter the auction hall, hoping to see, or acquire, the Stone of Knowledge. Yet, in the end, he had only witnessed a bidding war among the affluent. Although the items auctioned were exceedingly rare, even featuring methods to learn ultimate skills, these were all luxuries reserved for the wealthy. Shinyu hadn't even caught a glimpse of the Stone of Knowledge he had originally sought. How could he not feel vexed? Furthermore, with the auctioneer now dispersing, it was evident that the auction had concluded. It seemed he would have to return and inquire with Xiaoqi about how she had learned of the Stone of Knowledge. With that thought, Shinyu resolved to leave this deck and meander back to his cabin, lamenting the unnecessary expenditure of 1,000 alliance coins. Now, we shall officially commence this auction. I am today's auctioneer, Tanaka Koji. Wait a moment. When did someone appear on the auction stage? Hadn't Miss Miyazawa just left? When did this Tanaka Koji ascend the stage? Moreover, what does his statement mean by officially beginning the auction? What were those previous bids then? Could it be that we were merely spectators to a mock bidding? To think that after one auction, there would be another. No wonder most of the visitors hadn't departed. This auction will also feature some rare items. I wish everyone luck in acquiring the treasures they desire. Let us commence with the bidding for the first item. As Tanaka Yasuki concluded his words, a graceful young lady approached the auction stage, delicately holding a piece draped in red cloth. Although the item was concealed, Shinyu managed to discern its general shape and couldn't help but murmur, "Is that a Pokémon egg?" Once the item was securely placed, Tanaka Yasuki unveiled the red cloth. The item was revealed to be an unknown Pokémon egg, with a starting bid of 100 alliance coins. Each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 100 alliance coins. Following the full presentation of the item, Tanaka Yasuki initiated a new round of bidding. Chapter 16, The Abandoned Pokémon Egg Ding. Congratulations to player Chinyu for completing the beginner hidden quest, Socialite. Quest reward, title, Upper Class. Upper Class, effects, 1. Increases the favorability of general type Pokémon by 3. 2. Enhances the player's own charisma by 2. Just as Tanaka Yasuki announced the start of the bidding, a notification chimed in Shinyu's ear. Another hidden quest completed? What could I have possibly done to earn another title? Wasn't it said that titles are among the most difficult things to acquire in the Pokémon world? How is it that I have received another one within just a few days? When did titles start appearing in clusters? Before Chun could thoroughly reflect on the process of obtaining this title, whispers surrounded him. Hey, isn't your family running a Pokémon breeding house? You should check what type of Pokémon egg that is. Our breeding house focuses on newborn or juvenile Pokémon. This egg is currently outside our realm of expertise. Do you think it might contain an epic level Pokémon? Who knows? But why hasn't anyone placed a bid yet? Who would dare to take a risk with something so uncertain? Do you think that since it's entirely yellow, it could be an electric-type Pokémon? Quite possibly. It really could be an electric-type Pokémon. Electric types are generally quite rare. Then why aren't you bidding? What are you waiting for? Calm down. No need to rush. Yes, let us wait a bit longer. Despite the cacophony from the crowd below the auction stage, not a single person had yet made a bid. Shinyu temporarily set aside his curiosity regarding the title, focusing instead on the more pressing matter of the Pokémon auction. This auction was markedly different from the previous one, lacking the exaggerated prices and frenzied atmosphere. The auction presided over by Tanaka Yasuki aimed to be more approachable, particularly in terms of pricing, which was generally agreeable to the attendees. Shinyu began to scrutinize the yellow-hued Pokémon egg displayed on the auction platform. Most Pokémon eggs can be identified by the color of their shells, indicating the type of Pokémon within. Additionally, there are professional Pokémon egg appraisers. Generally speaking, instances of unidentified Pokémon eggs are rare. The items presented at auction bearing the label unknown fall into one of two categories. Either the current knowledge and technology cannot ascertain their identity, or the specifics are already known, yet they are still classified as unknown. Most individuals are acutely aware of this nuance, which explains the prevailing cautious attitude among the crowd. Ahem. Personally, I believe this is a Piku egg. Piku? I thought it was an egg of Zapdos. How could it possibly be that rubbish? Believe it or not, it could very well be a Piku egg. Otherwise, how could such an egg even be available for our bidding? If this is a Zapdos egg, I would devour 20 Galarian bone sticks raw. I would consume 50 without even chewing. Please, no? Why must it be a worthless Piku egg? My Zapdos. My legendary Pokémon. Bro, we must hold on to hope. It could also be a Pikachu. Stop comforting me. Aren't Piku and Pikachu just wild dogs on the roadside? Whether it's Piku or Pikachu, I refuse to squander a precious Pokémon slot on such a trivial creature. A voice from the crowd suggested the possibility of it being a Piku egg, leading to a renewed wave of whispers among the bidders, predominantly themed around disappointment and complaint. Surprisingly, the situation mirrored the previous one. No one was willing to place a bid. While the earlier hesitation stemmed from a fear of inflating the bidding prices through a frenzy, the latter was characterized by a complete disinterest in bidding. Shinyu understood their sentiment well, as both Piku and Pikachu are considered common Pokémon. The prospect of a commonplace Pokémon egg failed to spark any enthusiasm for bidding. Consequently, despite being displayed for 5 minutes, no one made an offer for the egg. Tanaka Yasuki, upon observing the crowd's demeanor and hearing their murmurs, inwardly sighed and contemplated allowing the egg to go unsold. 200 alliance coins. I'll bid. Just as the bidders prepared to move on to the next item, a somewhat uncertain voice suddenly rang out. This uncertain declaration became akin to a stone cast into still waters, instantly capturing the attention of all bidders. Not only were the bidders astonished, but even Tanaka Yasuki at the auction podium cast a fleeting glance towards the source of the sound, as he was prepared to announce the auction's failure. Yet, at this very moment, someone placed a bid. Moreover, it exceeded the starting price. While it is typically a positive sign for an auctioneer when bids are made, Tanaka Yasuki felt a peculiar sense of abruptness, though he could not pinpoint the reason for it at that moment. As the crowd turned to identify the source of the voice, they were greeted by a bidding number. Number 233. When did the auction house acquire more than 200 bidders? Surely, this cannot be of no interest to you? The Pokémon egg is bound to hatch into a delightful creature, is it not? Indeed. Shinyu raised his sign to bid. Just as everyone was prepared to abandon the auction, Shinyu made his offer. Ha ha ha. Fear not. No one will compete with you. Ha ha. It turns out to be a novice trainer. Surely, he aims to hatch a Zapdos. Ha ha. Best of luck. Perhaps he is awaiting the emergence of Piku. As his initial Pokémon, I had thought it was some renowned figure. Turns out, it is merely a novice trainer. Alas, let us move on to the next item. How dull. I had anticipated something more intriguing. Only a novice trainer would show interest in Piku. What a disappointment. 3 transactions completed. Let us hasten to the next item. Upon realizing that a novice trainer had purchased what was likely a Piku egg, the remaining flickers of hope among the bidders dissipated into nothingness. They could hardly contain their eagerness to commence bidding on the next item. 200 league coins for the first bid. 200 league coins for the second bid. 200 league coins for the third bid. Congratulations to Mr. 233 for acquiring this unknown Pokémon egg. Congratulations to this gentleman. The subsequent item for auction is a set of evolution stones. The purpose of these is well understood by all. Thus, the starting price is set at 10,000 league coins. Each subsequent bid cannot exceed 200 league coins. As the auction progressed, the bidders' enthusiasm surged once more, and the earlier Pokémon egg was quickly forgotten. Who would waste their time on a common-grade Pokémon egg? After receiving Chunyu's 200 league coins, the auction staff presented him with the bright yellow Pokémon egg. Chunyu harbored a suspicion, which was precisely why he was willing to invest in this egg. Upon encountering the egg up close and receiving feedback information from it, a faint smile graced Chunyu's lips. His conjecture was indeed correct. An abandoned Pokémon egg, another creature with a name bearing a prefix. Here is the third update of the day. Though a bit late, the little carp has kept its promise. Wishing a very happy birthday to Xiaoyu from Qidian. Dear readers, please refrain from scolding me. The illustrious Pikachu is undeniably formidable. Why, then, is Pikachu merely commonplace? Here, I humbly opine that the illustrious Pikachu is in a league of its own. Pikachu is Pikachu, and the two cannot be compared. Not every Pikachu embodies the grandeur of my esteemed Pikachu. Moreover, in the narrative, Ash himself has stated that Pikachus are as numerous as stray dogs on the streets. Why, then, would one specifically seek out my Pikachu? Chapter 17. The Wrath of the Masses, the Abandoned Pokémon Egg. When the Pokémon egg was displayed on the auction stage, Chinyu was unaware of whether it bore any unique attributes. He could only surmise that it might possess possibilities beyond the preceding two scenarios. That is to say, could this Pokémon egg be one that had been forsaken? An abandoned Pokémon egg, too, remains a mystery regarding the creature contained within. Once a Pokémon egg is discarded by its parents, it can no longer naturally hatch. In other words, an abandoned Pokémon egg is akin to a spoiled or lifeless egg. The creature within may have perished long before. Nevertheless, even if it is indeed a lifeless egg, Chinyu possesses the means to successfully hatch it. Once hatched, it would reveal itself as a Pokémon with at least a green potential. Moreover, if it is not a lifeless egg, would this not yield a significant profit? After a moment's contemplation, Chinyu decided to bid on the egg. As for the condition of the egg, that would be addressed later with the arrival of Autumn Air. The auction for evolution stones continued with fervor, yet Chinyu had no intention of participating. He believed that acquiring evolution stones was not overly challenging, and their prices were certainly not exorbitant enough to warrant auctioning. In contrast, the surrounding bidders were all filled with fervent enthusiasm. This was understandable. As for the natives, authentic evolution stones are somewhat elusive. However, for players, merely opening the novice gift box yields evolution stone fragments. Collecting 10 identical fragments automatically amalgamates them into a complete evolution stone. Hence, Chinyu felt no inclination towards this particular auction. Following the auction of evolution stones, rarer items such as golden spray, advanced Pokeballs, special Pokeballs, and even a high-grade fishing rod were put up for bid. These items held little significance for Chinyu. Only when the high-grade fishing rod was introduced did he show a modicum of interest, but it was fleeting, and he soon reverted his attention elsewhere. When the high-grade fishing rod appeared, the entire auction hall erupted into a frenzy. Every bidder eagerly raised their paddles to vie for the prize. The desirability of the high-grade fishing rod was not merely due to its scarcity. Most individuals who possess such rods tend to collect them, rarely using them for actual fishing. They often create specialized protective cases to preserve their treasured high-grade fishing rods. The recent emergence of the high-end fishing rod has undoubtedly sparked a new wave of auction fervor. Chinyu merely cast a cursory glance before relinquishing any desire to bid. The starting price of 50,000 Alliance coins was already beyond his reach, leaving no room for contemplation. An hour had elapsed since the auction commenced, with no fewer than 20 items having been sold. According to Tanaka Yasuki, only 5 items remain for bidding. Next, we shall auction a mysterious stone. Its exact purpose eludes us as well. The starting price is set at 1,000 Alliance coins. Each bid must increase by no less than 100 Alliance coins. Tanaka Yasuki then unveiled the next item. What exactly is this yellow stone? Why are there so many unknown items at this auction? Who could argue otherwise? The Team Rocket auction appears to be deteriorating further. Wait, why does this stone seem somewhat familiar? Upon your mentioning it, I too sense a resemblance. Indeed, I believe I have encountered such a stone recently. Really? Where did you see it? Ah, isn't this the prize for the winner of the Masquerade Ball? It seems so. Aside from the color variation, it is unmistakably the same prize from the Masquerade Ball. The Masquerade prize? Wasn't it won by a dance master? I heard his sister claim the prize on his behalf. Master? What master? What masquerade? My friend, please elucidate. Could a handsome gentleman kindly clarify the situation regarding this master? Hee, I know this one. That master disguised himself as a novice trainer to conceal his identity. Ha, that master is quite endearing. Does he not realize? While he may mask his identity, the unique aura of mastery surrounding him cannot be concealed by a mere Alliance sports uniform. Exactly. How could a mundane sports uniform obscure the brilliance of a master? Not to mention, the dance that master performed was truly solitary, yet inexplicably captivating. Following Tanaka Yasuki's announcement of the Yellowstone for auction, a new wave of discussions arose from the audience. This time, however, the discourse centered not on the auction item, but rather on a master who triumphed at the Masquerade Ball. Those bidders who did not attend the masquerade listened intently as those who had witnessed the master recounted their experiences. Meanwhile, The fortunate bidders who had encountered the master methodically shared their recollections of that day. Naturally, given the public nature of the auction, the participants kept their voices low. It was evident that the attendees here possessed a commendable level of decorum. Among the bidders, one individual, rather portly in stature, exhibited the most fervent response. Upon the mere mention of the solitary dance master, he seemed to be invigorated, his words flowing incessantly. Let me tell you, that day I was a mere 0.01 centimeters away from the master's hem. I bid 1,100 alliance coins. Goodness, who's that? I was just about to reach a pivotal moment. Who dares interrupt? Is there no sense of decorum? Must one raise such ruckus in a public space? Just as the portly bidder was about to reach the climax of his tale, another uncertain voice rang out, disrupting the atmosphere. This time, the bid was even more abrupt than the previous offer for the unknown elf egg, and the volume had notably increased. As the crowd directed their ire, confusion, and curiosity toward the source of the voice, they were met once again with a familiar bidding number, 233. Upon recognizing the bidder as 233, even Tanaka Yasunori's lips twitched slightly. Goodness, not this newcomer again. Don't they realize we're at a critical juncture? Bid. What on earth? Hey, I find this fellow rather intriguing. How absurd. Don't you know our esteemed gentleman was in the midst of an engaging narrative? That Tanaka fellow summoned security to escort him out. Newcomers ought to behave like newcomers. Silence him. Speak again, and I shall not hesitate to silence you. I am truly at my wit's end. I bid 2,000 alliance coins. The auctioneer. Have that stone wrapped up and delivered to 233, and ensure he remains quiet. I do not wish to hear another word from him. That's bold. The current crop of novice trainers is increasingly lacking in decorum. My friend, I shall bid 1,000 alliance coins on your behalf. Just as we were reaching a critical moment, a fool interrupts the flow. Chinyu was somewhat bewildered. Why had the atmosphere shifted so dramatically against him? He was merely placing a standard bid. It was a precious stone, after all. They had dawdled for so long without placing a bid, and yet now they turned hostile upon his offering? What could have incited such animosity? 2,000 alliance coins, once. 2,000 alliance coins, twice. Tanaka Yasunori, witnessing the chaotic scene below the auction stage, did not hesitate and prepared to secure the stone with the highest bid. Wait, wasn't I the only one who bid 1,100 alliance coins? Why has it escalated to 2,000 alliance coins? Chinyu questioned Tanaka Yasunori. Your esteemed gentleman has reached his limit, 3,000 alliance coins. I'll take this worthless stone off your hands. Now be gone. The earlier portly bidder had risen abruptly, shouting furiously at Chinyu. Chinyu was utterly flabbergasted. What on earth was happening? How had he offended this individual? Chinyu was perplexed, his expression betraying his bewilderment. Tanaka Koji, a seasoned auctioneer, swiftly seized the opportunity as public discontent brewed and promptly secured the enigmatic stone, presenting it to Chinyu with utmost courtesy while ushering him out of the auction hall. Ever since someone had shouted at him, Chinyu had found himself in a daze, with no recollection of how he had acquired the stone or how he managed to exit the deck. The other bidders in the auction hall, witnessing Chinyu's departure, felt their anger begin to dissipate. The somewhat portly bidder cleared his throat and continued, though my narrative was interrupted by a fool, fear not, for I shall proceed to enlighten you regarding the tales of the masters. Chapter 18. The Maritime Library Ding. Congratulations, player Chinyu, for acquiring the Thunder Dragon's Stone. The Thunder Dragon's Stone? As Chinyu stepped off the deck, the system notification echoed in his ears. It was not an unknown stone after all, but one that had been fully appraised, though still somewhat disoriented about how he had exited the auction hall. His attention was completely captured by the Thunder Dragon's Stone before him, leaving no room for further contemplation on the circumstances of his ejection. The fully appraised stone not only spared him from numerous authentication procedures and associated costs, but also allowed for immediate use by his Pokémon. This meant that as long as he could find a Thunder Dragon's key stone, evolution was within reach. Evolution? Wait, he still needed the Thunder Dragon's key stone? There were at least dozens of keystones required, setting aside the difficulty of finding one. How could he be certain that any stone he discovered would indeed be the Thunder Dragon's keystone? Simultaneously, Chinyu recalled something even more pressing, something of greater significance than the Thunder Dragon's keystone. It dawned on him that he did not even possess a Thunder Dragon. He didn't even have a Mareep. Alas, evolution was indeed a long and arduous journey. With this thought in mind, Chinyu reluctantly placed the Thunder Dragon's stone into his important items pouch. After securing the stone, he felt a tinge of regret. There were still 4 auction items he had yet to see before he had been inexplicably ushered out. The greatest disappointment lingered in the lack of clarity surrounding that rotund gentleman's sudden outburst. Why had he reacted so fiercely and bestowed such a precious gift? He hadn't even left a name. Perhaps it was to accommodate a newcomer? Yu speculated uncertainly about the intentions of the stout gentleman, but chose not to dwell on it further. After all, he had gained the abandoned Pokémon egg and the exceedingly valuable Thunder Dragon stone. With a purposeful stride, he made his way down to the lower deck, not intending to linger any longer in that place. At this juncture, the journey has reached its midpoint, and in a few days, the destination will be within reach. However, aboard the East Wind Voyager, there exists a particular place that Yu feels compelled to visit, designating it as his final stop on this vessel. As Yu departs, two figures abruptly emerge from a secluded corner of the fitness deck. Do you believe this novice trainer is aware of the precise application of those stones? I am uncertain. The two inept individuals from the Carlos region have yet to relay any intelligence, and Boss Banma's patience has nearly worn thin. Yet, this marks the 7th stone we have dispatched. Not only has there been no evolution of the ultimate form of the Pokémon, but we have also received not a whisper of information. Moreover, this time it is yet another newcomer. I can't shake the feeling that this novice trainer is somewhat extraordinary. Let us observe him for a while. If he proves to be of no value, we can always reclaim the stones later. Alas, this is all we can do for now. After their exchange, the two slowly ascended to the deck, while the two suited men guarding the stairs promptly bowed in greeting upon their arrival. Once the pair had completely ascended, the suited men resumed their serious posture. The East Wind Voyager is renowned as the grandest floating library, primarily because an entire deck is dedicated to housing books. Its collection surpasses that of many terrestrial libraries. When Yu first learned of the library aboard this cruise ship, he resolved to regard it as a vital strategic location. He could easily spend an entire day within its confines. Libraries of this nature generally exist only in the bustling cities of various regions, typically established and governed by the Pokémon League. Accessing a library created by the League necessitates meeting certain fundamental criteria, which vary according to one's profession. For instance, trainers must be elite trainers to gain entry to the League library and possess the right to borrow one book. Breeders must be intermediate breeders to access the League library and also hold borrowing rights. The League library contains not merely ordinary books, but rather invaluable skill scrolls that enhance abilities. In his previous life, Yu was not only unqualified for the borrowing privileges of the library, but he also lacked the audacity to even work there as a janitor. It is precisely for this reason that in his former existence, Yu's skills were limited to a singular ability, Berry Mastery Level 1, Passive. The effect of Berry Mastery Level 1. It increases the recognition of berries and reduces the time required to learn about them. This is utterly insufficient for the current Yu. He aspires to elevate himself. Not only must he enhance the strength of his Pokémon, but he must also acquire substantial knowledge and skills of his own. Yu was not yet an elite trainer. Thus, entering the library of the Pokémon Alliance was out of reach for him. However, gaining access to the library aboard the East Wind was entirely feasible. This was largely because, apart from the Pokémon Market deck and the deck itself, all other facilities on the East Wind were free of charge. For this reason, Yu had previously inquired with Tianzhong Tsidai about certain aspects of the library and successfully received the information he sought. With this newfound knowledge, he had designated the library deck as a strategic objective, determined to utilize the remaining time of his voyage to the fullest. The rarity of the library's treasures was not without justification, as the laws of the Pokémon Alliance strictly prohibited any bookstore in towns from selling skill books in any form. The library deck of the East Wind was located on the first level, the very deck through which everyone would pass upon exiting their cabins. Logically, one might expect a considerable number of visitors on this level. Yet, in reality, only a handful occupied the library. Within the vast space, merely a few individuals were engrossed in their reading. Upon observing the sparsity of patrons, Yu appeared unperturbed, steadily making his way deeper into the library. A staff member, noticing his entrance, exhibited a brief flicker of surprise and curiosity before approaching him. "Hello, may I ask if you wish to enter the library?" Yu nodded and politely inquired, "Could you please direct me to the section regarding skill instruction books related to berries? Are you looking to read skill instruction books?" "Yes," Yu affirmed with another nod. The staff member, upon hearing his intention to access the skill instruction area, smiled and replied, "Do you possess any psychic-type Pokémon? If so, you must first deposit such Pokémon before entering the skill instruction area." "Why are psychic-type Pokémon prohibited from this area?" Yu asked, intrigued. "The books in the skill instruction area have been purchased at great expense from the Alliance Library, and this regulation is in place to prevent the creation of counterfeit materials by ill-intentioned individuals." "Oh, I see. Then, if I do not have any psychic-type Pokémon, may I enter the skill instruction area?" "Certainly. You are welcome to enter at any time. However, should we discover that you are carrying a Psychic-type Pokémon during your visit, we will have to enforce the relevant regulations. Understood. By the way, could you tell me where the skill instruction books related to berries are located? After familiarizing himself with the library deck's rules, Chinyu posed his question to the staff member. The skill instruction books concerning berries can be found in section 23351. If you wish to borrow any, please come to the entrance and I will assist you with the necessary procedures. Enjoy your reading. After addressing Chunyu's inquiries, the staff returned to the library deck. Despite the need to resume their duties, their gaze remained fixated on Chunyu. Region 23,351. Chunyu mentally repeated the book coordinates several times before stepping into the library. Before long, he successfully arrived at Region 23351. Each row of bookshelves prominently displayed the region's name overhead, such as area followed by a series of numbers, like 139,220 and 220300. Although the library's book coordinates may sound challenging to locate, there are typically guidance markers to assist in navigating. Thus, finding books within the library is generally straightforward, provided one has the coordinates. As he entered this section, Chinyu was greeted by an overwhelming array of skill manuals, numbering well into the hundreds. No wonder this area maintains such stringent regulations for Psychic-type Pokémon. The sight of so many skill manuals sent a jolt of excitement through Chinyu, regardless of type or profession. These manuals were akin to currency in the late game of his previous life, and their value was virtually unmatched. At that moment, even Chinyu, who had encountered numerous challenges and amassed abundant information, couldn't help but entertain an audacious thought. Why hadn't he acquired a Psychic-type Pokémon sooner? He could have had it utilize its abilities to transcribe all this knowledge. Of course, such fantasies were merely whimsical. The Rocket team would not be naive enough to allow visitors to exploit such loopholes. After briefly perusing the collection, Chinyu stumbled upon a rather familiar title, Wild Fruit Compendium. To his surprise, this book was indeed a skill manual. It dawned on him that he had possessed a skill manual for quite some time, having received it just days before the server launch. The Wild Fruit Compendium was the very manual that Qian Hui had gifted him. The realization that Qian Hui had bestowed upon him a skill manual filled Chunyu with a sense of shame. Indeed, shame. For his part, he had merely offered her a mundane evolution stone in return, which held a value barely a tenth of that of the skill manual. However, it was not entirely Chunyu's fault. When acquiring skill manuals, the system categorized them as ordinary books by default. Unknowingly, he had taken significant advantage of Qian Hui. Once he returned from Odomole, he resolved to pay her a visit. With this thought in mind, Chunyu recognized that he had yet another obligation to fulfill. Given that time is ample, I shall first peruse the tome titled Wild Fruit Compendium. Having come to this conclusion, Chunyu extended his hand to retrieve the book, intending to commence his reading. Ding! The system has detected that the player has met the prerequisite conditions. Thus, during the course of reading the book, the player's state may undergo alterations. Indeed, in the early to mid stages of the game, the most significant distinction between skill guides and ordinary books lies in this reading prompt. Moreover, the appearance of this prompt is contingent upon the fulfillment of certain prerequisites. This reading reminder will only persist for approximately 1 year. As the game progresses into its later stages, discerning whether a book is a skill guide necessitates a visit to the Alliance Library for authentication. Chunyu surmised that the prerequisite condition was likely the skill of Fruit Master, for it was the sole aspect he possessed that pertained to fruits. Holding this skill was also one of the reasons he chose the fruit region. Another reason was the energy blocks that enhance beauty. Crafting energy blocks requires fruits. Yet not all energy blocks can augment a Pokémon's beauty, nor can all fruits be used to create beauty-enhancing energy blocks. Additionally, Pokémon have two categories of energy block demands. 1. Basic needs. 2. Transformative needs. Basic needs can be considered high-quality Pokémon feed, generally. A single energy block can ensure that a Pokémon does not feel hunger for an entire day. Transformative needs, on the other hand, alter a Pokémon's appearance or temperament, with 5 distinct directions of transformation: dashing, beautiful, adorable, intelligent, and robust. Each Pokémon possesses a certain degree of transformation capacity, and once that capacity is fully realized, the transformative effects of energy blocks will cease to have any impact. Continued feeding with energy blocks will only address the most fundamental needs of the Pokémon. Chinyu was uncertain of the transformative capacity of the ugly fish. However, he clearly remembered that only the green apricot and longan fruits could produce high-quality energy blocks in the beauty category. After all, Chinyu was an avid Pokémon enthusiast on Earth and would not forget such frequently collected fruit names. Furthermore, Only the energy blocks crafted from these two fruits could maximize the beauty of the ugly fish. In this manner, he could ensure that the ugly fish's beauty would be elevated to its pinnacle before its transformation capacity reached its limit. Thus, he would truly satisfy the prerequisites for the ugly fish's evolution. Yet, Chinyu was not acquainted with the actual green apricot and longan fruits. Even if discovered in the wild, the system would not provide any proactive reminders. Therefore, Chinyu slowly leafed through the wild fruit compendium, hoping to glean some insight. At the very least to recognize these two types of fruits. I found it. Before long, Chinyu found detailed information regarding the Qingxing fruit and the longan fruit, covering everything from their appearance to their habits. Each aspect was explained with remarkable precision, and the accompanying images greatly aided in memory retention. Chinyu gradually became engrossed in his reading. Chapter 20. The correct approach to Shao Qi 3 whole days. Aside from taking time to eat, feeding the little sprites, and using the restroom, Chinyu hardly left the fruit tree area. As for rest, he would occasionally lean back when fatigue struck, and at times, when weariness overwhelmed him, he would simply lay his head on the desk and drift into slumber. He barely departed from the library deck during this period. During this time, Shao Qi had approached Chinyu, her cheeks puffed in annoyance, wanting to thoroughly interrogate this peculiar old man about why he had taken root in the library without so much as a greeting. Since beginning his exploration of the wild fruit tree compendium, Chinyu had been incessantly searching for skill manuals. Upon discovering any skill manual with reading prompts, he would immediately delve into its pages. From initially reading one book, he gradually progressed to 2, and ultimately consumed as many as 7 tomes. Each time he opened a new volume, Chinyu's reflections varied, yet he approached every reading session with utmost seriousness. On one occasion, after 3 days of reading, a sudden notification chimed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, player Chinyu. Your tree fruit expert skill has leveled up to level 4 due to your acquisition of relevant knowledge. The elevation of skill level promised enhanced effects. Chinyu now possessed a newfound understanding of tree fruits, even grasping the uses and habits of some rare varieties. These 3 days passed in a blink. Chinyu felt he had yet to truly immerse himself in the reading experience and firmly believed that given a month, he could peruse every manual in the tree fruit skill area. Old man, why are you still reading? Shao Qi pouted, voicing her complaint to Chinyu, then reluctantly handed him a piece of cake along with some biscuits. Since her initial visit, Shao Qi had been assigned the task of delivering meals, diligently bringing food to Chinyu at mealtime. Once Chinyu swiftly